You have guarded the border for the country for 4 years, never married, but now, you have received a text claiming to be from your own daughter. After reading the text, you suddenly remembered the severe poisoning you suffered 4 years ago. There was a chance encounter with a girl who used her pure body to detoxify you. You swore in front of her that you would definitely come back. After that, you went north to join the army. From a small soldier, you grew into an unparalleled war god. You never thought that in the mortal world, there was still a girl named Chen waiting for you. One text message after another scrolled through your hand. Daddy, many bad people are hitting us. Cece is very scared. Dad, I secretly contacted you again. Everyone scolds me as a wild child. Only mom says I'm not, but why is she crying? Dad and mom are sick. Cece is also sick. The nurse in white said I have to go to another world. What does the other world look like? I heard that before people leave, they should have a steel with their name written on it. Can my steel be written by Dad? After reading all 1,314 text messages, you were trembling all over. The daughter's name is Chen Cece. If it's your intention, C is also missing you. Thinking of this, your nose tingles, and your eyes are hot. Subordinate Sunlone is shocked. Lord, in the thousands of days you have been in the army, have you ever seen the Lord shed tears? At this moment, you suddenly stood up. He actually stood up. The Cyan Dragon's eyes were shocked, watching this scene in disbelief. You alone led your brothers to destroy the coalition army of 10 countries. To mourn the fallen brothers, you knelt here for 360 days and nights. He actually stood up at this moment. I ask, under the heavens, who dares to bully the daughter of Chen? The subordinates of the Cyan Dragon are spreading my orders. Activate the Demon Temple. The pupils of the Cyan Dragon contracted suddenly. 3 years ago, you single-handedly created the Demon Temple and established the 8 Dragon Kings to gather the strong from all over the world. It is the power to destroy the 10 countries. I ask, who today can make the Demon Temple come out in full force? Spread my orders again, activate the profound hidden gate, and gather all personnel. Another sound came from Liang, completely shocking the Cyan Dragon. You single-handedly created the Demon Temple, gathered the strong from all over the world, and had millions of disciples. But another faction established the profound shadow, gathering talented individuals, one light and one dark with the Demon Temple. 2 big players acting at the same time. It's terrifying, too terrifying. Brothers, in your hands, you hold 100-year-old fine wine, looking up and saying sorry. Brothers, forgive me, I can no longer guard the tomb for you. You suddenly put down the wine jar and sank into the yellow sand. The remaining wine is floating, nearly 100,000 heroes, their spirits immortal. You hold a long sword, piercing the sky with cold air. Follow me to Liang. On this day, the Demon Temple, which has been dormant for a year, suddenly started to act. Countless empire leaders are scared out of their wits. Contact the Dragon Empire immediately. The phones are almost exploding. Once the Demon Temple appears, not a single blade of grass grows. Who wouldn't be afraid? The high level of the Dragon Empire is equally shocked. Only that man can make the entire Demon Temple act. SSSS Urgent Secret Order. Chen to take charge. Full cooperation. Once a man for a country, now a country for a man. Chen is worthy. Even when the Demon Temple is in action, it can still be discovered by people. No one knows about the actions of the mysterious hidden gate. Your most mysterious organization, from its establishment to now, has surfaced for the first time. When all global forces discover their target for action, they are all dumbfounded. It's not the Dragon Empire, not the entire Eastern Week, not even the capital city, but merely a Liang, a mere speck of land. What on earth has happened to attract such a large army to besiege the city? At this moment in Liang, lightning and thunder, torrential rain and fierce wind. Xinyu is kneeling at the door of the Shen family, trembling. Mom, Dad, please lend me 500,000. After all, I'm also your granddaughter. Shen Mingyu stands at the front door, sneering incessantly. You were kicked out of the Shen family long ago. What does your illegitimate daughter have to do with us? Cece's illness can't be delayed any longer. She urgently needs surgery. As long as you're willing to lend, I will pay back with interest in the future. Xinyu banged his head, disregarding all dignity for his daughter. Just a wild seed. If she dies, she dies. You can find someone else to marry. Besides, why did you come to us when your daughter is ill, looking for his wife? You probably don't even know his name, right? You can sleep with a stranger. Then you might as well just go sell yourself. With your looks, making 500,000 shouldn't be difficult, right? The people of the Shen family laughed together, looking down on Xinyu like a clown. Xinyu's heart was bleeding. These were his biological parents, yet they were so heartless, even asking him to sell himself. CC won't last much longer. I beg you, for the sake of blood ties, lend me 500,000. At this moment, Xinyu completely abandoned his dignity for his daughter. If not for this, at the moment of leaving the Shen family, he would never have done so. Fine, I'll lend you 500,000, but there's a condition. Marry the young master of the Han family in 3 days. Don't talk about 500,000, even 5 million is nothing. The young master of the Han family, that man with a limp and pockmarked face, is throwing him into the fire. You're willing to do anything, why so quiet now? I'll give you a chance. Don't be ungrateful. Chen looked at the other person mockingly. This is his own sister. Shen Meihan doesn't call her sister, but refers to her as a lowly person. You found a wild man, only to be abandoned in the end. You've long been the laughingstock of the whole city. It's good enough if anyone is still willing to marry you. Just think about your wild daughter, she won't live much longer. Shen Yuchu gritted his teeth tightly, hating everyone in front of him. At this point, everyone is taking advantage of his actions. Cece, I'll marry. Ha, you silly girl, you finally came to your senses. As long as you marry into the Han family, no matter the price, the Shen family can also rise to prominence. The people of the Shen family laughed wildly, contrasting with Shen Yuchu kneeling outside the door. On his face, it was already impossible to distinguish whether it was tears or rain, like a night of floating duckweed, with no one to rely on. The news spread, causing a sensation throughout the city. Thought she had some integrity, but she's just a lowly person. For power and wealth, she'd even marry someone as ugly as the young master of the Han family. Shen Yuchu, as the #1 beauty in Liyang, doesn't know how many people admire her. Even if she becomes a widow now, with a child, there are countless people willing to take over. But he is very strong, relying on himself, never agreeing to anyone. After Han Shui, the young master of the Han family, received the news from the Shen family, he happily jumped 3 feet on one leg. Regardless of whether she's a widow, she used to be the most beautiful woman in Liyang. Just the thought of being able to suppress the other party is so exciting. No one knows, at this moment in the sky, a plane is heading straight for Liyang, at an incredibly fast speed. Warning alert, there is an unidentified aircraft heading straight for Liyang. Evacuate the crowd from the airport immediately and make all necessary preparations. Inside the airport office, everyone is staring at the screen as the plane continues to approach. Look, a captain suddenly widens his eyes, staring fixedly at the plane. This is a specially designated plane of the Demon Temple. What Demon Temple? The entire office is instantly in an uproar. The plane lands, and the entire airport is evacuated. 2 rows of flight attendants stand neatly in line. The cabin door opens, and a man in black strides out, with a tall and straight posture, exquisite features, shining like a star, dazzling in all directions. The flight attendants respectfully bow, not knowing who the visitor is, but as long as they are from the Demon Temple, enough to make the airport executives rush forward, mocking while reaching out. Before the conversation is finished, you have disrupted the situation of the Demon Temple. Do not interfere, and do not reveal anything. Violators will be killed. Until the Azure Dragon arrives, the 2 of you will leave completely. Cold sweat pours down the faces of the people on the scene. It's terrifying, too terrifying. This is the dominance of the Demon Temple. You don't want to waste any time. A car leaves the airport, heading straight to the city. Half an hour later, you get out of the car, and in front of you is a rundown sanatorium. It's been many years. Peeling walls, sewage flowing, the iron gate is all rusted. You want to conquer the world, but your daughter is sick and can't even go to a regular hospital. You feel deeply guilty, take a deep breath, and stride towards the sanatorium. Xiaoyi, do you want to eat this or not? If not, I'll throw it away. In the ward, an older lady snatches a steamed bun, throws it on the ground, and stomps on it fiercely. Mom gave you money, why do you want to bully me? The little girl cries bitterly. The money your mom gave is just a little, we can hire a much better caregiver. We charge monthly. If you die earlier, I can take on other cases. Anyway, you won't live for long, what's the point of eating it? Wasting food. By the way, you always hold on to this tin can, is there something good inside? You're dying anyway, just give it to me. No, that's mine. The little girl urgently shouts and holds it tightly. What, yours? It's mine now. The older lady rushes up and snatches it, lifting the little girl directly and almost breaking her arm. Please don't take my things. The little girl cries and uses all her strength to protect it. Just as it was about to be taken away, it bit down on the ant's hand. Hey, you wild child, how dare you bite me? I'll definitely beat you today. The ant fiercely threw the little girl to the ground, and the iron box also opened. In an instant, countless paper cranes flew out. You, with Song Long, just arrived at the ward door and caught a paper crane, only to see the words Dad written on it. The body trembled for a moment, the eyes staring at the little girl, and found a few similarities with herself. Without much inquiry, it can be concluded that this poor little girl is her own daughter. That kind of blood is thicker than water feeling cannot be replaced by anything. Even the hired nurse dares to bully and mistreat her own daughter. A terrible murderous aura crazily spread, shrouding the entire nursing home. All the staff felt it at that moment, sensed the intention of death. When the gods and demons are angry, the world changes color. The last time Sun Long saw this kind of killing intent on you was when the greedy wolf army perished in the red grain. Come here, kick you away. Ant, how dare you hit me? I will definitely sue you. The ant winced in pain. The person in this world who can sue me hasn't been born yet. You slapped me. Directly slapped the ant, making her spin in place, completely confused. Even children bully me, and seeing someone like you alive is a waste of food. I understand, Lord Sanglong. Sanglong nodded and took the auntie away directly. If it weren't for fear of scaring Cece, you would have killed this auntie long ago. Thank you, uncle, a timid voice came out. You lowered your head and looked at the well-behaved girl in front of you, looking at you with clear innocent eyes. All the killing intent dissipated, only full of guilt, thinking of oneself as unparalleled, but the daughter suffered all the humiliation. Cece should be the one to thank you. You choked up, saying, if Cece hadn't sent so many messages, how would I have known everything? Uncle, don't cry. You have to be as strong as Cece. You felt even more distressed inside. The stronger Cece is, the more suffering he has endured. Uncle, how do you know my name is Cece? Do you know me? Cece looked bewildered. You were speechless. Over the years, you have owed Cece and her mother too much. A plan suddenly emerged, saying, I am your mother. Friend Cece lowered her head and murmured softly, I thought it was my dad coming back. After speaking, she went to pick up the paper cranes on the ground. Cece, why are you folding so many paper cranes? My mom told me that folding 10,000 paper cranes can make a wish come true. 10,000? Your heart is in pain. What is Cece's wish? My wish is to see my dad, Cece said with a hopeful expression, her eyes filled with longing. You felt a pang in your heart. Cece, you don't need to fold so many paper cranes. Your dad has already come back. Really? Cece was overjoyed. Really, as long as you behave and listen, I'll take you to see him in 2 days. By the way, why aren't you eating? Cece wants to leave the steamed bun for Mom to eat. Mom has spent a lot of money on my treatment. It's all Cece's fault. Your nose tingled, almost crying in public. As the owner of the demon god shop and the master of the Xianing sect, the thing I like the least is wealth. However, my own daughter is unwilling to eat even a steamed bun. What a big irony. You ordered a large nutritious meal and ate with Cece in the ward. Unexpectedly, Cece fainted after just a few bites. Cece, you exclaimed, too slow to react, and your eyes changed suddenly. The cold penetrated the marrow, the blood changed, this is poisoning. Just then, the nurse rushed in, checked the situation, and said coldly, no hope. You are the patient's family member, right? Sign here. If you say there's no hope, then there's no hope, you asked coldly. As I said this, an old man walked into the room, looked at Cece, and sighed. This professor from the city, a medical authority, has already treated this child at our sanatorium. Yes, I have already treated him. If he were sent to a major hospital, he might have lasted a bit longer. Didn't expect this, young man. May he rest in peace. What I said, with me around, not even the heavens can take his life away. Stop the nonsense. A big hand flips over, and the silver needle appears, inserted directly into Cece's acupuncture point. As the master of the shop, I am invincible. And as the master of the Xianing gate, how could I not understand medicine? How dare you speak to Professor Li like that, scolds the nurse. Professor Li is also very angry. Young and arrogant, not listening to advice, and still wanting to use the silver needle to save him, simply unreasonable. You don't say a word. Compared to Cece, these people are nothing, as several silver needles continue to be inserted. After the needles are inserted, Cece's complexion changes from pale to rosy, and her breathing gradually returns. The art of ancient medicine, you are an ancient healer. Professor Li exclaims in astonishment, as if he has seen something terrifying, completely losing his previous masterful demeanor. The nurse is also stunned. He actually revived someone who was pronounced dead. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Using my Gaguzi Xuanjin technique with 8 needles, I finally realized how vicious the person who attacked Cece was. Whoever it is, I will make sure you die. Gigak Xuanchen, Professor Li trembled at the mention of these words. The legendary life-saving medical skill, rumored to have been lost. But now, he actually witnessed it with his own eyes. Who on earth is this young man? Plop. Professor Li knelt directly on the ground. I am the master who saved Taishan Xiaoqiao. Please forgive her for ignoring you directly. Cece needs to rest, so everyone should leave. At his command, Professor Li's nurses dared not disobey and all left the room. You held Cece's little hand, looking at the sleeping cutie with tenderness on your face. Cece, my dear daughter, with me here, you will never be harmed again. I will make up for all the past debts to you. After speaking, he lightly kissed Cece's forehead. Outside the ward, a group of people stood. After hearing that a person declared dead was saved, all the staff from the sanatorium came. Upon seeing you, each and every one showed utmost respect. Master Professor Li was just trying to get close, only to see you suddenly raise your foot. Crack, crack, the floor tiles exploded directly, countless cracks swallowing in all directions. Professor Li was so scared that he took a sharp intake of breath. Take good care of Chen Cece. If there is the slightest negligence, I will flatten the sanatorium. Accompanied by resounding words, your figure disappears among countless fearful gazes. Outside the sanatorium, Sun Long returns, and the proprietor who bullied your daughter's nurse has been taken care of. Your expressionless face, the nod of resolution, just a mere nurse, unable to soothe your emotions after seeing Cece. I just received news, 3 days from now, Shen Yuchu will hold a grand wedding with the young master of the Han family. What? Your heart sinks. Yuchu waited for himself for a full 4 years, but he has just returned to Lion and hasn't had the chance to meet with Yuchu. He's actually getting married to someone else, and it's hard to understand. Could Yuchu have fallen for someone else? And to make it worse, the Han family is the wealthy family he once married into. There must be some reason behind this. You believe Yuchu is not that kind of person. Otherwise, with his good looks and the hardships he endured for Cece, why wait for years? Under Tson Long. I want you to investigate immediately what happened to Yuchu in these past few years. Also, find out who harmed Cece. Your strong intent to kill, harming a 3-year-old girl, is simply insane. For years ago, you were in a sorry state. If it weren't for Yuchu, you would have died long ago. For years of hard fighting, outstanding achievements, and unparalleled in the world. Whoever bullies you, I will make them pay 100-fold, with intense hostility covering the entire area. In a Mercedes sedan heading to the sanatorium, Uncle Huey's eyes narrowed, a glint of gold bursting. Careful, there might be an assassin. The woman in sunglasses in the back seat asked. Uncle Huey's eyes, sharp as a sword, looked towards the direction of the sanatorium, where a strong murderous aura swept over. Even I was extremely alarmed. Our visit to Liang this time, does even our archenemy know about it? The woman in sunglasses spoke in a cold tone. How much capital did those archenemies invest to hire such a skilled assassin? Uncle Hui frowned. It's strange, the murderous aura is gone again. It's bad, Professor Li. The woman in sunglasses spoke urgently, accelerating towards the sanatorium. A few minutes later, in the sanatorium office, Professor Li smiled bitterly. Thank you for your concern, I'm fine, but I'm afraid I can't help Miss Bai with her busyness. Professor Li is a leading clinical expert in the country, how can he not help? The woman in sunglasses asked. Miss Bai, don't misunderstand, it's not that I'm unwilling to help, but I don't have the ability. Maybe there's one person who can. Professor Li recounted everything he had encountered earlier. Geguzi Xuanjin is in the world, the shaking of the book is incessant, the calmness is swept away. What is Geguzi Xuanjin? The woman in sunglasses was puzzled. It is rumored to be the peerless medical skill left by Geguzi, with the effect of bringing the dead back to life, but it was lost thousands of years ago. Professor Li, are you sure about this? Uncle Huey's gaze was sharp. To be honest, I've spent most of my life researching medicine, and only in the end did I discover the unique aspects of ancient medicine. Over the years, I've studied a lot of materials, and I can be sure that it is the true essence of Geguchuan. The truth is enough to help us, Uncle Hui said excitedly. Professor Li, may I ask, where is that person? The woman in sunglasses asked. I've traveled all over the country these years, just to find an ancient doctor to be my mentor. If I knew where he was, I wouldn't be searching here, Professor Li said desolately. He missed the opportunity he had been waiting for countless years, which is truly regrettable. Uncle Hui searched all over Lyon to find this person. The fate of the Bai family depends on him. Uncle Hao nodded decisively. Professor Li's pupils contracted. The powerful Bai family, dominating the God Dragon Empire, is actually facing life and death crisis. Without waiting for him to ask more, the woman in sunglasses had already left the Bai family. In the face of life and death crisis, there is no time to waste. Liang is the tallest building, the top of the skyscraper, overlooking the railing, clothes fluttering. After 4 years, more tall buildings have sprung up in Liang, showing prosperity to the fullest. But in such a prosperous place, his own wife and daughter have suffered a lot. Thinking of this, a pang of pain struck your heart. Just then, a figure drifted over and said, reporting to the Lord, I have conducted a preliminary investigation. The source is indeed Sanglong, using the demon temple, investigating the strength, it's a piece of cake. Tell me, do you want to know what Shu Yusi has been through in the past few years? Why not investigate thoroughly? How can I face the young master without knowing the truth? Reporting to the shopkeeper, according to my various investigations, the poison in your daughter is related to the Han family. Upon hearing the Han family, your expression suddenly turns cold. It's the damn Han family again. Fleeing from Guanling back then, she married into the Han family and lived like a dog. Today, 4 years later, the person she loves is also going to marry into the Han family, and the poison in Cece is also caused by the Han family. Go on, suppress your overwhelming murderous intent. Miss Shen Yuchu has long been targeted by the Han family. Faced with wealth and power, Miss Shen has never been tempted. But the young master of the Han family, Han Shuai, has never given up. Even when Miss Shen had a child, he still tried every means to get her. Under the interpretation of the Han family, no hospital dared to take her in. From pregnancy to giving birth to Cece, Miss Shen did it all alone. Upon hearing this, you can no longer control the murderous intent in your heart, stirring up the world. The Han family should wait for me to settle the score with you. You have suffered so much. What about the Shen family? You ask sternly. The Shen family has always hoped that their daughter would marry into the Han family, so they could climb the social ladder. When Miss Shen was being abused, the Shen family just stood by and watched. After Miss Shen insisted on giving birth to a daughter, she was kicked out of the Shen family. Due to the intervention of the Han and Shen families, Miss Shen couldn't even find a normal job. Raising her daughter alone, life was very difficult. The Han family poisoned her daughter in order to force Miss Shen Yuchu to submit. Just as Sanglong finished speaking, he suddenly looked up. I saw a terrifying aura emanating from you, with a raging wind and a murderous intent soaring to the sky. What a good Han family! What a good Shen family! treating their own daughter like this. Now you finally understand why Yuchu has to marry the young master of the Han family. For Sisi, Yuchu had to agree. He never cared about his own life and death. I have shed blood on the frontier, fighting and killing for the country. I am unparalleled in the world, the unrivaled ruler of the world, the beloved one, yet so humiliated. Unforgivable, your anger is raging, almost wanting to flatten the entire city under your feet. As soon as I returned from the winter break, you immediately ordered that if these people are not dealt with, how can I face Yuchu? Suddenly, members of the Tianma temple who arrived in Liyang surged towards the Han family like a tide. At this time, the Han family's mansion was brightly lit. Tomorrow is the big day, and everyone is busy. The head of the Han family, Han Yue, in order to save his son Han Shui, even if he marries a widow, as long as his son is happy, the scene must be grand. Hurry the hell up, don't delay my wedding tomorrow, Han Shui arrogantly shouted. It provoked a lot of servants to curse in their hearts. If it weren't for being born in the Han family, with just that appearance, he would never marry in his lifetime. It's a pity for Xin Yuchu, the former #1 beauty of Liyang, but she has to marry such a person. Thinking of this, many people are jealous again. After scaring people, Han Shui was very satisfied, and with a sly look, he took out his phone and opened a photo. Xin Yuchu, what's the use of pretending to be lofty? In the end, you will still become my woman. The person in the photo is Xin Yuchu, fair-skinned and attractive figure. Thinking that he can have her tomorrow, Han Shui's eyes were burning with excitement. No one knew, while the Han family was busy. Suddenly, countless black-clothed people appeared from the outside world, like messengers walking out of hell, with a menacing aura. After these people appeared, they looked expectantly in one direction. A young man from the Black Mountain appeared in the night, like a war god from the ninth heaven, with a strong momentum. Everyone's eyes instantly became extremely intense. Seeing the shopkeeper, each of the deathly imposing figures instantly knelt on the ground. To them, the Black Mountain man before their eyes is not only a demon who dominates the world, but also a god above the 9 heavens. To be able to see you in person is the highest honor. Keep an eye on it. No one is allowed to come out, you said coldly. Before arriving at the gate of the Han family, large red lanterns hung high, the character for happiness was pasted on the main door, and everything was full of joy. If I didn't come back, Eula would be ruined as soon as tomorrow. Thinking about this, a murderous intent surged in your heart. With a kick, the gate was kicked open, and the iron sheet instantly became scrap. Everyone in the Han family courtyard was suddenly panicked. What happened? How did the gate break? Countless eyes looked towards the gate. A Black Mountain youth stood proudly, exuding a chilling aura. Just his gaze alone made people feel a shiver. Who is this person? Why is his aura so terrifying? Everyone was shocked and had never seen someone with such a strong presence, as if he could dominate the heavens and the earth with just a step. Who are you people? Han Shui was surprised and asked arrogantly, in Liyang, the Han family is in charge. There's nothing to fear. I heard that the Han family has come to give a gift again. I see, so you came to congratulate. Han Shui smiled coldly. I thought you were looking for trouble. It turns out it's me. I'm marrying Xin Yuchu tomorrow. You came too early. Not even a moment too early. As you finished speaking, you rushed out like a mad dragon. You kicked Han Shui away on the spot, violently smashed onto the ground, spitting blood. Everyone present was shocked, their mouths wide open in disbelief. Han Shui was actually beaten at his own doorstep, and then went to beat people at his own house. It's unimaginable. Weren't you here to give gifts? Han Shui shouted angrily. Destroying your Han family is the gift I'm giving. You walked towards Han Shui. Crack, crack, the ground cracked like crushed biscuits. The suppressed anger erupted completely at this moment. Who can resist it? Fought for the country for thousands of days, destroyed the 10 Nations Alliance, spread influence everywhere. But the evil 7 women suffered humiliation in Liyang. Today, the Han family must be bathed in blood. The Han family has dominated Liyang for 20 years. It is the #1 local family. How dare you speak arrogantly? Daring to cause trouble in the Han family, no matter who you are, I will kill you. Han Shui quickly called for help. In an instant, more than a dozen bodyguards rushed towards Hongxi from all directions. You clenched your fists fiercely, and a powerful force burst out instantly. Bang, 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 more than a dozen bodyguards were no match. One by one fell to the ground, directly passing out. Your mother. Han Shui was stunned, looking at you in fear. Is he still human? He knocked down a dozen bodyguards with just one punch. You've been harassing Xin Yuchu for years. Your voice is like a sword, piercing and chilling. Xin Yuchu is my woman, it's none of your business. With your despicable character, you're not worthy of Yuchu. You kicked Han Shui out again with your powerful kick. Tell me, Sisi, did the Han family poison it? Your eyes are bloodshot, like you want to devour someone. Who are you, and what's your relationship with Xin Yuchu? Han Shui asked with difficulty, his face covered in blood. What right do you have to know my name? I'll give you one last chance. Will you talk or not? You asked sternly. You little brat, I warn you, if you dare. Han Shui didn't finish speaking, and you struck with your sword. Han Shui's hand was directly cut off, blood splattered, and he writhed in pain on the ground. Master, it's bad. Someone is causing trouble at our Han family, and they cut off the young master's hand. A subordinate shouted loudly in the backyard. Han Yue, who was working in the study, was stunned for several minutes upon hearing this, wondering if he had misheard. Causing trouble at the Han family and cutting off the young master's hand? How dare anyone provoke our Han family in Liang? Han Yue immediately gathered people and rushed to the front yard. As soon as he arrived at the scene, a figure smashed directly in front of him. He looked down and saw that it was Han Shui, covered in blood, and no longer conscious. Little handsome Han Yue shouted. His precious son was actually beaten like this. Dad, save me. Han Shui's voice was weak, almost unable to hold on. How dare you come to my Han family and cause trouble? I'll kill them. Han Yue was furious, and dozens of bodyguards who followed him rushed towards you frantically. Sun Long shook his head at this, not to mention dozens of ordinary bodyguards. Even a few hundred special forces wouldn't stand a chance. Shop owner, you seem to make a move like a tyrannosaurus. The bodyguards couldn't even get close and were sent flying. Bang, bang, bang. In a moment, dozens of bodyguards were all lying on the ground, wailing in pain. Han Yue swore he had never seen such a bitter scene in his life, a person unarmed knocking down dozens of bodyguards. Is this a human or a demon? Who exactly are you, and what grievances do you have with our Han family? Han Yue didn't dare to act rashly, and planned to ask clearly. Han Yue, we haven't seen each other for years, don't you recognize me? You suddenly asked. Han Yue was puzzled, staring at you in the dark, with a cold face. Chen suddenly exclaimed, feeling his scalp tingle, you're not dead. 5 years ago, you married into the Han family, becoming the son-in-law of Han Li, the second in command of the Han family, and Han Li is Han Yue's brother. How could he not recognize you? You didn't expect that this guy, didn't die, and after 4 years, appeared in the Han family. What's Chen? Han Shui suddenly came to his senses and cursed loudly. It's actually you useless person. Get down and apologize to me, or I'll kill you. Without saying a word, the palm flew, and a cold light danced. Han Shui's other arm instantly fell, blood gushing out. 4 years have passed, things are different now. What right does Han Shui have to be arrogant in front of you? Chen, you are too arrogant. If it weren't for my Han family giving you food to eat back then, you would have died long ago. Han Yue was furious, but it was also your Han family's fault. Based on this account alone, I can raise your Han family to the ground. Arrogant Chen, what ability do you have to flatten my Han family? Tomorrow is a joyous day for my Han family, yet you dare to come and cause trouble, even cutting off my. I couldn't kill you with my own hands 4 years ago. Today, 4 years later, I want you, Chen, to have no place to be buried. Han Yue roared angrily, quickly pulled out the phone, made a call. Bro, our family is in trouble, bring people over quickly. With a word of greeting, Han Yue hung up the phone, looking pleased. You brat, I've already informed Han Lai. Wait for your former father-in-law to come in person and see how you die. The two brothers of the Han family, Han Yue is the head of the family, are responsible for all the overt matters. Han Lai is the famous underground emperor of Liang, known as the second master Han, with influence throughout Liang. Countless hands have been stained with blood, a terrifying reputation that strikes fear into everyone, with no exceptions. Only the Han family can firmly hold the position of the #1 family in Liang, and no one dares to provoke them. Let's see who will die in the end. You received the signal in a cold voice. Sunlong, execute the order immediately. In an instant, the members of the demon temple guarding the surroundings of the Han family. Like a tide, they surged madly towards the Han family, and in a short moment, hundreds of people poured into the Han family courtyard. Behind them, there was a dense crowd of people, stretching as far as the eye could see, all dressed in black, with a cold and imposing demeanor. Oh my goodness, Han Yue, who witnessed this scene, involuntarily gasped for air. Even though he was used to storms and tempests, at this moment, his heart was pounding wildly. The countless people in black attire alone would be enough to scare an ordinary person just by standing there. It's been too long. The power of the second brother has developed to such an extent that Han Yue was shocked. But the second brother's speed is quite fast. He just finished notifying and already sent his men down, and so many people. Dealing with someone like Chen is a piece of cake. Chen, do you see this? Even if you have some martial arts skills, you can't resist so many people. If you cause trouble for my Han family, it's a dead end for you, you little waste. Do you know fear now? Why don't you kneel down and apologize quickly? You're looking at them like clowns. The Han family really takes themselves too seriously. Everyone, listen to my command, flatten this place. The dragon-like roar reverberates throughout the entire Han family. Countless members of the demon temple instantly spring into action. It wasn't until this moment that Han Yue and the others realized something was wrong. These aren't members of the Han faction, they were brought by Chen Feng. It was like a bolt from the blue, completely shocking their senses. The demon temple's dominance is unquestionable. In the blink of an eye, countless people have fallen in a pool of blood, their screams piercing the night sky. Han Yue was stunned. Chen Feng, let's talk, quickly make your men stop. Anyway, you were once the son-in-law of the Han family. There's no need to be so ruthless. In the end, Han Yue's voice was trembling. You remain unmoved, like a piece of ice sculpture standing there. 4 years ago, You were the insulted burden of the Han family. Today, 4 years later, you are an unattainable god. Since the establishment of the Demon Temple, there has been one rule: every member of the Demon Temple must fight for the country, even at the cost of their blood. Eradicate evil and promote goodness for the people. The Han family has used all means to dominate Lion, committing countless despicable acts. Without flattening this place, it's hard to extinguish the anger in your heart. In just a few minutes, only Han Yue and his son from the Han family haven't fallen to the ground. But at this moment, the two of them are unable to continue begging for mercy, completely frightened. I said to put aside the old grudges. I'm here today for another matter, and you speak indifferently. What is it, Shin? Han Yue's voice trembled. Shin, what's the matter? Han Yue's voice trembled. Shin Yuchu. Han Yue was surprised. What does this have to do with Shin Yuchu? Tell me everything you've done to Shin Yuchu, I asked forcefully. Han Yue didn't dare not to speak. For his own life, he revealed everything. After listening, the murderous intent in your eyes burns like flames. The oath made by the Han family to Yuchu is even more heinous than what Sunglong investigated. It's simply inhumane. And in order to marry their own daughter to the Han family, the Shin family was also secretly involved. Shin Yuchu has had such a miserable life these years, and it's inseparable from the Shin family. It's really outrageous. For their own benefit, they sold their daughter like an object, and they even wanted to rush to the Shin family to kill. But considering Yuchu, they could only force themselves to calm down. Sanglong's subordinate is here. Don't kill the two of them. Tomorrow, I want the father and son to go to the Jiang family's door and kneel down to apologize to Yuchu and Cece. Sanglong immediately ordered someone to take Han Yue and his son away. Chen, who exactly is Shin Yuchu to you? Why would you treat me like this? Han Yue roared. Not for the grudges from 4 years ago, but to crush the Han family for a widow. What is the reason for this? Because she is my woman, Chen. If anyone dares to harm her, I will kill their whole family. Once the word gets out, it will shake the heavens and the earth. Han Yue and his son were shocked. Shin Yuchu was Chen's woman. Could it be the child of that widow? A chill swept through their bodies, and they dared not think any further. After Han Yue and his son were taken away, the luxurious Han family mansion was directly demolished. On this quiet night, countless people are looking forward to a day of great joy tomorrow, unaware that the dominant first family of Liang has already fallen apart. After everyone left the Demon Temple, several cars arrived at the Han family mansion. Seeing the ruins in front of them, they were all shocked. A young man with a crew cut trembled as he dialed a number. No. All right, speak quickly. No beating around the bush. The Han family is gone. Everyone has been killed. The voice on the other end of the phone went crazy. The Han family has been wiped out. Everyone has been killed. No less than Brother Tianta. Xiao Shui. No, it's impossible. Who the hell dares to mess with my Han family? Seeking death, he immediately made a call. A Han family in Feiyan is in trouble. Book the plane tickets quickly. We're heading back immediately. The Han family can still be in trouble? A thin-lipped, tall, and cold-looking girl in the hotel was greatly surprised. Surprised that the Han family is the king in Liang. Who dares to provoke such a king? Late at night at Liang Pier, you stand by the shore, and the river wind extinguishes the lights of countless homes. Reporting to the shop owner, the Han family has been taken care of. Han Lai and his daughter only sent a dozen or so people to Qingzhou. As per your instructions, we didn't touch those small fry. They're lucky, but as members of the Han family, no one can escape. Keep watching them for me. Yes, Song Long nodded. Shop owner, it's windy by the river. Go and rest. Compared to the suffering of Yuchu and her mother, a little cold wind is nothing. Song Long is taking me somewhere in the car. How many stars do you command? At the sanatorium, Shin Yuchu has just put Cece to sleep. It's already 1 a.m., but he doesn't feel the least bit tired. When the day breaks, Cece will be married into the Han family. After so many years of persistence, he still can't resist fate. Looking down at Cece, Shin Yuchu feels a pang in his heart. He has no choice but to do this for Cece. Although Cece said a young uncle saved her, she doesn't actually know the person. She just thought it was someone from the sanatorium. To make her feel better, he told a kind lie. He knows very well that even if he could gather the money, it would only delay Cece's departure. He can't completely cure her, but even if it's just for one more day, Shin Yuchu won't give up. Cece's mom, I'm sorry. Shin Yuchu choked out. He remembered the figure of that unfaithful man in his mind. Chen Feng, do you know our daughter doesn't have long to live? But you haven't shown up at all. I hate you to death. The tears burst forth, heartbroken and desolate. Outside the sanatorium, your eyes are fixed on the ward. You know Yuro is there, wishing to see her immediately. The young ones are waiting. After tonight, I'll have everything arranged, and I'll come to see you right away. You must wait for me. Sanglong, protect the young ones and Cece well. Under no circumstances should anything happen to them. You are in charge of this. Also, prepare an extremely luxurious wedding gown for me and deliver it to the Shin family early tomorrow morning. Sanglong takes the order and leaves. One night later, Liang was bustling, and everyone was paying attention to the Han family's wedding banquet. With the Han family's influence, it's no exaggeration to say that the whole city is in an uproar. Reporters from all directions are gathered at the Platinum Hotel. This is Li Yang's first luxurious hotel, and today it has been completely booked by the Han family for the wedding banquet to be held here. Many guests are influential figures, but what puzzles everyone is that Han Jiaran has yet to make an appearance. At the same time, a helicopter hovers over the Chen family, drawing the attention of countless people. Without time to lower the altitude, a man in a suit and sunglasses descends directly from a height of tens of meters. Quickly checking the watch, 7:59. Phew, just 1 minute late. Any later and the mission would have failed. The consequences would have been unthinkable. Taking a breath, this person, with hands clad in white gloves, holds a delicately wrapped gift box, delivering Miss Shen Yuchu's wedding gown. Oh my, the Han family actually sent a helicopter to deliver the wedding dress. It's too extravagant. So romantic. If I ever had the chance in my lifetime, I'd be willing to die for it. The onlookers were amazed. Shen Yuchu's sister, Shen Meihan, took the gift box from Han and couldn't help but open it, suddenly exclaiming. The snow-white wedding dress sparkled with brilliance, adorned with countless diamonds, some as big as fingernails. This must be fake. Shen Meihan reached out to touch it. The man in the suit shouted. This was custom-made overnight by the world's top designers for Miss Shen Yuchu, worth 30 million. Don't damage it. 30 million? Shen Meihan was shocked. A wedding dress worth 30 million, the Han family is crazy. Marrying a widow. There were too many people here, so she held back, but her eyes were full of jealousy. I really don't know what's good about a widow. The Han family is so big. In the familiar boudoir, she took off her casual clothes, and Shen Yuchu's perfect figure emerged, like white jade. She slowly put on the wedding dress, as if a celestial being descended to earth, showing no signs of having given birth. Shen Yuchu had no joy at all. Her heart was filled with pain. Wearing the wedding dress meant that she was about to become someone else's bride. Chen, do you know how much I wish that person was you? Her eyes turned cold, a clear tear slowly fell, landing on the snow-white wedding dress. I'm sorry, Chen. I can't wait for you any longer. If there's a next life, remember to find me early. More than 1,000 days and nights, it ends here. At this moment, you seem to have a connection, and your heart was deeply stung. You came to the nursing home early in the morning. Uncle, you finally came. Can I see Dad today? Cici is extremely excited. Cici, I am your dad. You said with a heartache. The suppressed emotions for too long made you tremble all over. Dad, you really are my dad. Cici cheers and jumps for joy. I hug you tightly, tears welling up in your clear big eyes. Cici, don't cry. Dad will take you to meet Mom now. How about preparing the car to go to the Chen family for the reception? Thousands of luxury cars, like a dragon, headed straight to the Chen family. As the wedding car arrives, please bring the bride out. For a moment, the gongs and drums are loud, and firecrackers are sounding. When the people of the Chen family saw such a grand scene, they were all shocked. Thousands of luxury cars as far as the eye can see. How much money did this cost? They really value the Chen family. Shen Ming laughed wildly. It seems that in the future, relying on the Han family, he finally has a place in Liyang. The car door opens with two trembling figures walking out. It's Han Yue and his son. It's just a wedding. Why did President Han come in person? Shen Mingyu was pleasantly surprised and quickly went to greet them. Suddenly, they realized something was wrong. Han Shuai's hands were missing, and the father and son were in a sorry state, with dried blood on their bodies. Thump thump, suddenly Han Yue and his son both knelt on the ground. The scene instantly exploded, leaving countless people stunned. The Han family father and son came in a grand manner. Weren't they here for the wedding? Why did they suddenly kneel towards the Shen family? This is absolutely not right. What's the matter? Shen Mingyu was terrified. He was not qualified to intimidate the leading family of Liyang. His heart was about to burst. Han Yue and his son were unmoved, and Dong Dong kowtowed. Miss Shen Yuchu, it's all our fault for being so bold and daring. We dared to poison your daughter. Let's call off this marriage. Please forgive us. The scene suddenly stirred up, causing countless people to gasp. You poisoned Cici. Shen Yuchu was extremely shocked. Was that how Cici fell ill? The marriage was called off, and Shen Mingyu only heard these words. President Han, everything was arranged. How can you just call it off like this? There is someone else more suitable than Shen Yuchu to marry him. Han Yue decisively said, showing even more urgency than Shen Mingyu. What's President Han joking about? Xiao Shuai is outstanding. In Liyang, who else is qualified to marry Shen Mingyu besides him? A furious laughter tore through the air, like thunder piercing through the scene. Everyone looked up and saw a white convertible racing towards them, arriving in an instant. All eyes were drawn to the person inside the car, a young man with extraordinary presence and an otherworldly aura. A black-clad bodyguard stepped forward to open the car door. The young man from the mountains stepped out of the car, holding a little girl in his arms. Everyone's gaze never left, astonished that such a man existed in the world. Just the aura he exuded made people feel like they were facing a towering mountain. Who on earth is he? His presence is so powerful. The guests were all abuzz with discussion. Yuchu looked at the little girl and called out eagerly. Yuchu suppressed his excitement, his voice choking up. After 4 years, she remained as beautiful as ever, but her face was filled with exhaustion, which made you feel extremely distressed. Yuchu heard the shout. It was like a bolt from the blue, staring at you in a daze, almost unable to believe it. Is it really you, Chen? It's me. I've come back. Yuchu burst into tears. Unlike the countless times she cried over the past few years, this time it was different. She cried out of excitement, and all the resentment disappeared without a trace upon seeing this man. Mom, Cece didn't lie to you. There really was an uncle who saved me, and he's also my dad. Dad is super awesome. Cece leaped into Yuchu's arms, excitedly saying, "Is this the man who won Shin Yuchu's heart back then? His appearance has left countless people speechless." Mr. Chen, you've come back too late. Today, I'm getting married to someone else, Shin Yuchu said painfully. The only person who can marry you is me, because the wedding dress you're wearing was bought by me, you said confidently. What? Shin Yuchu was taken aback. The Shin family was also shocked and pale. This expensive wedding dress, delivered by helicopter, wasn't bought by the Han family, but by the man standing here. Stop joking. This wedding dress is worth 30 million. You can't afford it, Shin Meihan scoffed. What's 30 million? You said disdainfully. Because time is pressing, otherwise, creating a 300 million wedding dress is also not a problem. You stepped in front of Shin Yuchu and said, I wasn't there for the past 4 years, but in the future, I'll travel with you. Give me your hand. From today, I will protect you and Cece for the rest of my life. I disagree, Shin Mingyu scolded angrily. You, this stinky kid, have tarnished Yuchu. Otherwise, wouldn't I have been forced to marry long ago? Shin Yuchu couldn't help but say. Marrying into the Han family is better than being with this poor kid, and think about it, Cece, does he still need money for medical treatment? Wei Wei said, containing coercion and temptation. When Cece was mentioned, Shin Yuchu's strong facade instantly weakened. On one side was his daughter, and on the other was himself. The person he had been waiting for years couldn't make a decision. Yuyo, believe me, I can cure Cece. What do you suggest? Mom and Dad didn't lie. He can really cure me. Cece wants you to be with Dad. Shin Yuchu is staring at you, struggling in his heart. Can he believe it again after waiting for 4 years for a single word? Yuchu, give me another chance. Your love is shallow. You little brat, shut up. Yuchu is going to marry into a wealthy family. How could she agree? Don't know where this little nobody came from, still trying to get married. Simply overestimating oneself. You still dare to say the wedding dress was bought by you. Shameless. The people of the Shin family mock endlessly. How could she agree to this guy just to spite Shin Yuchu? Shin Yuchu took a deep breath, reached out to Chen Feng. I believe you. Holding Shin Yuchu's hand, it feels like holding the whole world. From now on, I will protect you and your daughter with my life. Shin Yuchu, are you crazy to choose this loser? Shin Ming became furious with shame and anger. He was convinced that Shin Yuchu wouldn't agree, and ended up hitting him hard on the face. You have no right to say anything to me. Shin Yuchu is determined. As parents, you only hope to use me for your own gain. Now the person I've been waiting for is back. I want to decide my own marriage and life. You stubborn girl, how dare you argue with me? Watch me beat you to death today. Slapped Shin Mingyu, making him spit blood. No one should bully anyone as long as I'm here. You little brat, how dare you hit me? Shin Mingyu roared in anger, calling the servants of the Shin family. Beat them to death, this couple of dogs. Anyone dares to move, try it, and Song Long roared. One by one, black-clothed figures emerged from thousands of luxury cars, marching in unison towards the Shin family. The aura of bloodthirst made it almost impossible for anyone present to breathe. The Shin family's servants were instantly terrified. With thousands of people charging at them, they could be trampled into pulp just by the sheer numbers. Should we crush the Shin family? The shop owner inquired. Song Long. Without hesitation, you gave the cruel order. With a wave of Song Long's hand, thousands of people rushed out, killing. No one can stop the action of the demon god temple. The entire Shin family was in a panic. They finally understood why the Han family was in such a mess. They must have been taught a lesson long ago. Good son-in-law, I won't stop you from being together. Let's talk. Shin Mingyu knelt to the ground with a thud, trembling all over. Good son-in-law, mock me a little. Just with someone like you, you are qualified to be my father-in-law. When she was pregnant for 10 months and about to give birth, being abused by the Han family, did anyone from your Shin family intervene? No hospital in Lian was willing to deliver her. Did anyone from your Shin family step forward? You raised Cece alone, but were ruthlessly driven out by the Shin family. Do you have any compassion at all? And now you want me to speak kindly? It's ridiculous. Your heart was bleeding as you said these words, wishing you could take matters into your own hands and send them all away. Please, I beg you, stop Chen Feng. No matter what, we are still your parents. Even Shin's mother knelt down and pleaded. Shin Yuchu looked at you, not knowing how to speak for a moment. You could feel that Yochu's hands were clenched tightly. His heart must be very conflicted. After all, these are his parents. I won't let you be in a difficult position. You took a deep breath and forcefully held back Shai. Finally, ordered everyone to retreat. Originally, I was concerned about Yuchu, so I didn't personally take action. Otherwise, last night, the Chen family would no longer be under the Han family. For the sake of Yu Chu, I'll let your Chen family off. From now on, don't cause trouble for Yu Chu, or there will be no mercy. Yes, Shin Mingyu nodded vigorously. Yu Chu, let's go, Yu said softly. What about the shopkeeper and the other two? Sun Long pointed to Han Yue and his son. We have already done as you said. Please let us off the hook, Han Yue pleaded urgently. Take them to the hotel. Whatever the occasion, we can't let the guests come in vain. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Han Yue and his son kowtowed. Sun Long shook his head in disappointment. These two still don't understand the true intention of the shopkeeper. If they can't handle the red flag, they will go after the white flag, meaning they want them dead. Thousands of luxury cars simultaneously started and retreated like a tide. In the blink of an eye, the front of the Shin family's gate returned to silence. Shin Mingyu looked at the dilapidated residence, feeling completely powerless as he collapsed on the ground. Everything is ruined. On the wedding day, we only need Yu Chu to marry into the Han family, and the insignificant Shin family can rise to prominence in Liang. Now, because of a broken dream of Chen, it's truly hateful. Chen Feng, just who exactly are you? Shen Mingyu roared fiercely. Dad, it doesn't matter who he is. We don't need to take action. The Han family will definitely not let him off. Don't forget, the second in command of the Han family is our Liang overlord, Shinmei Han Inxian said. That's right, Han Lai, how could I forget about him? As long as Master Han takes action, Chen Feng is as good as dead, Shin Mingyu said excitedly. Chen Feng, oh Chen Feng, you've ruined the good fortune of my Shin family. You will definitely die without a burial place. In front of the Platinum Hotel, dozens of cars arrived in unison. Two people quickly got out of the first car. It was Han Lai and Han Feiyun. As soon as the women arrived in Liang, they gathered a group of henchmen and rushed to this place. Oh, Master Han, you've arrived. Countless guests came forward to greet him. Is my big brother here? Han Yue asked decisively. I heard that, Mr. Han personally accompanied his son to the Shin family to welcome the bride. Carnage suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Big Brother and Little Handsome are okay. The car woke up. Maybe the welcoming party is back. Everyone surrounded it. As soon as the car stopped, two bodies suddenly rolled out, scaring countless socialites and noble women into screaming. My master said, to avoid everyone coming here for nothing, consider it as inviting you to a meal. After a cold voice finished speaking, the car quickly left. When countless eyes swept towards the ground and saw the faces of the bodies, they were extremely amazed. Han Yue, the head of the first family in Liang, and even his son, have died. Big Brother and Little Handsome knelt on the ground, their eyes bloodshot. Who dares to cross Han's family? I want him to regret coming into this world, a roar echoed through the Platinum Hotel. The Han family was wiped out in one night. The big shot of Liang, Han Yue, and the groom's son died on the wedding day. As for Xin Yuchu, the bride, the former #1 beauty of Liang, but she left with a mysterious man. These news swept through the streets and alleys like a tornado, completely shocking this quiet little town in the Jiangnan region. At this moment, Yu, with Xin Yuchu, stopped in front of an ancient-style building, surrounded by red roses. It's incredibly beautiful. Wow, it's so beautiful. Silky cheered and jumped for joy. Xin Yuchu was also stunned. Yanyu Jiangnan, the most expensive restaurant in Liang. Ah Feng, why did you bring us here? Yu smiled and said, reunion. Quickly check if there are any loopholes. A big shot has booked this place today. Be careful with the proposal. At this moment, suddenly noticing the arrival of guests, he said indifferently, I'm sorry, Yanyu Jiangnan is not open to the public today. Just as he finished speaking, his eyes brightened, and then he looked at Yu Chu. Tang Jing and Xin Yuchu looked surprised. This is his high school classmate. They used to keep in touch, but after being driven out of the Shin family, everyone distanced themselves from him. Tang Jing looked Yu Chu up and down, then looked at Yu, suddenly sneering twice. Yu Chu, I just heard that you didn't marry the young master of the Han family and ran away with a wild man. It seems to be true. It must be him. His tone was full of disdain. Seeing you dressed plainly, you don't seem like a wealthy person. But he didn't know that, with your status, you don't need to rely on dressing up to show anything. Just the name Chen is enough to make all forces tremble. Yu Chu, I'm not judging you. Are you really in love? You're burying your whole life for an irresponsible person. Tang Jing, what are you doing here? Xin Yuchu interrupted, not wanting to hear the other person preach. I'm the manager here, Tang Jing said proudly, with a smug look on her face. Anyway, Xin Yuchu didn't marry into the Han family, so she can't compare to him. Yu Chu, you graduated from a prestigious university, and you're also a Miss Shen. You're beautiful and had a bright future. Why be so stubborn? What's wrong with Han Shui? He's wealthy and influential. Euro's life doesn't need your decisions. Since the Han family is so good, I'll send you to accompany them. Han Shui, your tone is cold. Just one glance scared Tang Jing out of her wits. The momentum of an unparalleled demon is not something ordinary people can resist. I'm also doing it for the sake of the young. Tang Jing murmurs. For my own good, Xin Yuchu smiles bitterly. The night I was kicked out of the Shin family, I didn't even have 100 yuan on me. He called Tang Jing to borrow a few hundred yuan for an emergency. Not only did she not lend it, she also taunted him. And this is called being good to him? As long as I'm here, it's enough. Since you're working here, just do your job properly, you said coldly. They said that it's booked by a big shot and won't receive anyone. Even on regular days, the average spending here is 3,000 yuan per person. Can you afford to eat here? Tang Jing asked provocatively, arms crossed. Yu Chu was shocked by the 3,000 yuan. He knew it was expensive, but didn't expect it to be this expensive. Athing, let's go. It's okay, Yu smiled slightly. Then he said to Tang Jing, I'm the one who booked Yin Yu Shinnan. In an instant, countless gazes were cast upon him. Tang Jing laughed heartily, and it seems the person you found still has some good qualities, better at boasting than anyone else. Do you know how much it costs to book Yin Yu Jiangnan? It starts at 7 figures. And the grand scale of the on-site setup, it's an astronomical figure. Do you really have that much money? Shin Youchu's face turned red, pulling your hand forcefully, suggesting we should leave quickly. Don't worry, Yu Chu, I've got everything under control, Yu reassured. As long as I have you, Athing, I can eat anything, we don't have to stay here. Shin Youchu persuaded, although not explicitly, can't you hear it? Yu Chu doesn't want you to force yourself with Chen Cheng. Shin Youchu took a deep breath, looking at you with a serious expression. As long as you come back, it's all good. Even if it means eating instant noodles, I'm willing, I don't care about anything else. Okay, I'll listen to you, you reluctantly agreed. Afraid of further explanation, it might cause a misunderstanding. A wife and daughter's filial piety is priceless, for the sake of this trivial matter. It's not worth it. Before leaving, you said coldly to Tang Jing, I hope you won't come to beg me. What a joke, why would I, the manager of Yin Yu Jiangnan, beg you, a poor boy? It's only because your wife is by your side, you don't want to ruin the mood. Otherwise, with just this sentence, the people from the demon god temple can take care of him, disrespecting the demon god in the first place. In the end, the three of you went to the neighboring fly restaurant. These buns are delicious. I haven't had them in a long time, and Shin Youchu doesn't mind at all. Seeing Shin Youchu in a snow-white wedding dress, familiarly ordering the dishes, you felt a pang of heartache, thinking he wanted to eat buns, just to consider your feelings. What more could a couple ask for? After Shin Youchu ordered the dishes, they were quickly served. You tried it. The taste is not bad. Actually, you don't care at all about what to eat, you just don't want to feel wronged, Youchu. The current you is completely different from the past. You were just about to speak, but Shin Youchu stopped you. I know what you want to say, I really don't care about material things, as long as the three of us are together, with food and drink, and happy. Cece just wants mom and dad to be with me, Cece said obediently. You touched Cece's head, feeling both indebted to them and comforted. Maybe I was wrong, with my current ability, I can't afford anything. For the young Cece, as long as you come back, it's enough for the family to be together. Inside the small restaurant, the three of you are having a great time. While in the Yin Yu Jiangnan, there is a sense of restlessness. At this point, the big shot who booked the private room hasn't arrived yet. Just at this moment, a large Mercedes-Benz arrived at the restaurant entrance. A middle-aged chubby man got out. Mr. Wang, why did you come? Tang Jing hurried forward. This middle-aged chubby man is the boss of Yin Yu Jiangnan, worth millions, quite influential in Liang. If I don't go back, I won't be able to keep my life. Mr. Wang is furious. Do you know that I went to the Platinum Hotel to attend the Han family's young master's wedding? I know. Didn't the bride run away with a wild man? Did she just come here? Tang Jing said disdainfully. You know nothing. Mr. Wang cursed loudly and quickly recounted what he saw at the hotel. Han Yue and his son were killed. Tang Jing was shocked. Thinking of the man with Shin Youchu, he said to send him to be with Han Shui. She immediately broke out in a cold sweat, her face turned pale. Could it be him? It's too terrifying. Tang Jing, let me tell you, the one who booked Misty Jiangnan is the man next to Shin Youchu. You actually drove him away, it's simply outrageous. Tang Jing was completely stunned. I don't care how you do it, quickly go and invite him back. Otherwise, don't come to work tomorrow. Mr. Wang has given a strict order. Tang Jing couldn't believe it. The person she had mocked before actually booked Misty Jiangnan. It's embarrassing that he had shown off in front of Shin Youchu. This is embarrassing. What is Mr. Wang's identity after all? Could it be a mistake? Tang Jing couldn't give up. I have no right to know his identity, but I can be sure that if we don't resolve this matter, maybe both of us will end up like the Han family. Tang Jing's neck went cold, and she ran out in high heels. After more than 10 minutes, Tang Jing finally found someone, standing in the small restaurant, panting heavily. What else does Tang Jing want to do? Shin Youchu frowned and asked, even eating here is bothering him. I told you that you would come to beg me, you said coldly. I'm sorry for my negligence and poor hospitality. I apologize sincerely to all of you here. Shin Youchu first stared at you in shock with wide eyes, then looked at Tang Jing. What's going on? I was wrong before. Now please go to Yin Yu Jiangnan for a meal. Everything is ready, Tang Jing said urgently. No need, we're fine eating here, you said in a cold tone. Tang Jing could only look at Shin Youchu and implored, Please forgive me for the sake of our classmates. Let's go to Yanyu Jiangnan to eat. Otherwise, I might lose my job. Shin Yuchu looked bewildered. Tang Jing, you're being too serious. I was wrong. I didn't know that Yanyu Jiangnan was really booked by your husband. Now I'm trying to make amends. Please go quickly, Tang Jing said anxiously, almost in tears. Shin Yuchu looked at you in astonishment. He misunderstood. You didn't lie at all. You weren't showing off. Yuchusi, are you full? After asking, you went straight to the cashier. I don't know what you're talking about, but I hope you don't come to disturb us, you warned Tang Jing with a cold, murderous look in your eyes. Tang Jing was so scared that she couldn't breathe and could only watch you leave, feeling like crying but unable to shed tears. After leaving the restaurant, Shin Yuchu felt guilty and said, Tang Jing is actually a good person. She must have regretted what she said and made up the lie. Let's go back. You are speechless and doubtful. You still don't believe that I'm the one who hired it. Hiring Yanyu Jiangnan and those other things must cost several million. Where did you get so much money? Shin Yuchu looked serious. Back then, I went to the battlefield in the north. In 4 years, I made countless contributions. I was long ago hailed as a legendary war god, commanding 1 million soldiers. Money is the last thing I lack. Chen and Shin Yuchu suddenly looked serious. Can you be more reliable and stop saying these irrelevant things? I've said it before, as long as you come back, it's fine. I don't need anything from you. You suddenly say these things without saying anything. It's really hard to believe. I can only be honest later. By the way, you hired so many cars and hired so many people, it must have cost a lot of money, right? Friends helped out. Where would you dare to tell the truth? This silly girl. You smiled helplessly. But this is also the kind-hearted nature that you like about Yuchu. It's been a whole afternoon. You've been playing with Yuchu Cece until nightfall before returning home. This is a rundown house, located in the urban village, converted into multiple single rooms for rent at 300 yuan a month. You're going to live here. You looked at the environment, frowning. What's wrong with it? It's cheap and convenient. To save money for Cece's medical treatment, Yuchu doesn't mind. Miss Shin, from the prestigious Shin family, has fallen to such a state. Your heart must be in great pain. I'll buy a house tomorrow, you decisively said. Shin Yuchu rolled his eyes. Although Liyang is not a big city, housing prices have skyrocketed in recent years. You think it's the same as 4 years ago, but now even a small flat costs tens of thousands, and a small apartment costs hundreds of thousands. It's not as easy to buy as it used to be. Afraid of hurting your self-esteem, Shin Yuchu whispered. Often, I don't mind. I just hope you can be practical, and eventually we can afford it. You can only reluctantly agree. The room is not big, but it's clean and very cozy. For years of war, the flames raging. It feels so good to have a home, you said with relief. What are you muttering about? Quickly help me tidy up. Cece has fallen asleep, Shin Yuchu shouted. Alright, just agree. If those world-renowned tycoons were to see this scene, they would surely be astonished. Only Shin Yuchu dares to give orders to a legendary war god. The Han family's destruction is still causing a sensation throughout Liyang, with countless people talking about it non-stop. The night wind is biting cold, and he has been standing on the ruins of the Han family for several hours. At this moment, he received a piece of information, and his eyes lit up with excitement. Fei Yin has investigated and confirmed that it was Chen who did it. So, that useless Chen isn't dead. Han Fei Yin's eyes brightened. This kid is lucky. He fell into the river years ago and didn't die. Now he's back in Liyang. He dares to come back without dealing with my older brother's whole family. Thought he was some expert, turns out he's just a waste. Back then at my house, he was just a useless dog. He doesn't even have the qualifications to touch me. No matter how many years have passed, a waste is still a waste. Han Fei Yin sneers in disdain. No matter what, he must be killed for wiping out my older brother's family. Anyway, there were people wishing for his death 4 years ago. Assemble the men and send Chen Feng on his way. At midnight, dozens of cars gather, heading towards an urban village. According to the information, Chen Feng lives here. Let's take care of him and his family at once. Get off and go kill. The red-haired man named Hug is the top thug under the boss. Dozens of cars simultaneously open, revealing hundreds of strong men. However, as soon as they got off the cars, they were dumbfounded. In the hazy night, numerous figures in black appear, emitting a deathly aura like sharp swords. Compared to these people, Hug and his gang are just children. They are completely overshadowed just by their presence. Hug, who are these people? The younger brothers are in a panic. Hug also swallows hard. Who are you people? The person who will kill you. A figure suddenly appears. It is Tsanglong, who was ordered to protect the young master in secret. We are sent by Ha Eryi, the witch. You guys are getting impatient, daring to cause trouble here, Tiger brother shouted. That's right, it's Han Eryi, under the command of Tsanglong. In the dark of night, countless dark figures start to move. In an instant, the scene is filled with cold glints of sword and blade. The people sent here keep falling to the ground. In just a few minutes, only Tiger brother is left, and he's already scared to death. Let's go, Tsanglong. A dagger appears in his hand, gleaming with a cold light. Wait, a cold voice comes through. Suddenly, a dark figure descends here, exuding a domineering aura that shakes the world. The shopkeeper Son Long bends down and shouts, "Who are you?" Tiger Brother asks in a horrified tone. Chen, Tiger Brother's eyes widen in shock, unable to deal with this kid on top of everyone else. He pulls out a short knife from somewhere and stabs it towards your chest. It's rare to find someone in this world who dares to kill me. You grab the short knife in a flash with one hand. Crack, crack, the cold short knife is damaged like a block of ice. It twists Tiger Brother's big hand into minced meat, causing him to let out a fierce beast-like growl. You take advantage of the situation and press forward with your big hand, as if a mountain has fallen on Tiger Brother. Tiger Brother knelt down with a bang, his heart full of curses. Didn't Second Master say this guy is just a waste? A few years ago, he was less than a dog in his house, but now he can go to hell. I won't kill you. Go back and tell Madame Han Lai, if she doesn't want you to come in person, they have 3 days to come and apologize to me. You coldly received the secret, exerted force with your palm, and a dark force drilled into Tiger Brother's shoulder. Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, he gritted his teeth in pain. After you stopped, Tiger Brother desperately crawled and rolled away from this purgatory-like place. Why didn't the shop owner eliminate the root cause? Son Long is puzzled. You glanced at Son Long. Sorry for being too talkative, Son Long quickly apologized. Son Long, you know too little about human nature. You received a hint, leave this place. When the Han family suddenly sent assassins, there must be a special reason. You are casting a long line to catch a big fish. At your fastest speed, when you went back, you found Shin Yuchu standing at the door. This must have startled you. Yuchu, it's late at night, what are you doing standing here? Tears welled up in the corner of Shin Yuchu's eyes. She hugged you tightly, feeling a burning sensation in her chest. I'm afraid you'll leave again. You showed a look of tenderness. No, I just went to the bathroom. Go to sleep quickly. In the early hours of the morning, in a private villa in Liang, Han Lai sat in the living room, constantly checking the time. He was waiting for good news from his subordinates, but for some reason, he had a sense of unease. Dad, you can rest assured. Even hundreds of people can't deal with the useless Chen. The whole family will be reunited in the afterlife. It's a pity. I really want to see with my own eyes how Chen dies. At this moment, a figure suddenly burst into the living room, and it was Hu Zi. Dad, I told you, there must be no problem, Han Feiyan said. Suddenly realizing something was wrong, Hu Zi, covered in blood, just ran into the living room and collapsed on the ground. Second Master, it's bad. All our brothers were killed. Chen wants you and Miss to apologize to him within 3 days, otherwise he will come in person. Just finished explaining, a mouthful of blood spurted out, the poison you left in his body acted up. Instantly died. Hu Zi and Han Lai roared, their eyes bloodshot, making his head dizzy. There were more than 100 people, not a single one left alive. It's simply unbelievable. Han Feiyan was also shocked. More than 100 people, only one returned, and he only brought back a corpse. In the end, he died too. How did this useless Chen Feng manage to do this? Wiping out my big brother's family, killing more than 100 of my men, Chen Feng's account is not settled. Han Lai clenched his fists. This kid is too arrogant, even asking us to apologize to him. Wishful thinking. Han Feiyan's eyes were fierce. He must have the help of a warrior, Han Lai analyzed. If he has the help of a warrior, then what should we do? Han Feiyan asked. Even if he has the help of a warrior, so what? I am the vice hall master of the Qilin Hall. Should I wait to find the hall master? I must have this kid killed in Ria, he said. Han Lai set off without stopping, leaving in the dead of night. When you woke up, it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. Shin Yuchu had already gotten up and prepared breakfast. Watching Yuchu's busy figure, you felt a sense of satisfaction in your heart. After so many years, only at this moment did you have a warm feeling. You, Yuchu, are truly a kind and virtuous wife. Stop flattering me. Hurry up and wash up for breakfast. I have to go to work later, Shin Yuchu said. How can we make money if we don't work? I sell houses in a real estate company and do part-time design work in a studio, Shin Yuchu said as she finished getting ready. You won't have to go to work after I'm there, you said with concern. Shin Yuchu blared, can't you be more practical? Cece still has to go to kindergarten this year, and there are still many expenses. How can we manage without working? By the way, do you have any solutions for Cece's current illness? It's actually already better. I gave her some treatment, so it's basically fine now, you said. Then you stay home with Cece. I'll leave first, Shin Yuchu said after saying goodbye, then rode her bike to work. There were already members of the demon temple secretly protecting her safety. After finishing breakfast with Cece, you checked on her condition. The toxins in her body have been cleared. I used the dark mirror again to adjust it. It should be fine now. At this time, a business car arrived at the urban village. Originally, no one paid much attention. But when the car stopped and the people inside came out, countless eyes looked over, their eyes filled with enthusiasm. A tall and slim young woman, wearing sunglasses, exuding a strong aura, and remarkably beautiful, Bai Ruobing looked around, furrowing her brows. Such powerful people live here? Huishu looked embarrassed. There shouldn't be a problem. Bai Ruobing didn't say anything. She went to the house and knocked on the door. Hello, we are looking for Chen Feng. You opened the door and saw two people you didn't know. What do you want with me? Bai Ruobing looked Wishu up and down, but couldn't see anything special. I heard from Professor Li that you have mastered the Gigak Xuanshan. Bai Ruobing asked straightforwardly. I don't know any Professor Li. Speak plainly. Your tone is cold. Be polite to our young lady, Uncle Hui said. I originally thought you were someone extraordinary, but you're just a young person. I couldn't help but doubt what Professor Li said. Never mind, you can't be bothered. He reached out and closed the door. Later, Bai Ruobing stopped him. I'm Bai Ruobing. I need to find a master physician urgently. If you can help, you won't have to live here anymore. Not interested, he shook his head and promptly closed the door. At this moment, a large hand suddenly reached out and firmly grasped the doorframe with great force. Young man, don't be too arrogant, Hui uncle said in a deep voice. Spitting out, are you educating me? Your gaze is like a sword, and your momentum suddenly bursts out, as if it could destroy everything like a raging flood in ancient times. Hui uncle staggered back as if struck by a heavy blow, looking shocked. I am not the person you are looking for. Don't disturb this place or there will be no mercy, and the door closed instantly. Golden light burst from Hui uncle's eyes. Such strong power. Miss, I didn't believe it before, but now I do. Bai Ruobing took off his sunglasses, his face filled with surprise. He knew Hui uncle's strength very well, yet he was actually forced back by the other party. It's terrifying, but if he's really that powerful and lives here, Hui uncle should check his background. If he is the person we are looking for, we must not let him go. Then the two of them drove away from here. You are not concerned about this matter. The most important things in your life are Yuchu and Cece. The others are irrelevant to you. In the evening, you brought Cece to the Yunlu Real Estate Company. This is where Xin Yuchu works. Your arrival caused a group of people in the company to gossip. So, he's the man of Xin Yuchu. Nothing special. Good looking, but what's the use? Can't be used as food. This Xin Yuchu is also foolish. Instead of entering a wealthy family, he chooses a poor guy. Why are you here? Shen Yuchu quickly ran over to pick you up after work. You smiled and ignored the gossip of others. Let me give you a ride back. A man in a suit glanced at you sideways. Officially pressing the key in his hand, the lights of an Audi car at the door flashed twice. Thank you, Manager Bai, but no need. Shen Yuchu politely declined. Yuchu, Yulu Academy has been open for a while now. Your performance has not been improving much. I still want to have a heart-to-heart with you, Manager Bai continued to invite. It's already after work. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Shen Yuchu refused, quite straightforwardly. I also care about my subordinates. I know you are raising your daughter alone and under a lot of financial pressure. Let's have a chat at a coffee shop, otherwise, I am very worried about your performance evaluation this month. Manager Bai's tone was soft but with a hint of warning, showing a lack of regard for you as a husband. Is the manager of Yunlu Real Estate openly harassing his female subordinate like this? Chen suddenly spoke up. Manager Bai's face turned bright red. What nonsense are you talking about? Chen didn't say anything, but approached Manager Bai. His momentum was too strong, like a tiger or wolf, fierce and unmatched, which scared Manager Bai into trembling legs. I warn you, don't mess around. Seeing his cowardly appearance, Chen looked disdainful and said in a voice only the other person could hear, if you still want to see the sun tomorrow, don't harass my wife again. The sharpness of his tone made Manager Bai shiver all over, his face turning pale, not daring to say a word. Chen smiled and left, then rode the motorcycle with Yuchu and Cece back home. Passing by an Audi, he commented, a third-hand Audi, it's time for an upgrade. No way, Manager Bai actually drives a third-hand Audi? The employees were very surprised. Manager Bai was so angry that he burst into a tirade. What's wrong with my third-hand Audi? It's still better than you riding a little donkey. Just wait, I will definitely win over Shin Yuchu. He roared in his heart, unaware that the scythe of death was hanging over his head. On the road, Shin Yuchu curiously asked, what did you say to Manager Bai to scare him like that? Kiss me, and I'll tell you, Shin joked. You, not paying attention in front of the child, Shin Yuchu blushed. Just then, the donkey suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Shin Yuchu asked hurriedly. Chen stared ahead, where two middle-aged men stood side by side, blocking the way. These two men had a strong aura, sunken temples, like two steel knives standing there. They were definitely martial artists. You take Cece back first, Yuchu, Shin said, then got off the car. Who are they? Shin Yuchu asked with concern. Don't worry, take Cece home first, I'll be back soon, Shin said firmly. But, Shin Yuchu hesitated. I promise you, nothing will happen, Shin said. Okay. Shin Yuchu could only take Cece back first. Chen gestured, and the members of the Dark Temple followed secretly, providing full protection. One of the middle-aged men wanted to act, but was stopped by the other. It's not important. Let's deal with this kid first. The two men's gazes instantly fell on Chen, revealing a cold killing intent. Chen, we've come to send you to the west. Han Lai sent you? Chen asked. A dying man knows so much, why bother? Go to hell. The two men roared and attacked Chen at the same time. Boom! One of them thrust out his palm, violently attacking, causing a burst of air and a powerful force. The other swept his leg, making a whistling sound like a whip. They were not ordinary people, but real martial artists. To kill me, you've spent a lot, but your strength is too weak. Chen shouted, not retreating a step, suddenly striking with his hand against the first attacker's palm. Boom! A tyrannical force violently shook, tearing the opponent's meridians, with a cracking sound as his finger bones shattered. The middle-aged man let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, his features contorted, his entire arm twisted like a pretzel, completely disabled. Boom! Chen struck again, grabbing the other person's thigh that was sweeping towards him, and exerted force with his fingers. Crack! The hard thigh bone made a crisp sound, then broke. Chen raised his other hand and struck down as if with a curved knife. Bang! A muffled sound, the entire thigh completely shattered, blood spraying everywhere. With just one move, the two men were disabled, no match for Chen strength. As far as I know, Han Lai is not powerful enough to recruit people of your strength. Give me a chance to explain who you are, Chen said coldly. What right do you have to interrogate us? The middle-aged man said angrily. You talk to me about rights? Chen suddenly smiled, and suddenly made a move, as fast as lightning. When he stopped, the two middle-aged men fell to the ground, their necks all twisted. Who are you? You have no right to know, Chen said, and the middle-aged man instantly died, leaving only himself. Sanglong, take these two to Han Lai, and tell them they have only 2 days left to consider. Also, investigate the identities of these two men for me, Chen ordered. Yes, Sanglong answered quietly, then there was no more movement. Chen returned home and found Xin Yuchu packing in a hurry. Chen, you're back, Xin Yuchu called out, finally relieved, otherwise she would have to go back and look for him. I told you everything's fine, Chen smiled. Yuchu, what are you doing? Packing, you should pack up quickly too, Xin Yuchu urged anxiously. Why are we packing? Chen asked. I only found out at work today that the Han family has been wiped out. After leaving the Chen family yesterday, both the father and son died. Now the whole city is in an uproar. They deserved it. What does it have to do with us? Chen said calmly, not planning to tell Xin Yuchu the truth for now, so as not to scare her. Even if it has nothing to do with us, at this critical moment, Han's second-in-command, Lei, will definitely come looking for trouble. Those two who stopped us just now, tell me honestly, were they sent by the Han family? Xin Yuchu stared at Chen. It seems that Yuchu is not as naive as she appears. Chen smiled slightly. Chen, did you hear what I said? It's already so late and you're still laughing. Xin Yuchu was annoyed, staring with big eyes, looking quite adorable. Don't worry, nothing happened. If they were here to cause trouble, would I be able to come back? Don't try to fool me, tell me, were they from the Han family? Xin Yuchu pouted. Chen, helpless, could only admit, they were from the Han family, they came to ask me about something and then left. It seems they are really targeting us. We have to leave Liyang immediately, it's too unsafe here, Xin Yuchu quickly said. Aren't we doing fine? Don't overthink it, Chen reassured. Chen, you don't understand the Han family. Han Yue has a younger brother named Han Lai, who is the underground emperor of Liyang, with a very powerful influence. His older brother's whole family is dead, he definitely won't let it go, especially since we've already made the Han family lose face. If we don't get that face back, how can we survive in Liyang in the future? Xin Yuchu's analysis was reasonable, but she didn't know that her man was even more powerful than the Han family, and there was no need to worry about this. Yuchu, you can always choose to believe in me. I promise, nothing will happen, Chen said. I'm just worried about Cici. I'll take care of everything. I'll protect you all, remember what I said. Chen picked up Cici and kissed Xin Yuchu on the forehead. Okay, I'll listen to you, but promise me, no matter what you do in the future, don't be so impulsive, Xin Yuchu said. Okay, Chen nodded. Outside Liyang, in a private estate, Han Lai was having tea with a man in his 50s. The man was dressed in black and had a scar at the corner of his eye, looking quite intimidating. Ay, I really owe you this time. I offer you tea instead of wine, cheers. Han Lai raised his teacup and drank it all, showing great respect to the man in front of him. People say he is the underground emperor, but they don't know that the true master of Liyang is this Ay, Xing, the leader of the Qilin Hall, commanding the Qilin Legion, 500 elite soldiers, unmatched in the world. In front of Xing, he was just a small fry. No need to be so polite. As a member of the Qilin Hall, I should help you when you encounter trouble. But I'm really curious, how did a young man like you make such a mess of your Han family? Xing asked strangely. That kid is just a waste, he has no skills of his own. There must be someone helping him, but I checked, there are no big shots in Liyang. Han Lai said frustratedly. Big shot? Xing sneered. No matter what big shot is in front of my Qilin Hall, they are just a piece of shit. The two I sent are both experts in the Qilin Hall. They should have dealt with him by now, just wait for good news. Thank you again, Ay. Han Lai said excitedly. It's best not to kill him directly, bring him back alive. I want to humiliate this waste bit by bit, Han Feiyan said fiercely behind Han Lai. At that moment, Han Lai suddenly received a phone call. Good news has come indeed. He excitedly answered the call. Second young master, the two experts sent by the Qilin Hall were killed. Their bodies have just been delivered to our house, and there's a note with a message for the Han family, giving us only 2 days. Boom! Upon hearing the news, the phone clattered to the ground. At the same time, with a crack, Xing Ao's teacup shattered in his hand. The two top experts sent out were both killed. How is this possible? Xing Ao couldn't believe it. Han Lai, I need you to confirm this for me immediately. Han Lai was also shocked and quickly contacted his subordinates, opening a video call, only to see two bodies lying at the entrance of the Han family, the very two experts from the Qilin Hall. Even a note was displayed, with sharp words revealing unparalleled killing intent. They are really dead. Han Lai gasped for breath, trembling all over. What to do? What to do? There are only 2 days left. He, who was seen as the underground emperor by outsiders, was now so frightened, which was extremely rare. Damn it, this kid actually dared to kill all the experts of my Qilin Hall. It seems he wants me to personally meet him. Xing Ao said angrily, his eyes particularly dark. Dealing with Chen, the waste, doesn't require Lord Ao to personally take action, Han Feiyin suddenly said. Oh, Xing Ao turned to stare at Han Feiyin. Feiyin, do you have a plan? Han Lai asked. Since Chen cares so much about his wife and daughter, we can target them, force him to come to the Han family and kneel down to apologize, which is more interesting than just killing him directly, Han Feiyin said maliciously, smearing her bright red lips, with a sinister smile on her face. This is a good plan. Xing Ao nodded. Chen has always been with his family, it may not be easy to make a move. Han Lai expressed concern. We can do it this way. After Han Feiyin finished her plan, her eyes were filled with intense resentment. Chen, 4 years ago, you were just a dog in front of me. Today, 4 years later, I will still make you a dog, obediently crawling in front of me. During dinner, Shin Youchu's mood was still not good. Still worried? Chen asked. Shin Youchu shook her head. Is there something bothering you? You can tell me, Chen said with concern. It's work-related, there's nothing you can do to help me, Shin Youchu sighed. If you don't say it, how do you know I can't help? Chen smiled. As long as he was willing, buying the Yunluo company was not a problem. The real estate market is not good this year. Our company's newly launched Yunluo Academy has been on the market for a month, with only 80 out of 1,000 regular units sold, and only 2 or 3 out of 50 high-end villas, and none of them were sold by me. There are not many days left this month. If I can't sell anymore, I may lose my job. Shin Youchu was very anxious. There were many places where money was being spent now, and if Chen didn't work, there would be a lot of financial pressure on the family if she lost her job. Chen thought it was something else, but it turned out to be this. If you lose your job, I'll support you. You don't even have a job yourself. How can you support me with just your mouth? Shin Youchu smiled bitterly, but she felt warm inside. Then what should we do? Let me help you solve it. It's just a small matter anyway, Chen said with a smile. Oh, you reminded me. Even if I can't make a sale, I can still bring in a few visitors. Chen, I've decided. Tomorrow, you go to our property, pretend to be interested in buying a house, and you'll get 200 yuan for the day, plus a meal. I can still meet my performance assessment, Shin Youchu said cheerfully. Chen was speechless. 200 yuan a day, am I being sold like this? He couldn't help but show a little smile. Forget it, it's better not to go. Shin Youchu suddenly deflated. Are you afraid that guy surnamed Bai will cause trouble for me? Chen saw through Shin Youchu's thoughts at a glance. Shin Youchu nodded silently. Don't worry, he wouldn't dare. Chen said confidently, it's settled then. Late at night, after Youchu and Cici had fallen asleep, Chen appeared outside. Under the dim streetlights, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Song Long. Master, the identities of those two have been confirmed. Speak. They are from the Qilin Hall, the most powerful local force, with their own independent army, known as the 500 Blade Edge, where the blade points. They are invincible in battle. The Hall Master Xing Ao is also a legendary figure who has been fighting in the underground world for more than 10 years. He has finally taken the position of the Qilin Hall Master. Han Lai is one of the deputy Hall Masters of the Qilin Hall, Song Long explained in detail. Qilin Hall, blade, invincible wherever it goes? What a big talk. Chen snorted coldly. How could there be martial artists in the Qilin Hall? Do they have other forces behind them? Chen asked. Reporting to the Lord, this is still under investigation. Investigate it thoroughly and report back to me, Chen ordered. Yes, Song Long agreed and then disappeared into the darkness. In the next 2 days, I hope to lure out some big fish. No matter who it is, no matter what forces they belong to, if they dare to provoke me, they will only meet a dead end. In the night, Chen's figure, straight as a sword, exuded an unparalleled sharpness. The next day, Shin Youchu had just started work when Chen, followed by CC, entered the sales office. If anyone knew that the world-dominating, invincible demon god was pretending to be a house buyer, paying 200 yuan a day for meals, it would be shocking. Chen had just entered the lobby when some people recognized him. Isn't this Shin Youchu's husband? What is he doing here? Shin Youchu personally received Chen and took him around, introducing the houses very professionally. Amidst the colleagues' discussions, it felt like they were doing something sneaky, After all, she also knew that Chen wouldn't actually buy a house, he was just here as a visitor. Manager passed by the lobby and caught sight of Chen, suddenly becoming as excited as if he had seen a chicken. "What is this guy doing here? Who let him in?" he shouted, attracting everyone's attention. "I brought him here to look at the houses. Is there a problem?" Shin Yuchu asked, protecting Chen behind her. "A person who rides a donkey comes to look at a 20,000 per square meter house?" Manager asked loudly. Ha ha, laughter erupted all around. Everyone knew that Chen was Shin Yuchu's husband, a poor guy. If he had money, he wouldn't let his wife and child live in public housing. No matter who it is, as long as they come to look at the houses, they are potential customers. Manager you shouldn't be so rude, Shin Yuchu said coldly. Potential customers refer to those who can make a purchase, customers with the ability to buy. Does the man next to you meet this requirement? You shouldn't have brought him here, you should have turned left and gone to the neighboring restaurant, where they are looking for dishwashers. He fits their job requirements. As soon as these words were spoken, the lobby erupted in laughter again. Those well-dressed customers and real estate consultants were all laughing at Chen. Shin Yuchu, don't think I don't know that you haven't closed a single deal this month. Bringing a family member to pretend to buy a house is having a negative impact on the company. I officially announce that you have failed this month's assessment. Don't come to work tomorrow. Fired? It was like a bolt from the blue for Shin Yuchu, who was stunned on the spot. The company has always allowed and even encouraged this kind of behavior, encouraging employees to bring potential customers to create a hot-selling atmosphere. Why was it suddenly not allowed when she did it? I don't accept this. Shin Yuchu tried hard to control her anger. Don't accept it? Then sue me. Anyway, you have been fired by me. Take your brat and get lost right away. Manager said arrogantly. Fine, I quit. Pay me my salary on the spot, and I'll leave immediately. Shin Yuchu had made up her mind. With a superior like this, she would rather not work, causing a negative impact on the company. I'm already being lenient by not making you compensate. Security, throw them out. Manager directly called for the security guards. Soon, several security guards arrived and tried to push and shove them. Hold on. Chen suddenly spoke up. What else do you want? Manager looked up arrogantly. Chen stared at Manager gradually emanating a murderous intent. What do you want to do? This is the company. If you dare to cause trouble here, I'll have you arrested on the spot. Manager said fearfully. Chen, don't be impulsive. Shin Yuchu grabbed his arm and looked into his eyes. You promised me last night. Who? Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the murderous intent in his heart. Otherwise, Mr. Bai would have been dead, and the entire sales department would have turned into ruins. I want to buy a house, Chen said. What? He wants to buy a house? Everyone was stunned, thinking that Chen was causing trouble, but then he said this. This was followed by crazy laughter. Are you crazy for the sake of face? Leave with some dignity, instead of insisting on buying a house just to save face. Exactly, he has no insight at all, yet he's here embarrassing himself. How did Shin Yuchu find such a husband? They are both embarrassing and conspicuous. Why the hell do you want to buy a house? Mr. Bai laughed wildly. 10,000 per square meter. Come on, boss Chen, tell me which one you want. Chen looked at the sand table and shook his head calmly. Everyone couldn't hold back anymore. He said he wanted to buy a house, was introduced to one, and then shook his head, embarrassing himself. I think you can't afford it, you pauper. Security, quickly get them out. Mr. Bai shouted. I want to buy a villa, not an ordinary high-rise, Chen said, leading Shin Yuchu directly to the villa sand table. Yuchu, which one do you like? Chen, stop messing around, let's go. Shin Yuchu's face turned red. I'm not joking, just pick one, Chen said seriously. Everyone, come and see how this guy is buying a villa. Mr. Bai shouted. Everyone crowded around, watching like a clown. Yuchu, hurry up and choose, your husband is going to buy you a villa, Chen. Shin Yuchu gritted her teeth. Do you want to embarrass me even more? Hurry up and leave with me. Yuchu, just pick one quickly, Chen insisted. This one. Shin Yuchu had no choice but to quickly cooperate and leave. Villa number 7, total price 12 million. Pay up, Mr. Bai chuckled. Chen shook his head silently. Why are you shaking your head? Can't keep up the act. Mr. Bai mocked. Yuchu, this villa is a bit small. Let's choose a bigger one. How about that one? Chen pointed to villa number 9. I'll go, villa number 9. Symbolizing the supreme, it was also the most expensive set in Yunluo Academy, with a total price of 50 million. It was a top-notch luxury home in the entire Liyang, not to mention selling out in a month. Even if it was open for a year, it might not sell. This kid has some vision. He picked the tower. The group of people had no envy on their faces, only mockery. Chen, can we leave now? Shin Yuchu's eyes were already pleading. She could do without face, but Cici was still here. It was too embarrassing. We haven't paid yet, Chen said. Put. Upon hearing this, someone sprayed out their tea. It was really a performance, with no change in expression, thick-skinned to the core. Shin Yuchu was at a loss. 50 million, What was there to hope for? She didn't even have 50,000 on her. There was no way to save the situation. Then please, Boss Chen, pay up. If you can't, don't blame me for reporting you for fraud, mister, Bai said sinisterly. Chen casually took out a card from his pocket, not even remembering it, because he had too many cards on him, and handed it to the finance lady. Let's see how long you can keep this up, mister. Bai was ready. If the money couldn't be swiped, he would beat up this kid first, then call the police to arrest him, then go and threaten Xinyachu. The beauty would have to come to bed on her own. A smug smile appeared on his face. Password. I forgot. Wait a minute, Chen said awkwardly. With so many cards on him, some of them had never been used, so how could he remember the passwords? For someone of his level, money was just a passing cloud. He couldn't even remember the password for his own card, most likely because there was no money in it, and it hadn't been swiped for a long time. The finance lady disdainfully lowered her eyes, not even looking at Chen. Song Long, I have a card here, account number XXXX. What's the password? Okay, I got it. Chen hung up the phone and began entering the password. Input successful. Just as White Supervisor and others were about to mock, another voice prompt followed. Card swiped successfully. You have spent 50 million. What? Everyone in the room was dumbfounded. At the same time, at the headquarters of the World Bank, it was as if a bomb had exploded. A peak black card is being used for a transaction. The news spread like a tornado, sweeping through all the major departments of the bank, leaving countless people gasping in shock. In the history of this bank, only 3 peak black cards have been issued. Each cardholder represents a tremendous achievement that has caused a sensation worldwide. Only those who stand at the true peak deserve this black card, which is why it's called the peak black card. However, these 3 black cards have been inactive for several years. 2 of the cardholders have long since passed away, and 1 card has never been used until today when a transaction suddenly occurred. The database captured it immediately and reported it to the bank's headquarters. Because the spending records of each peak black cardholder can only be tracked and accessed by this bank, a data-driven service can be provided. The headquarters quickly confirmed the status and immediately made a call to the Lingyang branch from across the ocean. The small branch had never received a call from the headquarters before. The branch manager personally answered the call, and the entire conversation was in English. No one knew what was said, but they only saw the branch manager continuously saying yes, yes. After hanging up the phone, the branch manager's face turned pale. He quickly took a few employees and drove to Yunluo Real Estate. Similarly, the owner of Yunluo Real Estate, who had been busy visiting various banks to discuss loans, also took the same action. Most of the real estate company's funds come from the bank. Only after selling the houses can they repay the principal and interest. The longer the houses remain unsold, the more difficult it becomes to repay the interest to the bank. The owner was so anxious that even a multi-millionaire almost knelt down to someone. At this moment, he received a text message stating that the No. 9 villa had been sold, bringing in 50 million. Full payment in one go. This is meeting a benefactor. The owner excitedly jumped up and quickly returned to the company, determined to personally thank this benefactor, otherwise, the company would be on the verge of bankruptcy. At this time, Yunluo company was in an uproar. The cold and stern financial clerk put on her glasses and confirmed it several times. The card was successfully swiped, and the receipt clearly showed a 5 followed by a string of zeros. A full 50 million. White Supervisor's face turned pale, and he almost fell to the ground in shock. This can't be right. There must be a problem. How could he have 50 million? At that moment, a car arrived, and the bank president and his entourage rushed over, pushing through the crowd in a hurry. After seeing the card in Chen's hand, they greeted him with great respect, bowing in unison. I am the president of XX Bank. I have met the esteemed peak black cardholder. Our bank will provide all the conveniences. If you have any needs, feel free to command. What kind of card is this peak black card? But the bank president's words were genuine and could not be wrong. It was truly terrifying that even the bank president was shocked. White Supervisor's legs suddenly felt weak. The boss is here. The employees suddenly shouted, making way once again. An elderly man with silver hair walked quickly, followed by his secretary, the sound of her high heels clicking rapidly. They had never seen the boss in such a hurry and had no idea who he was going to meet. Mr. Chow. Mr. Chow. White Supervisor stammered. Mr. Chow, the boss, didn't even look at White Supervisor and hurriedly approached Chen. Who bought the No. 9 villa? When everyone pointed to Chen, Mr. Chow was taken aback. He was so young, it was astonishing. Perhaps he was the son of some influential figure. Mr. Chow didn't dare to be neglectful and took the initiative to shake hands. Thank you so much for your support. From now on, you are the benefactor in my life. Oh, President Liu, what are you doing here? The important client who bought your Yunluo Academy house is from our bank. I came to provide service, President Liu explained. Xiao Huadong was greatly surprised when he heard this. As the owner of Yunluo Real Estate, he was a diamond client at the cooperating bank, but he was far from qualified to have the bank president personally attend to him. Sometimes, he even had to go and beg them. This young man actually had the bank president come to serve him personally, and this bank also had foreign backing, with strong capabilities and higher requirements for esteemed clients compared to ordinary banks. The fact that they valued him so much further indicated that this young man was not simple. Xiao Huadong looked at Chen with a different look in his eyes. If he could flatter him well and bring in investments for Yunlu real estate, it might spark a new phase in his career. Mr. Chen, thank you for trusting Yunlu. If you need anything, feel free to ask, and I will personally help you solve it. Actually, there is something. My wife works at your company, working diligently and conscientiously, but she has encountered unfair treatment, Chen said coldly. Your wife works at our company? Xiao, the boss, was shocked. The thoughts of wealthy people were really incomprehensible. Was this an attempt to experience life? I don't know what unfair treatment she has encountered. I will handle it seriously. Xiao, the boss, said. Chen looked at Manager Bai. Manager Bai couldn't stand it anymore and collapsed to the ground, trembling like an engine, his lips turning pale with fear. Thinking back on his previous actions, he was the most embarrassed. As a mere manager, he would never earn 50 million in his lifetime. What exactly happened? You can ask him yourself, Chen said coldly. After Xiao, the boss, learned the truth, he was furious. You scoundrel, you have no regard for right and wrong. You actually abused your power and almost offended such an important client. The one who really needs to resign is you. Pack up and get out. Please, Boss Xiao, I still have loans to repay. I can't afford to be without a job. Mr. Chen, it's my fault. I'm despicable and look down on people. Please don't hold it against me. I'm begging you. Manager Bai kowtowed, tears streaming down his face. Do you think I'm holding it against you? Chen sneered. If he really wanted to hold it against him, he would have lost his life. I don't want to see you in my sight in the future. Did you hear that? Don't appear in Mr. Chen's sight in the future. Pack up and get out. Xiao, the boss, scolded. Okay, I'll leave now. Manager Bai left in a sorry state. Mr. Chen, do you have time for lunch? Let me treat you to a meal, Xiao, the boss, said with a smile. No need, I'm just buying a house, it's not a big deal, Chen said, then looked at Yuchu. I'll take Cici out first. You handle the rest. At this moment, Shin Yuchu was completely bewildered. Her man had spent 50 million to buy a house? And it was the most expensive villa at Yunlu Academy? The manager who had made things difficult for her was fired? What's going on? Shin Yuchu hadn't reacted yet when Xiao Huadong and a group of employees surrounded her, all flattering her until lunch break. Chen and Shin Yuchu met at the restaurant next to the company for lunch. Chen, tell me honestly, what's going on? If I don't tell you, will you hit me? Chen smiled. What do you think? Shin Yuchu gritted her teeth, looking as fierce as a little tiger. Well, if I say the black card and that money are all mine, would you believe me? Chen asked. I don't believe it, Shin Yuchu said seriously. If I tell you and you still don't believe me, why ask so many questions? Chen shook his head. I don't care, you have to tell me the truth. Shin Yuchu persisted. I have a friend who wanted to buy a house in Liyang, but couldn't come in person, so he asked me to handle it. But now he's not coming to live there, so after the house is ready, we can move in first. Shin felt forced to lie. I knew it. Shin Yuchu nodded as if it were only natural. Do you believe me now? Chen asked. I do, Shin Yuchu said. Chen was speechless. When he told the truth, Yuchu didn't believe him, but when he lied, she believed him faster than anyone else. Thank you so much for being a friend. With a house worth 50 million, I can make tens of thousands just from the commission alone. Only tens of thousands in commission? That Mr. Xiao is really stingy, Chen frowned. Tens of thousands is already a lot, and Mr. Xiao is a nice person. He even promoted me to be the manager, Shin Yuchu said happily. Is that so? Congratulations then, Chen congratulated, not wanting to dampen Shin Yuchu's spirits. Only he knew that Mr. Xiao Huadong's support for Shin Yuchu was just to gain favor and flatter him. After dinner, Yuchu hurried back to work with great enthusiasm. Chen took Cici to play in the nearby park. As it was almost time to finish work in the evening, Shin Yuchu called. Chen, don't wait for me. There's a company dinner tonight to celebrate my promotion to manager, and I can't refuse. Okay, I understand, Shin agreed, planning to take Cici to a restaurant to eat, so they wouldn't have to cook when they got home. He didn't have much confidence in his cooking skills. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Shin and Cici were happily eating at a restaurant in the city, planning to wait for Yuchu to finish dinner and then take her home. At that moment, the phone suddenly rang. Chen answered, but before he could speak, Song Lon's voice quickly came through. Master, after the dinner, sister-in-law was taken to a KTV by her colleagues. It seems she drank a lot of alcohol, and that guy surnamed Bai is also at the KTV. I'm afraid something might happen. Oh no, Yuchu might be in trouble. Chen, being very sensitive, instantly sensed that something was wrong. There was no problem with the dinner, and it wasn't a big deal if Yuchu drank and sang at the KTV. But that guy surnamed Bai was already at the KTV, clearly waiting on purpose. Quick, tell me the address. After getting the address, Chen took Cici and rushed to the KTV. Inside the KTV at that time, in a luxurious private room, more than a dozen employees of Yun Luo Company were happily singing. The coffee table was filled with snacks and drinks. Yu Chu, congratulations on becoming the manager. Let's toast to you. The colleagues flattered. I really can't drink anymore. You guys go ahead, I'll go back first. Shin Yu Chu politely declined, feeling a splitting headache. Come on, it's only 7 o'clock. Let's play a little longer. Everyone was talking at once, making a lot of noise in the airtight private room, which made Shin Yu Chu feel nauseous. I'll go to the bathroom. She tactically left. After washing up in the bathroom, Shin Yu Chu finally felt a little better. She found some dirt on her skirt and took out some tissue to wipe it off. Let me help you. A man's voice came from behind, and a large hand reached out. Ah! Shin Yu Chu was startled and quickly moved away, then looked up to see a smiling man. Manager Bai. Shin Yu Chu was shocked and pressed against the edge of the sink, with no way to retreat, so she could only watch Manager Bai approach. What do you want? I've been waiting here for hours. What do you think I want? Of course, I want to talk about love. Manager Bai suddenly rushed forward and hugged Shin Yu Chu, then dragged her into the opposite private room and threw her onto the sofa. Shin Yu Chu panicked and pushed Manager Bai with all her strength. Get away from me! Shin Yu Chu, Manager Shin, you've been promoted, but I've lost my job, all thanks to your man. I can't deal with him, but I can deal with you. Manager Bai went crazy and pounced on her again. Crack! At that moment, a car suddenly arrived in front of the KTV, and the brakes screeched. Cece, wait in the car for daddy. Don't go anywhere. After saying this, Shin Chen stepped out of the car. A figure immediately appeared. It was Song Long. Watch over Cece. After he finished speaking, he went straight to the KTV. Sir, you can't park here, a waiter came over. Crack! Crack! Chen Chen strode forward, and the floor under his feet shattered, scaring the waiter pale, and there were screams all around. Don't talk about stopping at the door, don't dare to say anything in the lobby. Chen Chen was full of killing intent and went straight upstairs to kill. Bang! A luxurious private room suddenly opened, startling more than a dozen people inside. Everyone looked over, extremely astonished. It turned out to be Shin Yu Chu's husband. If it were before, he would definitely be scolded, but since Chen Chen bought the villa, these people looked at him as if he were a god. Where's Yu Chu? Chen Chen scanned the room, but didn't find any trace. She went to the bathroom, a female colleague answered. Swish! Chen Chen left directly, and the killing intent that enveloped the private room disappeared. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, not knowing what had happened. Chen Chen arrived at the bathroom, but didn't see anyone. At this moment, he heard a shout coming from the opposite door. Damn it! He roared, like a fierce tiger rushing towards the opposite side. Inside the private room, Manager Bai went crazy and pinned Shin Yu Chu tightly on the sofa. Get away! Get away from me! Shin Yu Chu desperately pushed him away, her arms scratched. Shin Yu Chu, I've liked you for a long time, just agree to be with me. Manager Bai shouted madly, his eyes full of bloodshot. Bang! At that moment, a deafening explosion sounded, and the door suddenly shattered, scaring Manager Bai almost to death. He turned his head and saw a figure standing at the door, like the king of hell emerging from the underworld, exuding an aura of death all over his body, his cold eyes like sharp swords, making him shiver. Chen! Chen Chen! He trembled and shouted, almost unable to believe how this guy found his way here. Shun! Shin Yu Chu called out, taking the opportunity to escape and throw herself into his arms, tears streaming down. With a gentle pat on Yu Chu's back, the killing intent in Chen Chen's eyes roared madly. If he had been a step late, Yu Chu might have been defiled. Cold! Too cold! Endless coldness filled the entire room. Manager Bai trembled, his teeth chattering. It was too terrifying. He had never experienced such a frightening moment in his life. Even though the other party hadn't made a move, it was as if 1,000 troops were facing him, ready to crush him into mincemeat. Do you remember what I said? Chen Chen spoke coldly. What did you say? Manager Bai was terrified. If you harass my wife again, you won't see the sun tomorrow. The domineering voice, mixed with unparalleled killing intent, scared Manager Bai so much that he wet his pants and knelt on the ground with a plop. I'm sorry, I was out of my mind. Spare me. Disappear from my sight. There won't be a next time. Yu Chu, close your eyes. After Chen Chen finished speaking, the force within him surged and turned into a burst of energy, slashing through the air. Put! Like a sharp sword, it directly pierced Manager Bai's head, instantly killing him. Those who provoke my wife and daughter. No mercy. This is the consequence. Yu Chu, let's go. Chen Chen held Shin Yu Chu's hand and left. As they left, there were waves of gasps behind them. The employees of Yun Luo Company, standing at the door, all saw the scene in the private room, their faces pale with fear. Shin Yu Chu closed her eyes and didn't see what happened, but she could probably guess. Chen, did you break his legs, or his hands? Chen Chen smiled, don't ask so many questions. Anyway, he won't come to harass you again in the future. Okay, what about Cece? Shin Yu Chu asked. She's in the car outside, Chen Chen replied. At that moment, Sun Long hurried over. Master, are you okay? Didn't I ask you to watch Cece? Chen Chen frowned. I ordered my men to watch her, and I was afraid something might happen to you and sister-in-law, so I came to check, Sun Long said. Do you think I would have a problem? Song Long awkwardly smiled. Indeed, with the strength of the master, how many people in the world could harm him? Boom! Just then, a violent roar suddenly came from the street outside. Not good. Chen sensed something and quickly went downstairs. They came outside and saw a car speeding away in the distance. It was the one he had been riding in, and Cici was still inside. Is this the person you sent to watch? Chen asked angrily. What happened? Song Long asked his subordinate. Reporting to Song Long, a person claiming to be Miss Shen's friend came to the car to see Cici. As soon as she got in, the car drove away, the subordinate said with deep regret. You fools! Song Long fumed. Master, it's all my fault. Enough of that, go and chase after them. Chen shouted. Song Long decisively led the pursuit. Chen, do you think Cici is in danger? Xin Yuchu was particularly worried. Don't worry, she'll be fine. I'll take you home first. Maybe by the time we get back, Song Long will have brought Cici back, Chen reassured. After waiting at home for an hour, there was still no news, and Xin Yuchu became increasingly worried. Chen, do you think Bai is seeking revenge on us? Impossible, Xin said. He's just a small fry. From the way Cici was taken away, it's clear that the act was purposeful and not like something an ordinary person would do. It wasn't until midnight that Song Long finally returned. Did you find her? Xin Yuchu asked anxiously, while Chen also stared at Song Long. Song Long knelt down directly. I'm sorry, master, sister-in-law. It's all my fault. I lost Cici and still haven't found her. Upon hearing this news, Xin Yuchu couldn't stand steady and couldn't help but cry. What if something happens to Cici? Don't worry too much, nothing will happen. Chen was anxious, but could only try to remain calm. Just then, Xin Yuchu's phone suddenly vibrated. It was a video call. It could be related to Cici. She quickly answered, and a young woman with delicate makeup and a cold and arrogant demeanor appeared on the screen. I'm looking for Chen. Xin Yuchu turned to look at Chen. It's for you. Chen appeared in front of the camera, and upon seeing the woman above, a cold and icy look appeared in his eyes. Chen, long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you in this way. Han Feiyun, Han Lai's daughter, who had married into the Han family years ago and became Han Feiyun's wife. Memories flooded back, and Chen's gaze grew even colder. Did you capture Cici? Old friend, you don't even greet me first? Han Feiyun said arrogantly. Answer me, did you capture Cici? Chen's tone grew more severe. Chen, you're just a dog. What right do you have to speak to me in this tone? Han Feiyun became angry. I want you to apologize to me right now and call me master for your attitude just now. Han Feiyun, answer my question. Chen's eyes were piercing. Refusing to comply? Then let me show you a gift. The camera turned to reveal a cage, inside of which was a frightened little girl. Cici, Chen urgently called out. It was indeed Han Feiyun who had captured her. This despicable woman had actually imprisoned his daughter in a cage. It was outrageous. Little thing, your father was just a dog in my house, and you'll be a dog in the future too, okay? Han Feiyun squatted down and patted Cici's head. My dad is a great hero, you can't insult my dad. Cici stubbornly shouted. Ah, great hero? More like a big bear. Han Feiyun laughed mockingly and pinched Cici's face hard, making it turn red. Come at me, don't bully my daughter. Chen's eyes were bloodshot, wishing he could fly over and tear Han Feiyun apart. As you wish, before 12 o'clock tomorrow, I want you, Chen, to kneel outside my house and bark like a dog 100 times, then say you're wrong 100 times, otherwise your daughter. Under the camera, Han Feiyun's expression turned extremely evil. I warn you, if Cici loses a single hair, I will make you, Han Feiyun, and everyone in the Han family, accompany her in death. Chen roared. Even through the screen, one could feel the murderous aura emanating from him. Let's see if you'll come tomorrow. Ha! Han Feiyun laughed triumphantly. The screen then closed. Han Feiyun, you despicable person. Chen gritted his teeth. Chen, what is your relationship with this woman? Why would she do this? Xin Yuchu asked. It's too late now, I will definitely explain everything to you in the future. Chen reassured. Chen, even now, you are still so stubborn? I've said it before, the Han family will never give up easily. Now that they have taken Cici, tell me what to do. Xin Yuchu said in anguish, thinking of Cici being abused, her heart aching. That's her daughter, being locked up like a dog, how will she get through the night? Chen took a deep breath, he was also worried about Cici. She was his only daughter, he had waited for her for 3 whole years, sent over 1,000 text messages, folded countless paper cranes, all just to see her. And now, she was being treated like a dog. The thought made Chen's heart ache. Yuchu, please believe me one last time, I will definitely bring Cici back, and I won't let anything happen to her. After Chen finished speaking, he took Song Long and left. I'll give the Han family 3 days to consider. Since they want to die early, then let them live 1 day less. Chen said ruthlessly. Song Long, at your command. Follow my orders, spare no resources in investigating vehicle information. In addition, gather some people and come with me to Han Lai's house. Chen quickly ordered. Yes. Song Long nodded and immediately began to act. On this very night, countless members of the demon temple lurking in Liyan once again launched a massive operation. A hunting operation targeting the Han family completely sounded the horn. Chen vowed that this time, he would definitely wipe out the Han family in Liyang and make it history. Various important departments in Liyang were originally resting, but at this moment, they suddenly received a certain order and held an emergency meeting overnight, immediately mobilizing various resources to start a special operation. Some lower-ranking police officers thought they were going to solve a major case, only to find out that they were just looking for vehicle information, which shocked them all. At the same time, several cars arrived at a villa. It was Han Lai's house. Countless people in black got out of the cars. There were thousands of them, their momentum soaring. "What are you doing?" the Han family's security guard asked in shock. "Enforcing justice." A cold voice came, and Chen walked out of the crowd, his godlike figure overshadowing everything. "Search this place with all your might, leave no stone unturned." With an order, thousands of people rushed into the Han family, almost turning every corner upside down. "Report to the Lord, we didn't find your daughter. Han Lai and his daughter are not here either," a subordinate reported. Chen's eyes flashed with determination, as he expected. They were not here, that's why he split the forces and let Song Long continue to search for vehicle information. "Cici, where are you?" Chen was anxious. "Lord, we have a lead." At this moment, Song Long called. "After investigating, we have found the trace of the vehicle and confirmed the location of your daughter." "That's great," Chen said excitedly. "Keep an eye on the target. I will bring people over immediately." In an instant, Chen and his men left. After the main force left, the entire Han family was brutally slaughtered. A huge fire engulfed the mansion, as if Chen's anger was burning the entire night sky. "No need to wait until tomorrow, Han Feiyan, I'm coming for you." Outside Liyang, at the foot of a wild mountain, there was an abandoned factory building, overgrown with weeds. At this moment, there were men in suits patrolling around the factory. The security was very tight. Inside the factory, Han Feiyan was still excited and unable to sleep. "Dad, just wait and see. Tomorrow, Chen will come to our doorstep and kneel down to apologize. I want everyone in Yuliang to know that he is just a useless dog. In our Han family, he can only bow his head. After humiliating him, I will kill his children and wife in front of him. Let's see what expression he will have then." "Feiyan, you always have a way." Han Lai laughed heartily. "It's a brilliant plan to target the people around Chen since it's impossible to kill him directly. The only thing I'm worried about now is that Chen might find this place," Han Feiyan said. "Feiyan, don't worry about that. This place has been abandoned for 20 or 30 years. There's only one small road leading out, and there's not even a surveillance camera. Even if Chen calls the police, it will take at least 2 or 3 days to find any clues. And we have so many people guarding here. Any slight movement is within our control," Han Lai said confidently. "Then there's no problem," Han Feiyan said satisfactorily. No one knew that in the darkness of the night, thousands of members of the demon temple surrounded the factory from all directions. Like a raging torrent, they crossed mountains and ridges, demonstrating their extraordinary ability to act. At the same time, a white figure suddenly descended from the sky and arrived at the outskirts of the factory. "Who are you?" the lookout person asked alertly. Chen, the newcomer said coldly. "What, Chen?" The lookout person was shocked, but before he could react, a cold light flashed. Bang! The lookout person fell to the ground instantly. "Alarm! Alarm! Someone has broken in!" The blaring sound of sirens echoed around the factory, and everyone sprang into action, forming a team of hundreds of people and heading straight for Chen. Chen couldn't wait for the members of the demon temple. He was impatient and began the bloody slaughter with a sword in hand. Puff, puff, puff. The cold sword danced, and one person after another fell. In a short moment, the ground was covered with bodies. In front of him, there was only one person standing, not because Chen didn't want to kill him, but because he was too scared to move, trembling and pale. Looking ahead, he saw a crowd of people swarming like ants, with an invincible momentum that shook his soul. This person dropped the knife in his hand, knelt down, and begged for mercy. "What right do you have to kneel to me?" Chen said coldly and killed him with a sword. Before the other person's knees touched the ground, they were cut off, and he fell to the ground like a horse without hooves, bleeding to death. "Block this place, no one leaves!" Chen shouted. "Yes!" Thousands of people roared, the sound echoing through the night sky. In their eyes, there was a fervent zeal. They didn't need to take action themselves. The leader alone had dealt with all the bodyguards, displaying extraordinary swordsmanship, comparable to a martial arts master. It was a rare sight to behold. Chen single-handedly stormed into the interior of the factory. At this time, deep inside the factory, Han Lai, Han Feiyan, and some of the Han family's trusted aides all got up from their beds when they heard the alarm outside. Could it be that Chen is really coming to kill us? Han Lai thought in an instant and took out a shotgun from the drawer, rushing outside. Before he could even step out, there was a loud bang, as if an earthquake had occurred, and the concrete blocks fell. The entire gate, along with the wall, was instantly shattered. Han Lai was frightened and quickly found cover. After calming down a bit, he stared in disbelief. The huge iron gate had almost turned into a twisted mess. Amidst the billowing smoke, a figure stood proudly, as if he were the master of heaven and earth, unrivaled. Chen! Han Lai almost shouted, feeling a chill creeping into his throat, his heart pounding. It was unbelievable that Chen had found this place, and in such a short time. I originally wanted to give you, Han Lai, and your entire family a chance to live for another day. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish now. Chen shouted coldly, with an overwhelming momentum, and the scene was swept by a raging wind. Is this still a human? Han Lai was stunned. The power of one person was not weaker than that of a deity, and his anger could change the world, which was simply not something a normal human could do. He suddenly realized that he had once suspected that there was a master helping Chen, and that master might be Chen himself. After 4 years, the waste had transformed into a dragon, and he was no longer the same as before. Chen, it's better that you came to me. Let's settle this here. Kill him. However, after the voice fell, no one appeared. There's no need to shout. All your men have already gone to hell. If you want to live a little longer, tell me where CC is being held, Chen demanded. If you don't want your daughter to die, then submit obediently, Han Lai said coldly, looking around the entire Liang. Apart from the hall master Xingao, who could suppress him, he didn't care about anyone else. I'll ask again, where is CC being held? Chen's tone was particularly frightening. If you want to know where your daughter is, then do as I say obediently, Han Lai said arrogantly. 4 years ago, Chen was just a son-in-law in his family, and he could be beaten and scolded at will. Now he wanted to step on his head? He didn't realize who he was. If you don't tell me, then go to hell. Chen held a sharp sword and stepped forward. The blade cut through the ground, sparking and flying. Han Lai's eyes narrowed. This kid was exuding too much killing intent. He was not the Chen he knew. Chen, I command you to kneel. If you dare to take another step forward, I'll kill you. Han Lai picked up a rifle, loaded it, and aimed it at Chen. Chen remained unmoved, continuing to advance with the sword, as if the rifle was just air in his eyes. Go to hell! Han Lai roared and pulled the trigger. Swish! The bullet flew out instantly, aiming to kill Chen. Swish! Just as the bullet was about to hit Chen's head, he swiftly raised his long sword. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as the bullet was deflected, and Chen remained unharmed. Han Lai suddenly took a deep breath, completely shocked. A sword could block a bullet? What kind of monster was this? Unwilling to give up, he continued to pull the trigger. Bang! 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 Bullets were fired frantically. Ding! 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 Clear sounds echoed one after another as all the bullets were blocked by Chen with his sword. It was as if the sword in his hand was not a sword, but an indestructible shield. With just this level of skill, you can die. Chen had already arrived in front of him, raising the sword. Chen, I have the Kirin Hall behind me, with 500 sharp blades, invincible wherever they go. If you dare to kill me, you will never have a chance to redeem yourself. Han Lai threatened. The bullets had been fired, and he had no other cards to play. 500 sharp blades? Chen laughed heartily upon hearing this. Just 500 people, wanting to dominate the world? Call the people. Chen roared, and the army of the demon god temple, which had been waiting for a long time, strode out from the darkness, causing the entire ground to tremble. At first, Han Lai didn't know what it was, but just hearing the sound made his heart tremble, as if 1,000 troops were charging towards him. His gaze was fixed on the distance. In the next second, countless figures appeared, rushing towards him like an avalanche, and he couldn't see the end at a glance. Oh my god! Han Lai went crazy, his hair standing on end. Who are these people? The army of the demon god temple. Chen said coldly. How does it compare to the 500 sharp blades of the Kirin Hall? What? The army of the demon god temple? Upon hearing these words, Han Lai felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his heart was about to jump out of his chest. In the world, there was the demon god temple, with 1,000,000 troops, sweeping across the world, respected by all nations, and renowned throughout the world. Who didn't know about it? The Kirin Hall didn't even have the qualifications to compare with the demon god temple. The army of the demon god temple has returned, and it will flatten all darkness in the world. Wherever it goes, it will shine brightly. The resounding words shook the heavens. Chen, who are you? Han Lai asked in a deep voice. The master of the demon god temple, Chen. Finished speaking, the sword was unsheathed, and a cold sword aura swept across, instantly landing on Han Lai's neck. With a swish, the sword was raised, and blood splattered. Bang! Han Lai fell straight to the ground, his pupils filled with boundless horror. He never expected that the son-in-law of the Han family would become the lord of the demon temple. With wide-open eyes, he died without closing them. Search with all your might. Chen quickly ordered. Countless members of the demon temple began to take action, searching every corner of the factory, not even letting a fly escape. Chen himself was also in action. With only Han Lai appearing and no sign of Han Feiyun, this woman was very cunning. She might have sensed that things were not right and moved elsewhere. They had to find her immediately, or Cici would be in danger. Urgent. Chen, covered in sweat, didn't care and searched through room after room. In some places he couldn't enter. Chen raised his fist and smashed it down, directly shattering the walls. He was like a human bulldozer, incredibly violent. His subordinates were left dumbfounded, truly worthy of being the Lord, the existence of the demon god, too fierce. Chen pushed forward. The interior of the factory was complex and intricate, and he wished he could transform into the sword god of the 9 heavens and directly smash the factory to pieces. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air came, heading straight for the back of Chen's head. Chen's reaction was exceptionally keen, and he swiftly dodged to the side. A bullet grazed past him with a bang, piercing through the wall. Someone was lying in ambush here. The ambusher gasped in disbelief after missing the first shot. Was this still a human? His reaction speed was so fast that he could even dodge bullets. Before he could fire a second shot, Chen had already charged towards him. In the next second, his domineering fist came crashing down. Bang bang! Several metal barrels instantly shattered, and the ambusher hiding behind them had his chest caved in, blood gushing out of his mouth. Where is Cici? Chen asked coldly, pressing his fist firmly against the man's chest. In the basement, the ambusher said with difficulty, his mouth full of blood foam. Boom! Chen exerted force, punching the man away, and without stopping, he rushed towards the basement. Just as he took a few steps, another ambusher hiding in the dark opened fire. Chen's figure was agile, and he dashed directly towards the assailant. Crack! With a twist of the neck, the assailant instantly lost his breath. After wiping out several waves of ambushes in succession, Chen successfully arrived at a large iron gate. Opening this door should lead to the basement. Instead of using his hands to push it open, he drew his sword and slashed at it. Clang clang! The powerful force caused the blade to cut through the rusty iron gate like an electric drill. Behind the gate, there were about a dozen people holding gleaming machetes, visibly stunned. They had been waiting for Chen to push the door open and charge in, but they never expected that Chen was already prepared. With a single sword strike, he opened the door, and he was still some distance away from the door. Kill! After these people reacted, they rushed towards Chen. Ants, get out of my way! Chen coldly scolded. Without any nonsense, like a fierce dragon, he advanced with his sword. Puff puff puff. These people didn't even react. They only felt a sudden chill on their necks, and blood gushed out, and then their bodies collapsed. Stepping over the corpses, Chen rushed into the basement, running all the way to the end. With a bang, he broke open a second door. What appeared before him was a spacious hall. At this moment, there were several people standing in the hall, looking panicked. Han Feiyun. Chen's gaze directly locked onto a young woman, exuding a murderous aura. Dad! Just then, an excited voice rang out. With a sweep of his eyes, he immediately spotted Cici in the corner inside a cage. Cici, your hero has arrived. Don't be afraid, Dad will take you home soon, Chen said excitedly. Chen, I didn't expect you to find this place so quickly, Han Feiyun said in a cold tone. A group of ants still want to stop me, wishful thinking. I've already sent them all on their way, Chen said in a stern voice. Did you also kill my father? Han Feiyun's tone suddenly changed. Now it's your turn. After Chen finished speaking, he directly raised his sword and attacked Han Feiyun. If you dare to kill me, I will kill her, Han Feiyun said fiercely. Boom! After she finished speaking, suddenly a mechanical sound was heard. Chen looked up and saw a huge stone pillar suddenly descending from above, estimated to weigh several tons, hanging directly above an iron cage. Once it fell, the iron cage would not be able to withstand it, and Cici inside would definitely turn into minced meat. Stop! Chen decisively shouted. The stone pillar immediately stopped descending. Chen, are you still going to kill me? Han Feiyun provocatively said, crossing her arms, extremely arrogant. You, a despicable person, bully even a child. Are you still human? Chen's tone was icy. You're wrong. This is not a child. In my eyes, it's just a little dog. Killing a dog isn't cruel, right? Han Feiyun laughed heartily. Chen suppressed the urge to kill. 4 years ago, why did the Han family plot against me? Want to know the reason? Then kneel down and beg me, Han Feiyun said playfully. Just based on you, a despicable woman, daring to say such things to me? Chen said disdainfully. Han Feiyun immediately became furious. Chen, I want you to kneel down and beg me immediately, or I will kill your daughter. You can try. As Chen's words fell, he flew straight towards Han Feiyun. The switch to control the stone pillar was in her hands. Only by dealing with her first could Cici's safety be ensured. Stop him, Han Feiyun desperately shouted, and several of her henchmen quickly moved to intercept Chen. Get lost. Chen's sword fell as his hand rose. Puff puff puff. Several henchmen instantly fell to the ground. How? How is this possible? Han Feiyun stared in disbelief. Wasn't this the waste she remembered? How did he become so powerful? While she was in a daze, Chen had already reached her. Chen, even if I die, I will take your daughter with me, Han Feiyun roared, gripping the remote control and pressing it fiercely. Boom! Several heavy stone pillars instantly fell. Damn it! It was too late. Chen could only give up on Han Feiyun and rush towards Cici at the fastest speed. Then let's die together, huh? Han Feiyun laughed maniacally. Just in the next second, she suddenly looked dumbfounded. The stone pillar stopped. Chen used one large hand to firmly support the stone pillar. The powerful impact caused his sleeves to burst instantly, revealing his strong arm with bulging veins, containing terrifying power. Boom crack! Boom crack! The ground under Chen's feet, at this moment, cracked like a spider web, and then all shattered. Cici, don't be afraid. With Daddy here, even if the sky falls, I will hold it up for you, Chen said forcefully, using his other hand to shatter the cage and hold Cici in his arms. Then, holding the stone pillar, he walked towards Han Feiyun. Tell me, why did your Han family plot against me 4 years ago? Chen asked coldly. If not for this question, there would have been no need to waste words with this woman earlier. Han Feiyun was completely stunned, staring at Chen as if he were a monster. She had already put away all her cold arrogance, with only fear written all over her face. It was too terrifying. He was like a demon, lifting such a heavy stone pillar with his bare hands, displaying astonishing strength. It's Kirin Hall, she confessed honestly, without any hesitation. 4 years ago, it was Kirin Hall's master Xing Ao who ordered the mission. After killing you, my father became the deputy master of Kirin Hall. I see. Chen nodded. When he was at the Han family's place, he didn't know the relationship between Han Lai and Kirin Hall. It turned out that he rose to power by killing him. Why did Kirin Hall do this? Chen continued to ask. I don't know, but everything was done by Kirin Hall. Please, spare me. If you don't know, then go die. Chen walked over with big steps. Thud. Han Feiyun knelt directly, her head hitting the ground hard. Chen, I kowtow to you. Please spare my life for the sake of our past relationship as husband and wife. As long as you are willing, I can continue to be your wife in the future, or even just a lover. You and I were only together for mutual benefit back then. Where is the bond of husband and wife? As for now, Yu doesn't know how much better she is than you. You are not even qualified to be my dog. After Chen finished speaking, Sanglong had already led people to kill. After handing Cici over to them to take away first, there was a sudden explosion in the room. Immediately after, Chen's body appeared outside the factory. The army of the demon god temple had already gathered here. Thump thump, Sanglong led the way, and dozens of people suddenly knelt down. It's all our fault for not protecting her well. Please punish us, Lord of the Temple. These people were all there to protect Cici and Yu. Cici was taken away, and they felt the most guilty. Chen sighed and then ordered, Sanglong, and all of you, get up. We are at fault and have no face to stand up. Sanglong lowered his head even more. Just then, a big hand was placed on Sanglong's shoulder and gently patted it. You are all my brothers of the demon god temple. I don't blame any of you. If you want to blame someone, blame the enemy for being so vicious and resorting to such despicable means. Hearing what Chen said, Sanglong's heart trembled slightly, and his nose couldn't help but feel a bit sour. According to military regulations, if we are wrong, and we are willing to be punished. Sanglong still refused to stand up. But this is not the military. Now, as the Lord of the Demon God Temple, I command you all to get up. Be men, stop being so hesitant. Chen scolded. Only then did Sanglong and the others have to stand up. Brothers, you have worked hard tonight. Go back and rest early. There are stronger enemies to deal with. Chen said, and then the entire army left, leaving only a few people including Sanglong. Lord, don't say anything, drive me home. Your sister-in-law must be worried sick. Chen interrupted. Yes. Sanglong decisively nodded, and his determination to follow the Lord became even stronger. When they arrived home, it was already 4 in the morning. In the low, dimly lit house, Xing Yu had been waiting at the door all night, unable to calm down for a moment. When she saw the car, Xing Yu immediately approached. Chen, what happened? Chen gestured to his back, and Cici was seen lying on his shoulder. Xing Yu was particularly excited and immediately burst into tears. Cici. Sure, Chen couldn't help but remind her. After a night of turmoil, Cici had fallen asleep. After putting Cici on the bed, Xing Yu finally felt relieved. But she immediately looked worried again. Chen, how did you rescue Cici? What about the Han family? Everything is settled. The Han family will not come looking for trouble in the future. It's very late. You should rest early too. Chen comforted. Chen, what's wrong? Thank you. Xing Yu's eyes were red. Silly wife, Cici is also my daughter. There's nothing to thank me for. Go to sleep. Chen hugged Yu and kissed her on the cheek. After Yu fell asleep, Chen gave some instructions to Sanglong before finally calming down. The next day, several news headlines exploded the calm morning. Han Lai's family was wiped out last night. Just one headline made countless people shocked, their mouths wide enough to swallow several eggs. Han Lai, the underground emperor of Liang, the second in command of the Han family. With great strength, he expanded the family's business and was considered a generation's hero. However, he died tragically overnight, along with his entire family, and suffered the same fate as his older brother Han Yue. The villa was razed, and the entire family fled for their lives. At the same time, all industries under the Han family were forced to close at the first opportunity. It was as if an invisible hand had wiped out everything related to the Han family from the city of Liang. The police timely issued a notice that Han Lai and his daughter are suspected of kidnapping and died in an unknown struggle, and the related case is under investigation. As soon as the news came out, the whole Liang was once again in an uproar. The last time it was so sensational was just a few days ago when the Han family was wiped out. The result was that in such a short time, the Han family was also wiped out. No matter how the police investigate, it cannot change one fact: the Han family has completely disappeared from Liang. The first powerful family that dominated the local area for decades has now become history. There are speculations in the community about who the Han family has offended, as within a few days, they have fallen to the point of being wiped out. Even someone as powerful as Han Lai, known as the Underground Emperor of Liang, who had control over both the black and white realms, has come to such a tragic end. It makes people have to doubt, who exactly has such strong power? The announcement issued by the police department also gives the impression that there are deeper implications behind it, as if there is someone influential behind the scenes. Some people have suspected Chen. Since his appearance, the Han family was wiped out. The bodies of the father and son appeared in the hotel, and later Han Lai hurried back. Everything seems to be related to Chen, but there is no substantial evidence. And the most straightforward point is that no one can believe that a mere Chen has the power to destroy the Han family. While the outside world is in turmoil, Chen and his family have already returned to a peaceful life. After a night's rest, Cici and Yuchu have regained their energy. Early in the morning, Cici hugged Shin Yuchu, as if afraid of being separated again. "Mom, Dad is so amazing. He fought so many people alone, and even held up a big stone ball with one hand." "Cici, you must not lie," Shin Yuchu said with a serious tone. "Cici didn't lie. Everything I said is true," Cici said earnestly. Chen wanted to intervene, but it was too late. Shin Yuchu turned to look at Chen, with a suspicious look in her eyes. "Is her husband really that powerful?" "Chen, I think we need to have a good talk," Shin Yuchu said in a confrontational manner. "Aren't you going to work?" Chen asked, previously afraid that Yuchu wouldn't believe him, and now afraid of her further questioning. "It might not be a good thing to tell her everything. I've already taken a leave. You don't need to worry about me," Shin Yuchu said, ready to get everything clear today. She always felt that Chen was hiding many secrets. In the living room, the two sat in their respective chairs. "You better be honest. What's the deal with you and that woman? And how did you get injured back then? Are you sure you'll believe my explanation?" Chen asked. Shin Yuchu considered it and then nodded. "Okay, I'll tell you." Chen started from the time he entered the Han family, telling Yuchu about his relationship with Han Feiyun, and the various grievances of the Han family. "So that's how it is," Shin Yuchu said, suddenly realizing that so much had happened to Chen. "In that case, Han Feiyun is your wife?" Women always focus on strange points, and Chen had to explain in detail. "My family had some trouble at the time, and at the request of Gubo, I entered the Han family as a son-in-law as a way to seek refuge. So, my relationship with Han Feiyun is not a real marriage." Speaking of Gubo, Chen sighed deeply, not knowing how the old man was doing now. 6 years ago, the Chen family in Guangling was wiped out in one night, with a raging fire and the entire family perishing tragically. It was Gubo who helped him, allowing Chen to survive. It was also with Gubo's help that he went to Liang and entered the Han family, gaining a chance to survive. That night, the destruction of the Chen family was so tragic, with blood flowing like a river and bodies scattered everywhere. All relatives and friends avoided him, either turning off their phones or distancing themselves. Only Gubo was willing to take the risk to help him. The image of the old man appeared in his mind, and Chen was filled with gratitude. After 4 years apart, the young man he had once saved had now become a dominant figure. He wondered if the old man was doing well. "Chen, are you okay?" Shin Yuchu saw Chen's low spirits and asked with concern, "Is everything okay? It seems like you're troubled by something from the past." Chen smiled and replied, "It's nothing, just some memories that are hard to control." "Is it related to what happened with your family? Can you tell me about it?" Shin Yuchu asked curiously. "Let's talk about it another time." Chen chose to remain silent, adding to the sense of melancholy. "One day, I will return to Guangling in an unparalleled manner and settle the old scores with my enemies." "All right, I won't force you," Shin Yuchu said disappointedly. "What happened next?" "After that, it's what I told you last time." Chen repeated, essentially the same as what he had revealed before. This time, Shin Yuchu finally listened without interrupting Chen, patiently hearing everything. "Do you believe it this time?" Chen asked with a smile. "I believe it a little bit," Shin Yuchu chuckled. "As long as you believe even a tiny bit, that's enough," Chen said gently, then briefly described the process of rescuing Cici. However, he didn't explain the details of the dangers and conflicts in the martial world, preferring to keep Shin Yuchu in the dark about the darker aspects, dealing with them alone. With open arms, he faced the challenges, leaving the sunshine and happiness for his wife and daughter. "I will spend my whole life repaying what I owe," Chen thought to himself. "Chen, even though there are things about your past that I still don't know, no matter what happens in the future, I will always be by your side," Shin Yuchu said firmly. "Thank you." Chen didn't finish his sentence before a warm pair of lips pressed against his. In the following 2 days, Yuchu didn't go to work because of what had happened, worried that Cici might be affected. She stayed with Chen. It was rare for the three of them to be together, enjoying the joy of family, without any worries, especially in terms of money. After closing a deal for a luxury mansion worth 50 million, she earned a substantial commission, and with her promotion to manager, she had a guaranteed monthly salary of 8,000. Shin Yuchu finally felt relieved and suddenly felt hopeful about the future. Outside, the turmoil continued. The news of the Han family's annihilation had long reached the Qilin Hall. Xing Ao could hardly believe that the plan had failed, and the entire Han family had been killed, with no survivors. From now on, Liang would be without the Han family. Xing Ao was furious, and he smashed the table corner as if he wanted to crush Chen. Han Lai was the deputy head of the Qilin Hall, and killing him meant a confrontation with the Qilin Hall. Moreover, this kid had also killed 2 experts from the Qilin Hall, adding fuel to the fire. Chen, I don't care who you are or how capable you are. In Liang, my Qilin Hall is the dominant force. If you dare to cross me, I will make you regret coming into this world. While the Qilin Hall was taking action, on the other side, after ordering the investigation into Chen's background, Uncle Hui had been busy for the past few days. But no matter what resources he used, he could only find out about Chen's marriage into the Han family. What happened in the years before he married into the Han family and the 4 years after he disappeared from the Han family was a mystery. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Even after the Han family's annihilation, there was no evidence to prove that Chen was responsible. It seemed like he had countless secrets, and they couldn't decipher what those secrets were. When Uncle Hui told White Ruobing about this, she fell into deep thought. 4 years ago, he was just a son-in-law, and now he has become so powerful. He even managed to repel Uncle Hui. It seems that he must have had some opportunities in the past few years, but one thing is certain, his background is very ordinary. White Ruobing pondered to herself, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I have a way to get his help, and I can even find out if he was the one who destroyed the Han family. A day later, a letter of inquiry suddenly arrived in Chen's hands from a certain police commissioner's office, suspecting his involvement in the annihilation of the Han family and requesting him to come to the Qingfeng Pavilion for a discussion. The Demon Temple came to Liang this time. Although it was grand, no one should dare to leak the news under his warning, which also counts as keeping it secret. It's not surprising that there are police officers who are unaware of the situation investigating him. Master, should I go and say hello? It's just a small matter, Sanglong said. No. Chen waved his hand. If there were really police officers who were unaware of the situation and suspected him, they would have come to arrest him long ago. Taking the initiative to invite him over, and the location being at Qingfeng Pavilion, not a relevant department, indicates that it's not a big deal. The other party has another purpose. I want to see what the other party is up to. Chen showed a confident smile, then greeted Yuchu and had Sanglong drive him to Qingfeng Pavilion. Half an hour later, the car stopped, and Chen looked ahead. A 3-story building with a small courtyard. This is Qingfeng Pavilion, a well-known tea house in Liyang where many important figures choose to conduct their business. Are you Chen? A young woman suddenly walked out of the courtyard, dressed in a black uniform, but not the ordinary police uniform, more like the attire of a special forces unit. She tied her hair in a high ponytail, wore Martin boots, was not tall, but had a well-endowed chest, and held her head high, appearing very capable and energetic. She quickly approached and stared at Chen with a cold gaze. I'm asking you a question. In a stern tone, not allowing any refusal. Chen glanced at her and walked directly into the courtyard without saying a word. The cold and arrogant woman's eyes narrowed, feeling indignant that he had ignored her. If you refuse to answer, I have reason to suspect you as a dangerous element and can arrest you. After the petite woman finished speaking, several men in black clothes quickly surrounded Chen and the woman. Military personnel? Chen glanced around and noticed that these people's attire and the aura they exuded were particularly like those of military personnel. I'm just here to assist in the investigation, not to start a fight. If the situation is not serious, you'd better have these people back off, or I can't guarantee their consequences. The petite woman was furious. This guy was too bold, actually turning the tables and threatening her, involving a death case, and still so arrogant. It seems I need to show you some color and arrest her. Chen's eyes flashed with determination. Stop. At that moment, a stern voice suddenly came from the tea house entrance, and a man in his 40s appeared, with thick eyebrows and a dignified demeanor. Xiaolei, what are you doing? Lei Tong, I asked him who he is, but he wouldn't say. I'm afraid he's a dangerous element, so. Li Xiaolei was interrupted by the authoritative man before she could finish explaining. That's enough, I understand. Then he looked at Chen with a scrutinizing gaze. Chen said coldly. The middle-aged man looked surprised. This guy was so decisive and didn't waste any words. One Chen was enough. The confidence he exuded inadvertently made it difficult for people to gauge its depth. Although the middle-aged man was not a top figure, for ordinary people, his official position was already prominent, especially with a military background and a strong presence. Facing him with such composure, this Chen was not simple. Please come in with me, Mr. Chen. After speaking, he led the way inside, and Chen followed without saying a word, exuding an aura of fearlessness, as if he were the host. The interior of the tea house was elegantly designed, with carved doors and windows, painted landscapes, and the lingering aroma of tea. The middle-aged man led Chen into a private room. Sanglong was about to follow, but was stopped by two people, one of whom was the petite woman. What's the meaning of this? Sanglong's eyebrows furrowed. As one of the 8 dragon kings of the demon temple, how dare they easily stop him? Lei Tong is interrogating the suspect, and unrelated people are not allowed inside. Li Xiaolei said. The Azure Dragon, wait for me outside, Chen ordered. With his strength, he had nothing to fear. In the entire room, there were only Chen and the middle-aged man, as well as Li Xiaolei and a guard standing behind Chen, watching the culprit. Speak your mind. Chen casually sat down, his expression calm. You are straightforward, and I won't beat around the bush either. You've heard about the destruction of the Han family, haven't you? The middle-aged man asked, his eyes like a wolf, staring at Chen intently. Chen nodded. I suspect you are involved in the destruction of the Han family, so I hope you can confess everything, the middle-aged man said. May I ask about your identity? Chen said lightly. I am Lei Tianshang, the commander of the Fire Wolf Army in Liang. The middle-aged man said proudly. It was no surprise to Chen that he was a military man, but he didn't know much about the Fire Wolf Army. Even if you suspect my involvement in the destruction of the Han family, it is the local police's responsibility, not yours as the commander of the Fire Wolf Army, right? The Fire Wolf Army serves the local department in Liang. We can take over any difficult problems. Do you have any more questions? Lei Tianxing asked. I do. What questions? What is the purpose of summoning me here? If you don't intend to speak directly, I'm afraid I don't have the time to entertain you. Chen said straightforwardly. Chen, I am investigating you and I demand that you confess everything. Lei Tianxing said sternly, his imposing aura fully unleashed. Chen remained unfazed, his expression still calm. Lei Tianxing's attempt to intimidate him was futile. I can talk, but not to you. Find someone who truly wants to listen, Chen hinted. Lei Tianxing's expression suddenly changed, showing a hint of shock. Could Chen see through his thoughts? I don't understand what you're saying. Otherwise, I can just handcuff you, Lei Tianxing warned. You don't understand? Then I won't accompany you any longer. Chen stood up instantly and walked outside. Li Xiaolei and another guard immediately blocked his way. If you don't explain clearly, don't think about leaving here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. As he spoke, his hand moved to his waist, preparing to draw his gun. Do you think you can stop me? Even if the entire Fire Wolf army is summoned, it won't work. Chen asserted. Step aside. Don't be so arrogant. I am one of the best members of the Fire Wolf army. Just because you are a man, don't think I'm afraid of you. Do you believe I can subdue you with just one move? Li Xiaolei said coldly. Do you believe that I can suppress you with just one finger if you don't step aside? Chen said coldly. An invisible force erupted, overwhelming. Li Xiaolei and the other guard felt as if they were facing a ferocious beast, their hearts inexplicably tense. Lei Tianxing frowned. He had intended to intimidate Chen, but it turned out that Chen was the one playing mind games in front of him. The two sides confronted each other, tensions rising. Mr. Chen, it's me who's looking for you. At that moment, a clear voice came, very pleasant to the ears. Then, a tall woman in cropped jeans and a white French shirt, with a cold and elegant temperament, walked over. It's you! Chen recognized her and had some impression of her. She had visited him a few days ago. Her name was Bai Ruobing. Behind Bai Ruobing was Hui Shu, whom Chen had also met before. Miss Bai. Lei Tianxing stepped forward, showing great respect to Bai Ruobing, but with a slightly embarrassed expression. He had intended to play a double game, but things had gone awry. Let me handle the rest, General Lei. Bai Ruobing smiled and gestured, then looked at Chen. Mr. Chen, nice to see you again. I am the person you want to talk to. I destroyed the Han family. If you want to stand up for them, go ahead. I, Chen, will accompany you. Chen's words were shocking. For a moment, the entire tea house fell silent. Bai Ruobing, Lei Tianxing, and everyone present were stunned. The destruction of the Han family had been the subject of countless rumors in the streets. Some people suspect that it's related to Chen, but there is no direct evidence, and no one believes it because Chen doesn't have that ability. Last time when she visited, Bai Ruobing knew that Chen had some strength, but she still didn't dare to confirm that he destroyed the Han family. So, through connections, she found the commander of the Fire Wolf army to accompany her to investigate under the pretext of a performance, and to make Chen explain everything. Unexpectedly, Chen was too clever and immediately saw that there was someone behind Lei Tianxing. This person was Bai Ruobing. It was thought that the plan would fail, but Chen admitted to destroying the Han family, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Mr. Chen, you misunderstood. We are not seeking revenge for the Han family. We have other matters to discuss with you. Could you please sit down and talk? Bai Ruobing said politely, no longer as cold as before. No need, just say what you have to say. Chen spoke. Bai Ruobing saw that Chen was displeased and explained, because it is a matter of great importance, I asked Commander Lei to confirm in advance. If I have offended Mr. Chen, I apologize. Without even looking at the other party, Chen walked towards the door. No matter what the matter was, it could be discussed with him face to face. Using this method would only backfire. He hated being manipulated the most, and what use was an apology? We didn't let you leave, try taking another step. Li Xiaolei shouted. Chen seemed to not hear at all, not taking the warning seriously. Li Xiaolei wanted to make a move, but was stopped by Lei Tianchen. Chen, you admitted to destroying the Han family. If I were to investigate, you would be in deep trouble. I said, if you want to make a move against me, feel free to do so. I, Chen, will accompany you to the end. His response made Lei Tianxing's face extremely ugly. As the commander of the Fire Wolf army, his status was not much lower than the highest in Liang. This was the first time he had encountered someone who didn't give him face. Chen, do you know about the Qilin Hall? Bai Ruobing suddenly said. Ha! Chen stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Bai Ruobing. What do you want to say? Han Lai is the vice hallmaster of Qilin Hall, and Qilin Hall is the #1 force in Liang, with 500 sharp blades and some masters in residence. The hallmaster, Xing Ao, is also a ruthless person. If you killed the vice hallmaster of Qilin Hall will definitely not let you off. Chen sneered. I already knew all that you said. Since you already know, you should understand how dangerous your situation is. I didn't come to you for help in vain. As long as you are willing to cooperate, I will find a way to keep Qilin Hall from killing you. Bai Ruobing said shrewdly. She was a very clever woman, adept at using the situation to achieve a certain goal, but unfortunately she met Chen, who had long aimed for the top and feared no force. Just the Qilin Hall, I will flatten it myself. Chen said coldly. Bai Ruobing's face changed. Did he really understand the Qilin Hall? How dare he speak so arrogantly? Young man, you are too arrogant. You simply don't understand Qilin Hall. My Fire Wolf army can't deal with Qilin Hall, let alone you alone. Lei Tiancheng said coldly. That's because the Fire Wolf army is too weak. Chen said. These words immediately made Lei Tiancheng and the others furious. The Fire Wolf army has guarded Liang for so many years. How dare you insult it? Li Xiaolei was furious. If you can really destroy Qilin Hall, my Fire Wolf army will follow your orders, and even I, Lei Tiancheng, will come to you to apologize. Then you should be prepared in advance. Chen smiled and walked away. Brother, take care of yourself. Sun Long looked at Lei Tiancheng. His expression was very complicated, and he could only manage to say this, then quickly followed Chen and left. Pretending, I have long wanted to deal with Qilin Hall, but I have never had the ability, and he? What a joke! Lei Tiancheng said indignantly. Commander, you should let me teach him a lesson. Li Xiaolei said unwillingly. Crack, crack. As she spoke, a series of explosions rang out. Everyone looked down and saw the floor tiles suddenly bursting open, revealing footprints as if someone had walked through the snow, extending all the way to the door. It was the path Chen had taken. A chill swept through the crowd, leaving them stunned. Li Xiaolei was dumbfounded. Teach Chen a lesson? Who did she think she was? Lei Tiancheng looked at Bai Ruobing with a shocked expression. Miss Bai, who exactly is Chen? Bai Ruobing sighed. If you've been in Liang for so many years and still don't know, how would I know? The crowd rushed out of the tea house, but Chen had already left. On the way, Chen asked, Sanglong, what's the situation with the Fire Wolf army? The local garrison in Liang, not a regular army, just a special operations team of about 300 people, codenamed Firewolf. Captain Lei Tiancheng is responsible for maintaining the overall security of Liang, but the local authorities do not directly command them, so they are a special presence. Their status is not low. After considering for a moment, Chen ordered, when you have time, help me investigate Bai Ruobing's background. Is the Lord planning to make a move on that woman? Song Long asked. Make a move on your head. Chen laughed. It was just Bai Ruobing, and he had no deep grudges with her, so there was no need to make a move. The first time he visited, Chen knew she was not simple, especially since she was accompanied by a master. He just didn't expect that she could even make the Fire Wolf army intervene. From Lei Tianxing's attitude towards her, Bai Ruobing was even more extraordinary than he had imagined. So Chen wanted to investigate her background and see what had happened to her, and he went to great lengths to ask for her help. How's the investigation by the Qilin Hall going? Chen asked. Still ongoing. There should be news soon, Sanglong replied. Maybe we won't have to wait for the results, Chen said coldly. It was inevitable for the Qilin Hall to seek revenge, and after the incident with Cici, Chen didn't plan to drag it out. Some people are always more ruthless than imagined, and one should never give them a chance. Back home, Yuchu had already cooked the meal, and Cici took the initiative to help set the table. Cough, Chen, go wash your hands, it's time to eat. Yuchu coughed from the smoke. Chen felt sorry for her. Yuchu, this place is too small, it's inconvenient for everything. Let's move to a bigger place soon. That's true, especially since Cece doesn't have much space to play at home. Besides, my salary has increased, and when the commission comes in, we can rent a bigger house. Shin Yuchu decided. Why rent a big house? Isn't there a ready-made villa? Let's move there tomorrow. Is that okay? Shin Yuchu hesitated. What's not okay? We bought it to live in. Anyway, my friend has already said so. Chen said, although he didn't really have any friends, the villa was theirs. Okay then. The next morning, Shen's family started packing. When they heard they were moving, Cece was ecstatic. They were busy until noon, and the car was filled with their belongings as they headed to Yunluo Academy. It had to be said that Yunluo Academy was very high-end, located in a new district with beautiful surroundings, including mountains and water. The villa area, in particular, was like a Jiangnan garden, with small bridges and flowing water, and winding paths. The villas were nestled in lush greenery, offering great privacy. Shin Yuchu had been to the company's properties more than once, but this time her mood was completely different. Previously, she had brought clients to view the houses, but now she was moving in herself, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Honk honk! At that moment, a Land Rover came driving towards them, flashing its lights and honking wildly. Why is he driving like that? Why should we reverse? Shin Yuchu was annoyed and got out of the car to argue. Before she could speak, a young woman suddenly emerged from the Land Rover, dressed in high heels and a tight skirt, with heavy makeup. Yuchu? What a coincidence to run into you here, the charming woman greeted. In Shui. Shin Yuchu looked surprised at the woman in front of her. She was her college classmate and one of her best friends, but they had gradually lost touch. Aren't you developing in Guangling? Why are you back? I got tired of Guangling and decided to invest in some projects here, so I bought a house first to plan for the future, In Shui said with a smile. You've even started a company. I should address you as Manager In, Shin Yuchu said politely. No need for formalities, In Shui said, but she looked very pleased. By the way, Yuchu, I heard you're selling houses now? Yes, Yunluo Shuhai is our development, Shin Yuchu said. Too bad I found out too late. Otherwise, I would have bought directly from you and you could have earned some commission, In Shui said regretfully. Then when Manager In becomes successful, I'll find you for the second property, Shin Yuchu said, using humor to ease the awkwardness. Alright, what are you doing now? In Shui asked, looking at the truck full of things. Moving, Shin Yuchu said. Yuchu, you're really working hard. Not only selling houses, but also helping owners move? In Shui exaggerated. Well, Shin Yuchu didn't expect her to think that way and wanted to explain. Honk, the Land Rover honked again. Yuchu, I have to go. My husband is urging me. I'll contact you later. With that, she got into the car. The Land Rover moved a bit to the side and slowly drove away. As it passed by, the bald man glanced at Shin Yuchu, then at Chen in the car, showing a cold smile before leaving. Yuchu, who was that? Chen asked. A college classmate. We used to be close, but we lost touch, Shin Yuchu said. Although I don't like her now, she's really capable. She's planning to start a company in Liang and bought a house here. Are you envious? Chen asked. Not envious, because I have you, Shin Yuchu smiled. Silly girl, do you know that the most expensive house in the entire Yunluo Shuyuan belongs to you? Chen shook his head. The car soon arrived at Villa No. 9. As expected of the king of the building, it was worth 50 million, a 3-story detached villa with 4 parking spaces. The garden alone was 500 square meters, truly a luxurious mansion. Wow, such a big house, Cece exclaimed. Shin Yuchu was also very happy. Although it wasn't hers, living here was much better than in a regular house. Welcome, Mr. Chen and Miss Shin, to your new home. A man approached respectfully. Who are you? I am your personal butler. Mr. Chow arranged for me to receive you. You can instruct me for anything, the man introduced himself. Mr. Chow is quite shrewd, Chen thought to himself. Then please help us with the moving first, Chen said. Okay. The butler agreed and immediately got busy. Chen led Yuchu and Cece straight to the front door. Oops. Shin Yuchu's expression changed. What's wrong? I forgot, the villa hasn't been decorated yet, Shin Yuchu said with a mournful face. Is that all? Chen smiled and then opened the door. In an instant, the sensor lights turned on. What appeared before them was an incredibly luxurious living room, with high-grade gray marble flooring, imported wooden furniture, and a hanging crystal chandelier. The entire villa exuded grandeur, like a palace. Oh my god! Shin Yuchu was stunned. Are you satisfied? Chen smiled. Everything was arranged by him. Of course, I am, Shin Yuchu nodded without hesitation. But, Chen, is it really okay for us to live here like this? Are we really moving back? Chen joked. Seems like a bit of trouble, Shin Yuchu chuckled. Alright, don't think too much about it. From now on, this is our new home. Yay, Cece has a new home after spending half a day. Everything was finally packed up. As night fell, the family of 3 sat around a beautiful dining table with a large cake on top, the candlelight shining warmly. To celebrate our new home, let's make a wish together, Chen said. Cece wants mom and dad to always be together. Chen and Shin Yuchu couldn't help but pat Cece's head. Chen, what's your wish? Your wishes are my wishes, Chen said, with a doting expression. Yu Chu was deeply moved. And what about you, Yu Chu? I'm not telling you, Shin Yu Chu said mischievously. The higher the road, the higher the devil. Chen said helplessly. You're the devil, you're the heartless big devil who deceived me. Shin Yu Chu threw the cake at Chen's face, laughing uncontrollably. In the middle of the night, after Yu Chu and Cece had fallen asleep, Chen's figure appeared outside. Master, it's been investigated. Sun Long, we reported. How is it? Behind the Qilin Hall, there is a force called Jinnan Mansion, which is known as the strongest overlord in the eastern province. It has a total of 10 major halls, spread across various cities in the eastern province, and the Qilin Hall is just one of them. 10 major halls. Jinnan Mansion has quite an appetite. Chen's tone was icy. The strongest overlord in the eastern province, quite a boast. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have provoked me, Chen. Notify them to wipe out the Qilin Hall. Chen ordered. The army gathered once again and headed straight for the Qilin Hall. After settling Yu Chu and Cece, Chen was determined to eliminate all the forces related to the Han family. Only in this way could he truly be at ease. The incident of Cece being captured had prompted him to take drastic action. For the sake of his wife and daughter, he didn't care about shedding blood. He would kill anyone who dared to touch the people around him. It was another late night. Another extermination operation. Thousands of soldiers marched with chilling intent. At this moment, Xing Ao had no idea what the Qilin Hall was about to face. He was listening to the information reported by his subordinates. Chen's family had just moved today. It's time, Xing Ao decided. Since Han Feiyan's failed scheme last time, he couldn't be bothered to play any more tricks. With the strength of the Qilin Hall, it was unnecessary. Chen, to celebrate your move, I will immediately send you a big gift and let your family reunite in heaven. Xing Ao directly mobilized 100 people from the Qilin Legion, along with 10 experts from the Qilin Hall, whose strength was similar to the 2 previously sent out. With such a strong lineup, even if Chen had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not escape death. Complete the mission, and each person will receive a bonus of 100,000. Xing Ao instructed his subordinates. We will not let the Hall Master down. The 10 experts and 100 soldiers shouted in unison, then split into more than 20 cars and headed straight for the Yunluo bookstore. After driving for a few miles, all the cars stopped. In front of them, there was a car blocking the road. Beep beep, the piercing sound of the horn echoed through the night sky. The car showed no reaction. Seeking death. A swordsman got out of the car, tall and fierce. He took a few steps forward, ready to teach the other party a lesson, when the car window suddenly opened, revealing a refined face with a smile. Are you from the Qilin Hall? The refined young man asked. The swordsman was taken aback. How do you know we're going to kill Chen? This time, he didn't get a response. With a muffled sound, the swordsman's neck was twisted, and he fell to the ground, dead. Not good, it's an ambush. A loud roar, and everyone was on high alert. All eyes were on the car in front of them. In the next moment, a refined young man stepped out of the car. I am Chen. Boom! Like a thunderbolt, more than 20 cars and over 100 people were filled with shock. They had come to kill Chen, but now he had come to them and immediately killed one of their top fighters. The strongest card of the Qilin Hall was the Qilin Legion, with 500 strong individuals known as the 500 Blades, undefeated in battle. However, before Chen even got out of the car, he had already killed one of the Blades, without giving them a chance to react. Let's attack and kill him. Someone shouted. Wait! At that moment, an elderly voice was heard, and an old man stepped out of the car, moving lightly and exuding a powerful aura. Apart from the 500 Blades, we also have 12 martial artists. I heard that the 2 martial artists we sent last time were killed by you. I am very curious to see your abilities. I never bully the elderly. All of you can attack me together. Chen said calmly with his hands behind his back. The old man's eyes flashed with cold light at the mention of bullying the elderly. There are 2 paths in martial arts training, external training of muscles and internal cultivation of qi. Chen's mocking of the old man's age showed his ignorance of martial arts. I thought you were some young hero, but it turns out you were just an ignorant kid. I will kill you, the old man said, unleashing a powerful attack. In an instant, he reached Chen and raised his palm to strike at his head, but Chen disdainfully said, you have only reached this level at your age, and you still dare to call yourself a martial artist. With a sudden movement, he grabbed the old man's hand and with a slight force, snapped his wrist bone. Ah! The old man screamed in pain and quickly tried to use his internal energy to push Chen away. However, Chen exerted a tremendous force, shattering the old man's internal energy and causing his organs to rupture. Put! The old man spat out blood and flew backward, lifeless. In front of Chen, the so-called master of internal martial arts was nothing. The remaining 9 top martial artists were shocked to see the leader of the 12 martial artists, known for his internal strength, being single-handedly killed by that young man. Attack! Let's kill him together. No one dared to face him alone. In an instant, over 100 people rushed towards Chen. Instead of fighting back, Chen signaled to Sun Long. Sun Long handed him a cigarette, which Chen lit and blew a smoke ring. At that moment, countless shadows appeared from all directions, the army of the demon god temple. Their march was as powerful as a fleet of cars. After all, these many people had been secretly scattered in Liang. Whether it was to destroy the Han family or to deal with the Qilin Hall, they all gathered at the target point upon receiving orders. Seeing the vast army, the people of the Qilin Hall were stunned. In the dark night, the endless army was like an unstoppable force of steel, far beyond the power of the blades. With the arrival of the demon god army, there was no need for Chen to take action. They cleared the scene. As the cigarette burned out, Chen said, "Stop." At that moment, only one martial artist remained, a man in his 50s who had seen many storms in his life. But now, he was pale and trembling. "Phone," Chen said coldly as he approached. "Phone?" The martial artist looked puzzled. Even at this level of power, he still needed to ask for a phone? He dared not say more and immediately took out his phone. "Make a video call to Xing for me," Chen ordered. The martial artist complied immediately. After just 2 rings, the call was connected. Xing saw the martial artist and immediately breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that something had happened. "Lao Yu, why is your face so pale?" Before the martial artist could answer, the phone suddenly turned to the side, and Chen's face appeared on the screen. "Is Master Xing free tonight? Chen, will visit later." Chen? Xing was startled and almost jumped out of his chair. Before he could ask, the call was hung up. "Why is Lao Yu with Chen? Not good." Xing immediately realized something and became excited. "Quick, gather all the remaining members of the Qilin Legion." Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the road, after ending the call, Chen gave Lao Yu a satisfied look. "Let's go to the Qilin Hall." With this command, the main force continued on their way. The headquarters of the Qilin Hall was located in a very remote place, with a large factory-like area, resembling a small community. Within a few miles, Chen quickly arrived by car. Xing had been waiting at the door, and when he saw only one car arriving in the late night, his gaze sharpened. How many people can fit in this car? Can it really take down the 10 top experts he sent, and 100 blade masters? What a joke! Sun Long came out first, then opened the car door, and Chen stepped out slowly. Dressed in black, wearing leather shoes, he exuded an outstanding aura. After his appearance, even the stars in the sky seemed to lose their radiance. This invisible momentum covered the entire world, shocking Xing He had fought in the underground world for countless years, and his heart was as cold and ruthless as iron, but after seeing Chen, he felt a sense of fear. "Just the 2 of you? Isn't 2 enough?" Chen asked. "Then you can wait to die. Since you're here today, don't think about leaving." After Xing finished speaking, countless shadows rushed out from the Qilin Hall. It was the remaining 400 members of the Qilin Legion, surrounding Chen and Sun Long tightly. "Do you think you can kill me with just a few hundred people?" Chen said coldly, with a hint of disdain in his tone. "Such arrogance. The Qilin Hall can stand in Liang because of the 500 blade masters. Killing you is as easy as turning over my hand." Xing shouted arrogantly. "Then why are there still 100 people missing, in addition to the 10 top martial artists who haven't returned?" Chen said playfully. Xing face twisted in anger. "Killing someone from my Qilin Hall and still daring to show off. Today, I will definitely tear you into pieces. Kill him." With this command, the 400 blade masters, wielding short knives, charged madly towards Chen and Song Long. "Song Long, they think the 2 of us are not enough. Why don't we show them what we're capable of?" Chen asked. "All right," Song Long said excitedly, his eyes burning with fierce fighting spirit. Being able to fight alongside the Lord was a great honor. "Then let's begin. I want to see how much you've improved." After saying this, Chen charged into the crowd, with Song Long following closely behind. "Overestimating yourselves. With just the 2 of you, you think you can take on 400 people? Who do you think you are, the demon god Lord Chen? Suddenly, Xing face changed drastically. Could it be the same person? Impossible. He quickly denied this thought. The demon god Lord Chen was a legendary figure. After the battle that shook the world, Chen had subdued countless countries and forces, and then disappeared without a trace. How could he appear in this small Liang? Even in the vast East continent, it was unlikely to have the honor of meeting Chen in person. It must be a coincidence, just the same name. Xing shook his head frantically. If he had really offended Chen, just the demon god army alone could crush the Qilin Hall, without needing the Lord to take action. As he watched the 400 blade masters surround Chen and Sun Long, Xing eyes flickered with excitement. "Even my teacher, Master Wulong, might not be able to resist. How can you?" However, shortly after he said this, he was dumbfounded. Chen, surrounded by 400 swordsmen, seemed to be possessed by a war god. With a sharp sword in hand, he moved through the area as if no one could stop him, leaving severed arms in his wake. Each and every swordsman fell, without exception, all having their arms cut off, resulting in continuous screams. Too fierce. Song Long couldn't help but admire from the bottom of his heart. Although they were fighting together, the lord of the palace seemed to be like a tank clearing the way, crushing all who stood in his path. "It seems that the lord's strength has improved again," Song Long muttered. Swish, swish, swish. The long sword in Chen's hand continued to dance like a laser, cutting through to the front gate. The last person fell. At this moment, in front of the Kirin Hall's gate, there was only Xing Ao. Just a few minutes ago, Xing Ao had been excited, but now his face was filled with fear. After a while, he suddenly took a deep breath. Is this still a human being? The proud legion of the Kirin Hall, which had been invincible, now had all 400 swordsmen lying on the ground, wailing in pain with their arms severed, far more painful than being killed. It was at this moment that the army of demons arrived, a dark and imposing force. Do you want to try my men and see how they compare to your swordsmen? Chen said coldly. Xing Ao shivered all over. Chen, who are you, and how do you have so many followers? He looked at the group of black-clad figures with fear, standing there like grim reapers, much more terrifying than the swordsmen. Go ask in hell, Chen said, raising his long sword. Hiss! Xing Ao's heart trembled. He had already witnessed the terror of this sword. Damn it, I'll kill you, Xing Ao suddenly said, reaching for his waist and then pulling the trigger. Swish! The bullet whizzed through the air, heading straight for Chen. Clang! Chen raised his sword, and with a sweep, the bullet flew off, sparking. This! Xing Ao was dumbfounded. Couldn't even the bullet hurt him? He wanted to fire a second shot, but then he saw a flash of silver. Bang! His gun was shattered by a single sword strike. With a powerful force, Xing Ao staggered back, staring at Chen in shock. If you're so capable, don't use a sword. I might still be able to kill you. Chen laughed wildly at his words. Good, as you wish. Crack! The long sword flew out and landed with a buzzing sound. As the first power of Liang, I also want to see how capable the Lord of the Kirin Hall is. With a thunderous crash like a hammer hitting the ground shook violently, and a violent force surged, howling like a mad wind. So strong! Xing Ao's face changed drastically. He thought Chen was powerful because of the sword, but he didn't expect his own strength to be so formidable. Damn it, let's go all out. Taking the initiative, he charged forward, throwing a punch at Chen. The forceful punch carried great strength and momentum. Luohan Fist, one of the 72 skills of Shaolin, emphasizes flexibility and unparalleled strength. Your fist technique lacks power, it's too weak. Chen saw through the fist technique at a glance and struck back with a punch. Boom! A loud explosion. Crack! The sound of bones breaking, Xing Ao's fist exploded, his entire arm completely disabled, blood gushing out. Lord of the Kirin Hall, you're just living off your reputation, let's end this. Chen said coldly. Chen, do you know what force is behind me? Xing Ao shouted frantically. What's there to fear about the Jinnan Prefecture? Chen sneered. You know about the Jinnan Prefecture? Xing Ao was surprised. The Jinnan Prefecture is much more powerful than you think. If you dare to kill me. Before he could finish his sentence, a sword struck, and his other arm fell to the ground, causing Xing Ao to kneel in pain and wail. Tell me, why did you order Han Lai to kill me 4 years ago? Chen demanded. It was the Jinnan Prefecture's order. I don't know anything else. Crack! Chen struck again, and with another scream, Xing Ao's leg was severed. This is your last chance. Chen said coldly. I really don't know. Please spare me. Xing Ao begged frantically. Who would have thought that Xing Ao, the absolute ruler of the underground world of Liang, who has been killing for decades and has ascended to the position of the Lord of the Qilin Hall, would now bow his head for the sake of survival? Since you don't know, what use are you? Chen said, picking up the sword from the ground and slashing it through the air. Bang! Xing Ao fell to the ground, writhing his throat. Who are you, really? The Lord of the Demon Temple, Chen. His eyes widened suddenly, filled with horror. He really was the Lord of the Demon Temple. Before he could catch his breath, he passed away. Search this place. If there are no issues, you can flatten it, Chen ordered. Yes. Sun Long nodded, then immediately called on the demon army to search the Qilin Hall. Half an hour later, everything was over, and the Qilin Hall became history, no longer in existence. Donate all the assets of the Qilin Hall. As for these people on the ground, Chen thought of something, a smile appearing on his lips. That same night, a call was made to the hands of Lei Tiancheng, the commander of the Firewolf army. Hurry to the headquarters of the Qilin Hall and arrest people. Arrest people at the Qilin Hall? Lei Tiancheng immediately got up and quickly led his men to the headquarters of the Qilin Hall. What he saw chilled him to the bone. The Qilin Hall had been destroyed. Xing Ao was dead. Hundreds of blades lay on the ground, all missing an arm, cut off by a single sword. Who could be so powerful as to flatten the Qilin Hall and sweep away the blades? He dared not imagine. Commander, who could have done this? Li Xiaolei asked in shock. There is only one person who fits the possibility. Lei Tiancheng took a deep breath. Li Xiaolei's heart trembled, as she also thought of one person. Chen. Late at night, besides the sound of the wind, only the pounding of the heart could be heard. On the way back, Sun Long drove and said, Lei Tiancheng has probably already arrived with his men. I wonder what his expression will be when he sees that the Qilin Hall has been destroyed. Lei Tiancheng is a man of integrity. He is determined to resolve the threat of the Qilin Hall, so let him clean up this mess, Chen said lightly. Calling it a mess, it was also an opportunity for achievement, a way to promote Lei Tiancheng. Lord, the Han family and the Qilin Hall have been destroyed, and there are no more enemies in Liang. Why do you seem to be in a bad mood? Sun Long noticed that since Chen got into the car, he seemed to be preoccupied, frowning from time to time. I have always been curious. Who wanted to kill me back then? Han Lai was acting on orders, and the Qilin Hall was also acting on orders, Chen pondered. He had thought it was a small matter that could be easily resolved, but after the successive destruction of the Han family and the Qilin Hall, he realized that things were not so simple. The only one who could give orders to the Qilin Hall was the Jinnan Prefecture, known as the strongest force in the eastern province. Chen had no dealings with the Jinnan Prefecture, and the Chen family had no connection with the Jinnan Prefecture in Guangling back then. Could it be the 7 major families who destroyed my Chen family? Chen's brow furrowed, a cold glint in his eyes. No matter who it is, I must get to the bottom of this. Chen thought to himself. Returning home, Yu Chu and Cici were still fast asleep. Chen was afraid of disturbing them, so he lay down on the sofa alone. Early the next morning, the news of the Qilin Hall's destruction quickly spread throughout Liang. But compared to the destruction of the Han family, this news did not cause much of a stir, as not many ordinary people knew about the Qilin Hall. Moreover, the relevant information was still under investigation, and the authorities had not disclosed much information. Apart from a very small number of people in the know, it did not spark widespread discussion. Inside a 5-star hotel in the city, ding-dong, the doorbell suddenly rang. Bai Ruobing, dressed in her pajamas, opened the door. Uncle Hui, what's the matter so early in the morning? Miss, the Qilin Hall has been destroyed, Uncle Hui said with a sullen tone, still unable to believe the fact. What did you say? The Qilin Hall has been destroyed? Bai Ruobing's laziness disappeared in an instant, and she became alert. It has really been destroyed. Commander Lei personally told me. Bai Ruobing only felt the temperature drop suddenly, and countless cold air invaded her body, making her shiver uncontrollably. Qilin Hall is one of the 10 major halls under the Jinnan Prefecture. It has been operating in Lingyang for countless years, housing 500 swordsmen and some martial artists. Its influence runs deep. Even Lei Tianxing can't do anything about Qilin Hall. Who could have destroyed Qilin Hall overnight? The identity of the perpetrator is uncertain, but there is one person who fits the bill, and I'm sure Miss can guess. Chen? Bai Ruobing asked in astonishment. Hui Shu nodded silently. In an instant, there was silence, with only the name Chen swirling madly in her mind. Chen didn't know how long he had slept, but when he woke up, it was already midday. To avoid unnecessary attention, he had been acting at night these days, which was quite exhausting. After all, he was just a titled demon god, not a real immortal. Dad, you're awake. Cici appeared out of nowhere and threw herself into Chen's arms. Where's Mom? Chen asked. Mom went to work and told me not to disturb your rest. She said she'll tell you about the food in the kitchen when you wake up. Cici said obediently. Cici is great. Chen smiled. As he was getting ready to eat, Cici, who had been playing outside, suddenly screamed. Cici! Chen quickly put down his chopsticks and rushed to the door. He saw Cici pounce into his arms. Dad, there's a strange person. A strange person? Chen looked up, surprised. At the front door, there was a man, bare-chested and carrying a cane, half kneeling on the ground. It was Lei Tianxing. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, I scared your daughter. Lei Tianxing said awkwardly. If anyone saw this scene, they would surely be astonished. The mighty commander of the Fire Wolf army was actually kneeling at someone else's door, which was simply unbelievable. Mr. Chen, I kept my word. Since you destroyed Qilin Hall, I naturally come to apologize and make amends for what I said at Qingfeng Pavilion yesterday. Lei Tianxing said sincerely, clasping his hands. So that's it. Chen finally understood. In fact, he didn't care about this matter at all, but he didn't expect Lei Tianxing to be so trustworthy and actually come to apologize in person. With his status and position, he didn't have to do this, which made Chen admire him. Let's talk about it inside. Chen said. If Mr. Chen doesn't forgive me, I won't have the face to stand up. Lei Tianxing insisted. It's a small matter, I didn't take it to heart. Chen said. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for not taking it to heart. Lei Tianxing was deeply moved and then stood up. Let's go inside and talk. Chen said. Okay. Lei Tianxing nodded. But aren't you going to change your clothes? I don't mind, but I'm afraid it will scare the children. Chen smiled. I'll change right away. Lei Tianxing said apologetically, then shouted outside, Xiaolei, bring me some clothes. She's here too? Chen's expression turned cold. Soon, Li Xiaolei came over with a piece of clothing. She wasn't wearing her uniform today, but a sporty outfit, still with her high ponytail. However, she no longer had that aggressive attitude, her eyes downcast and unwilling to meet Chen's gaze, looking very uncomfortable. Yesterday at Qingfeng Pavilion, she had been arrogant and even wanted to teach Chen a lesson. But the moment he walked past her, the hidden force shattered the floor, showing his profound strength that even her boss couldn't match, let alone her. Especially after learning that Chen had flattened Qilin Hall, Li Xiaolei's hostility towards him completely disappeared. He was a terrifying figure she couldn't afford to provoke. Boss. Li Xiaolei came over and handed the clothes to Lei Tiansheng. After Lei Tiansheng changed his clothes, he acted as a mediator. Mr. Chen, Xiaolei is someone I brought up. Despite being a girl, she is one of the most outstanding members of the entire Firewolf army, just a bit hot-tempered. Mr. Chen, I was a bit impulsive in my words and actions yesterday, I'm sorry. Li Xiaolei apologized. I didn't take it to heart, Chen said calmly. Let's go inside and talk. Lei Tiansheng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Chen was generous and didn't mind, otherwise, with his strength, he could easily teach them a lesson. How did you know it was me? Chen asked. Yesterday, Mr. Chen walked out of the Qingfeng pavilion. Just this move alone made me admire you greatly. Only you are qualified to take down the Qilin Hall, Lei Tiansheng said with great admiration. Chen smiled and said nothing. The Qilin Hall is located in Liyang and has supported a tyrant like Han Lai, posing a great threat to local security. I have always wanted to take down the Qilin Hall, but never had the chance. This time, I really have to thank Mr. Chen for destroying the Qilin Hall, Lei Tiansheng said, picking up his teacup. A toast to Mr. Chen with tea. After finishing, he drank it all. It's purely the Qilin Hall seeking its own death. You don't need to be too polite, Chen said lightly. To be honest, I have been in charge of the Firewolf army for nearly 20 years, and this is the first time I have seen someone as powerful as Mr. Chen. I sincerely hope that Mr. Chen can give me some guidance, Lei Tiansheng said, with a very eager look in his eyes. On the side, Li Xiaolei also looked at Chen with longing eyes. Before Chen came along, they thought their strength was not bad, but after seeing Chen, they realized that he was a true master. If they could get some guidance, it would be very beneficial. You still have some selfish motives, but seeing that you are willing to bear the blame, I will give you some guidance. I hope you won't mind, Chen said calmly. How could I? Mr. Chen is not joking, Lei Tiansheng said excitedly. Then Chen demonstrated Lei Tiansheng's foundation. You practice a similar martial art to Xing, but you are a little inferior to him in skill. Lei Tiansheng said embarrassedly. I won't hide it from Mr. Chen, I fought against Xing several years ago and indeed lost. The only thing you are inferior to Xing in is your moves. As long as you strengthen this aspect, you will be fine, Chen explained, instantly making Lei Tiansheng feel as if he had found a treasure. Very grateful. Chen's gaze fell on Li Xiaolei. Li Xiaolei's heart trembled, not knowing what to do. As a woman, you are naturally much weaker in strength than men. I know you must have put in a lot of effort to make up for the gap between you and men, but this is actually a mistake. Your meridians and bones have been injured many times. If you continue to train forcefully, not only will you not be able to improve your strength, but you will also end up with a lot of injuries. When this was said, Li Xiaolei was shocked, because Chen was right. In order to perform better, she trained desperately and suffered many injuries. Although they had all healed, sometimes she could clearly feel the soreness in her body, as if her meridians and bones were being pricked by needles. Lei Tiansheng quickly gestured to Li Xiaolei, and Li Xiaolei hurriedly said, Please give me some guidance, Mr. Chen. Soak your body in Chinese herbal medicine every 3 days, which can help alleviate the pain. Also, learn some other moves, Chen said casually. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Li Xiaolei thanked him. She had originally wanted to ask for some moves, but didn't dare to speak up. Based on her actions yesterday, she had seriously offended the other party. If Chen could forgive her, it would be good enough. Asking for more would be pushing it. Mr. Chen actually understands traditional Chinese medicine. No wonder Miss Bai insisted on finding you, Lei Tiansheng said in shock. Chen narrowed his eyes. Although he had asked Sanglong to investigate Bai Ruobing's background, there was still no news. It might be better to ask Lei Tiansheng directly. What is the background of Miss Bai? She is from the Bai family in Qingzhou. An ancestor of the family was a king, and after several centuries, they have accumulated a rich heritage. Now the Bai family is also one of the top 10 families in the north, and one of the top families in Qingzhou. Indeed, quite a prestigious background. Chen nodded secretly. A family that has lasted for hundreds of years is much more powerful than ordinary wealthy families. They have risen and fallen in the river of history for hundreds of years without perishing, far surpassing families like the Han family. Has something big happened to the Bai family? Chen asked. I heard that the master of the Bai family has contracted a strange illness, and despite seeking treatment at many major hospitals, they have been unable to find a cure. Miss Bai has come to Liyang specifically to find a solution, Lei Tiansheng explained. A strange illness? What kind of illness? I can't be of much help, so I shouldn't ask too many questions, Lei Tiansheng said. Mr. Chen, if you have a solution, perhaps you could help Miss Bai. She is indeed quite anxious, Chen said, his cold gaze fixed on Lei Tiansheng. Lei Tiansheng felt a sudden jolt in his heart, as if he had been targeted by the Grim Reaper. Hopefully, he wouldn't say anything wrong. Are you very familiar with Miss Bai? When I was serving in Qingzhou, I received kindness from the Bai family, but after being transferred to Liyang, I lost contact with them. But the Bai family is good. If Mr. Chen is willing to help, the Bai family will definitely not mistreat you, Lei Tiansheng spoke in support of Bai Ruobing. Chen didn't care about anything, especially with his status. He didn't need any favors from the Bai family. He didn't have any good feelings towards Bai Ruobing, and without reason, he had no obligation to help her. Seeing that Chen didn't respond, Lei Tiancheng didn't dare to say anything more. After a few moments of small talk, he took Li Xiaolei and left. Oh, right. Lei Tiancheng paused, his expression serious. Mr. Chen, Xingao is not the strongest in Liang. He has a master named Zhang Taishan, also known as Master Wulong. He is Xingao's master and the #1 expert in Liang. Xingao's martial arts were all taught by him. If you kill Xingao, I'm afraid Zhang Taishan will seek revenge on you. Although Mr. Chen is powerful, Zhang Taishan is not an ordinary person. It's best to be careful. If you need my help, just ask. I, Lei Tiancheng, and even the Fire Wolf army, will all follow Mr. Chen's orders. Lei Tiancheng said sincerely. This was what he had said at the Qingfeng Pavilion yesterday. Not only did he want to apologize, but he also wanted the Fire Wolf army to obey Chen. Even managing the Demon God army was enough for Chen. After thanking Lei Tiancheng for the reminder, he secretly noted down the name Zhang Taishan. After seeing off Lei Tiancheng and Li Xiaolei, Chen stayed at home to play with Cici. It was different in the new house. There was enough space to run around, and there was a large private garden where they could even play soccer. It wasn't until the afternoon that Xin Yuchu sent a message, inviting them to a family gathering in the evening and asking them to bring Cici along. The organizer of this gathering was none other than Yin Shui, Xin Yuchu's college classmate whom they had met in the neighborhood yesterday. They had initially thought that it was just a polite gesture to stay in touch, but today, a gathering was organized. Xin Yuchu had originally wanted to decline, but Yin Shui was very insistent, so she had no choice but to agree. Then let's go. After all, they are old classmates, Chen said. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Chen took Cici and appeared at the entrance of Yun Luo Company, where he picked up Yuchu and hailed a taxi. Driver, please take us to Yanyu Jiangnan, Xin Yuchu said to the driver. Yanyu Jiangnan? Chen was surprised. It was booked by Yin Shui. She said she wanted to go to a nice place, Xin Yuchu said with a helpless smile. When Yin Shui sent the location for the dinner, she was also surprised. It seems destined for me to have a meal at Yanyu Jiangnan, Chen joked. Half an hour later, the car arrived at Yanyu Jiangnan. Why is it different from last time? There are so many luxury cars today, Xin Yuchu exclaimed. Silly girl, how could it be the same? Last time, I personally booked the place. With Yin Shui's ability, she could still book the place? Because today is a normal business day, Chen laughed. Oh, last time it was booked by a big boss, Xin Yuchu realized belatedly. The family of 3 entered the restaurant. Although they had been here before, they had only stopped at the entrance. This was the first time they had entered the restaurant, and Xin Yuchu was still amazed by the decoration. It was indeed one of the most luxurious restaurants in Liang, very extravagant. Xin Yuchu looked around. What are you looking for? Chen asked knowingly. I want to see if Tang Jing is still here. Otherwise, it would be too awkward, Xin Yuchu said. Don't worry, she definitely isn't here, Chen said confidently. How can you be so sure? Xin Yuchu asked. Wasn't it her who said it last time? Chen smiled. But we're not the VIPs who booked the place. Xin Yuchu rolled her eyes. Silly girl, if it's not you who booked it, then who else could it be? Do you really think Tang Jing is so kind to take care of your face and invite us back? Chen shook his head inwardly. Yuchu, you're here. A voice came, and Yin Shui walked over in high heels. She was wearing a wine-red halter dress, with her long wavy hair cascading down her snow-white back, her prominent cleavage drawing attention, and her figure extremely attractive, like a car model. Men in the restaurant couldn't help but sneak a few glances at her, unable to resist swallowing their saliva. Sensing the hot gazes from others, Yin Shui's smile became even brighter, clearly enjoying the attention. She quickly approached Xin Yuchu and her group, a scent of perfume wafting over. Chen furrowed his brows slightly, seeing the undisturbed look in Yin Shui's eyes. No matter how beautiful she was, she couldn't compare to Yuchu, especially with a kind of vulgar and worldly air about her, which lowered her class. Yin Shui, you look so beautiful today, just like a big star, Xin Yuchu said enviously. Beautiful? Come on, I'm getting old and faded, Yin Shui said, but her face was beaming with happiness. Back in school, Xin Yuchu was the campus belle, with all the boys' attention on her. Times had changed, and now she stood in front of Xin Yuchu like a star, finally overshadowing her. After Yin Shui arrived, 2 more female classmates came, both of whom they hadn't seen in a long time, exchanging greetings with each other. Yuchu, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Why did you just arrive now? A short-haired girl said. It was hard to find a taxi, so it took some time, Xin Yuchu explained. Find a taxi? Yuchu, are you kidding? When did Miss Shin become so low-key? The short-haired girl exaggerated. Xin Yuchu felt embarrassed. What was her situation? Everyone knew. Wasn't this an obvious sarcasm towards her? Another blonde girl nudged the short-haired girl with her elbow and whispered something. Ah, Yuchu got kicked out of the Shin family? The loud voice made everyone nearby turn their heads. It's all in the past, Xin Yuchu said awkwardly. Alright, let's not talk about it. We finally reunited, let's go into the private room quickly, Yin Shui intervened, and then everyone went into the private room. There were already 3 men sitting inside, chatting amicably. Come, let me introduce you, this is our former campus belle and the #1 beauty in Liyang, Shin Yuchu. Nice to meet you. Several men spoke up, their eyes constantly sizing up Shin Yuchu. It had to be said that Shin Yuchu was indeed beautiful, even if she was dressed plainly. Her appearance was pure and her temperament outstanding, making people's eyes light up. This is. Yin Shui looked at Chen. My husband, Chen, Shin Yuchu introduced generously, with a hint of pride on her face. Although he wasn't as wealthy as others, in her heart, no one could replace him. The 3 men scrutinized Chen, seeing that he was dressed very plainly, a hint of disdain in their eyes. Although they greeted him warmly, it was obvious that it was just perfunctory, and their eyes soon turned back to Shin Yuchu. Then Yin Shui introduced a few family members in turn, even if they had met before. Alright, stop standing, everyone take a seat, Yin Shui called out. There were a total of 4 families. Except for Chen's family and the short-haired girl, who brought their children, Yin Shui and the blonde woman only brought their husbands. In the blink of an eye, it's been 5 years since we graduated from university, let's have a toast for our reunion this time, Yin Shui suggested. Everyone raised their glasses, clinked them together, and then started chatting, seemingly caring about each other, but inquiring about each other's well-being. Yin Shui and 3 other families seemed very familiar with each other, discussing everything from the garage to national development, exuding the demeanor of successful people, as if they were in a conference hall. Several women were chatting about cosmetics and the like. Chen sat alone, eating and not being bothered by anyone. He had no interest in chatting with these people as they were not his type. He was only there to accompany Yuchu. Yuchu also seemed uncomfortable, just nodding along with the others' conversation. Yin Shui, you're amazing. Not only have you had a successful career, but you've also found such a capable husband, the short-haired woman complimented. Oh, it's nothing, just a little fun, Yin Shui chuckled. Yin Shui, you're too modest. I just found out that General Gui is a well-known figure in the building materials industry. He opened a large building materials market in Guangling, and his business is booming. With an annual income of several million, the short-haired woman's husband said, a bespectacled man in a suit. Several million a year. Everyone was amazed and envious. Just kidding, it's just hard-earned money. Yin Shui's husband waved his hand, tugging at the large gold chain around his neck. Mr. Huang is a bank manager, dealing with many big entrepreneurs. Our small business is nothing compared to that. And this Mr. Xia, he's living off the government, who isn't better than me. Another round of mutual compliments followed, and Yin Shui's bald husband suddenly stared at Chen. Speaking of which, I'm not even as good as this little brother. He actually managed to marry the most beautiful woman in Liyang. I wonder where he got the guts. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned to Chen. Yuchu wanted to step in and defuse the situation. Chen had already spoken. Staying at home with the kids. The atmosphere suddenly froze, followed by bursts of laughter. Staying at home with the kids, are you kidding? Yuchu, with your conditions, why did you choose such a man? I heard about your situation, and I thought you would have chosen someone outstanding. How? The woman with blonde hair also spoke, hesitating. I like him, that's all that matters, Yuchu said courageously. Chen didn't care about others' opinions. Hearing Yuchu stand up for him, he felt warm inside. Liking someone won't put food on the table. You need to find a reliable man, not someone who just stays at home with the kids, the short-haired woman said, turning her criticism towards Chen. You're a man, too. You married such a beautiful wife, why haven't you made money yet? How can you stay at home with the kids? Living off a woman, the bald man sneered, drawing laughter from everyone. Yuchu took a deep breath, trying to control her emotions. He's my husband. Please don't speak about him like that. A man without ability is just a waste. Yuchu, you don't need to defend him. Let us help you wake him up, the short-haired woman said. Criticizing my husband is criticizing me. Please stop. Yuchu was already angry. These people were too much. She had come to the gathering to save face for her classmates and had even brought her family along. Yet they completely disregarded her face and openly mocked Chen. As a wife, how could she stand for it? Seeing Yuchu getting angry, everyone quieted down. Yin Shui chuckled twice and said, Yuchu, actually, we're all doing this for your own good, especially today's gathering. It's actually to set you up. What do you mean? Yuchu asked. Didn't I tell you to invest in Liyang yesterday? My husband plans to invest in your Yunluo Group, and in the future, my husband's company will be responsible for the building materials of Yunluo Group. You work at Yunluo Company, so from now on, you'll be our employee. I invited you to this gathering out of respect for our old classmates. I was hoping you would perform well, but I didn't expect. I'm sorry, I don't need it. I want to work hard and don't need to use connections. Shin Yuchu directly refused. Yin Shui's face instantly turned cold. Yin Shui, you have a kind heart, but your classmate is too ungrateful. The bald man sneered, then looked at Shin Yuchu with a sinister expression. Since you are so capable, once I sign the contract with Yunlu Company, you should find another place. You should apologize and make amends, Yin Shui persuaded. What did I do wrong? Shin Yuchu found it ridiculous. Sorry, we have something to do. Chen, let's go. Shin Yuchu stood up and left. Cece obediently left her seat. At that moment, she accidentally bumped into the short-haired woman's child. Get away, you poor kid, you dirted my clothes. The 5 or 6-year-old boy pushed Cece hard, almost knocking her to the ground. Cece started crying. Apologize. Chen, who had been silent, suddenly spoke in a cold tone. If it weren't for Yochu's dislike of his impulsiveness, he would have lost his temper long ago. This classmate had no respect for Yuchu. Why are you so aggressive? Your child bumped into mine, why should he apologize? It's already good that I don't make your child apologize. The short-haired woman was furious and stood up, glaring at Chen unreasonably. I won't apologize, la la la. The boy made a face and provocatively said, you won't apologize? Chen raised his hand and slapped the boy. The boy was sent flying and fell to the ground, crying loudly. Mom, he hit me. Everyone was shocked. No one expected Chen to be so violent. You dare to hit my son, I'll kill your daughter. The short-haired woman rushed up like a madwoman. You dare to hit my son, you're finished. The man with glasses also rushed over. Bang! 2 figures flew out and fell to the ground, unable to get up for a while. Shin Yuchu was frightened and quickly stopped him. If it weren't for my wife, you would have met your maker. Chen's fierce words scared everyone. Shin Yuchu, I'm giving you face. Don't blame me for the consequences of your husband's troublemaking. Yin Shui said coldly. Chen slapped her, sending Yin Shui flying. You! The bald man stood up, holding a bottle. Chen pressed down on the table with one hand. Boom! An unmatched force spread out, shattering the dishes on the table. Even the bottle in the bald man's hand was instantly shattered, cutting his hand and causing it to bleed. You dare to hit me, I am. Another man wanted to threaten, but Chen's gaze scared him into sitting still. Apologize to my wife. Chen said coldly. Apologize my foot. You dare to hit us, just wait. Yin Shui shouted. Fine, if you don't apologize, your contract, your bank manager position, and your official position will all disappear. Chen finished speaking, picked up Cece, and pulled Yuchu. Let's go, back home. After Chen's family of 3 left, the private room was in chaos. Damn it, a poor kid dares to be so arrogant. I must kill him. Guozong gritted his teeth in pain. Yes, we must kill him. If my son is not compensated with $1 million, I won't let this go. The short-haired woman's eyes were vicious. He even threatened to cancel our contract with Yunlu. Who does he think he is, thinking he can cancel our cooperation with just a word? Yin Shui was also furious. Shin Yuchu, don't blame this old classmate for not giving face. I will definitely settle the score with your husband. He wants to get me fired? He didn't even bother to find out what position I hold. I'll have him arrested for causing trouble here. Mr. Xia, who was on the official career path, boasted. A good dinner gathering ended up in a mess, and everyone started to leave. Just as they were about to settle the bill, the owner of Smoke and Rain in the south hurried over, sweating profusely. He was in a rush, having heard that the VIP who had booked the entire restaurant last time had come again, and he had driven over immediately. Last time, he hadn't served them well, and he couldn't afford to miss out this time, or it wouldn't be as simple as firing Tang Jing. His restaurant might really not be able to continue. You don't need to pay, this meal is on me. We don't need to pay? Yin Shui looked surprised. Boss, are you mistaken? No, weren't you all here to eat with Mr. Chen? I'm treating you to this meal in consideration of Mr. Chen's face, the boss said in a hurry. Boom! Yin Shui and the others' faces changed drastically. They couldn't afford to provoke the boss of Smoke and Rain in the south. Who exactly is Chen? No, I have to find out about this guy's background. Xia gritted her teeth and immediately called a friend to investigate Chen's background. On the way back, Shin Yuchu frowned. Chen, you're too impulsive. Do you want them to make fun of you and bully Cece? Chen retorted. He had already restrained himself, otherwise, no one would be able to leave the restaurant. Even if Shin Yuchu was angry, she couldn't say anything after hearing Chen's words. Yin Shui and the others were indeed too much. Oh well. She sighed. Chen, I'm sorry for embarrassing you. Silly wife, what nonsense are you talking about? Even if it's embarrassing, blame me. Chen said gently. I don't blame you at all, it's my own choice. Shin Yuchu said firmly. Her face suddenly darkened. I might lose my job. If Yin Shui's husband signs a formal contract with Yun Luo Company, I will definitely be fired. She had just been promoted to department manager, and her salary had increased, so Shin Yuchu was very happy, but now, she might be fired in a few days, feeling very lost. Don't worry, Yun Luo won't cooperate with Yin Shui's husband, and you won't be fired. You might even get a promotion and a raise. Chen said confidently. What are you joking about, not firing me, and even getting a promotion and a raise? Shin Yuchu looked at Chen as if he were a fool. Don't believe me? I don't. What if I'm right? You can do whatever you want, then unlock a new skill? Chen smirked. What nonsense are you talking about? Shin Yuchu blushed and glared at Chen fiercely. Cece was still there, and she didn't know how to restrain herself. Okay, my bad. Do you dare to bet? Chen smiled. I'm not afraid of you, anyway, it's impossible, but if you prove me wrong, you'll have to listen to me in the future. Shin Yuchu said. No problem. Chen readily agreed. Mom, Dad, Cece is hungry. Cece looked pitiful. I'm a little hungry too. Shin Yuchu said, having eaten very little at Smoke and Rain in the south, her stomach was basically empty. Let's go, Dad's treating. The family of 3 immediately found a restaurant and had a hearty meal. At the same time, Shin took the opportunity to call Song Long and ask him to do a small favor. Yes, I understand. Song Long hung up immediately after hearing the instructions. They really don't know their own limits, how dare they provoke the Lord. He immediately went to work. At the headquarters of Yun Luo Company, Chao Huadong was still working in his office, surrounded by smoke, his brow furrowed. In front of him were a pile of contracts. For the development of the company, he had to sell some shares and let the building materials boss, General Gua, invest in the company, which was equivalent to finding a new big boss for the company. Although a villa was sold, after paying the employees' wages and repaying the bank interest, there was little left of the 40 million. The suppliers have been pressing hard these days. In order for the company to survive, they can only sell off a part of it. Chao Huadong felt very uncomfortable at this stage of his career, which he had poured 20 years of hard work into. If everything goes as planned, the contract will be signed tomorrow after the data is ready tonight. Mr. Chao, someone is looking for you. Just at this moment, the secretary suddenly came in and said, Who is it? A man around 30 years old, very unfamiliar. It's late at night, let's talk about it tomorrow. Mr. Chao waved his hand. He didn't have the time now. The other party said they can help Yunlu Company in its time of crisis. When the secretary said this, Chao Huadong's eyes lit up. Quickly bring him in. Soon, a man came to the office. May I ask who you are? Chao Huadong asked. 10 billion. The man didn't beat around the bush, and Chao Huadong was shocked as soon as he spoke. 10 billion what? I know Yunlu Company is having problems with its operations, and I can provide 10 billion in funding to help. Chao Huadong's heart skipped a beat. Friend, it's late at night. Are you not here to play with me, Chao? Do you think I'm joking with you? The man's tone was cold. Chao Huadong then realized that the other party was serious. Even if there really is 10 billion in funding, why would you want to help Yunlu Company when we don't know each other? What exactly do you want to gain? I only ask you to do one thing, the man said. Sure enough, Chao Huadong thought to himself, the other party didn't offer help for nothing. If he could provide 10 billion, the task he wanted him to do must be extremely difficult. What thing? With this 10 billion investment, can the cooperation with General Gui in the construction materials be cancelled? Is it that simple? Chao Huadong couldn't believe it. It's that simple. The man affirmed. My friend, are you sure you're not joking? You want to help Yunlu with 10 billion, just to cancel the cooperation with General Gua? Chao Huadong still couldn't believe it. It wasn't until the man took out a card and handed it to Chao Huadong that he was stunned on the spot. There really was 10 billion inside. This is just the initial amount. If it's not enough in the future, there is still a large amount of funding, provided that you will do the job. The man said, I will definitely cooperate fully. Chao Huadong was extremely excited. The 10 billion in funding that came out of nowhere to help Yunlu was like winning a big prize. I won't disturb you. The man quickly completed his task and left. I still don't know your identity? My master sent me. You don't need to worry about my identity. Who is your master? Chen. His Chao Huadong suddenly took a deep breath. My master is Loki. I hope these things don't let Miss Xinyuchu know. Song Long finished speaking and left, leaving Chao Huadong alone, his face filled with astonishment. A benefactor, truly a benefactor to me. Chao Huadong was extremely excited, wishing he could kneel down to Chen right away. The next morning, at Yulu Academy, in an ordinary villa, General Gua had just received a call from Mr. Sa. After various investigations, Chen had no background, so there was no need to worry about anything. Then I can rest assured. I guess he has no background, otherwise how could he stay at home and take care of the children? I'll teach him step by step. What are you so impulsive for? Instead of going to find him, why don't we sign the contract with Yulu first, and then fire Xinyuchu? She will definitely come to beg me then, and there will be plenty of opportunities to teach them a lesson. Yin Shui said cunningly. Then isn't Xinyuchu willing to do anything? General Gua smirked. What, do you have any ideas for her? Yin Shui glanced at him. How could I? With you, it's enough. General Gua went up to hug Yin Shui, thinking of Xinyuchu's figure in his mind, his hands becoming restless. Stop dawdling, go sign the contract with Yulu. Yin Shui pushed away his hands, and then she and General Gua drove straight to Yulu Company. Before they could even leave the neighborhood gate, a phone call suddenly came in. After glancing at the incoming call display, General Gua sneered. Chao Huadong is really out of money, so eager to urge me. He immediately slid to answer the call. Mr. Chao, I'm already on my way out, so have the contract ready for me. What? You're telling me I don't need to come? The cooperation is off? General Gua slammed on the brakes, his face changing drastically. Chao Huadong, are you kidding me? Your Yunlu company is out of money, who else can help you besides me? Just as he finished speaking, his pupils suddenly contracted. 1 billion? Someone is sponsoring you with 1 billion? Are you out of your mind? Before he could finish his sentence, the other party hung up. What's wrong? Yin Shui asked. Yunlu Company got a 1 billion sponsorship from someone else and won't cooperate with me, General Guo said angrily. Yin Shui's face turned pale. How could a perfectly good contract turn sour? Could it be Chen's doing? That's impossible. That kid has no background at all. His own wife works at Yunlu. Where would he get 1 billion? He might not even have 100,000. Just then, Chen returned with CC after buying breakfast. Chen, what are you doing here? Yin Shui asked in surprise. You can be here. Why can't I? Chen looked at the couple coldly. We bought a house here. We are the owners here. What right do you have to be here? Yin Shui said disdainfully. Why waste so much time talking to him? Security, this kid doesn't live here, so kick him out. General Guo shouted loudly. Sorry, he is a resident of this villa area and has the right to come and go, the security guard said. The Guo couple were dumbfounded. Are they kidding? The cheapest villa here starts at 10 million. How could Chen afford it? Chen couldn't be bothered with the couple and walked towards his home with CC. Absolutely impossible. General Guo secretly followed in his car, until he finally stopped on the side of the road, watching Chen walk towards Villa No. 9. It was the most expensive villa in Yunlu Academy, worth 40 million. Even he, General Guo, a giant in the building materials industry, couldn't afford it. Could Chen, on his own, buy Villa No. 9? The Guo couple went crazy and quickly called Mr. Xia to help investigate. The person who answered the phone was not Mr. Xia, but someone else, who informed them of some news. Mr. Xia is suspected of corruption and has been dismissed for investigation. Boom! A bad idea instantly filled the minds of the couple. They quickly contacted manager Huang, but he didn't answer the phone. But in the next second, a car quickly arrived. A couple and a child got out of the car. It was manager Huang and his family. Manager Huang, what are you doing here? Don't call me Manager Huang. I have been fired. I am just an ordinary person. The Guo couple were shocked. They, along with Mr. Xia, Manager Huang, all the people who attended the family banquet yesterday, were all in big trouble. What on earth happened? Yin Shui asked. This Mr. Chen is a distinguished client of our bank on a global scale, and this villa is bought by him. Mr. Huang said in horror. His wife glared at Yin Shui. It's all your fault. You insisted on organizing the gathering, causing my husband to lose his job and offend Mr. Chen. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go. Mr. Huang pulled his wife and child, hurriedly running towards the villa, and knelt down to beg for forgiveness. At this moment, the Guo couple felt dizzy. Just proving that this villa was bought by Chen made them lose their minds. And Mr. Huang also revealed that Chen is a distinguished client of his bank on a global scale. How much power does that require? Yin Shui suddenly remembered that when she met Shen Yuchu the day before yesterday, she wasn't helping someone else move, but moving herself? No, it's impossible. Shen Yuchu's husband is just a kept man. Where did he get the money to buy a villa? Yin Shui refused to believe it. Smack! General Guo slapped her in the face. You despicable person, you've ruined me. Not only did the investment go down the drain, but you also offended a big shot for no reason. After saying that, he followed up and begged for mercy in front of the villa. If the cooperation failed, he would still be nothing but Guizong, waiting to lose everything. Yin Shui, ignoring the beating, also ran up. Chen opened the door and saw everyone kneeling and begging at the door, his eyes cold. Weren't you arrogant yesterday? Now you're scared? It's too late. I want to see you all leave within 3 seconds, or face the consequences. Whoosh! Everyone dared not disobey and quickly drove away, fearing even bigger trouble. At this time, Shen Yuchu had just arrived at the company and saw General Chao personally looking for her, his face full of smiles. Yuchu, are you working? Yes, General Chao. Good morning, Shen Yuchu politely replied. Good. You are very diligent in your work. I have decided to officially appoint you as the general manager of the real estate department of Yunlu Company starting today. As for the salary and benefits, the HR department will explain it to you later. With the help of Chen's 1 billion, not only can Shen Yuchu be appointed as the general manager of the real estate department, she can even be appointed as the CEO. However, there was a warning not to be too friendly. Such a heavy news early in the morning, Shen Yuchu could hardly believe it. She had only been a department manager for a few days, and now she was being appointed as the real estate manager, which was unbelievable. Although both were managers, they were completely different. A department manager only handled the sale of houses, while a real estate manager was responsible for a series of matters related to real estate development, sales, and more, with power multiplied several times over. General Chao, are you joking? Shen Yuchu still couldn't believe it. I said the same thing to someone last night, but fate is so wonderful. Well, I won't disturb you at work. I hope you continue to work hard. The future of Yunlu Company depends on you, General Chao said before leaving. Wow, Yuchu, you're amazing. Congratulations on becoming the general manager. We apologize for any offense we caused you before. A group of colleagues surrounded her, showering her with praise. Shin Yu-chu was stunned. It wasn't until HR found her and confirmed that from today, all benefits would be according to the general managers, with a monthly salary increase from 8,000 to 30,000, and a year-end bonus of 30,000. A year-end bonus too? Shin Yu-chu confirmed several times and signed the documents in a daze. After leaving the HR office, she felt like she was floating. Chen was right. Not only was I not fired, but I also got a promotion and a raise. Did this guy have a crystal ball? Unable to wait to share with Shin Yu-chu had just returned to the sales department when she was informed that someone was looking for her outside. When she went outside, she saw In Shui and others kneeling on the ground, crying and pleading. Yu-chu, we were wrong yesterday. Please forgive us. My husband can't afford to lose his job. The short-haired woman said in a humble tone, holding her child and apologizing. Yu-chu, I also had good intentions. If I have offended you in any way, I apologize here. Please don't hold it against us. In Shui ran up, almost hugging Shin Yu-chu's legs. Shin Yu-chu was confused by their actions. After finally understanding what had happened, she was also shocked. She didn't expect that overnight, 3 families would encounter such a tragedy. You have misunderstood. My husband is not that capable. I can overlook the past, but I can't help you. Take care of yourselves, Shin Yu-chu said, then turned and walked into the company. After the dinner last night, she had completely seen through these people. Outside the door, the short-haired woman and her family cried helplessly. Guozong clenched his fists. The 1 billion in funds was mortgaged by him in the building materials market and borrowed from various investment institutions. He also signed a double compensation agreement, meaning that if the cooperation failed, he would have to compensate the investors twice the amount. In other words, he didn't earn a penny and had to compensate 2 billion. Even selling all his assets might not be enough. It was a huge loss. Thinking of this, she beat In Shui again. It was all because of this despicable woman. Otherwise, how could she have provoked Chen and even ruined the business? In a moment, 3 families were plunged into disaster. For Chen, teaching those 3 families a lesson was just a small matter. He had sworn that anyone who dared to bully Yu-chu and CC would be mercilessly killed. Letting them off lightly was already a great mercy. Before the end of the evening shift, at noon, Shin Yu-chu took a car and ran home. As soon as she entered the door, she shouted loudly, Chen, tell me honestly, did you do those things? What things? Chen asked. You. Oh. Shin Yu-chu had to tell everything. Chen hadn't expected that the other party had gone to find Yu-chu. It seemed that she was really afraid. Well, it was good. He hadn't had the chance to apologize yesterday, so he would make up for it today. After Shin Yu-chu finished speaking, she stared at Chen and said, I hope you won't lie to me again. Even if Shin Yu-chu was a fool, the events of the past few days made her start to doubt Chen. Chen put his hands on Shin Yu-chu's shoulders and said seriously, Yu-chu, I never wanted to deceive you. It's just that there are some things that are not easy to tell you right now. But please believe me, I am not a bad person. I will do my best to protect this family. Since the previous incident where he hadn't considered the consequences and told everything to Shin Yu-chu, and then faced questioning, Chen had seriously considered the matter. He needed to wait for the day when Yu-chu was ready before telling her everything. Okay, I believe you. I won't ask anymore in the future. Shin Yu-chu gradually calmed down. Okay, have you eaten yet? Let's have a meal before going to work, Chen asked with concern. When it came to work, Shin Yu-chu remembered something. Oh, by the way, Chen, I got a promotion and a raise. Mr. Chow actually made me the general manager directly. At first, I was scared. Guess how much I make now? 30,000 yuan. And there's a year-end bonus. This way, we can buy a house soon. Shin Yu-chu chattered on, happily sharing these things. I was right. You have to fulfill your promise to me, right? What promise? Unlocking new skills. Chen smirked and stepped forward, pressing Shin Yu-chu against the edge of the pool. Just new skills, okay, I'll make you stir-fried minced eggplant. Shin Yu-chu laughed. You still want to play tricks on me? Chen hugged Shin Yu-chu and kissed her. Shin Yu-chu's legs softened like an electric shock. Mom, Dad, I'm hungry. At that moment, CC suddenly entered the kitchen. Swish! Chen instantly stepped back, and Shin Yu-chu quickly straightened her clothes. The two looked at CC, wide-eyed. The life of Chen's family returned to tranquility. Since Kirin Hall was destroyed, there were hardly any enemies left in Liyang. And as for who wanted to kill him 4 years ago, there was still no result. Chen knew that he wouldn't stay in Liyang for too long. Once he found a clue, he would go to Guangling. It was a heartbreaking place. The 8 great families of Guangling, how powerful they were, controlling the economic lifeline of the entire Guangling. They were like kings in the entire East continent. Their reputation spread far and wide. Overnight, the Chen family no longer existed. The raging fire that night not only burned down the entire Chen family, but also destroyed everything the Chen family had built in Guangling for many years. The Chen family was gone, turned to ashes. Dad, Mom, little sister. Chen's heart was torn like a knife as he sat on the balcony of the villa, letting the wind blow on his face. At some point, Shin Yu-chu appeared behind him and, seeing Chen's back, suddenly felt very lonely. There seemed to be an indelible pain on him. Chen Yichu walked gently, not disturbing Chen, and just leaned slowly on his shoulder. Chen, do you have something on your mind? Turning his head slightly, he looked at the beauty beside him. In her innocent, big eyes, there was a look of concern. A smile appeared at the corner of Chen's mouth, as if his heartache had been soothed and hidden away. My concern is when I can give you a complete wedding and make you my true wife. Smooth talker. Chen Yichu gave him a disdainful look. Haven't I already put on the wedding dress you bought for me? But there's still a wedding banquet missing. Others have it, and I want you to have it too, Chen said. I don't care about those things. As long as I can be with you, it's enough. And I have something that others may not have, Chen Yichu smiled. What? You? Their eyes met, full of affection, and even the night air was filled with a sweet scent. After 2 peaceful days, someone suddenly came to visit. It was Bai Ruobing and Hui Shu. Chen opened the door and saw the two of them, his face cold. Before Chen could ask them to leave, Bai Ruobing spoke first. Mr. Chen, I'm not here to pester you, but there's something I want to tell you. Go on, Chen said. Bai Ruobing didn't beat around the bush and stood at the door, saying, the matter of you destroying the Kirin Hall has been known to the Jinnan Mansion. As far as I know, the people of Jinnan Mansion are very angry and have taken relevant actions. This is my personal matter and has nothing to do with you, Chen said disinterestedly. Bai Ruobing's face fell. Did she come here in vain again? Daddy, this sister is so pretty. Just then, Cici popped out from behind, staring with big curious eyes at Bai Ruobing. Thank you, little darling. You're pretty too, Bai Ruobing beamed, straightened her skirt, squatted down, and held Cici's hand, smiling at her. Bai Ruobing, who usually appeared cold as ice, unexpectedly had this side to her. Chen was a little surprised, but then he looked at Cici. This girl was really sweet-talking. She already belonged to Auntie, yet she called her sister and praised her beauty. No wonder Bai Ruobing was so happy. Seeing Bai Ruobing and Cici interacting, Chen didn't feel right to rush them, so he pushed open the door and said, come in. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Bai Ruobing suddenly smiled, feeling a sense of being cherished and surprised. She, as a young lady of the Bai family in Qingzhou, had an extraordinary status. From childhood to adulthood, no matter where she went, she was the center of attention. But after meeting Chen, he treated her with indifference, and even to enter his house, she had to stand at the door and state her purpose first. In the end, it was only because of the child's face that she was allowed in, which made her smile bitterly. In the living room, after Bai Ruobing and Hui Shu sat down, Chen didn't beat around the bush. Let's talk about the matter of Jinnan Mansion. Okay, Bai Ruobing nodded. If she wanted Chen to take action, she could only change the impression she had in his mind. According to reliable information I have, Jinnan Mansion has decided to send people to kill you in Liang, and it won't be a small team. Jinnan Mansion is so confident, leaking the information in advance. Aren't they afraid I'll escape? Chen asked. Bai Ruobing shook her head. Jinnan Mansion sending people to kill you is a top-secret plan. I found out about it through my family's connections from elsewhere. Chen glanced at Bai Ruobing. Using family connections to inquire about the movements of the Jinnan Mansion, was Bai Ruobing trying to show goodwill? Mr. Chen, please don't misunderstand. I don't have any other intentions. I just don't want you to be in danger. Bai Ruobing hurriedly explained, afraid that Chen would think she had some ulterior motive. Are you afraid that I'll be killed and won't be able to help you? To be honest, even if this wasn't the case, I wouldn't want Mr. Chen to have an accident. Jinnan Mansion is known as the #1 power in the eastern province, with 10 major branches, and they are determined to dominate the entire southern region. I don't want such an outstanding person as Mr. Chen to have his bright future ruined by Jinnan Mansion. White Ruobing's face was serious, her beautiful phoenix eyes focused on Chen. If it were an ordinary man being stared at by such a beauty, he would have lost his composure long ago, but Chen remained calm. There are genuinely kind-hearted people in this world, but White Ruobing is definitely not one of them. Thank you for the reminder, Miss Bai. If Jinnan Mansion dares to attack, I don't mind crushing their other 9 halls and turning Jinnan Mansion into ashes, Chen said coldly, his eyes determined. Hui Shu took a deep breath and couldn't help but say, Mr. Chen, I know you are powerful, even more so than me, but Jinnan Mansion is the #1 force in the eastern province, not as weak as you think. White Ruobing's face also changed slightly, shocked by Chen's words. It was already astonishing for Chen to destroy 1 hall of Jinnan Mansion, but he wanted to destroy the entire mansion, which was truly shocking. In your eyes, am I weak? Chen glanced at Hui Shu. That's not what I meant, Hui Shu explained. Hui Shu, White Ruobing looked at Hui Shu. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, I spoke out of turn, Hui Shu apologized. Hoping that Mr. Chen would help the Bai family, he didn't dare to offend him. From your perspective, you didn't say anything wrong, no need to apologize to me, Chen said lightly. Anyway, I don't want Mr. Chen to have an accident. If you need help, I'm willing to represent the entire Bai family and assist you with all my strength, White Ruobing said sincerely. Thank you, but it's not necessary, Chen smiled. He didn't have much of a relationship with others, and accepting help meant having to repay it. Besides, with his abilities, he didn't need help from others. It's almost noon, I have to cook for Cece. Do you both want to stay for a meal? Bai Ruobing also didn't want to leave. Then we won't disturb you. We'll have a meal with Mr. Chen another time, they said and left with Hui Shu. Sister Bai, why don't you stay for a meal before leaving? Cece came to Bai Ruobing's side, shyly suggesting. Chen was now the one feeling awkward. Bai Ruobing smiled and hugged Cece. Thank you, but I'm afraid of causing trouble for others. Cece, you can't call her sister, you should call her aunt, Chen corrected. Why? Isn't it married people who are called aunt? Cece looked curious, tilting her head to look at Bai Ruobing. Sister Bai, are you married? No, I guess no one finds me attractive enough to be called sister. Sister is so beautiful, how could anyone not find her attractive? Cece looked puzzled. Haha, Bai Ruobing laughed. Dad, sister isn't married, why can't I call her sister? Chen was speechless and could only say, it's impolite. It's okay, it's not impolite at all. I allow you to call me that, Bai Ruobing said happily. Okay, sister is leaving, goodbye. Sister, when can we see you again? Cece said, very fond of this beautiful older sister. Sister will move tomorrow, and coincidentally, she will live in this neighborhood. If you're bored, you can come and play with me anytime, Bai Ruobing said. Great! Cece cheered. You're moving to our neighborhood? Chen asked in surprise. I can't keep living in a hotel, so I might as well rent a house first. If Mr. Chen doesn't like it, I can find another place, Bai Ruobing said with a smile. She's really attached to me. Chen smiled wryly. Where you live is your freedom, I have no right to interfere. That's good, Bai Ruobing smiled and waved to Cece, goodbye. After Bai Ruobing and Hui Shu left, Chen tapped Cece's little head with his hand, feeling both amused and exasperated. Is your sister Bai really that pretty? Cece nodded seriously. Children's thoughts are very pure, and they choose who to be close to based on their first impression. But she's still not as pretty as Mom. You know how to talk, Mom would be very happy to hear that. Chen indulgently said, does Daddy like Miss Bai? Cece suddenly asked. I go. Chen shivered. How could he like Bai Ruobing? But he instantly realized that what Cece meant by like might not be the same as his understanding. Cece, regardless of whether Daddy likes it or not, remember, next time, don't ask such questions in front of Mom, Chen quickly reminded. If Yuchu knew, she might misunderstand. On the same day, Chen summoned Song Long. Song Long, pay attention to the movements of Jinan Mansion. If they send someone to Liyang, be sure to capture a live captive. I want to interrogate them personally. He wasn't afraid of Jinan Mansion, but he needed to determine from the people of Jinan Mansion who exactly wanted to kill him. Understood. Song Long nodded and then left. At the same time, in a certain place in Dongzhou, the headquarters of Jinan Mansion, a young man stood in the hall and volunteered. Dad, let me take people to Liyang. The speaker was none other than the deputy master of Jinan Mansion, Moron Lei. Returning from studying abroad, he was ready to enter the core circle of Jinan Mansion and urgently needed to make some achievements to gain the trust of some old guys. Sitting at the head of the hall was a middle-aged man dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, with silver hair and a domineering aura. This person was none other than the governor of Jinan Mansion, Moron Yi, the top figure in the eastern region. If he stomped his foot, the entire eastern region would tremble in fear. What do you all think? Moron Yi asked the several elders. If the deputy master has this intention, then let him try. After all, killing a remnant of the Chen family doesn't require the Lord to take action personally. Agreed. Moron Yi nodded. Moron Lei, I command you to immediately take people and go to Liyang to kill Chen. Remember, leave no trace, and anyone related to him should not be spared. Do not leave any clues. Certainly. Moron Lei decisively agreed, licking his lips in excitement. At the first opportunity, Jinan Mansion mobilized 1,000 people from the remaining 9 halls to go to Liyang for Moron Lei to use. They also dispatched the shadow guards from the headquarters, the top secret killers who had been trained in secret for many years. The 12 shadow guards, known as 12 sharp blades, were truly invincible and far superior to the 500 blade edge of the Qilin Hall. Without mincing words, when the 12 shadow guards were deployed, they could silently take down 500 blade edge. Relying on the shadow guards, Jinan Mansion had eliminated a group of enemies and intimidated various forces in Dongzhou, who dared to act recklessly. Once offending Jinan Mansion, if the shadow guards were deployed, they wouldn't even know how they died. Moron Lei was also surprised. In order to help him kill Chen, they actually mobilized the shadow guards for him. It was a big move. The shadow guards will accompany me. Killing Chen is a piece of cake, even if we flatten the entire Liyang. Chen, I, Moron Lei, have come to find you. Destroying our Jinan Mansion's Qilin Hall, you're dead. He had no idea that all his actions were already being monitored by the Demon God Temple. Song Long was the first to deliver the news to Chen. Reporting to the Lord, Jinan Mansion has indeed sent someone, and it's the deputy master, named Moron Lei. Returning from studying abroad, he has been in Jinan Mansion for 2 years. This time, he has come to Liyang, probably to gain merit by killing you and enhance his own prestige. Chen was fully informed of all the information about Moron Lei. After Song Long finished speaking, he also handed over a photo, which was of Moron Lei. In the photo, Moronlei's eyes were like a wolf's, his lips thin, and his face gloomy, not a good person. At the same time, the members of the Heavenly Temple also monitored that Jinnan Mansion has mobilized 1,000 people from the other 9 halls to fully support Moronlei. Such great momentum, all 9 halls have been mobilized. Chen snorted coldly, then clenched his fist and opened it again, and the photo of Moronlei turned into powder, scattering in the wind. 1 comes, 1 dies. 1,000 come, 1,000 die. Liyang will become the graveyard for all of them. After reporting this news, the investigation into Bai Ruobing's identity has also yielded results, Sun Long immediately said. Chen nodded after hearing this, and it was similar to what Lei Tiancheng had told him, but it was not his current focus. How about the investigation into Zhang Taishan that I asked you to do separately? Since Lei Tiancheng had told him that the top master in Liyan was the master Xing'eo's disciple Zhang Taishan, Chen had asked Sun Long to investigate. Indeed, Zhang Taishan is the top master in Liyan. He lives in seclusion at the Wulong Pavilion and is known as Mr. Wulong. He specializes in swordsmanship and feng shui, and once claimed to be the top swordsman in Liang. About 10 years ago, he took Xing'eo as his disciple and taught him some martial arts. Not only is he the top master in Liang, but also the top swordsman in Liang. I am interested in meeting him, Chen said eagerly. But there was something strange to him. Since Lei Tiancheng had said that Xing'eo was Zhang Taishan's disciple, he had been waiting for Zhang Taishan to come to him these past few days. It was unreasonable for a master not to seek revenge for his disciple, especially since he was the only closed-door disciple. But Zhang Taishan had not appeared, so he had asked Sun Long to investigate today. Is Zhang Taishan not at the Wulong Pavilion? Chen asked. It's hard to confirm. Sun Long shook his head. Zhang Taishan lives alone in the mountains and rarely shows himself. I can go and try to find out. No need for now, Chen said. Let's take it step by step and deal with the arrival of the young mansion master first. Okay, Sun Long agreed and immediately sent someone to continue monitoring Moronlei and his group. One day later, at the Jinnan Mansion, 1,000 people from the 9 halls arrived at Liang to meet. The young mansion master Moronlei, along with the 12 shadow guards, also arrived at Liang Airport. At the same time, continuous news was sent to Chen by Sun Long. Lord, Moronlei has arrived in Liang. Report to the Lord. Moronlei and 1,000 people have successfully met and are gathering information about you. Report to the Lord. Moronlei is staying at the Tianhu Resort and is expected to take action tonight. When the last piece of news was reported, Chen finally had some movement. Almost there, let's go and meet this young mansion master. In the evening, as the dusk deepened, a carriage set off from the Yunluo Academy and quietly headed towards the Tianhu Resort. At 7 o'clock in the evening, inside the garden of the Tianhu Resort, Moronlei had just finished bathing and climbed out of the pool. A hot and beautiful woman handed him a bathrobe. After Moronlei put on his clothes, he sat on a wicker chair and leisurely drank a glass of red wine. Standing beside him were many of his men, the 12 shadow guards, all secretly present. The entire resort had been booked by the Jinnan Mansion, and there were Jinnan Mansion people everywhere. After finishing the red wine, a hot and beautiful woman quickly handed him a cigar and personally helped him light it. Who? Moronlei took a refreshing puff of the cigar and then ordered his men, rest for a while, we will take action at midnight. I want you to bring Chen to me alive. Yes, young mansion master. Also, I heard that Chen's wife is very beautiful. Don't kill her, bring her back with him. I want to see how beautiful the top woman in Liang really is. With that, a sinister smile appeared on his face. It's not good to have a falling out with the Jinnan Mansion. Even if you are the king of Liang, I will cut you down. Report to the young mansion master. Someone is driving a car to forcefully enter this place. Just then, a subordinate suddenly shouted. Before Moronlei could react, the entire gate seemed to be crushed by a tank, instantly shattering and collapsing, with dust and smoke billowing. A figure stood at the gate, towering like a mountain, looking down on everyone. Who are you? Moronlei asked in shock. I heard someone wants to kill me? The person asked coldly. Bang! 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 As soon as the person spoke, several muffled sounds were heard, and a dozen people lay on the ground, already breathless. Seeing this scene, everyone present was shocked. Even Moronlei was taken aback, his heart pounding. From the reminders sent by the subordinates to the time these people were killed, only a few seconds had passed. The people of Jinnan Mansion were not ordinary civilians. They were all trained and yet had no resistance. The attackers were fierce. Chen. Moronlei stared at the person at the door, gritting his teeth and said, without needing to ask, he knew who it was. He had never expected that the other party would come knocking as soon as he arrived in Liang. How did you know my whereabouts? The actions of the deputy master of Jinnan Mansion naturally attract attention, Chen said coldly. Are you monitoring me in secret? Moronlei frowned. His bringing people to Liang was a highly confidential matter, and yet the news had leaked. Well, it saves me the trouble of coming to find you. You wiped out the Qilin Hall under my Jinnan Mansion. How do you intend to settle this account? Settle accounts with me? Do you have the qualifications? Chen asked coldly, with his hands behind his back, as if he were a king standing there, radiating brilliance. Ha ha! Moronlei suddenly burst into laughter. Someone actually asks if I, the deputy master of Jinan Mansion, have the qualifications. Let me tell you the truth. I brought 1,000 people here. Everyone here, outside, and all those lurking in secret, are under my authority. What do you, Chen, have to compete with me? Swish! Just then, a figure suddenly swooped in and appeared in front of Chen. Reporting to the Lord, all the people lurking in secret have been dealt with. Are you kidding? Moron Lei's face changed drastically. 1,000 people sent by the 9 halls were lurking around the Yunluo resort, and yet within a few minutes, the other party claimed they had all been dealt with. It was unbelievable. Don't believe it? You can summon your people to try, Chen said coldly. I've seen those who seek death, but I've never seen someone so eager to go to hell. I'll grant your wish. Moron Lei erupted in anger and shouted, everyone, come out. In the silent night, there was no response. Moron Lei's voice sounded particularly hollow. Everyone, come out and stop hiding. Moron Lei shouted again. Still, there was no response. Just then, a figure in black swiftly arrived in front of Moron Lei, one of the shadow guards. Deputy Master, all our people have been killed. When he said this, the shadow guard's eyes showed fear. Over 1,000 people, all of them had been dealt with without their knowledge. It was simply unbelievable. What did you say? Moron Lei couldn't believe it and quickly went outside. When he appeared outside the villa and saw the scene before him, he was dumbfounded. Countless figures in black, like silent sculptures, exuded a chilling aura, overwhelming everything. He could swear that these were not people from Jinan Mansion, but a group of people he didn't know. Have I fulfilled the obligations of the host to your satisfaction? Chen's voice came from behind. Moron Lei felt a chill throughout his body, as if a block of ice was stuck in his throat, filling him with an endless coldness. These people were brought by Chen. In other words, their presence here proved that the people sent by the 9 halls had all met with unexpected events. Thinking of this, he turned around abruptly and ordered, kill them. There was no time to ask too many questions. He had to deal with Chen immediately, or else it would be himself who died. The intense sense of crisis made Moron Lei smell the taste of death. The 12 shadow guards, along with dozens of internal members, immediately moved and attacked Chen and the others. I said, one comes, one dies, 1,000 come, 1,000 die. No one can escape. Chen spoke coldly and immediately took action, attacking those people. Sun Long followed closely behind. Bang! Dozens of ordinary subordinates couldn't withstand the 2 of them and were quickly defeated. As for the 12 shadow guards, they were still resisting stubbornly. Even though they hadn't died yet, Moron Lei was already sweating coldly, because their deaths were only a matter of time. Chen was too fierce, like a dragon, constantly shuttling through the crowd. Crack bang! Anyone who crosses paths with the shadow guards will not live to see the next second, falling instantly to the ground. The 12 shadow guards are indeed formidable, each one individually more powerful than Xing Ao. Unfortunately, they encountered Chen, the lord of the demon temple, who is known as the unparalleled demon god and once suppressed global forces to the point of submission. With just the 12 shadow guards trained by the Jinan Mansion, what ability do they have to withstand his attacks? Go to hell! Suddenly, a shadow guard drew a sword and fiercely struck at Chen, the sword light flashing and illuminating the night. Chen did not back down, delivering a direct punch. Bang! The sword was instantly broken in 2, leaving the wielder dumbfounded, unable to believe what he was seeing. Just with his bare fist, he could shatter a sword. Is he even human? Before he could react, another punch came, directly smashing into his chest, sending him flying and breaking all his ribs. The remaining people were all trembling in fear. It's too terrifying, he's simply not human. The elite assassins trained by the Jinan Mansion were now considering fleeing. Immediately, action was taken. Swish! Before they could run a few meters, several cold glints flew towards them. Their necks suddenly felt cold, followed by a surge of warmth and a gush of blood. Bang! 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 One by one, the shadow guards fell to the ground. 3 minutes later, not a single one of the 12 shadow guards remained. Sun Long could only bitterly smile in resignation. The Lord was too fierce, they could never fight alongside him again. He single-handedly took down all 12 of them, leaving none alive. This makes him look really foolish. Still want to kill me? Chen turned around, smiling at Moron Lei. This smile, even if it were radiant, appeared more terrifying than a demon in Moron Lei's eyes, causing his entire body to shiver as if struck by lightning. As the deputy master of the Jinan Mansion, Moron Lei had seen all kinds of situations, but this was the first time he had been so frightened. Knowing that he wanted to make a name for himself, his father had assigned all 12 shadow guards to him and even mobilized 1,000 men from the other 9 halls. However, as soon as they arrived in Liang, Chen came knocking at their door, and 1,000 of his men died without reason. The 12 shadow guards were sent to the afterlife in front of him by Chen. With such formidable strength on the other side, he still vowed to kill him, which was simply ridiculous. At this moment, one of the shadow guards, not yet dead, pulled out a gun from his pocket and aimed it at the back of Chen's head. The 12 shadow guards had been too confident, thinking they could kill Chen with brute force, only to be instantly counter-killed, without even the chance to draw their guns. Now, they finally had the opportunity. No matter how powerful you are, can you stop a bullet? Click. In an instant, the trigger was pulled, and the bullet burst out, heading straight for its target. However, when the bullet was just 1 meter away from Chen's body, it suddenly stopped, freezing in midair. The shadow guard was dumbfounded, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. In that instant, Chen turned his head, looking at the suspended bullet with a satisfied smile on his lips. Not bad, he had already reached the level of using chi to block bullets. Boom! His entire aura shook, and the bullet was instantly propelled away. With a pft sound, it directly killed the shadow guard. Sun Long was also shocked. He knew that the Lord's strength had improved, but he hadn't expected it to reach such a terrifying level. Being able to block bullets with chi was simply unbelievable. Not good, Mu Ronglei has fled, Sun Long suddenly shouted. Chen instantly looked over, only to see Mu Ronglei running into the villa at the fastest speed possible. Could he not run? He couldn't even kill Chen with a bullet. This guy was simply a monster. Mu Ronglei regretted 1,000 times over. He should never have come to Liang. He was about to lose his life and wished he had a few more legs to run with. Chase after him, Chen decisively said. Whoever wanted to kill him 4 years ago had a secret connection with the people of the Jinnan mansion. He couldn't let Mu Ronglei escape. Chen and Sun Long quickly entered the villa, suddenly hearing a loud rumbling sound, accompanied by a fierce wind sweeping in from the back of the villa, howling incessantly. At that moment, looking up, I saw a helicopter swiftly flying into the sky. Mu Ronglei was sitting inside the helicopter. Ah, Chen, you didn't expect this. I even prepared a helicopter. Let's see how you can kill me now. I've recorded today's account. We'll settle the score another day. With Mu Ronglei's arrogant voice, the helicopter had already flown to a height of over 100 meters and disappeared into the night. Damn, there's actually a helicopter here. Sun Long cursed, planning to drive in chase. Chen stopped Sun Long. It's useless, you won't catch up. Find a way to locate the helicopter with radar. He can't possibly fly back to Guangling in one go. Sun Long showed admiration. The Lord is considerate, and immediately began contacting relevant departments to track the helicopter with radar. The demon army also retreated at the first opportunity. Whether it was to destroy the Han family, flatten the Qilin Hall, or to kill Mu Ronglei today, the demon army didn't have a chance to make a significant impact. With Chen's strength alone, he could annihilate them. However, for Chen, the significance of deploying the demon army was not limited to this. Just as Chen returned home, Sun Long called. Reporting to the Lord, we have successfully tracked the helicopter. I am currently sending people to closely monitor it. Good, keep an eye on it. Once the other party lands, immediately bring them to me. Chen ordered. With Mu Ronglei's men taken care of, it shouldn't be difficult for Sun Long and the others to capture him. He just needed to wait at home for news. 2 hours later, Sun Long sent the latest news. The helicopter has landed at Wulongjai. I have already surrounded Wulongjai with my men. As soon as the Lord gives the order, we can go in and capture him. Wulongjai? Chen looked surprised. What was Mu Ronglei doing there? Did he have a connection with Jin Nanfu and Zheng Taishan? Let the brothers lurk around, surround Wulongjai but do not attack. Everything waits for my command. Chen said. Yes. Sun Long agreed and then hung up the phone. Zheng Taishan is Master Xingao, the #1 master of Liang. If someone is at Wulongjai, why not seek revenge for Master Xingao? What does it have to do with Jin Nanfu? Chen pondered. Early the next morning, it happened to be the weekend, and Yu Chu was resting, so Chen could stay at home and take care of the child. I'm going to take care of something. After saying goodbye, Chen left. Since the last conversation with Chen, Yu Chu no longer asked about anything. Chen would tell her what she needed to know. This was basic trust in a partner. Chen got in the car and, after more than an hour, had already left the city of Liang and arrived in a beautiful valley. Sun Long had been waiting on the side of the road for a long time. After meeting up with Chen, the car continued to drive. At the same time, Sun Long briefly reported the situation. Mu Ronglei had landed at Wulongjai in the middle of the night, and no one had come out since then. After Chen ordered to only surround and not attack, the brothers of the Demon Temple had been lurking in the surrounding mountains and fields, keeping an eye on Wulongjai. So many people from Jin Nanfu were killed, and Mu Ronglei didn't directly escape. Instead, he came to Wulongjai. It's really strange. Sun Long also found it strange. We'll know once we get there. Since Zheng Taishan isn't coming to find me, I'll go find him, Chen said coldly, and the car quickly drove towards the depths of the valley. Yun Luo Academy. Shortly after Chen left, Bai Ruobing came to the door in a hurry. Who are you looking for? Xin Yuchu looked at Bai Ruobing with confusion. Sister Bai. Cici called out. Do you know her? Xin Yuchu was even more puzzled. How come she didn't know who this woman was? Hello, I'm Bai Ruobing. I've visited Mr. Chen a few times before. Bai Ruobing quickly explained. Visited a few times. Shen Yuchu was surprised. She hadn't heard Chen mention her at all. Bai Ruobing didn't have time to explain further and quickly asked, Is Mr. Chen at home? He just left, Shen Yuchu said. Oh no, White Ruobing's heart sank. She learned that the Jinan mansion had sent the deputy mansion master personally to Liang, and had also mobilized the strongest 12 shadow guards of the Jinan mansion, as well as a large number of subordinates, intending to deal with Chen. According to reliable information, the other party may have already arrived in Liang, so she immediately came to find Chen, only to find that he had already left. Do you know where he went? Xin Yuchu shook her head. White Ruobing frowned, thinking that with Chen's temperament, he probably went directly to find the deputy mansion master of the Jinan mansion. Dangerous! White Ruobing immediately had Xin Yuchu call Chen, but the phone indicated that it was turned off, which made her instantly worried. Miss Bai, is there something wrong with my husband? Nothing, I just came to ask for her help. Since she's not here, I'll come back next time. After saying this, White Ruobing hurriedly left. At this time, Chen had no idea that White Ruobing had come to find him. After driving for a few minutes, the car arrived at its destination. On the lawn by the roadside stood a building resembling a temple, with white walls and gray tiles, exuding an ancient and elegant charm. 3 large characters were written on the plaque. Wulong Jai. Chen got out of the car and gazed at the 3 characters of Wulong Jai, his eyes cold. The number 1 master of Liang lived here. Today, he would come to see for himself. Visiting Mr. Wulong Zheng Taishan. A furious roar erupted as if it were a dragon's roar, shaking the heavens and the earth. Inside Wulong Jai, Morong Lei was greatly alarmed. He had been resting, too afraid to sleep all night, and had only dared to doze off in the morning. Suddenly, a voice came, frightening him to the core. Chen. Morong Lei could tell from the voice alone. Last night, Chen's every word and action had left an indelible shadow on him. He actually found this place. How did he do it? Morong Lei suddenly felt a deep sense of fear from within, as if the entire Liang was under Chen's control, and no matter what he did, Chen knew everything. Without saying a word, he ran to the backyard. Senior Zhang, Chen is coming to kill. Please come out quickly. His voice was trembling, filled with extreme fear. No one? Chen frowned, taking a big step forward and lightly pressing his hand on the wooden door. In that instant, an unmatched momentum roared out. Bang! The door lock was instantly shattered, and the door opened automatically. With an unmatched figure, Chen stepped into Wulong Jai, and a strong wind suddenly rose, with the entire Wulong Jai being suppressed by his momentum. Please, Mr. Wulong Zheng Taishan, show yourself. Chen spoke again, his voice resounding and echoing through the world. Boom! At that moment, a powerful momentum suddenly erupted from the backyard of Wulong Jai, suppressing the boundless strong wind. Then, a figure flashed, soaring through the air and landing in the front yard in an instant. An immense momentum burst forth, fiercely pressing down on Chen. Chen remained unfazed, earnestly looking at the person before him. A man around 60 years old, with silver hair, wearing coarse linen clothes, and dressed in traditional Chinese attire. I am Zheng Taishan, living in seclusion at Wulong, seeking tranquility. Who are you? Why have you come here to cause trouble? Zheng Taishan spoke with a cold tone. Chen, I've come here to take someone from Mr. Wulong. Chen stated directly. Upon hearing this name, Zheng Taishan was greatly surprised, and then his eyes showed a coldness. I have a closed-door disciple named Xingao, who was killed by someone a few days ago. The culprit is me, Chen admitted directly. You arrogant brat. You killed my closed-door disciple, didn't apologize to me, and even dared to boast in front of me. Zheng Taishan was infuriated, staring at Chen, ready to make a move at any moment. I'm not here today to settle the score with you over Xingao. I just want to ask Mr. Zheng Taishan for someone. If you honestly hand over that person, I can let you, Mr. Zheng Taishan, go, and also spare this place. Chen made his attitude clear, giving Zheng Taishan some face. Otherwise, based on his ability to shelter himself and kill, he could have easily had the demon god army flatten this place last night. Let me go? Upon hearing this, Zheng Taishan suddenly burst into laughter. Interesting, truly interesting. I have been in Liang for 30 years, and I have never known of anyone daring to threaten me in Liang, just based on the title of Mr. Wulong, who in the entire Liang territory would not show respect and greet him when they see him. Even the high-ranking figures in Liang would privately invite him for tea and seek advice on health preservation, but he would not bother to respond. I don't know where this kid came from, daring to cause trouble in Wulong's residence and speak so boldly in front of Zheng Taishan. He doesn't know his place. One word, will you submit or not? Chen asked angrily. I don't know what kind of person you want, I only know that you killed my disciple, and today I want you to kneel down and apologize. Always making people kneel down, thinking you're the king of the world? Chen said coldly, then gestured. Search this place with all your might. As the words fell, the demon army appeared, blocking the entrance. Zheng Taishan's gaze turned icy. I was in seclusion a few days ago, too lazy to come out immediately for you. Now I give you a chance, and you still don't know how to seize it. Well, this only strengthens my determination to kill you. After Zheng Taishan finished speaking, he circulated his true qi, and the veins on his neck bulged. He was also a master of internal martial arts. Suddenly, he lunged forward, raising his hand and sending a fierce palm towards Chen. The momentum was strong, and the sharp palm almost cut through the air, whistling loudly. Master, shall I go? Sanglong was eager to try. As one of the 8 dragon kings of the demon god temple, dealing with the #1 expert in Liang should be a piece of cake. The main reason was that in the previous few times, fighting alongside the master, he felt too overshadowed and lost face. He wanted to show off in front of Chen. Go ahead. Chen suddenly nodded after considering it. Alright. Sanglong was extremely excited and punched towards Zhang Taishan's fist. Bang! There was a loud explosion, and the void trembled. Zhang Taishan suddenly retreated, his eyes filled with astonishment. Liang actually has someone this strong. Who are you? Sanglong also took 2 steps back, but he stopped himself forcibly, looking much calmer. Upon hearing the other's words, a cold smile couldn't help but appear at the corner of his mouth. Is this what you call strong? It seems like you, the #1 expert, are too weak. The truly strong person hadn't even made a move yet, otherwise Zhang Taishan wouldn't have been able to withstand a single move. Nonsense! Zhang Taishan's anger surged. When had the dignified #1 expert in Liang ever been looked down upon by someone? He once again exerted his strength and attacked Sanglong. His power was indeed profound, and he could already release his chi, making the air crackle. Sanglong was no pushover either. As one of the 8 dragon kings of the demon god temple, he had followed Chen in battles all over, honing his skills through countless experiences. Perhaps his moves weren't as flashy, but they were all practical and lethal techniques, directly confronting Zhang Taishan head-on. Bang! 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 The two fought for more than 10 rounds, and Zhang Taishan became increasingly surprised. His opponent was too fierce, with a wealth of combat experience. He relied on his internal martial arts, but after so many exchanges, all his attacks were blocked, and he could hardly defend against the opponent's attacks. Bang! Sanglong found an opening and delivered a ruthless elbow strike, hitting Zhang Taishan's chest, sending him flying. Zhang Taishan landed, almost falling to the ground, and spat out a mouthful of blood. If he hadn't used his internal energy to resist, his ribs would have been broken. Is this the #1 expert in Liang? Our master doesn't even need to take action. Sanglong sneered, finally showing off in front of the master, looking very satisfied. Not long after, Chen spoke up. Sanglong, you held back. You could have killed him directly. Sanglong, upon hearing this, wished he could find a hole to hide in. He had wanted to show off, but ended up with such an evaluation, feeling utterly disheartened. Damn it! Zhang Taishan's face turned green. These two were more and more capable of mocking him. The #1 expert in Liang, in the eyes of the other party, seemed worthless. Chen, I thought you were more courageous. It turns out you've just found a master to help you and are hiding behind them. If you have the ability, come and fight me yourself. Upon hearing this, Sanglong's face turned strange. How dare he want to fight the palace lord? Are you sure? Chen asked. You killed my disciple, so I'm here to settle the score. It's only right and proper. If you're a man, then come and fight me. Zhang Taishan goaded, wishing that Chen would immediately make a move. If he could kill Chen first, then even if he couldn't defeat the fierce guy, it would be enough to escape. Alright, I'll personally make a move, but I'll remind you, I'll only give you one chance, Chen said calmly. What did you say? Zhang Taishan was wide-eyed and speechless. This guy didn't even dare to make a move himself and had brought in a master to fight, but now he was saying he would only give him one chance. It was ridiculous. I've heard that, Mr. Wulong is skilled in feng shui and swordsmanship, and is even known as the #1 swordsman in Liang. I advise you to use a sword for this move, Chen said coldly. Alright, you've got guts. Zhang Taishan laughed angrily. There was actually such an arrogant kid in the world, who actually wanted him to use a sword. He really didn't know the severity of the situation. I dare not boast about my skills in feng shui, but in swordsmanship, looking at the entire eastern continent, apart from the #1 swordsman in the eastern continent, Zhuge Yun, no one can defeat me. If you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish right away. Who? Zhang Taishan grabbed a long sword with a big hand, which suddenly flew out from the house and landed in his hand. Wulong's swordsmanship, Zhang Taishan roared, and after displaying a set of swordsmanship, he stabbed towards Chen. The sword's edge was cold, and the killing intent was bone-chilling. In the shadows, Morong Lei stared at the scene, his fists clenched tightly. Kill Chen for me. Just as the sword was about to chop off Chen's head, a cold light suddenly attacked like a ghost, colliding with the sword like lightning. Clang! A piercing clash rang out, and Zhang Taishan's sword broke with a clang. Before he could react, the cold light continued to attack, coming directly in front of him. His neck suddenly felt cold, and he looked down, only to see blood gushing out. It was a sword. It had appeared out of nowhere, directly cutting off his sword, and then striking his throat. I forgot to mention, I am also a swordsman, Chen suddenly said. Hiss! Zhang Taishan suddenly took a cold breath, and as the blood poured into his chest, he didn't have time to say a word before falling to the ground, lifeless. His eyes stared at the sky, still filled with endless horror. He couldn't understand how he had been killed in just one move, especially when he was using his best swordsmanship. The #1 swordsman in Liang is nothing special. Song Long wanted to say a few words of sarcasm. It wasn't that Zheng Taishan was too weak, but that the palace lord was too fierce. Suddenly, Chen's gaze turned towards a corner, where a figure was swiftly running. Without looking, he knew who it was. This time, you won't be able to escape. Chen immediately moved. In the backyard of Wulong Hall, Moron Lei ran frantically, his heart almost jumping out of his chest. It was too terrifying, even more terrifying than last night. The #1 swordsman in Liang, Mr. Wulong, Zheng Taishan, had actually been killed by Chen with a single sword strike. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. He had volunteered, leading the 12 shadow guards and over 1,000 subordinates, to come all the way to Liang just to kill Chen, to gain merit and make the old men of Jinan Mansion believe in him, so that he could take over his father's position in the future. But as soon as he arrived at his lodging, he was killed by Chen. Except for him, everyone else died. It was fine that the 1,000 subordinates were dealt with, but the 12 shadow guards, painstakingly trained and like 12 sharp blades in the hands of Jinan Mansion, were all played to death by him. If this news were to reach Jinan Mansion, he wouldn't have the face to go back. He would probably be severely reprimanded by his father, and even Jinan Mansion would become a joke in the eastern continent. So he drove the helicopter to Wulong's High. He had investigated in advance and knew that Zheng Taishan was Master Xingao. If Xingao was killed, Zheng Taishan would definitely settle the score with Chen. He took this opportunity to ask Zheng Taishan to take action, which was his last hope to deal with Chen. The current result only filled him with fear. He didn't care about losing face, he just wanted to hurry back to Jinan Mansion and never come to Liang again in his lifetime. Chen was like a demon, and he couldn't afford to provoke him at all. Moron Lei ran to the helicopter at the fastest speed of his life and quickly got inside. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief when the helicopter started successfully. Fortunately, he was smart enough to hide and watch when Zheng Taishan appeared, giving him a chance to escape in time. Otherwise, he would have had no hope at all. Just like last night, if it weren't for a shadow guard's ambush, he wouldn't have had enough time. This is a blessing from heaven. It's destined that I won't die, Moron Lei exclaimed excitedly. Bang! Suddenly, a big fist smashed through the helicopter glass, and a cold face instantly appeared in front of him. Chen! Moron Lei screamed in fear, waving his hands to defend himself. The young master hasn't experienced the scenery of Liang yet. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Chen grabbed Moron Lei and lifted him up like a little chick, then slammed him to the ground. Chen, dare to touch me and see what happens. Jinan Mansion will definitely tear you to pieces. Moron Lei shouted loudly. Boom! Chen was decisive, stepping on his chest, and with a crack, his ribs broke, and blood gushed out of his mouth. Chen, I beg you not to kill me. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you, Moron Lei said with difficulty, his eyes filled with fear. You're too cowardly. Aren't you afraid of disgracing Jinan Mansion? Chen sneered. I don't want anything from you. I just want you to tell me one thing. What? Moron Lei seemed to see a glimmer of hope, his eyes filled with excitement. 4 years ago, Jinan Mansion had Qilin Hall harm me. What was the reason behind it? Chen asked. It was the 7 great families of Guangling. They paid us a hefty sum to have Jinan Mansion deal with a person, and that person was you, Chen. Moron Lei confessed honestly, not daring to hide anything. The 7 great families of Guangling. Chen took a deep breath, trying to calm his murderous intent. As expected, it was them. 6 years ago, the 8 major families of Feng, Chen, Chu, Wei, Jiang, Xin, Han, and Yang, stood like 8 great mountains in Guangling, revered by thousands of people, hence the name 8 great families of Guangling. Among the 8 major families, the Chen family ranks second in overall strength, excelling in both business and heritage. For hundreds of years, the rich legacy left by their ancestors should have been passed down and continued to flourish in the hands of their descendants. But on that fateful night, the 7 great families took action, and the Chen family was massacred, with dozens of people falling in the endless flames. Only Chen managed to escape and, with the help of an ancient uncle, fled to Liang and married into the Han family, barely surviving. 6 years of day and night, thousands of days and nights, could not erase the blood-soaked vendetta. His father, who worked tirelessly for the family, his hard-working and virtuous mother, and his only 12-year-old sister. It was originally a happy and harmonious family, but it all came to an abrupt end that night. Each and every one of his blood relatives, who were closer than kin, would never return. Thinking of this, Chen's heart bled. After wiping out his family, they even went so far as to pay Jinan Mansion to kill him, to eradicate every last person. It was too ruthless. Why didn't the 7 great families take action themselves? Chen asked. Since the other party knew he was in Liang, with the strength of the 7 great families, they could have easily sent a few people to deal with him. It was unnecessary to spend a large sum to have Jinan Mansion take action. After the 7 great families wiped out the Chen family, it seems that they were warned by a certain major power and acted with caution, so they had Jinan Mansion deal with you. Moron Lei spoke the truth, not daring to move a muscle while being trampled under Chen's feet. What major force? Chen asked. I don't know, that's all I know, please spare me. Moron Lei pleaded bitterly. Chen stared at Moronlei coldly and said, "You shouldn't have come to Liang, and the Jinnan mansion shouldn't have gotten involved in the grudge between the 7 great families and my Chen family." After hearing this, Moronlei seemed to realize something and begged even more desperately, tears streaming down his face. He just wanted to make a name for himself, never expecting to lose his life. Song Lon, make arrangements. As a gesture of goodwill, send the young master back to Jinnan mansion, Chen ordered. Understood. Song Lon nodded, understanding Chen's intentions from their long-standing tacit understanding. Send me back to Jinnan mansion? You won't kill me? Moronlei was stunned, then quickly thanked Chen. After Moronlei was taken away, the Wulong pavilion fell silent. Chen stood in the courtyard, not leaving immediately. With the strength of the 7 great families, since they have already wiped out my Chen family, what force could make the 7 great families so fearful? And, what does this major force have to do with my Chen family? Chen pondered for a long time, but couldn't think of any connection between his family and any major force. As the capital of the eastern province, Guangling was also the 8 great mountains of Guangling, and thus the top existence in the entire eastern province. There was no force stronger than the 8 great families. I was still young at the time, focused only on studying, and didn't participate in various family affairs. Did my parents not tell me something? Chen could only wonder. Regardless, since it was confirmed that the 7 great families had taken action, he would settle both old and new scores. A fierce killing intent erupted in Chen's eyes. He had come this morning to witness Zhang Taishan's strength, but the result was disappointing. The number 1 expert in Liang was just a paper tiger. Zhuge Yun. Chen suddenly murmured this name. This was the person Zhang Taishan had mentioned before, known as the number 1 sword in the eastern province. I wonder if he lives up to his reputation. After leaving the remnants to be handled by the demon army, Chen left in a carriage. As soon as he arrived home, Shen Yuchu hurried over and carefully examined him. She almost took off his clothes to check for any injuries, then asked anxiously, "Chen, are you okay? What could happen to me?" Chen smiled. "That's good." Shen Yuchu breathed a sigh of relief. "Why are you suddenly asking me this? Did something happen?" Chen asked, realizing that he hadn't told Yuchu anything before. "Did she guess something? A woman surnamed Bai came to look for you this morning, in a hurry. Since I couldn't reach you by phone, I thought something had happened," Shen Yuchu said. "Bai Ruobing." Chen frowned. "What does she want with me again? To send someone from Jinnan mansion to kill me?" "Yes, her name is Bai Ruobing. Are you very familiar with her?" From Shen Yuchu's eyes, Chen sensed a hint of jealousy. The worst thing had happened. "She has come to me a few times, hoping I could help treat a family member, but I didn't agree," Chen honestly explained. "It's best to explain this kind of thing clearly. The more you try to hide it, the more likely it is to backfire. Then why don't you want to help her? I think Miss Bai is quite beautiful," Shen Yuchu said with a hint of jealousy. "Without any reason or connection, there's no need to help her. Besides, if something goes wrong, aren't you afraid I'll be sued? Then don't help her." Shen Yuchu was startled. Practicing medicine without a license, if something went wrong, their family would be ruined. She didn't want to wait for Chen for several years again. "And in my heart, you are the most beautiful in the world, no one can compare," Chen said gently. "Stop it." Shen Yuchu lightly punched Chen's chest, but there was a hint of a smile in her eyes. "Chen, since she came to find you, maybe there's something important. Shouldn't you ask?" Shen Yuchu cared, not out of jealousy. "No need." Chen refused after thinking it over. Bai Ruobing was very shrewd, and all her gestures were just to get into act. He didn't want to get too involved with her. When Chen's attitude was cold, Shen Yuchu felt a little embarrassed. It seemed that she had overthought. At lunch, Chen received a call from an unknown number. After answering, an urgent voice came through. "Mr. Chen, is that you? This is Bai Ruobing." Chen glanced at Shen Yuchu. "I was afraid she had urgent business with you, so I gave her the number," Shen Yuchu explained. "What does she want with me?" Chen asked coldly. "Mr. Chen, I have obtained accurate information. The Jinnan mansion has dispatched the deputy mansion master and the ace killer, the 12 shadow guards, and they have mobilized a large number of personnel from the other 9 halls, and they are already near Liang. They will definitely make a move against you today." Bai Ruobing's tone was urgent. With the Jinnan mansion even deploying the shadow guards, determined to kill Chen, the consequences would be dire if he did not leave. A cold smile appeared on Chen's lips. "Thank you for the information, Miss Bai, but it's too late." "Ah," Bai Ruobing exclaimed on the other end of the phone. Before she could react, Chen continued, "I have already taken care of everything. If there's anything in the future, just tell me directly, there's no need to trouble my family." He then hung up. Bai Ruobing, at that moment, stared at her phone in disbelief, unable to react. "Miss, what happened?" Hui Shu asked. Bai Ruobing struggled to suppress her anger and said coldly, "He said he has taken care of everything. Dealt with the people sent by Jinnan mansion? What a joke. This Chen is too arrogant. Not to mention the people from the other 9 halls, just one Jinnan mansion shadow guard is a formidable weapon in the eastern province. What ability does Chen have to resist?" I also don't think he can handle the people from Jinnan Mansion. Bai Ruobing agreed with Hui Shu. Miss, I think you're too polite to Chen. You've been so nice to him, but he still doesn't care. Why not just take a more forceful approach? Hui Shu suggested. Forcefully bring him to the Bai family? Bai Ruobing asked with a smile, then shook her head. From the few times I've met Chen, he doesn't fall for that. We don't have the power to do that now. Since we asked Chen for help, it's not appropriate to do that. Miss, we can't afford to wait any longer, Hui Shu said urgently. No one is more anxious than I am. It's my grandfather who's sick. Bai Ruobing sighed. There's only one way now. When the people from Jinnan Mansion find Chen and he can't handle them, I'll show up to protect him. Then he should be willing to help, right? Hui Shu's face suddenly changed. There's no relationship between Jinnan Mansion and our Bai family, and this is the Eastern Province. Miss, I'm afraid they won't give face. It's too dangerous. This is the only way. I've made up my mind. For my grandfather, for the Bai family. Bai Ruobing's tone was firm. Tears glistened in Hui Shu's eyes. The disaster facing the Bai family was too difficult. Afternoon, Chen received a call from Tsanglong. Master, everything has been taken care of. I believe this grand gift will surely surprise Jinnan Mansion. Very good, but this grand gift is not enough yet. Chen said. Master, what else do you have in mind? I have obtained the information I wanted. Instead of waiting for Jinnan Mansion to send someone to kill me, I'd rather take the initiative. Chen said coldly. The Lord is going to make a move against Jinnan Mansion. Sanlong's blood boiled. As long as the Lord gives the order, I can lead the army of demons to crush the entire Jinnan Mansion. Dealing with Jinnan Mansion doesn't require such a grand gesture, Chen vetoed. Then, the people from the Shadow Gate should be here by now, Chen said lightly. The Shadow Gate? Sanglong's eyes suddenly showed a look of shock. In his mind, Chen was the lord of the demons, and in the eyes of others, he was the master of the gate, the master of the Shadow Gate. The Shadow Gate was another mysterious organization created by Chen. If the demon temple was a wild blade, suppressing the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, then the Shadow Gate was a hidden sword, its edge concealed, unknown to anyone. Once activated, it would be unstoppable. In the impression of Sanlong, since the establishment of the Xianingmen, the Lord has not used it once. After the Lord chose to retreat to Qilang, he regretted that he might never have seen the Xianingmen in action in his lifetime. And now, after raising an army for 1,000 days, using it for a moment, the Xianingmen, this extremely mysterious organization, is finally going to take action. The blood in Sanglong's body is boiling at this moment. Yunqiu, one of the top 10 prefecture-level cities in Dongzhou. At this time, in a leisure mountain villa on the outskirts, several middle-aged men are chatting and drinking tea, with several beautiful women giving them massages on the side. Speaking of the hallmaster, who is this Chen? He actually wiped out the Qilin Hall. Even the deputy mansion master personally took action, and recruited 1,000 people from our 9 halls to go, and even the shadow guards followed to Liyang. This scale is too big. The speaker is a core figure of the Menghu Hall, with a look of doubt on his face. The Menghu Hall is one of the 10 halls under the Jinnan Prefecture, controlling the local economic lifeline in Yunqiu. This villa is one of their properties. At the same time, the Menghu Hall is also the strongest local force, dominating the area, and no one dares to offend them. This is not just some underground gang, they are almost a legitimate martial arts school, with a grandmaster-level martial artist in charge. The hall master of Menghu Hall is a nearly 60-year-old man, with high temples and eyes that burst with energy when opened. As the hall master, he is also a practitioner, highly valued by Jinnan Prefecture, and has experienced countless grand scenes in Yunqiu for 20 years. But at this moment, hearing others' inquiries, he sneered, "To be honest, since I joined Jinnan Prefecture, I have never seen the headquarters make such a big move. Not to mention gathering people from our place, even the strength of a random shadow guard surpasses mine. Now they are all mobilized to kill that kid named Chen. It is truly shocking. I think you are overthinking it. Maybe the Qilin Hall was just too weak, and Xing Ao himself was incompetent." Someone interjected. Maybe, the hall master of Menghu Hall did not fully agree. Every year when the headquarters holds the 10 halls conference, he can see Xing Ao, and he knows Xing Ao quite well. His strength is not much inferior to his own. After all, his master is Zheng Taishan, a well-known master in Liyang. And to become one of the top 10 halls under Jinnan Prefecture, none of the halls are particularly weak. It is said that Chen is a descendant of the Chen family, and he should be quite young. Which Chen family? Which one could it be? The Chen family, one of the 8 major families in Guanling, was wiped out overnight 6 years ago. The hall master of Menghu Hall said coldly. The Chen family still has descendants? Everyone was very surprised. But this descendant, after the deputy mansion master took people to Liyang, will also go to hell. Jinnan Prefecture wants to deal with him, and no one can survive. The hall master of Menghu Hall said coldly, with an air of dominance in his eyes. Who is the hall master of Menghu Hall? At this moment, a woman in red suddenly walked in from outside the villa, wearing a veil, her face unclear, and appeared silently. I am. What's the matter? The hall master of Menghu Hall asked. I'm here to send you on your final journey. The woman in red said coldly. Send me on my final journey? The hall master of Menghu Hall was stunned, then burst into laughter. To say such things in Yunxiu, you. Chirp. Before he could finish speaking, he abruptly stopped. A silver needle appeared on his neck, instantly sealing his throat, followed by a gush of blood. You. The hall master of Menghu Hall couldn't catch his breath and fell from his chair. Hiss. Everyone around was chilled, extremely frightened. In the midst of the conversation, the hall master actually died. He was a martial artist, considered a grandmaster in martial arts, yet he had no resistance at all. Who are you? The people of Menghu Hall stood up and asked. The woman in red did not speak, and with a wave of her hand, several silver needles flew out. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Several core figures were hit and fell one after another. After achieving their goal, the woman in red disappeared like a ghost, as if she had never been there. In the following time, the fierce Tiger Hall was attacked by unidentified individuals in Yunxiu and was directly destroyed. Unrelated people fled in fear. One of the 10 major halls under the Jinnan Prefecture became history in Yunxiu. Similar incidents also occurred in other cities, without exception. Suddenly, some people appeared and caught these halls off guard, and within a very short time, all important figures met a tragic end. Within an hour, 9 major prefectural cities and their respective halls were simultaneously destroyed. The speed was so fast that there was no time for these people to inform headquarters. It wasn't until evening that a box was delivered to Jinnan Prefecture, specifically addressed to Morong Yi. When Morong Yi opened the box, the object inside made him exclaim in shock. My son, Xiaolei, quick, call 120. Even if they rushed to the hospital immediately, it was too late to save Morong Lei. The news spread, and Jinnan Prefecture was instantly thrown into chaos. The deputy prefect took people to Liyang for business, and after just one night, only one body was sent back. The 12 shadow guards, and over 1,000 people dispatched by the 9 major halls. The core members dared not imagine, feeling a chill in their chests. They immediately tried to contact them, but all were unreachable, as if they had vanished into thin air. As for what happened, there was no need to say more. In their eyes, Liyang had become a hellish place, a one-way trip. Chen. Morong Yi knelt in front of his son's body, roaring at the sky. A member of the Chen family had caused such heavy losses to Jinnan Prefecture, even involving his son. Unforgivable. Spread the word, all the 9 major halls must mobilize and surround Liyang. I want Chen dead. Morong Yi shouted in anger, no longer interested in discussion, only wanting to take Chen's head immediately. When his subordinates went to carry out the order, they returned abruptly after a few minutes, their faces pale, knees weak, and collapsing to the ground. Report to the prefect. Spit it out. Morong Yi roared. The 9 major halls are gone. The entire hall fell silent in an instant. Countless widened eyes were filled with extreme horror and gasps of astonishment. It was like a bolt from the blue, leaving everyone stunned. What nonsense are you talking about? Morong Yi grabbed his subordinate and demanded. The Fierce Tiger Hall, the Azure Dragon Hall, the Xuanwu Hall, the Vermilion Bird Hall, the Pixiu Hall, the Phoenix Hall, the Golden Cicada Hall, the Tang Snake Hall, the Glutton Hall. All 9 major halls have been wiped out, not a single one remains. The subordinate trembled as he spoke. Boom! Morong Yi's vision darkened, and he nearly fainted, but was luckily supported by his attendant. Not a single one of the 9 major halls remained. This news was almost fatal to him. In addition to the Qilin Hall, the 10 major halls under Jinnan Prefecture, which had dominated the 10 major prefectural cities in the eastern province for countless years, deeply rooted and together built the vast empire of Jinnan Prefecture, had all ceased to exist. Who would dare to believe it? Who could believe it? Prefect, this must be fake news. Perhaps there are some reasons why we can't contact them temporarily. Otherwise, how could they all be wiped out at the same time? Could it be that different forces simultaneously attacked in 9 different places? Yes, there must be a problem. It may not even be related to Chen. He is in Liyang and has no shapeshifting ability. How could he wipe out all 9 major halls at the same time? Everyone discussed fervently. Morong Yi quickly calmed down. First, find out the truth for me. Jinnan Prefecture immediately dispatched personnel to investigate the 9 locations, until they finally arrived at a shocking conclusion. Not only were the 9 major halls simultaneously destroyed, but the times of their destruction were all within half an hour of each other. When Morong Yi received this news, he completely lost his composure. It would have been better not to investigate at all. The information they obtained now only drove him further into madness. That is the entrance developed by the hard work of Jinnan Mansion. Each town and city, wherever the entrance is, the influence of Jinnan Mansion reaches. Moreover, each person in charge of an entrance possesses extremely strong power, being considered a martial arts master, and ordinary people are no match for them. Yet, within half an hour, all 9 entrances were simultaneously destroyed. It's simply unimaginable. Jinnan Mansion is already the most powerful force in the eastern province. Looking across the entire eastern province, there is no one more formidable than them. However, even before the news could be spread, the 9 entrances had completely become history, and the identity of the person who acted cannot be found. A huge terrifying shadow envelopes the entire Jinnan Mansion, causing great anxiety. If the enemy has the ability to simultaneously destroy the 9 entrances, they have the ability to destroy Jinnan Mansion at any time. Perhaps the next second, the next hour, the next day, Jinnan Mansion will cease to exist. From now on, no one is allowed to go out. Moroni issued the strictest order, not daring to make any move without finding out who the enemy is. As for Chen, he dared not kill again. Who knows what will happen next after sending someone else? Although there is no evidence to prove that it was Chen's doing, all this again indicates his involvement. Sending Moronlei's body back, and then destroying the 9 entrances, perhaps it was just a show of force. Liyang, Yunlu Academy. Chen stood on the balcony, hands behind his back, looking towards Guangling. Sun Long stood behind him, just having reported the news. His mood had not yet calmed down. It was too fast. It only took half an hour for the Xianing Gate to make the 9 entrances history. This was the first time Sun Long had seen the power of the Xianing Gate, truly worthy of being the most mysterious organization established by the Lord. Chen's expression was very calm, not at all surprised by the ability of the Xianing Gate. If they couldn't even accomplish this task, the Xianing Gate could have been disbanded. However, this also allowed him to see that even after hiding in Qilang for so long, the members of the Xianing Gate were still well trained, which made him very pleased. Although they couldn't compare to the Million Demon Army, the strength of each person within the Xianing Gate was hard to find in the world. Lord, since the Xianing Gate is so powerful, why not let them directly destroy Jinnan Mansion? Sun Long asked in confusion. Hanlai couldn't defeat the Qilin Hall, and if the Qilin Hall couldn't, they would go to Jinnan Mansion. If you say Jinnan Mansion is not a match, then who else should they go to? Chen asked with a smile. Sun Long instantly understood. The Lord was forcing Jinnan Mansion to draw out an even stronger presence. As for who was the stronger figure behind Jinnan Mansion, Chen could guess that it was most likely the 7 great families. Initially, it was the 7 great families who were warned by a mysterious force, so they were afraid and paid a hefty sum to ask Jinnan Mansion to step forward. Jinnan Mansion ultimately did not solve the target, and in such a heavy loss, they would definitely seek a solution with the 7 great families. Rather than forcing Jinnan Mansion to make a move, it was more like forcing the 7 great families. 7 great families, the grudges from 6 years ago, I will definitely settle the score with you, Chen said coldly. Just at that moment, his gaze suddenly sharpened as he looked towards a nearby villa, spotting 2 familiar figures. Could it be that they become so perverted as to monitor me? Chen's gaze was cold, and he walked out of the house in a huff, directly arriving at a nearby villa and ringing the doorbell. The one who opened the door was Hui Shu. Chen interrupted Hui Shu. Where is Bai Ruobing? Is there something you need from me, mister? Chen. Bai Ruobing walked over, wearing a white suspender long dress, with a long and slender neck, and fair skin, exuding a noble temperament. Are you monitoring me? Chen asked directly, exuding a cold aura, making Hui Shu very nervous, fearing an accident might occur. Bai Ruobing smiled. Didn't I say last time that I rented a house next door? I just moved in today. It seemed like there was such a thing. A hint of embarrassment flashed in Chen's eyes, and his aura slightly subsided, but his gaze remained cold. Moving in here to live, isn't it more convenient to openly monitor me? I dislike being disturbed like this the most. Mr. Chen, you misunderstand our young lady. Uncle Hui couldn't help but say. You knew that the people sent by Jinnan Mansion would take action today, yet you refused to listen to our young lady's advice. That's why our young lady can only wait like this. Once the people from Jinnan Mansion arrive, our young lady can only risk her safety to stop them. After saying this, Uncle Hui stared at Chen closely, feeling very angry with him. If it weren't for asking him to take action, he wouldn't have to serve in such a stifling manner. The young lady had suffered so much injustice because of this, and yet he still didn't appreciate it. Sigh. Chen sighed, not intending to say these things. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. Uncle Hui's tone was a bit agitated, but he didn't mean any harm. I should be the one to apologize for misunderstanding you. After understanding everything, Chen completely restrained his momentum and showed a look of apology on his face. It's okay. If you decide to leave now, it's still possible. As for your wife and children, with me here, Jinnan Mansion will give them some face and won't harm them. Bai Ruobing said indifferently. Miss Bai, what you're saying now is probably too late. Sun Long smiled. Too late? What do you mean? Bai Ruobing looked puzzled. It doesn't matter. The people sent by Jinnan Mansion won't come, so you don't need to worry for me. Chen said. I already have accurate information. They are in Liyang. Why wouldn't they come? Bai Ruobing asked. What I said is enough. Chen said confidently. Mr. Chen, you are just too confident, but confidence is not always a good thing. Our young lady is willing to risk her safety to wait with you for the people from Jinnan Mansion, but you are still stubborn. I can't bear to see it. Uncle Hui was really angry, never having seen someone so ungrateful. I've already said it. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it at all. You can completely ignore me, Chen said indifferently. In the other party's eyes, he was arrogant, but for him, it was just stating the truth. Chen, can I make a bet with you? Bai Ruobing suddenly said. What bet? If the people from Jinnan Mansion don't come, even if you win, you can make me do anything. If the people from Jinnan Mansion come, you lose, and you have to help my Bai family. Of course, whether they come or not, as long as Jinnan Mansion still wants to kill you and Li Yang, I will step in to protect you. This is not part of the bet, it's just me, Bai Ruobing, admiring you, Chen. Bai Ruobing said seriously. You are indeed a shrewd woman. Chen said. Alright, I'll bet with you, but I can tell you directly, you've already lost. Until midnight tonight, until the last second, the result is not certain, and you also have the possibility of losing. Bai Ruobing said calmly. Chen shook his head and didn't say much, then left with Song Long. Young lady, Chen is definitely going to lose, but I'm afraid he won't keep his promise. Uncle Hui said worriedly. Although I can't see through Chen, I believe he will keep his word. Bai Ruobing said confidently. Originally, she had planned to save Chen's life as the young lady of the Bai family when he was defeated, making him owe her a favor. But this was not guaranteed, so since there was this bet, as long as Chen lost, everything would be secure. Next, let's wait and see. Bai Ruobing waited all afternoon, but the people from Jinnan Mansion did not appear. However, she didn't think much about it. The people from Jinnan Mansion were here to deal with Chen, and it was highly likely that they would act at night. As it approached midnight, Bai Ruobing became a little uneasy. She didn't want the people from Jinnan Mansion to kill Chen, but she had already made a bet with him. If the other party didn't come, she would lose, and her hope of asking Chen for help would be shattered. When the clock finally struck midnight, Bai Ruobing felt completely disheartened. The people from Jinnan Mansion really didn't come, and she had lost. How could Chen have known that the people from Jinnan Mansion wouldn't come? Miss, it must be his good luck that he accidentally hit the mark. Otherwise, would the actions of Jinnan Mansion still be under his command? Uncle Hui felt it was nonsense. Could the intelligence have gone wrong? Bai Ruobing doubted, and immediately began contacting people overnight. On that same night, the Bai family's intelligence personnel sent a large amount of information. The 12 shadow guards of Jinnan Mansion were killed, and over 1,000 personnel gathered from the 9 halls were all defeated and left Yang. The body of the deputy mansion Lord Moron Lei was directly sent to Jinnan Mansion. At the same time, the 9 halls of Jinnan Mansion were all raised by unidentified individuals at the same time, and now Jinnan Mansion is in a state of panic, already beginning to control all personnel and not allowing them to leave. What? After seeing this information, Bai Ruobing was stunned in place, unable to come to her senses for a long time, her eyes filled with boundless shock. She immediately made a phone call to the family, and the family replied with 4 words. Absolutely true. Although the Bai family is in Qingzhou, they also have relevant connections in Dongzhou. This is the information they obtained from a special channel and it absolutely cannot be wrong. When the Bai family learned of this information, they were also greatly shocked and confirmed it several times before daring to reply to Bai Ruobing. The deputy mansion lord was killed, the 12 shadow guards were wiped out, and even the 9 halls were all turned into ruins at the same time. What force could have done this? Uncle Hui exclaimed, a chill running down his chest. Chen, Bai Ruobing suddenly said. Chen? Uncle Hui found it hard to believe, because this was too astonishing. The deputy mansion lord of Jinnan Mansion brought people to kill Chen, and the entire army was wiped out. It could only have been done by Chen. Bai Ruobing speculated. She thought back to when she had gone to remind him in the morning, and he had already left. Later, when she asked over the phone, the other party said it was too late. Now it seemed that when he said it was too late, he had probably already dealt with the people from Jinnan Mansion. No wonder Chen was so certain that the people from Jinnan Mansion wouldn't come to the door. It wasn't blind confidence, but because they had already come and were all killed. As for the 9 halls being wiped out, it must also be related to Chen, otherwise how could it be such a coincidence? But Chen was in Liyang. What kind of power did he have to simultaneously wipe out the 9 halls in different places? Bai Ruobing dared not imagine, even if it were 10 Bai families, they wouldn't be able to do it. Miss, could this be a coincidence, that someone just happened to attack Jinnan Mansion, and it ended up benefiting Chen? Uncle Hui couldn't believe it. It's not impossible, but it's very unlikely. I think our initial investigation was completely wrong. This Chen is definitely not simple, Bai Ruobing said, suddenly thinking of something. Uncle Hui, do you remember something? What thing? When we arrived at Liyang Airport, a group of high-ranking officials and flight attendants were standing there respectfully welcoming someone. Bai Ruobing quickly said, Of course I remember. Uncle Hui nodded. Wasn't it arranged to welcome you? Bai Ruobing suddenly shook her head. I just thought about it. It wasn't like that at all. Maybe they were welcoming Chen. As soon as she said this, Uncle Hui's face changed. Welcoming Chen? Then what is Chen's identity? Chen didn't take the bet seriously at all, and even after midnight, he didn't go to find Bai Ruobing. It wasn't until the next morning, just as Yuchu was leaving for work, that Bai Ruobing came with Uncle Hui. She spoke as soon as she arrived. I lost. Chen looked at Bai Ruobing, a smile on his lips, not at all surprised by this result. If she hadn't lost, that would have been really strange. Did you rest well last night? Bai Ruobing smiled bitterly. After receiving the message from the family, she had almost stayed up all night, and didn't dare to disturb Chen until now, and had developed dark circles under her eyes. I admit defeat. I underestimated Mr. Chen. If you have any requests, just say it. I won't help you, so don't mention these things in front of me again in the future, Chen said indifferently. Bai Ruobing was stunned for a moment, a look of sadness on her face. She spent a lot of effort and tried every means to get Chen's help, but ended up making a mess and ultimately harming herself. I understand. I will never bother Mr. Chen about this matter again. Bai Ruobing took a deep breath, trying hard not to let her emotions collapse. If Chen was unwilling to help, even if she knelt down and begged, it would be useless. The hope she had placed on him was completely shattered. Then I won't bother you, goodbye. After saying this, Bai Ruobing left with Uncle Hui. Ah! Uncle Hui sighed deeply. In the past, he might have complained a few times, but now, facing Chen, he didn't dare to say a word and left together with Bai Ruobing. Sister Bai Sisi shouted from behind. Darling, sister has something to do today and won't be able to accompany you. If you miss sister, go next door to find me. Bai Ruobing forced a smile and affectionately patted Sisi's head. After Bai Ruobing and Uncle Hui left, Sisi turned to look at Chen. Dad, if you want to go, then go, Chen said helplessly. Okay, Sisi cheered and followed them out. Anyway, with the protection of the people from the Dark Temple, Bai Ruobing wouldn't cause trouble, unless the Bai family didn't want to exist anymore. After considering it, since he had already started to take action against Jinan Mansion, the 7 great families wouldn't be far behind. No matter what the 7 great families would do next, he would visit Guangling in the near future. With his wife and children by his side, the grudges of the family 6 years ago should also be resolved at some point. Recently, Chen planned to spend some quality time with Yuchu and Sisi. In the evening, he personally went to pick up Yuchu from work, planning to give her a surprise. When Yuchu came out of the company and saw Chen, she tried to force a smile. Chen, why are you here? To pick you up from work. Let's go out for dinner tonight, Chen said cheerfully. No need, let's just eat at home. I'll cook, Yuchu said after considering it. You're already the general manager, your income has multiplied several times, and you're still afraid of spending money? I'll treat you, so don't worry, Chen said. Next time, Chen. I don't really want to go out, Yuchu insisted. Okay, let's go home then, Chen no longer insisted. On the way, they bought groceries and returned home. Yuchu cooked in the kitchen, looking preoccupied, and the food was almost burnt. Chen noticed but didn't ask much. It wasn't until after dinner, when Sisi was playing alone in the living room, that Chen found Yuchu. Tell me honestly, were you bullied at work? I'm the general manager, who would dare to bully me, Yuchu said. But when she thought about it, the only person in the company with a higher position than Yuchu was Chao Huadong. But even if Chao Huadong had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to mistreat Yuchu, unless the company didn't want her anymore. Then what's bothering you? Tell me, Chen pressed on. It's nothing, just some minor work matters, Yuchu explained. Really? Chen didn't believe her. Really, I won't lie to you, Yuchu avoided his gaze, lacking confidence. Yuchu, I'm your husband. I hope you can tell me directly if you have any problems, Chen comforted her. Of course, I know you're my husband. Don't worry, there's really nothing. Take Sisi to play, I still have some work to take care of, Yuchu declined. Okay, I won't force you, Chen nodded, not wanting to pressure Yuchu too much, and then took Sisi to play. Seeing Chen playing with Sisi, Yuchu sighed, then went into the bedroom and gently locked the door. She opened the wardrobe and saw a set of snow-white wedding dress, neatly hung in a dust-proof bag, spotless. It was the one Chen had given her, carefully preserved. Slowly taking down the wedding dress, she saw the sparkling diamonds on it, and Yuchu looked at it with fondness, hesitating. Chen, please don't blame me. Yuchu hesitated for a moment, then made up her mind, took out her phone, hesitated for a long time, and finally dialed a number she hadn't contacted in a long time. Hello, is this Wang Rui? Yuchu? I didn't expect you to call me. I want to see you. Early the next morning, Yuchu went to work carrying a large bag. Yuchu, what did you bring? It seems inconvenient. I'll take you to the company, Chen said concernedly. Some company documents, it's okay, I'll take a taxi. You stay home with Sisi, Yuchu refused, and called a taxi. Yuchu is a simple girl, whatever is on her mind will show on her face. Chen really couldn't rest assured, so he called Song Long. Song Long, did Yuchu encounter any trouble at the company? No, Song Long affirmed, but, yesterday, a few people came to the company looking for sister-in-law. They looked familiar to me. Familiar? What people? Chen asked. It looks like people from the Shen family, Song Long said. The Shen family? Chen's eyes turned cold. On the day he took Yuchu away, he had solemnly warned the Shen family, how dare they come to harass Yuchu? Why didn't you tell me at the time? At first, I thought they were ordinary customers, I just remembered when you asked me today. Song Long said. Protect Yuchu, tell me immediately if anything happens. Chen ordered. Yes, Song Long promptly agreed. Half an hour later, Song Long suddenly sent a message. Master, sister-in-law didn't go to work, she took a taxi to a restaurant. Ha! Upon hearing this news, Chen frowned. Yuchu actually deceived him, not going to work, but taking a taxi to a restaurant. Could she be having a meal with friends? But why deliberately hide it from him? Keep watching, Chen instructed, fearing for Yuchu's safety. Yes. At this moment, Yuchu looked up at the cafe in front of her, which was considered very high-end in Liang. She calmed herself and walked in. Inside the restaurant, a man in a suit sat in a chair, looking around. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and his hair was neatly combed, giving him the air of a returnee elite. Just then, he suddenly saw a young and beautiful woman entering the restaurant, still wearing professional attire, showcasing her figure to the fullest. Her perfectly slender legs were wrapped in coffee-colored stockings, paired with a pair of silver patent leather high heels, looking very alluring. Especially her face, fair and clean, exceptionally pure. Yuchu! The man exclaimed in surprise, his eyes sparkling. Upon hearing the call, Yuchu walked towards the man. Wang Rui, long time no see. Yeah, it's been a long time, please sit. Wang Rui beckoned, his eyes seemingly glued to Yuchu, unwilling to look away for a moment. To be honest, the current Yuchu, compared to the one he had seen a few years ago, exuded a kind of mature womanly charm. This charm, coupled with her pure appearance, was very attractive. Yuchu, you are even more beautiful and charming than a few years ago, Wang Rui couldn't help but praise. His gaze made Yuchu feel very uncomfortable, so she went straight to the point. Mr. Wang, I have something to discuss with you. What, Mr. Wang, too polite, just say whatever you need to, Wang Rui said cheerfully. Yuchu also didn't beat around the bush. I know you have been in the second-hand luxury goods industry, so I want you to take a look at something. What thing? Wang Rui asked. Yuchu took out a wedding dress from the bag. A wedding dress? Wang Rui looked surprised. Few people asked for an appraisal of a wedding dress. Yuchu looked embarrassed and nodded silently. As soon as Wang Rui took a glance, his pupils showed a look of shock. The material and workmanship of this wedding dress were simply extraordinary, purely handmade, with no visible seams. It was hard to imagine how much effort went into it. What's even more astonishing was that it was adorned with countless diamonds, large and small, shining brightly. Just these diamonds alone were invaluable. This wedding dress was given to me by my husband. He said it's worth 30 million. I don't know if it's true, so I wanted to ask you to take a look, Yuchu said apologetically. Not just 30 million, it's probably not even purchasable for 50 million. Wang Ruixin was surprised in his heart. However, he maintained an indifferent expression on his face and kept shaking his head. The material is not bad, but it's definitely not worth 30 million. Upon hearing this, Yuchu showed a disappointed look, but at the same time, she also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, how could it be worth 30 million? She didn't take it seriously in the first place. You brought this wedding dress to me for appraisal? I encountered some trouble and really need some money. I want to sell this wedding dress. How much do you think it's worth? I heard that your man came back to find you. Did something happen? Wang Ruixin inquired with a passionate look in his eyes. I'm sorry, I just want to sell a wedding dress. Yuchu was unwilling to disclose further. She had met Wang Ruixin a few years ago through a friend when she was working abroad in the luxury goods industry. He had confessed his feelings to her, but she had clearly rejected him. After that, their contact had become infrequent, so they weren't really close. If she hadn't been in urgent need of money, she wouldn't have sought him out. Well, if you don't want to say, then forget it. Wang Ruixin didn't press further. A wedding dress, no matter how much it's worth, loses its value after being worn once. After all, no bride wants to use a second-hand one. Whether you put it online or sell it elsewhere, it's probably only worth a few thousand yuan. But since you've come to me, I'll give you 50,000 yuan as a favor, Wang Ruixin said generously. 50,000 yuan? Yuchu hesitated. Although it was less than she had hoped for, she understood that it was already quite good to sell a second-hand wedding dress for this amount. She was really in desperate need of money now. After some consideration, she gritted her teeth and agreed, then it's 50,000 yuan. Thank you, Wang Ruixin. It's okay. By the way, I may not have that much money on me. How about you come to my company later to collect it? No need, you can transfer it to me later. Yuchu didn't want to have too much involvement with him. If she hadn't been at her wit's end, she wouldn't have approached him at all. You don't have to say anything. I'll help you if I can. My company has some clients today, maybe they will be interested in this wedding dress, and it might fetch more than 50,000. I can introduce you to them, Wang Ruixin persuaded. After considering it, Yuchu nodded and then got into Wang Ruixin's car, heading towards his company. Master, sister-in-law sold the wedding dress you gave her for 50,000 yuan and was tricked into going to his company. Sun Long suddenly called. Upon hearing this news, Chen's eyes showed a fierce look. Selling the wedding dress for 50,000 yuan was already a rip-off. Even a random diamond above wouldn't be worth that much. So Yuchu was selling the wedding dress sneakily. Could it be related to the Chen family's visit to her yesterday? Chen didn't have time to think too much. After entrusting Cece to Sun Long, he immediately drove to the destination. It was bad enough that the wedding dress was sold cheaply, but tricking Shin Yu-chu into going to his company meant that the other party probably had ill intentions. 10 minutes later, the car stopped at a luxury goods trading company, and Wang Ruixing directly took Shin Yu-chu to the meeting room. He behaved very gentlemanly and polite, saying that his clients were wealthy and there was a good chance they would be interested in the wedding dress, and it might fetch more than 50,000. However, as soon as Shin Yu-chu entered the meeting room, Wang Ruixing closed the door, leaving only the two of them in the room. Wang Ruixing, what are you doing? Weren't you going to introduce me to your clients? Shin Yu-chu became alert. The clients haven't arrived yet. We can talk first, Wang Ruixing said with a smile, approaching Shin Yu-chu. Shin Yu-chu kept backing away. Don't be nervous, I won't hurt you. I just can't help wanting to get close to you. I know you must be in trouble and need a large sum of money. I've liked you for a long time. How about being with me? I can advance you some money. Wang Ruixing continued to approach her, feeling hot all over. I'm sorry, I'm married. Please mind your words and actions, Shin Yu-chu said sternly. Marriage doesn't matter, you can be my lover, as long as you and I are willing. I can even support you long-term, with 50,000 every month. Wang Rui's hypocritical mask fell off, his eyes burning as he stared at Shin Yu-chu, continuously swallowing saliva. Wang Rui, I didn't expect you to be like this. Please give me the wedding dress, I won't sell it. Shin Yu-chu hurried to leave. You want to sell it, then sell it. You don't want to sell it, then don't sell it? What a joke, Shin Yu-chu, you already have a child. I'm doing you a favor by supporting you. Stop pretending to be innocent here. Wang Rui pounced. Before he could touch Shin Yu-chu, the door suddenly burst open with a loud bang, as if a tank had crashed through. Wood chips flew, and the walls were covered in countless cracks, like a spider web spreading out. Suddenly, a large foot flew through the air and landed directly on Wang Rui, as if a heavy hammer had struck him with immense force. Bang! Wang Rui was instantly thrown back, crashing onto the office desk with a loud crack, shattering the solid wood desk into pieces, with smoke and dust billowing. Wang Rui writhed on the ground like a dead dog, unable to get up. Shin Yu-chu was also startled, and before she could react, a large hand reached for her waist, causing her to scream in fear. Before she could struggle, she turned around and was stunned. Chen, silly girl. Chen couldn't help but complain. Why didn't she tell him about it? She almost sold the wedding dress for 50,000, and almost encountered a great danger. Who the hell are you? Wang Rui angrily asked. I am her husband. Chen coldly rebuked, then raised his foot and stomped fiercely on Wang Rui's chest. With a loud crack, his ribs instantly broke, causing him to scream in pain like a slaughtered pig. Dare to lay a hand on my wife, I see you're tired of living. As the voice fell, the large foot exerted force again, almost completely crushing Wang Rui's chest, causing blood to spurt from his mouth and his face to be filled with terror. Big brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. Tell my wife, how much is this wedding dress worth? Chen picked up the wedding dress and coldly asked. At least 30 million. Wang Rui said with difficulty. At least 30 million? Shin Yu-chu heard this and widened her eyes, unable to believe it. Are you deliberately deceiving me? Yu-chu, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Please ask your husband to spare me. Wang Rui pleaded. Yu-chu is also what you call her? Chen exerted force with his foot. Crack, crack. Several more ribs broke, and Wang Rui was in so much pain that he almost passed out. I didn't expect you to be so heartless. I really misjudged you. Shin Yu-chu was greatly disappointed. She had thought Wang Rui was quite trustworthy, otherwise she wouldn't have sought him out. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Go to hell. Chen prepared to finish him off. Chen, don't make a big fuss. Shin Yu-chu was worried. Fine, for the sake of my wife, I'll spare your sorry life for now. Chen said coldly, and his large foot suddenly struck down repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. For consecutive strikes, breaking both arms and legs, and Wang Rui passed out completely. Let's go. Chen took the wedding dress and led Shin Yu-chu away. After they left, a mysterious figure appeared and carried Wang Rui away. Remember in your next life, don't offend the women of our Lord. Chen had said, bullying his wife and daughter was unforgivable. Temporarily letting him go didn't mean he would be let off forever. Chen didn't go straight home, but took Shin Yu-chu to the riverside park to let her calm down before returning, afraid of affecting CC. Yu-chu, do you know that you were almost? Chen was rarely angry with Shin Yu-chu. This was the first time. I'm sorry, I didn't expect him to. Shin Yu-chu explained, tears of grievance streaming down her face. She was really in desperate need of money, otherwise she wouldn't have met Wang Rui, and certainly wouldn't have heard him say that a client had introduced him to the company. Seeing Shin Yu-chu cry, Chen's heart softened, and he went up to hug her. I didn't mean to blame you. It's all in the past now, don't overthink it. Just be more careful next time. Okay, Shin Yu-chu obediently agreed. After calming down for a while, she finally became composed. Tell me, what exactly happened? How could you even sell the wedding dress I gave you? Chen asked. My parents came to the company to find me yesterday, Shin Yu-chu confessed. What did they want? They said I'm still a member of the Chen family, and now that I'm with you, but you haven't given the betrothal gifts, they demanded you to come up with 1 million, or they would cause a scene at the company. I was afraid they would cause trouble, and I knew you didn't have much money, so I had to figure it out myself." As she spoke, Shin Yuchu's eyes gradually turned red. After hearing what Shin Yuchu said, Shen's eyes became extremely cold. The Shin family was truly incorrigible, daring to ask for 1 million. If it was for marrying Yuchu, even if it was a billion, Chen would give it. But facing the Shin family, they were not even qualified to receive a single penny. Over the past few years, how much suffering had Yuchu endured in the Shin family? Shin Mingyu and his wife only saw this daughter as an item, to be sold for a good price, regardless of Yuchu's life or death. Last time, out of consideration for Yuchu, he had been polite to the Shin family, but now they dared to come looking for trouble. "Chen, I'm sorry, I had no other choice. The commission from selling the house, plus the savings I had, couldn't add up to 1 million, so I had to sell the wedding dress. I originally planned to use it as collateral temporarily, and redeem it when I had the money, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this." Shin Yuchu felt extremely guilty, and tears were about to fall again. "It's not all your fault. From your perspective, you didn't do anything wrong," Shin comforted, his eyes filled with deep affection. Yuchu didn't want to cause trouble for him, so she didn't mention this matter and tried to solve it on her own, but ended up making a mess of it. "Leave the Shin family's matters to me, don't worry about it," Shin said. "Chen," Shin Yuchu called out, looking troubled. Even without her saying it, Shin knew what she was thinking. "The people of the Shin family are so shameless, and you still intend to be lenient?" Shin Yuchu was truly in a dilemma, afraid that Chen would act impulsively. Sigh. Chen sighed deeply. "I promise you, I won't do anything to the Shin family, but don't worry about this matter, I will take care of it. Just go home for now." On the way, Shin Yuchu suddenly asked, "Chen, do you think I'm too weak?" "Weak? I didn't expect you to say that about yourself," Chen said admiringly. "You resisted the pressure from the entire family, refused to marry someone you didn't like, and didn't care about the countless people's ridicule. Even if you were driven out of the family, you firmly raised CC on your own. I can't find many people stronger than you, how could you be weak? I'm afraid you'll think I'm too soft on the Shin family." Shin Yuchu hesitated. "I understand your difficulties. Okay, don't think about it too much," Shin comforted. Half an hour later, Chen and Shin Yuchu returned home. Not long after, Song Long brought a large bag. "Master, the 1 million is ready." After Chen took the bag, he immediately brought it to Shin Yuchu. "What's this?" Shin Yuchu asked curiously. "Open it and see." Chen smiled. Shin Yuchu opened the bag and exclaimed, "Where did all this money come from?" "Don't ask so many questions. I said I would handle it," Shin smiled. "Chen, you didn't do anything bad, did you?" Shin Yuchu looked at Chen in shock. The look in her eyes was as if Chen had committed a robbery. Chen was speechless and gave her a stern tap on the head. "If you keep talking nonsense, I might do something bad to you." "Tisk tsk, you're being silly again," Shin Yuchu rolled her eyes. "Didn't we agree before that I wouldn't do anything improper? Some things are not convenient to tell you, just trust me," Chen said. "Okay, I won't ask anymore." Shin Yuchu nodded, suppressing her curiosity, believing that Chen wouldn't do anything bad for the sake of this family. "The 1 million is ready, but I have a request," Shin said. "What request?" "I'll take it to the Shin family, and you don't come," Shin said. "The Shin family is shameless, and Yuchu would definitely be bullied if she went there." "Okay, but promise me not to cause trouble," Shin Yuchu said seriously. "Okay, everything will be as my wife says," Chen said with a bitter smile. In the afternoon, Chen left with the 1 million. When he appeared at the Shin family's door, his face had turned very cold. The Shin family villa, which had been destroyed not long ago, was still under repair, with some workers busy. "Quite wealthy, actually renovated again," Chen said coldly. "With so much money, the Shin family is extremely selfish and ruthless." Bang! Chen directly entered the Shin family, a powerful killing intent spreading. "Who are you?" a newly recruited servant asked in panic. Chen said. Just the name made the Shin family go into a frenzy. When everyone heard that Chen had come, they all felt a jolt. A few days ago, the scene of Chen breaking into the wedding scene and intimidating everyone was still vivid in their minds. "It must be that dead girl Yuchu who instigated this. Chen must know that we came to ask for money," Shin's mother grumbled. "What's there to be afraid of? It's just that Chen is lucky. If the Han family hadn't been destroyed by their enemies ahead of time, Chen would have died long ago," Shin Mei said indifferently. "Come, I'll go see," Shin Mingyu said fiercely. Since he dared to come and ask for money, why be afraid of Chen? That's what he thought, but when he saw Chen, he felt a jolt. Chen stood at the entrance like a god of death, exuding a domineering aura that was unmatched and deep, something that ordinary people like Shin Mingyu couldn't contend with. Thinking of the day he knelt before Chen begging for mercy, his face immediately showed unease. "Chen, what are you doing at my Shin family?" Shin Mingyu's voice trembled, lacking any confidence. Bang! Chen threw a bag, and a stack of money rolled out. So much money! Shin Mingyu and the others looked at it with greedy eyes. "This is 1 million. 1 million? Shen's mother's heart fluttered, and she rushed to pick up the money. Bang! Shen suddenly exerted force with his foot, and the ground instantly shattered, cracks spreading all the way to where Shen's mother was standing, startling her and causing her to collapse on the ground. You can take this money, but remember, from now on, you Chu and your Chen family have nothing to do with each other. If you dare to harass you Chu again, don't blame me for being impolite, Chen said coldly, his cold gaze sweeping over everyone. The hall fell silent, no one dared to meet his eyes, their hearts pounding wildly, feeling like they were about to go to hell at any moment. Take care of yourselves. Chen turned and left, not bothering to look at the Chen family again. A group of vampires who only cared about their own interests. If it weren't for fear of causing trouble for Yu Chu, he wouldn't even care about what these people did. After Chen left, the terrifying atmosphere that had enveloped the Chen family finally dissipated. Shen Mingyu and the others breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like they had just narrowly escaped death. But their eyes were fixed on the stack of money on the ground, their eyes shining, not caring about anything else. Shen's mother hugged the cash and counted it with her daughter Shen Mei. 1 million, a full 1 million, all in cash. We've struck it rich. Everyone laughed heartily, their faces fierce. The Shen family in Liyan could only be considered a small wealthy family, with assets of just over 10 million. A pure 1 million in cash was not a small amount. I didn't expect that Brat Chen actually had 1 million. If I had known, I would have asked for more, Shen's mother regretted. 1 million is nothing. If it weren't for this brat, Yu Chu would have married into the Han family, and we could have gotten a share of the inheritance when the Han family was destroyed. Shen Mingyu said discontentedly. Did Shen Yu Chu also die? Mrs. Shen said. Mom, it's even better if Shen Yu Chu is dead. The Han family's inheritance will all be ours, and we can save a lot of trouble, Shen Mei said with a heartless tone. Speaking of which, these losses should all be counted on Shen Chen. I thought that the brat Shen Yu Chu would have made a lot of money as the general manager, but it turns out it was Chen Chen who paid for it. Since it's so easy, maybe we can extort a little more, regretted Shen Mingyu. Should I go ask Yu Chu for some more? Mrs. Shen eagerly asked. Chen Chen just warned me. To be on the safe side, let's forget it. I still can't figure out that kid, and I suddenly thought of something that could squeeze more out of Yu Chu, Shen Mingyu said cunningly. Dad, what is it? Shen Mei asked curiously. I just got news today that the old man is not doing well and wants all the Shen family members to see him one last time. When the old man goes, won't there be a distribution of assets? Mrs. Shen asked anxiously. Of course, one more person means one more share, at least starting from 10 million. What's 100,000 to us? Shen Mingyu said. Great, our Shen family's luck has finally turned, and we're finally going to make a fortune. Mrs. Shen exclaimed excitedly. The whole family burst into laughter, as if it were New Year's Day. Yunluo Academy. As soon as Chen Chen returned home, Shen Yu Chu couldn't wait to ask, did you give them the money? Chen Chen nodded. Nothing happened, right? Of course not, Chen Chen smiled. That's good. Shen Yu Chu was relieved, then said, Chen, what's your account number? I'll transfer the money I have on me to you first, and I'll give you the rest when I've saved enough. What do you mean? Chen Chen asked. After all, it's because of me that you spent so much money. I feel guilty, Shen Yu Chu said. Silly girl, you're my wife, and it's my duty to spend money. But well, this 100,000 is a loss. Shen Yu Chu's face fell, and just as he was about to speak, he heard Chen Chen continue, because you are priceless in my heart. There's nothing that can measure up to that. You scoundrel. Shen Yu Chu smiled softly and couldn't help but hit Chen Chen's chest twice. The next 2 days, life returned to normal. Sanglong reported news to Chen Chen every day. Since the 9 halls were destroyed, there had been no movement in Jinan Prefecture, and they were probably really scared, afraid that the enemy would come and directly crush their headquarters. The 7 great families also had no action. Until a day later, Sanglong brought a piece of the latest news. Master, there's movement from the 7 great families. What kind of movement? The 7 great families are planning to flatten Suehu Square and build a 7-star hotel. Flatten Suehu Square? Chen Chen's eyes suddenly revealed a hint of killing intent. Suehu Square was one of the industries under his Chen family's name in the past. It had invested billions over the years, supporting many shops and driving the local economy. Not only that, Suehu Square also included several commercial and residential buildings, housing thousands of residents, living a comfortable and prosperous life. It was the first square built by the Chen family to give back to their hometown after their prosperity. The meaning was extraordinary. His father had attached great importance to it back then, and it could be said that most of his life's efforts were spent on Suehu Square. Chen Chen still remembered the words his father often said when he took him to Suehu Square. Chen, you must remember, the prosperity of the Chen family is inseparable from this land and the people here. So we must be grateful, no matter what position we are in, and work hard to give back to our hometown. Time flies, and now these words taste particularly bitter. In the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed, and the Chen family had become history, and all their industries had been swallowed by the 7 great families. Unexpectedly, now the 7 great families were planning to flatten Suehu Square. If his father were still alive, he would definitely not allow such a thing to happen. Although I don't care about business matters, Suehu Square is the lifelong effort of my father, and it is also the memory card in the hearts of countless people in the entire Suehu Old District. I absolutely cannot let this place fall into the hands of the 7 great families. When are they starting construction? Chen Chen asked. In 10 days. Song Long replied. In 10 days. Chen's eyes revealed a sharp light. Why not start construction earlier, but choose to do it at this time? Has Jinnan Mansion already reconciled with the 7 great families? If they only want to deal with me using these means, then they are too foolish, Chen said coldly. Song Long, continue to keep an eye on Guangling over there for me. Whether it's Jinnan Mansion or the 7 great families, inform me as soon as there is any movement, Chen ordered. Okay, Song Long nodded. In addition, get the brothers ready in advance. We may go to Guangling to hunt our prey in the next few days. Don't slack off, Chen added. Understood, Song Long said excitedly. This small place of Liang is really meaningless. I really want to see what ambitions and courage those big shots in Guangling have, daring to go against the Lord. Time passed in a flash, and 3 or 4 days passed. It was on this day that Song Long suddenly made a phone call. Lord, there's a bit of trouble. Please come quickly. He immediately sent an address. What trouble could make me go there in person? Chen felt puzzled. Song Long's words were also unclear. Chen didn't ask much and immediately took a taxi to the destination. Half an hour later, he arrived at a training base. It turned out to be the headquarters of the Firewolf. As soon as the car stopped, Song Long came over. What happened exactly? Chen asked. Lord, you'd better let Lei Tianxing tell you. Song Long smiled bitterly. Take me there. Soon, Chen arrived at a training room inside the base. There were already many people inside. Lei Tianxing and Li Xiaolei were there. In addition, he also saw several members of the Demon God Temple, all looking a bit angry. When they saw Chen appear, everyone was very excited and crowded around. What happened? Chen asked Lei Tianxing. Mr. Chen, you came just in time. My subordinates were patrolling in Liyang and found several unidentified individuals who claimed to be members of the Demon God Temple and were on a mission. I thought it was ridiculous, so I brought them here, Lei Tianxing said impatiently. When Chen heard this, he immediately guessed the reason and couldn't help but show a hint of amusement. And then I asked them to call their leader, and this Mr. Song Long came, saying that he is also a member of the Demon God Temple, and that the Lord of the Demon God Temple is in Liyang. Isn't this even more ridiculous? Lei Tianxing said angrily. What is the Demon God Temple? The world's #1 power, has long dominated the 9 heavens, and no one can match it. How could people from such a huge and powerful force be in Liyang? Not to mention the Lord of the Demon God Temple, who retired from the world a long time ago. Could it be that he suddenly appeared in Liyang? Then we in Liyang are really lucky. Lei Tianxing couldn't help but complain. Ah, I told you that you wouldn't believe it. Song Long shook his head helplessly, looking to Chen for help, thinking that now you know what's going on. If the Lord is not invited, there might be a conflict. With his violent temper, he wouldn't be forced to answer by Lei Tianxing. What if what he said is true? Chen asked with a smile. Mr. Chen, why are you also joking? I know that this Mr. Song Long has always been with you. Is the Lord of the Demon God Temple in his mouth you? Lei Tianxing spoke frankly. Feeling a bit impolite, he immediately apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, I didn't mean anything else. It's just roughly what I meant. I know you are very powerful, and I personally admire you very much, but to say that you are the Lord of the Demon God Temple, that would be treating me, Lei Tianxing, like a fool. The Lord of the Demon God Temple is someone I greatly admire. You guys are spreading rumors that you are from the Demon God Temple, which is unforgivable. You should all be arrested. Li Xiaolei is swift and decisive, feeling insulted by the impersonation of their idol. You dare to try and capture us, it's outrageous. The brothers of the Demon Temple, upon seeing the Temple Master, immediately gained confidence and counterattacked. Impersonating the demon army and still daring to speak so boldly, be honest. The members of the Firewolf army were not willing to back down either. The two sides argued, and it was on the verge of turning physical. Alright, everyone quiet down. Chen shouted. His voice was not loud, but it carried a supreme authority that made everyone obediently fall silent. It's just a small matter, let's just leave it at that, Chen said. Mr. Chen, this is not a small matter. These people impersonating the demon army is a very serious issue, Lei Tianxing exclaimed. It seemed that an explanation was necessary, and Chen couldn't help but think, what if I told you that they are the demon army? What? Lei Tianxing was taken aback, then chuckled, Mr. Chen, this is no joke. You are not the temple master, you cannot. Before he could finish, Chen shouted, Song Long. Here, tell them your identity. Yes. Song Long immediately nodded and stood straight. One of the 8 dragon kings of the demon temple, Song Long. Hiss. Everyone present gasped at the words. One of the 8 dragon kings, this identity was too intimidating. In the demon temple, with a 1,000,000-strong army, there were 8 dragon kings, second only to the temple master. Each one possessed extremely formidable strength, fought bloodily on the battlefield, and had countless achievements. They were the dragon kings of the demon temple, the unparalleled warriors in the eyes of the world. Who would believe that one of the 8 dragon kings would appear in person? Impossible, Li Xiaolei suddenly exclaimed. I heard people say that Song Long, one of the 8 Dragon Kings, is 9 meters tall and has a scar on his face. You are talking nonsense. Chen couldn't help but smile. Song Long, it seems that your image is not very good in the eyes of the people. Song Long looked embarrassed and then took out a token. See for yourself. Lei Tianqing took the token and, upon seeing the seal on it, felt a chill in his chest, almost out of breath. Dragon King's token. Only the 8 Dragon Kings of the Demon Temple could possess it. On the token, there was a relief photo, exactly the same as that Song Long in front of them. He hadn't lied, everything was real, he was one of the 8 Dragon Kings. Lei Tianqing immediately led everyone to kneel. Greetings, Song Long. You still kneel to me now, are you stupid? Song Long said sternly. Lei Tianqing and the others immediately looked at Chen. Song Long was one of the 8 Dragon Kings, and the person who could make the Dragon King follow them. A thought suddenly emerged, and there was no need to ask anything more. Lei Tianqing and the others shouted in unison, Greetings, Temple Master of the Demon Temple. Their voices were trembling, and their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. They couldn't believe that they could actually meet the Temple Master of the Demon Temple in this lifetime. It felt like a dream. Alright, get up, Chen ordered. Lei Tianqing and the others dared not resist and immediately stood up, then ordered their subordinates to apologize. Being able to recognize my subordinates shows that your Fire Wolf Army's professional ethics are not bad. Everything was handled fairly, there's no need to apologize, it was just a small misunderstanding, Chen said lightly. Yes. Lei Tianqing obediently nodded, behaving like a primary school student in front of Chen. Now that the matter is resolved, can we leave? Chen asked with a smile. Of course, Lei Tianqing decisively said. We can't leave. Li Xiaolei suddenly shouted, feeling very nervous when Chen's gaze swept over. Since we're all here, why not stay and exchange some ideas? Yes, since we finally met the demon army, can you give some guidance to my Fire Wolf army? Lei Tianqing's tone carried a hint of pleading. Seeing the expectant eyes of Lei Tianqing in his group, Chen couldn't refuse. In that case, Song Long, you take your brothers and exchange ideas with the Fire Wolf army. Okay. Song Long nodded. Until the evening, Chen and Song Long finally got on the car and left. Not only did they communicate, but they also had a hearty meal. When they left, Lei Tiangang did not see them off. He was still lying in bed. He insisted on sparring with Song Long, but was knocked down in a few moves. You don't know how to go easy on your subordinates, Chen said. This is the only way to motivate them to improve, Song Long chuckled. In the evening, when they returned home, Shin Yuchu had already finished work. Upon seeing Chen, she immediately told him some news. Chen, I might have to go to Guangling in a few days. Will you accompany me? Go to Guangling for what? Business trip? Chen asked. To accompany my grandfather on his final journey, Shin Yuchu said helplessly. Your grandfather? Chen was puzzled. Shin Yuchu's grandfather shouldn't be in Guangling, he should be in the Shin family, right? Well, it's a long story, Shin Yuchu sighed. In fact, my family was driven to Liyang. Driven to Liyang? Chen was even more surprised. About 15 or 16 years ago, I was still young at the time. My father made a big mistake, which angered my grandfather and led to us being driven to Liyang. Since then, we have never returned. Shin Yuchu slowly explained. After listening to Shin Yuchu's story for about 15 minutes, Shin finally understood everything. The Shin family's roots were in Guangling. Although they couldn't compare to the 8 great families, they were considered an old-fashioned wealthy family, running a factory for several generations. They continued to grow and expand, accumulating a considerable amount of wealth in Guangling. The head of the Shin family, Shin Muchuan, who was Shin Yuchu's grandfather, had 2 sons and a daughter. After they started their own families, they each had their own thoughts about the family's assets, especially the younger son, Shin Mingyu, who felt that all the family assets were given to his older brother. This angered Shin Muchuan, and after a big argument, Shin Mingyu secretly sold some of the family assets to invest, but ended up losing a lot of money. When the old man found out, he was furious and kicked him out of the house. The whole family came to Liyang and hadn't returned for over 10 years. Until recently, news came that Shin Muchuan was old and bedridden, not expected to live much longer, and wanted all the Shin family members to be present before he passed away. It was knowing this news that Shin Yuchu wanted to go to Guangling. Did your parents tell you the news? Chen asked. Yes, Shin Yuchu nodded. What's wrong, Chen? Nothing. Shin didn't say much. Logically, it was expected, but with the bad intentions of Shin Mingyu and his people, there was nothing to gain from notifying them. Do you have to go? Although I came to Liyang with my parents when I was very young, I always remembered that my grandfather was kind to me when I was young. Now that my grandfather is about to pass away, it wouldn't be good if I, as his granddaughter, didn't go, Shin Yuchu considered and said. Hearing this, Chen didn't express his thoughts. Chen, if it's inconvenient for you, I can go alone and come back in 2 or 3 days. No, Chen shook his head. I'll go with you. I happen to have some business in Guangling. What business? Shin Yuchu asked curiously. To meet an old acquaintance, Chen said lightly, with a glint in his eyes. You have old acquaintances in Guangling? Shin Yuchu became even more curious. Yes, and quite a few. This time, I want to have a good chat with them. Chen thought of the 7 great families, and a fierce determination swirled in his mind. Because time was tight, Shen Yuchu called Xiao Huadong that day to ask for a few days off. Xiao Huadong readily agreed, telling her to take care of her own business and come back to work whenever she could. For Yun Luo Company, she was like a god of wealth, and they dared not offend her. After getting the time off, Shen Yuchu started packing. Shen didn't have much to pack, and he played with Cici by himself. Cici, why didn't you go see your sister Bai today? Sister Bai has left. Cici looked unhappy. When did she leave? She left yesterday, saying there was something urgent at home and she had to rush back, and she said she would come to play with me in the future. Cici honestly asked, suddenly looked up at Chen. Dad, is Sister Bai's home very far away? Will I still be able to see Sister Bai in the future? Chen patted Cici's head and said, you will. But inwardly sighed, Bai Ruobing was also a person of her word, really not bothering him anymore, just leaving without a word. For some reason, there was also a sense of emptiness in his heart. When did I become so sentimental? Chen self-mockingly smiled. A plane quickly ascended into the sky from Liyang Airport. Sitting by the window, Bai Ruobing felt low. Originally, she came to Liyang to find Professor Li, which was one of the few hopes. But Professor Li couldn't help, and by a twist of fate, found out about Chen, who possessed the long-lost Giguxian needle. As long as he made a move, he could definitely help the Bai family. Unfortunately, Miss, once we leave, there's really no other way. Uncle Hui said worriedly. If we don't leave, it's just delaying time. Chen is determined not to make a move. We must think of other ways, Bai Ruobing decisively said. Alas! Uncle Hui sighed. The plane continued to move away and soon disappeared into the blue sky and white clouds. That night, at the Demon Temple, countless troops, like a tide, quietly left Liyang and headed to Guangling in advance. For the demon army, marching at night was a piece of cake. At the headquarters of the Fire Wolf Army, Lei Tiancheng stood on a high platform. Boss, the demon army has withdrawn, Li Xiaolei reported. The demon army, mobilizing in full force, is shocking, and I don't know who exactly has provoked Mr. Chen. The Han family, the Qilin Hall, all destroyed. This is just the beginning. Lei Tiancheng sighed, sending off the demon army with great respect. Xiaolei, let's work harder. Lei Tiancheng suddenly said. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We must train hard and strive to enter the demon temple. Okay. Li Xiaolei nodded, full of anticipation. Entering the demon temple was her life goal. Early the next morning, a car set off from Liyang and headed straight to Guangling. In the car was Chen's family, also from the eastern province. Driving might be more convenient than flying. Also setting off was Shen Mingyo's family. Everyone was very excited, as if going to pick up money. Several hours later, they arrived in Guangling, after 6 years of separation, returning once again to the bustling capital of the province, with even more prosperity, tall buildings, and colorful nightlife. The difference was that 6 years ago, it was the world of the 8 major families, but now it had become the world of the 7 major families. Back then, I fled from Guangling like a stray dog. Now I am unrivaled, ruling the world, the 7 major families, the blood feuds of the past. I will repay them 100-fold. Chen's mood fluctuated. Wow, so many tall buildings, and so many big bridges. Cici was excited in the car. Guangling is still better. The educational resources and everything are much better than Liyang. It would be great if we could settle here. Shen Yuchu sighed. Then let's buy a house here in Guangling. Chen said. Shen Yuchu frowned. You're talking nonsense in front of the children again. The housing prices in Guangling are already over 30,000. We can't afford to buy in Liyang. How can we buy here? Chen smiled bitterly. Yuchu, do you know, I am a person of Guangling, the only young master of the Chen family in the past. As early as 6 years ago, the Chen family's assets had reached several hundred billion. Not to mention now, as the Lord of the Demon, even if all 7 major families were combined, their wealth would not match his. Buying a house is nothing. In the end, he didn't say these things. After arriving in Guangling and arranging the hotel, the family hurried to the Shen family. Originally, Yuchu planned to go alone, but Chen couldn't rest assured and followed alone. The Shen family owned a detached villa with a large courtyard. Unfortunately, it was not in the city, otherwise it would be worth a lot of money. But according to the current market, it was still worth 7 to 8 million. Having a mansion worth 70 to 80 million in Guangling, the Chen family can be considered wealthy, with a total asset of around 700 to 800 million. Even in a place like Guangling, where wealthy families are everywhere, they are considered wealthy. However, compared to the 8 major families in the past, they are not on the same level at all. So Chen had never heard of the Shen family in Guangling. There were many luxury cars parked at the entrance of the Shen family, and it was estimated that the descendants had all returned. Cici, when we get inside later, don't be naughty, okay? Cici will be obedient, Cici said obediently. Shen Yuchu immediately reminded Chen, this is not Liyang. No matter what happens, you must not act impulsively. Seeing Shen Yuchu's worried look, Chen couldn't help but smile. Am I that scary? As long as no one provokes us, I won't act recklessly. The family of 3 quickly entered the mansion. Many people were in the hall, including Shen Mingyu. When they saw Chen, there was a hint of fear in their eyes. Let me introduce you, this is my eldest daughter, Yuchu. Shen's mother rushed up to introduce Shin Yuchu to everyone. This was so unusual that Shin Yuchu was stunned for a moment. So it's Yuchu, she's grown up so fast. Everyone was very surprised and stared at Shin Yuchu. When she left, she was not even 10 years old, but now she had grown into a beautiful young lady. Some male relatives' eyes became more intense. Hurry up and call me Aunt, Shen's mother instructed. Hello, Aunt, Shin Yuchu said, still having some impression of her. Her name was Shin Jing. Oh my, I can't bear this. Didn't I hear that you were kicked out of the house by your parents? Shin Yuchu's aunt, Shin Jing, said sarcastically. Shin Yuchu looked embarrassed. What kicked out of the house? Those are all rumors. My Yuchu is doing well, Shen's mother explained forcefully. Sister, do you think we don't know about the ugly things in your family? It's been spread among relatives long ago, Shin Jing said without regard for face. Sister, what are you saying? Shen Mingyu said angrily. What are you still pretending not to know? Always doing embarrassing things. A 56-year-old man said with dignity. He was Shin Xiao, the eldest of the Shin family and the current person in charge. Anyway, today I brought my family to visit the old man. I don't want to argue with you, Shen Mingyu said coldly. And who is this? Shin Xiao's gaze fell on Chen. My husband, Shin Yuchu said first, then gestured to Chen. Chen, this is the eldest uncle. Enough, no need for introductions, Shin Xiao said impatiently. Wow, just for this man, you don't even want to enter the mansion? Shin Jing exclaimed, looking Chen up and down. TSK, it looks like there's nothing special about him. There was a hint of disdain in her tone. You can tell what kind of person he is just by looking at his clothes. He must not have much money. Although they were not in the same place, the things that happened in Shin Mingyu's family were well known, and it had long been a joke among relatives. If you're not from the Shin family, don't join in the fun, wait outside, Shin Xiao said coldly. Eldest uncle, he is my husband, can't my son-in-law even see grandpa? Shin Yuchu argued. It's already good enough that we agree to let you see them, don't bargain with me, Shin Xiao said coldly. Why is he so rude? Chen's eyes turned cold. Chen, why don't you wait for me here? Shin Yuchu said helplessly. Okay. Chen nodded. It wasn't for Yuchu, these people would have been in trouble long ago. Accompanied by some people from the Shin family, Shin Yuchu's family went to visit the old man inside. Chen waited in the hall. There were also some younger generations here. Hey! At this moment, a young man called out to Chen. What's up? Chen glanced at the other person, about 27 or 28 years old, dressed in a flashy manner, just like a playboy. Let me introduce myself. My name is Shin Hong, and Shin Xiao is my father. If you count it, I am Shin Yuchu's cousin. You should call me brother. Oh, Chen showed no expression and couldn't be bothered to deal with the other person. Can the demon god of a generation bear being called brother? Shin Hong seemed to not understand the expression on Chen's face and directly approached, saying with a lecherous look, by the way, brother-in-law, how did you manage to deceive Shin Yuchu? Are you very interested? Chen's tone was cold. Of course, I am interested. I remember when Shin Yuchu was young, she was beautiful. I didn't expect that over the years, she has become even more beautiful, like a big star. Look at those fair legs, that innocent face. I envy you so much, Shin Hong said, almost drooling. Even his own sister was being fantasized about? Chen felt a wave of disgust. The Shin family members were all extraordinary. To be honest, how is Shin Yuchu's technique? Shin Hong asked with a lecherous look. Smack! Chen suddenly stared at Shin Hong, scaring him to step back, and the lecherous smile on his face instantly disappeared. What are you doing? 3 seconds, apologize, and I will pretend I didn't hear those words. Chen's tone was icy. Damn, are you crazy? On the Shin family's territory, you want me to apologize? Shin Heng's face darkened. Smack! Chen raised his hand and slapped Shin Hong, the force of the slap sending him flying, landing on the ground with blood in his mouth. How dare you hit Shin Hong? The young people in the hall were all shocked and speechless. Shin Hong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, almost unable to believe that he had been hit. Suddenly, he glared fiercely at Chen. You dare to slap me? I want you dead. After saying this, he lunged forward, but before he could get up, Chen's big foot had already flown towards him, meeting him head-on and kicking him squarely in the chest. Bang! A muffled sound, and Shin Hong flew out again, landing like a dead pig, almost breaking his ribs, grimacing in pain. You dare to be so bold, causing trouble in the Shin family. A group of young people from the Shin family rushed forward. Smack, smack, smack. Chen's slaps sent them all flying. A group of delicate flowers, and anyone who could get close to him was considered a loser. In a short while, everyone was lying on the ground, groaning in pain. If you don't want to die, behave yourselves. Chen's cold reprimand intimidated everyone. Then he stared at Shin Hong and walked over. Don't come over. This is the Shin family. Shin Hong was scared and threatened. The Shin family? Is that supposed to be impressive? Chen sneered, lifted his foot, and stomped fiercely on Shin Heng's chest. Boom! A muffled sound, no less than a hammer blow. Put! Shin Hong spat out a mouthful of blood. When the Chen family dominated Guangling in the past, the Shin family was nothing. Even now, in the vast Guangling, with prominent families everywhere, the Shin family had no say. People from inside the house heard the commotion and ran out. Seeing the scene before them, they were all dumbfounded. A group of young people lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Even worse was Shin Hong, being stepped on by Chen like a dead dog, his face covered in blood. Outrageous! Shin Mingyo's son-in-law was actually fighting here. Nonsense, get out of here! Shin Xiao roared and rushed towards Chen. Dare to make a move and see if I won't disable him? Chen turned to look, his cold eyes exuding an overwhelming aura, which frightened Shin Xiao. It was terrifying. With just one glance, he felt as if he was being stared at by a sharp sword, sending chills down his spine. Shen Mingyu, look at your good son-in-law. Hurry and make him stop. He turned to reprimand, his anger flaring. This! Shen Mingyu swallowed hard, mustered his courage, and shouted, Chen, this is the Shin family. Release Shin Hong immediately. Do you also have the authority to order me? Chen looked at Shin Mingyu, instantly scaring him, making him regret what he had just said. Useless, all of you are useless. Can't even control your own son-in-law. Shin Xiao was furious and once again targeted Shin Yuchu. Shin Yuchu, you better stop your husband. If something happens to my son, and we suffer losses, you won't be able to compensate for it. Shin Yuchu was also shocked. She knew Chen's temper, so she had reminded him not to cause trouble when he came. She didn't expect that in a blink of an eye, he would beat Shin Hong severely. Chen, what happened exactly? Come on, isn't she your sister? Tell everyone what you did. Chen said to Shin Hong. I didn't do anything, let me go. Shin Hong roared. Ha ha. Chen exerted great force with his foot, almost destroying Shin Hong's internal organs. Shin Hong screamed in pain. I'll talk, please stop. He then confessed everything he had done. The Shin family felt embarrassed. Shin Hong, you are shameless. Shin Yuchu, after understanding the reason, was very angry. Your good son even has feelings for his cousin. What do you, as his father, have to say? Chen asked Shin Xiao. Shin Xiao felt ashamed and wished he could disappear. You're talking nonsense. I thought it was nothing, just a small matter. Release him quickly. Shin Jing said indifferently. It may be a small matter to you, but it's a big deal to me. Shen stared at Shin Jing. What do you want? Shin Xiao also got angry. He had beaten his son like this, which was outrageous. An apology. Shen said straightforwardly. He has been beaten, what else does he need to apologize for? Shin Xiao asked coldly. Beating him was to teach him a lesson, apologizing is to acknowledge his mistake. Otherwise, this matter won't be settled. Chen was not polite at all. He even dared to insult his wife. Not killing him was already lenient. Shin Xiao wanted to say something, but Shin Hong spoke first. I'm sorry, I was wrong, please release me. This kid has no backbone. Shin Xiao was furious. This won't happen again, otherwise, an apology won't be enough. Chen retracted his foot. The Shin family quickly helped Shin Hong up. Someone come and teach him a lesson. After breaking free, Shin Hong couldn't wait to shout. Behave. Shin Xiao reprimanded. His son was at fault first. Even if he wanted to teach Chen a lesson, it wasn't the time. Continuing to make a scene would only embarrass themselves. Shin Hong gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger, glaring at Chen. The storm passed like this, but everyone clearly looked down on Chen. Some people even stared at him with cold eyes, showing a fierce look. You've all seen the old man. He doesn't have many days left. Since all the Shin family members are here today, let's discuss the distribution of the inheritance. Shin Xiao said coldly, still full of anger. When they heard about the distribution of the family assets, Shin Mingyu and his wife's eyes lit up. Everyone sat down in the hall, mainly the members of the three families, the Shin family, Shin Jing's family, and Shin Mingyo's family. There were also other people, such as relatives of Chen. According to the financial summary, the current assets of our Shin family are about 8 billion. According to the law, as long as they are members of the Shin family, they all have a share. Shin Xiao began to explain. 8 billion. When they heard this number, Shin Mingyu couldn't help but exclaim. Shen's mother was also speechless. They didn't expect the old man to be so powerful, with about 8 billion in assets. Shin Mingyu immediately began to calculate in his mind. There were about 13 people in the three families, so each person would probably get around 60 million. 60 million, much more than what Chen had given. We're going to be rich. Seeing the excitement of Shin Mingyo's family, Chen suddenly understood. No wonder they were so kind to inform Yuchu. After Yuchu came to the Shin family, Shin's mother even warmly introduced everyone. The purpose was to distribute the property, so that with one more person, they could get tens of millions more. They were really good at calculating. Shin Yuchu also understood, thinking that his parents had reflected on their actions, but ultimately it was all for the sake of money. In their eyes, he was just a symbol of profit. As for how to divide this 8 billion family property, the old man made the decision when he was sober. I've already printed out the contracts in advance, you can take a look for yourselves. After Shin Xiao finished speaking, he had his subordinates bring out a large stack of contracts and distribute them to everyone. Seeing the contracts, Shen Mingyu and his wife were as if they had seen a pile of gold coins. This wasn't a contract at all, it was all heavy money. Shen Mingyu felt that something was off as he read through it. Why? Why does it only mention the Suehu Square project and not the amount of money? Suehu Square project? Chen's eyes narrowed at the mention of it. Oh, let me explain. Suehu Square was originally owned by our Guangling Chen family. After our family fell apart, it was acquired by the other 7 major families. Later, they signed a cooperation project with our family for us, the Chen family, to carry out the basic transformation, totaling around 5 billion. However, this money has not been settled yet, so even if it's given to you, Xin Xiao explained roughly. Bang! Shen Mingyu slammed the contract on the table. Xin Xiao, you've deceived me. Mingyu, how can you say that? I've given you a 5 billion contract, how could that be deceiving you? If we calculate it per person, your family has 4 people, over 600 million each. In total, it's over 2 billion. I'm giving you 5 billion, isn't that a good deal? Xin Xiao said coldly. Don't think I'm a fool who knows nothing. Suehu Square is about to be demolished, this cooperation is a failure. The 7 major families definitely won't give a single penny. This is a bad debt, it's worth 5 billion on paper, but in reality, it's worthless. Shen Mingyu was furious. He had already investigated the family's financial situation in private in anticipation of the distribution of the family property. The Suehu Square contract was signed for 3 years, and the Shen family had been asking for money for 3 years, but the project had been halted several times. Now it was going to be completely demolished, and the project was dead. The 7 major families would never acknowledge it, not a single penny would be obtained. Mingyu, don't act impulsively. It's none of our concern how Suehu Square is transformed. The contract is here, you hold on to it, why would you be afraid that the 7 major families won't pay? Xin Xiao said indifferently. The 7 major families paying? I've lived in Guangling, do you know how powerful the 7 major families are? If they don't want to pay, you wouldn't give it to me. Shen Mingyu wasn't a fool, he knew he was being pushed into a pit of fire. If the 7 major families didn't pay, the other debts from the project would fall on him, and then the workers and suppliers would come to him for money. This would ruin him. Xin Xiao was too ruthless. Then I won't bother, this is the old man's decision. If you're not satisfied, go talk to the old man. Xin Xiao snorted. The old man is practically a vegetable, he can't even open his eyes. How can I talk to him? You're bullying us. Shen Mingyu was indignant. Yes, you're bullying us. We're all part of the Shen family, the distribution of the property should be fair. Why should we take on this mess? Shen's mother stood up and shouted loudly. Bang! Xin Xiao slammed the table. Enough, Shen Mingyu, don't be ungrateful. Father kicked your whole family out over 10 years ago and even gave you a large sum of money. Technically, he gave you what you deserved at the time. Now that you know the old man is no longer capable, your whole family still has the nerve to fight for the family property? I'm embarrassed to even point this out to you. If we really want to bring up the past, you made blind investments and lost the family millions. I could make you compensate for that now. Do you still have the nerve to yell at me? Shen Mingyu and his wife were stunned because everything Xin Xiao said was true. Mingyu, that's enough. Although this is a debt, what if we can still recover it? That's a full 500 million, more than what my older brother and I got. It's both a risk and an opportunity. Xin Jing said with a smile. Nonsense opportunity. Shen Mingyu cursed loudly, seeing the plan fall through, then immediately turned on Xin Yuchu. It's all because of you, bringing Chen here for no reason. Not only did you not help at all, but also went to fight with others, causing me to not get a single share of the family property. Blame me? Xin Yuchu felt it was ridiculous, using her to divide the family property, the plan failed, and still blaming her. Where in the world are there such selfish parents? You guys don't want it? Chen suddenly spoke up. Everyone's gaze immediately turned to Chen. Shen Mingyu was stunned for a moment, then decisively said, a hot potato, I definitely don't want it. I want to ask, does Xin Yuchu also have a share in this contract? Chen suddenly asked. Of course she does, Xin Xiao said. Okay, then, if Shen Mingyu and the others don't want it, Xin Yuchu will take it alone. Chen decided. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then their faces showed a mocking expression. Did this guy not understand what this contract meant? Did he really think it was worth 500 million? That's just a pipe dream. Once taken, it's like taking on a mess. Chen, are you kidding? Xin Yuchu's face changed drastically. This is a debt trap. 500 million will never be recovered, and all the debts generated by the project will be transferred to you. Afraid that Chen didn't understand, Xin Yuchu quickly explained. I'm not joking. Chen confirmed, his face very calm. Xin Yuchu became anxious. Okay, since your husband said so, let's not talk about it anymore. Xin Xiao decided, with a sly look on his face. Mingyu, I didn't expect your son-in-law to have such insight. Xin Jing sarcastically said with a smile. He's not my son-in-law. Xin Yuchu was kicked out of my house long ago. They want this contract, it has nothing to do with me, and anything that happens later has nothing to do with us. Shen Mingyu quickly distanced himself. This is no joke, it could lead to the loss of the family fortune, and if they anger the 7 major families, they could even lose their lives. He still understands some of the methods of the 7 major families from his time in Guangling. This is what you said, when the 500 million comes back, it has nothing to do with you. Chen said coldly. Shen Mingyu laughed in anger, dreaming if you think you can get the 500 million back, if you can do it, I'll kneel down and call you father. This matter definitely has nothing to do with us. When something happens to you later, don't come to us for help. It's better not to. Remember what you said now. Chen said indifferently. Chen, are you crazy? We don't want that contract. I just want to see my grandfather. Shen Yuchu was close to tears. Shen Xiao obviously tricked them. Even her parents knew it was a mess, but Chen still insisted on taking it for their own family. Since it's about dividing the family property, this belongs to you. Why not take it? Chen, you. Shen Yuchu's face turned pale with anger. You have to trust me, please sign the contract. Chen said solemnly. Shen Yuchu gritted her teeth, looked at Chen with determined eyes, took a deep breath, and signed the contract. Chen, once the contract is signed, our family's fate is in your hands. With me here, there's nothing to worry about. Chen gave Shen Yuchu a reassuring look. What a fool, not even knowing when they've been tricked. Shen Hong gloated. Shen Xiao and the others also showed smiles on their faces. Shen Mingyu's son-in-law probably isn't very bright. If there's nothing else, let's go back. Chen said to Shen Yuchu, not wanting to stay here any longer. Then I wish you an early return of the 500 billion. Shen Xiao laughed. Good brother-in-law, if you're not around, I'll take good care of my sister Yuchu. Shen Hong said slyly. Ah! As soon as the words fell, there was a sudden scream. Chen had stepped directly on his foot, almost breaking his toes. Chen's family left. Shen Mingyu still didn't give up. Big brother, Yuchu and I have already separated. Now she has taken the contract. Can you redistribute the property to my family? It's none of my business whether you separate or not. Anyway, Yuchu has already signed. If there's nothing else, today's family meeting is over. Shen Xiao finished speaking and issued an order to expel Shen Mingyu and his wife, as well as Shen Neihan. Shen Xiao, Shen Jing, you are too heartless. Shen Mingyu cursed loudly outside the door. Hearing that the old master was about to leave, the whole family was excited to divide the money, but ended up with nothing. It's hateful. Really hateful. At this moment, Chen's family was seen leaving in a car. Chen, you're finished. Do you know what Suihu Square is? It used to be the property of the Chen family, one of the 8 major families in Guangling. 6 years ago, the Chen family was destroyed, and the whole family died inexplicably. After that, the other 7 major families took over the place. It's very deep inside. Do you still want to ask the 7 major families for money? Be careful, your wife and children might end up dead in the streets. Don't worry about it. Chen couldn't be bothered to look at Shen Mingyu and his family, and immediately left in the car. Alright, if you won't listen to advice, then wait for death. Your family won't be able to return to Liyang. Shen Mingyu shouted like a mad dog. In the car, Shen Yuchu heard what Shen Mingyu said and felt worried. Chen, why don't we go to the Shen family and not take this contract? It's already signed. Do you think the Shen family will agree? If not, let's talk nicely. We can't just send our family to their deaths, can we? Shen Yuchu frowned. Chen stared at her closely. Yuchu, those people in the Shen family want us to die. Otherwise, why would they have prepared this contract in advance? Shen Yuchu was stunned. What should we do then? Are we just going to our deaths like this? I've got everything under control. You don't need to worry about anything. No matter how much money the 7 major families owe, I will make sure they pay every penny. Chen said confidently, exuding an aura of self-assurance. Shen Yuchu gazed at Chen and threw herself into his arms. I don't ask for anything. I just hope that the 3 of us can be together. That's why I'm afraid. Don't be afraid. On the day I held your hand, I made a vow to protect you and our family for the rest of my life. After Shen Mingyu and the others left, only Shen Xiao and Shen Jing's families remained in the Shen family. Mom, Uncle, how dare Chen take this contract? Does he really have the confidence to get this money back? It was Shen Jing's daughter who spoke, a girl in her 20s, not particularly good-looking, but dressed very elegantly. Can he make the 7 major families pay? It's more reliable than the sky falling down. Shen Jing rolled her eyes. If he really wants to get the money back, I would like to thank him. Chen, I'll just find a reason to take it back when the time comes. Shen Xiao snorted. That's right. With the power of the 7 major families, how can a little brat like him have the ability to get the money back? Shen Jing's daughter nodded, showing a look of disdain on her face. Back at the hotel, Chen immediately contacted Singlong to inquire about the situation. Report to the Lord. The demon army is already in position, ready to be deployed at any time. There's no rush to take action. First, help me investigate the business map of the 7 major families, and also find out where all the industries of my Chen family went after they were destroyed. Understood. Singlong readily agreed. After hanging up the phone, Chen considered for a moment, then began to dial a number. But before he could make the call, he sensed something and a smile appeared on his lips. Yuchu, I'm going out for a bit. Outside the hotel, on the shady avenue, Chen stood with his hands behind his back. Your cultivation has improved quite a bit. I almost didn't recognize you. Is the sect master joking? Came a cold voice from the shadows. Long time no see, you're still as cold as ever. Chen smiled. Came the response from the shadows. The last mission was completed well, but those were just small fries. The prey is all in Guangling, and the net should be closing in these days, Chen said. You arrange it. Don't you plan to come out and see me? I've already seen you. Chen chuckled dryly twice. Alright, that's your usual style. With that, he prepared to leave. By the way, your departure from Qilang has stirred up some nerves. There should be some action. The old men from Tage? Chen had long expected this, his tone indifferent. A bit more tricky than dealing with those old men from Tage. Oh, Chen eyes narrowed. It's related to the land of the gods, the person in the shadows said, their tone becoming more serious. The land of the gods? Chen eyes sparkled. During the Ten Kingdoms Alliance War, the land of the gods remained hidden, but now, because of my departure from Qilang, there's some movement? The specific situation is still under investigation. I will report to you promptly if there are any developments, the person in the shadows said. Thank you for your hard work, Chen said. Are you joking again? As soon as the voice fell, with a swish, a red figure swiftly passed through the forest. Chen raised his head slightly, only catching a glimpse of a flash of crimson, and then it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Among all his subordinates, there was only one person who dared to speak to him like this. Xianing Men, the leader of the Four Shadows. Feng Wu. With the cold needle in hand, he was unparalleled in his ghostly agility. Many enemies had died at the hands of Feng Wu, but no one could even catch a glimpse of his face. The Demon Temple and Xianing Men were both under his influence. However, even the Demon Temple's million-strong army and the 8 Dragon Kings had never seen Feng Wu. To the world, he was undoubtedly a legendary figure. And Chen was the only one in the world who could control this legend. It seemed that Chen remembered something and contacted Sanglong again. Sanglong, I forgot to mention something just now. Help me find an old man from Guhai. Then he told the other party all the information he knew. He stayed in Guangling for one night, and the next morning, Sanglong brought the first piece of news. Reporting to the Lord, we have found the person you were looking for. Take me there. After greeting Yu Chu, Chen headed straight to the destination. An hour later, the car stopped outside a dilapidated mansion on the outskirts. It was very desolate here, with excavators working all around, and smoke and dust everywhere. How could this be? Chen found it hard to believe after looking at the surroundings. Gu Bo was once a martial arts practitioner in Guangling, considered a master in the area, and was highly respected by many. How could he end up living in a place like this in just 6 years? He began to doubt whether Sanglong had found the right place. Lord, it really is here, Sanglong explained hurriedly. It was just finding a person, it shouldn't be a mistake. Let's go in, Chen said, then stepped through the gate. In the courtyard at this time, an old man with white hair sat in a chair, his face covered with wrinkles. There was only an old steward accompanying him, who was also quite old. Gulio, a person named Chen has appeared on the Liyang side, but I don't know if he is the descendant of the Chen family you mentioned. I have sent someone to inquire, and there should be news soon, the old steward said kindly, showing great respect for the old man in front of him. Good. The Chen family has made significant contributions to the development of Guangling for several generations. It cannot be without descendants. It's a pity that I am not agile, and my eyes are blind. I also have to be careful of the 7 major families watching me, otherwise I would go there myself. The white-haired old man became emotional and suddenly coughed twice. The old steward quickly wiped the blood with a tissue. Lao Zhou, am I bleeding again? The white-haired old man asked. Gulio. Lao Zhou looked pained and couldn't bear to tell him. You don't have to tell me, I wouldn't have known if you hadn't. My old bones have held up well over the years. If I hadn't found Xiaofan's child, I would have felt guilty to the Chen family and probably would have left long ago. Gulio, you will be fine. With medical technology so advanced now, let's make an appointment to see a doctor this weekend. The old butler said, no need to look, I know my own health condition very well. There's no need to waste that money. When I'm gone, the remaining money in this old mansion will all be yours. You've taken care of me for so many years, and it's been hard on you. The old man coughed and his face turned pale, struggling to breathe. Old master. The old butler held back his tears. He had followed this man for most of his life, once a famous martial arts master in Guangling, now fallen to this state. It was heartbreaking. If I really go, I have one last wish, you must help me find Xiaofan. I rescued that child from a big fire back then. The Chen family cannot let the family line end. Okay, I promise you, the old butler said tearfully. Boom! At that moment, 2 figures appeared in the courtyard. Chen immediately saw the white-haired old man. Even after 6 years apart, he still couldn't forget that kind face, otherwise, the Chen family would have perished with him back then. Uncle Gu! Chen shouted loudly, his voice filled with excitement. Suddenly hearing this voice, Gu Hai's heart trembled as if struck by lightning. Who is calling me? It's me, Xiaofan. Chen instantly came forward and knelt in front of Uncle Gu. Song Long was greatly surprised. What was the identity of this old man that made the Lord kneel down personally? In his memory, this was the second time. The first time he knelt down was for the 800 miles of red cold and the 10,000 brothers. Xiaofan? Gu Hai's head buzzed. Yes, Xiaofan, Chen, 6 years ago, you personally rescued me from a big fire and brought me to Liangqi. Have you forgotten? Chen said. If it weren't for Gu Hai, he would have died long ago. This kneeling was to thank Gu Hai for saving his life. Chen. Hearing this name, Gu Hai burst into tears, shaking violently all over. His only obsession, the person he had been worried about for 6 years, appeared at the moment of his impending death. He was very excited, reaching out to stand up. Xiaofan, where are you? Let me touch you. I'm here. Chen approached. Gu Hai tightly grabbed Chen's arm. It's great, Xiaofan, you're not dead. I can finally fulfill a wish. Even if I leave this world, I can still face your parents. Uncle Gu, your eyes. And your legs, what happened? Chen asked, hardly able to believe it. In his memory, Uncle Gu was a famous master in Guangling, revered by many as a martial arts master. Although over 60 years old, he was still full of vigor and vitality. After 6 years, he looked old and frail, blind in one eye and both legs broken. Ah, it's a long story, let's not talk about it. As long as you're okay, I can rest assured. Gu Hai shook his head. Bang! At that moment, the door was suddenly kicked open, and several tattooed youths swaggered in. Uncle Gu, it's not good, those people are here again. The old butler said in panic. Who are they? Chen asked coldly. They are under Zhao Bei, they often come to cause trouble, the old butler quickly said. Zhao Bei? Chen had never heard of him. I say, Gu Hai, you old thing haven't died yet, you're really lucky. Several thugs came forward, nonchalantly. What do you want? Gu Hai asked angrily. Even though he couldn't see, he knew who they were. Chen's eyes were cold. These people must have come to cause trouble, just to see if you're dead. Since you're still alive, that makes things easier. This place has already started relocation. When are you going to get lost? This is the house I bought, a place for retirement. I signed a 30-year contract at the time. What you're doing is a breach of contract. It's illegal. Illegal? The youths laughed heartily. Old man, are you confused? This place, our base sold it long ago, now it's the Chen family's property. They want to demolish it, we dare not disobey. I don't care what you're up to, but I can't live much longer. Can't you let me finish my last journey in peace? Gu Hai almost pleaded. Since we're all going to die, what's the point of living these few days? If you don't move, we'll help you move. The senior Gu Hai from back then must have left behind a lot of good stuff. After saying this, the group headed towards the room. It was a blatant robbery. Get out. All of you, get out. Back then, even 8th Master had to call me Senior Gu. Who do you think you are? Get out of here right now. Gu Hai was furious. You know that was in the past, gone forever. Now you, Gu Hai, are just a blind, disabled, dying person, and you're still making a fuss. If you dare to say another word, I'll send you straight to the afterlife. The leader with yellow hair taunted. Search with all your might. Take away all the good stuff. Hold on. Chen suddenly spoke up. Haha, what's your business? Yellow hair glanced at Chen and disdainfully spat out. Kneel down and apologize to Senior Gu, or else you'll regret coming into this world. Chen said coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. It's too outrageous, daring to treat his savior like this, simply seeking death. Ha ha, yellow hair burst into wild laughter. Brothers, did you hear what this kid just said? He actually wants us to kneel down to this old man, or else we'll regret coming into this world. The group of henchmen all laughed as if they were seeing a fool. Daring to act recklessly in this place, without even finding out who we are. Based on what you just said, I want you to kneel down and apologize, or else I'll break your legs. Yellow hair didn't finish his sentence before suddenly seeing Chen charging towards him like a fierce tiger. His speed was too fast, and a surging momentum erupted from his body, oppressing everyone. Yellow hair could even see with his naked eye. The calm void actually produced a powerful airflow, as if it had stirred up a monstrous wave, fiercely sweeping towards his body. Bang! In the next second, a fist landed on him, as if he had been hit by a 1,000-pound boulder. His body instantly bent into an unbelievable angle. Crack! Crack! Intense cracking sounds echoed, as if all the bones in his body were being broken like dry noodles, all breaking at once, and then the whole person turned into a phantom, crazily smashing several yards away. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, and he died on the spot. Mother ******. Those henchmen, seeing this scene, were scared as if they had seen a monster. Their scalps went numb, their pants wet, and they peed themselves directly. It was too damn terrifying. One punch sent the boss flying, and his body was deformed. Monster, run! With a scream, they all ran towards the gate. Let me send you off. Chen took a step forward, and endless momentum surging, his big hands continuously striking, like tiger claws. Crack! Crack! He disabled all their arms. Then he lifted his big foot. Bang! 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 One by one, they flew out of the courtyard, and there were muffled sounds outside the wall. Even if they didn't die, they were all crippled. Song Long! Chen shouted. Understood. Song Long immediately nodded and began to clean up the scene. The large courtyard instantly quieted down. The old steward was dumbfounded, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. Xiaofan, are you okay, Xiaofan? Gu Hai, unable to see, thought Chen had been beaten and asked anxiously. Senior Gu, I'm fine. I've driven those people away, and they won't come back again. Chen said. It's too much. If it were me. Gu Hai sighed. Senior Gu, after you saved me back then, what exactly happened? Chen asked. Forget it. It's all in the past. Gu Hai didn't want to dwell on it. If you don't tell me, I'll have to go ask the 7 great families. Chen said. Please don't. Gu Hai was agitated, suddenly stood up, and almost fell to the ground. Chen quickly supported Gu Hai. Xiaofan, you must not go to the 7 great families. Then you tell me everything. Chen said, using this kind of provocation. He really wanted to know who was so heartless as to harm Senior Gu like this. Okay, I'll tell you, as long as you don't go to the 7 great families. Gu Bo compromised. Back then, I rescued you from the Chen family and sent you to Liyang overnight, fearing that the 7 great families would find out, and immediately returned to Liyang. Who knew that the 7 great families were so cautious? They still suspected me and directly mobilized numerous experts to capture me and torture me for a confession. I didn't say a word, but in their anger, they blinded my eyes, broke my legs, and ruined all my martial arts skills. After hearing Gu Bo's words, Chen's eyes turned cold, almost freezing to the bone. The 7 great families, these bastards, are really despicable, not even sparing a respected martial arts master like Gu Bo. Blinding his eyes, breaking his legs, and ruining all his martial arts skills, this is more torturous than killing him. It's truly insane. These bastards, I must slaughter them. Chen roared in his heart, afraid to say it out loud and worry Gu Bo. Alas, I look like a ghost. There's no meaning to live in this world. It's just that I can't let go of you. A few years ago, when I heard that you went missing in Liyang, I was extremely worried. Sadly, I was afraid of being discovered by the 7 great families, so I didn't dare to go there, or even dare to make a phone call to contact you. These past few years, I've been like a caged bird, trapped in Guangling, only able to pray for the safety of the Chen family, so that you, the only bloodline, would not be in danger. Fortunately, the heavens have finally opened their eyes. What a stroke of luck. Even if I die, I can finally close my eyes. Gu Bo was too excited, coughing violently and spitting out a lot of blood. Chen quickly checked his pulse, his face changing drastically. Not only were Gu Bo's martial arts skills ruined, but many of his meridians were also broken. The situation was extremely dangerous. Gu Bo, don't worry, I will heal you. It's no use, my injuries are too severe, everyone has to die. Being able to see you, I have no regrets. The last word was difficult to say, and Gu Bo's head tilted. Gu Lao, the old butler shouted loudly. Quick, help me get Gu Lao to the room. Chen decisively said, then with the help of the old butler, they carried Gu Bo to the bed. Swish! Silver needles flew. Chen directly used the Giga Shen needle, infused with true energy into the silver needles, and then pierced them into Gu Bo's acupoints. After all the silver needles were inserted, he used true energy to forcefully connect all the broken meridians in Gu Bo's body. It consumed most of his own true energy, but it was worth it. Without Gu Bo, there would be no Chen today. Half an hour later, Chen left the room. His steps were already a bit unsteady, and his face was covered in cold sweat. Gu Bo's injuries were too severe. Relying solely on the Giga Shen needle was not enough. It also required the support of powerful true energy for healing. Fortunately, it was him, Chen, who took action, otherwise no one could save Gu Bo. Young Master Chen, Gu Lao, how is he? The old butler looked worried. Don't worry, he's stabilized. He should wake up soon. I'll wait here. Chen said. Good. The old butler nodded, finally putting down the heavy burden in his heart. Master, everything has been resolved, and I also checked about the identity of the 8th Lord. Song Long quickly walked over and said. Speak. Chen said. The 8th Lord's real name is Zhao Badu. He is a big shot in this area. He made a fortune from a young age, owning entertainment venues, footbath shops, and other businesses. Over the past 12 years, he has made a lot of money, and later got into the second-hand housing business, controlling most of the houses in this area. Whenever there's a second-hand housing transaction, he takes a cut, making a lot of profit. Later, this area was acquired by the Chen family, one of the 7 great families, and Zhao Badu has been working for the Chen family, specifically responsible for the transformation of this area. Song Long detailed. Chen's face turned cold. He didn't expect the actions of the 7 great families to be so extensive, not only targeting Suehu Square, but also taking over this area through the Chen family. Because this work would involve many tricky issues, Zhao Badu, who was familiar with this place and had some means, was put in charge. What kind of means is this? It can be seen from those hooligans causing trouble. I don't know how many people have encountered the same thing as Gu Bo. When the Chen family was still there, the power of the 7 major families had not expanded to this extent. After the Chen family was destroyed, the 7 major families were probably already in control of the entire Guangling, doing whatever they pleased. 7 major families, new and old grudges, I will settle the score with you. Chen's eyes revealed a sharp edge. Half an hour later, Gu Bo woke up. The old housekeeper was shocked. He didn't expect Chen to really cure Gubo. It was like Hua Tuo was still alive. Just as he regained some consciousness, Gu Hai quickly shouted, Xiao Fan, are you still here? Gubo, I'm here, Chen immediately replied. Xiao Fan, did you save me? Gubo asked incredulously. Yes, but Gubo, your injuries are too severe. The physical injuries still need long-term treatment, and the eye injuries also need some time. But Gubo, rest assured, I will definitely cure you completely, Chen promised. Xiao Fan, I'm really grateful to you. Gu Hai was also very surprised. He didn't expect Chen to save him. He thought he was going to leave this world just like that. You saved my life back then, and now I'm helping you, it's really nothing. Chen shook his head. Xiao Fan, you've allowed me to take a few more breaths. I'm already extremely grateful. As for my old life, it's beyond saving. Gubo shook his head. It's not that he didn't believe Chen, but he knew his own body very well. It was beyond saving. Chen knew that Gubo didn't believe it, so he didn't explain too much. It would be better to wait until the day he was truly cured to say anything. Oh no, I almost forgot, Gubo suddenly exclaimed. What's wrong, Gubo? The 7 major families have been watching me. If you come here to find me, you will definitely be discovered by them. If they find out that you are a descendant of the Chen family, they will definitely kill you to silence you. Go, leave here quickly, the farther the better. Also, absolutely do not reveal your name, hurry. Gubo looked anxious. Chen thought about what was happening and couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. At this point, Gubo was still so concerned about him, not a relative, but better than a relative. Gubo, I came back this time to flatten the 7 major families, Chen said in a deep voice. What did you say? Gubo's face changed. Destroy the 7 major families, such big words can't be said lightly. The 7 major families have committed many evils, those blood debts must be repaid in full. Xiao Fan, I know you hate the 7 major families to the core, but with your current strength, you simply can't deal with the 7 major families. They are even more powerful than 6 years ago. Their influence has permeated every corner of Guangling. They are simply 7 insurmountable mountains. You can't overthrow them at all. Listen to Gubo, a gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. When you become strong, it's not too late to settle the score with them. Sun Long really wanted to say, Gubo, do you know that the person standing in front of you is already unparalleled in the world? The 7 major families are not even worthy to hold his shoes. But just as he was about to speak, he was glared at by Chen. Gubo, I won't act recklessly. In order not to let Gubo worry, he could only say that. Xiao Fan, can I ask you for one thing? Gubo, please say, after you leave Guangling, if in the future, if there is a chance, can you take care of Yi for me? Yi? Chen asked. Her name is Gu Yi. She is my only granddaughter. I can't rest assured. Gubo's tone was full of worry. What about her parents? Her parents are no longer here. Gubo sighed. Chen realized something and suddenly asked, did the 7 major families do it? Yes. Gubo nodded silently. Boom! A monstrous killing intent surged through Chen's body, filling the entire room with a sense of murderous intent. He had thought that the 7 major families had gone too far by disabling Gubo. They were truly heartless, even killing Gubo's son and daughter-in-law. They were truly ruthless. Lao Zhou, did you turn on the air conditioning? Why is the room so cold? Gubo asked. Old Zhou stammered, looking at Chen with a terrified gaze. The boundless momentum emanating from the other party made him tremble and almost unable to breathe. Gubo, rest assured, I will take good care of your granddaughter. As for the wrongdoings of the 7 great families, I will settle the score with them. The boundless anger, almost impossible to hide, made Chen disregard Gubo's concern. Xiao Fan, you must not act recklessly. I sacrificed everything for you. If something happens to you, it will all be in vain. Gubo was anxious. Revenge is a dish best served cold, but for me, 3 days are enough. Gubo, by the time you open your eyes again, the 7 great families will no longer exist in Guangling. A cold rebuke echoed through the old mansion. Gubo and old Zhou were both shocked. Flattening the 7 great families in 3 days was enough. What a domineering declaration! It was no less than a thunderbolt from the blue, causing waves of shock in their hearts. In fact, Chen was being conservative. If it was just about dealing with the 7 great families, there was no need for 3 days. 3 hours would suffice. Whether it was the demon god army or the Xianing sect, any one of them could swiftly settle the matter. It was just too easy for the 7 great families to meet their demise. From annihilating the Chen family to ruining Gubo and killing his son and daughter-in-law. Each of these deep-seated grudges must be repaid one by one. Gubo, that's it for today. I'll come to see you another day. Chen bid farewell. Xiao Fan, Gubo called out urgently. Gubo, I'm sorry. I can't explain everything to you right now. You'll understand everything when we meet again, Chen said with guilt in his heart. After leaving with Sun Long, Chen gave orders to secretly mobilize the demon god army to protect Gubo. Then, he drove the car to a deserted bridge. Standing on the bridge, feeling the strong wind from the river, his chaotic thoughts finally calmed down. However, the killing intent on him had not diminished. It was just all contained within his pupils, ready to erupt at any moment. Lord, the 7 great families are too ruthless. How can there be such heartless people in this world? Song Long couldn't help but speak, his face cold. They had fought bloodily to protect the land, and the greedy wolf army alone had suffered a loss of a full 100,000. Yet there were still such wicked people in the world, it was simply outrageous. Even when not on the battlefield, there is still a desire to root out traitors. This time, we must completely eradicate the 7 great families. Chen said coldly. Lord, what's your plan? Gubo paid a heavy price for saving my life. Since he still has a granddaughter, I have to go and see her. Chen considered and said, what about the 7 great families? Song Long asked, eager to take action upon hearing about their misdeeds. Follow my arrangements, Chen said. All right. Song Long could only nod, then followed Chen's orders to search for Gubo's granddaughter, Gu Yi. At night, 8 o'clock, the nightlife in Guangling officially began. The Enchantress Bar, located near the University City, was elegantly decorated and well-managed, with a very prominent reputation. At this time, it was already bustling with activity, with rows of luxury cars parked outside. At this moment, a car arrived. Chen and Song Long got out of the car. They frowned as they looked at the bar. Gu Yi, 18 years old, had just started her freshman year at university. How could she be mixed up in a place like this? Lord, according to my investigation, this bar is still owned by Xiao Badu, Song Long said. What a coincidence! Chen snorted, then entered the bar. The booming music, accompanied by colorful lights, hit them as they entered. Chen scanned the entire interior of the bar for a long time, but did not find the target. Just then, the lights suddenly went out, and the music stopped. A young man in a small suit, holding a microphone, ran to the stage in a few steps. Dear handsome and beautiful people, you are in luck today. We have a beautiful girl from the art department of Guangling University here at the bar today, who will dance for everyone. Let's give her a round of applause. When they heard that she was from the art department of Guangling University, the audience below became excited. A top student, actually performing here, was definitely worth looking forward to. Applause filled the bar. Now, let's welcome Gu Yi, the host shouted. A young girl, taking graceful steps, elegantly walked onto the stage. Wearing a snow-white dress, under the shining lights, her perfect figure and fair skin were revealed. Gu Yi, also working here for the first time, was a bit hesitant with so many people watching her. She's such a beauty. An art student from Guangling University dancing here, can you believe it? A group of men became excited, whistling one after another. Hello, everyone, I'm Gu Yi. Please excuse my performance. Gu Yi briefly introduced herself and then, accompanied by the melodious music, began to dance. With just one move, she captivated the men, leaving them in awe. She was so beautiful. The stage was surrounded by people, some even recording with their phones. Chen compared the photo in his hand and confirmed that the person on stage was indeed Gu Yi, the granddaughter of Gubo. Watching Gu Yi dance on stage to please the audience, Chen frowned. He didn't mind anyone earning money through their own abilities, but working in a bar was not a good job, especially for an 18-year-old, as it was too easy to encounter bad people here. Seeing everyone going crazy for her, Gu Yi gradually let go and confidently displayed her dance. Some customers placed glasses of alcohol and money on the stage in front of her. Come on, beauty, drink these, and the money is all yours, those customers said with a sly smile. Seeing the money, Gu Yi's eyes revealed a longing look. She then squatted down, picked up the glasses, and drank them, taking the money. The alcohol burnt her stomach, but she needed the money and had earned it through her own abilities. Keep drinking! Keep drinking! The crowd cheered. Gu Yi took a deep breath and drank all the alcohol on the table, feeling a bit dizzy. At that moment, a man in a tiger print shirt poured 3 more glasses of alcohol and held a wad of money. Little beauty, I really like your dance. If you drink these 3 glasses, I'll give you 10,000. 10,000, Tiger Brother is awesome. The people around them cheered loudly, and the atmosphere became very lively. 10,000. Gu Yi was surprised. The previous customers had only given her 1 or 200, but this Tiger Brother was offering 10,000, a generous offer. Seeing the money, Gu Yi was tempted. She had only earned a little over 1,000 a month from her part-time job at the tea shop, and this 10,000 could replace her income for almost 10 months. The price was just drinking 3 glasses of alcohol. Thank you, Tiger Brother. Gu Yi sweetly smiled and began to drink the 3 glasses of alcohol. Tiger Brother stared at the neckline of Gu Yi's dress, a malicious smile on his face. After she finished the 3 glasses, Tiger Brother handed the money to Gu Yi. As she happily took the money, Tiger Brother suddenly pulled her into his arms, causing her to scream. Tiger Brother is mighty, huh? Everyone cheered and whistled. Let me go. Gu Yi struggled. You were just too careless. How did you fall into my arms? Tiger Brother laughed and held Gu Yi, becoming more and more inappropriate. I'm just here for a part-time job. Let me go. Gu Yi panicked and shouted. You don't think I'm just going to give you 10,000 for nothing, right? At the very least, let me kiss her. Hugo said, leaning in with his mouth. Gu Yi couldn't push him away at all, and everyone was just watching the excitement. No one came to help. Let her go. Suddenly, a loud shout shook the entire bar. Everyone's gaze turned in one direction. Chen was staring at Hugo with cold eyes. Who the hell are you? Hugo provocatively asked. I told you to let her go, Chen said coldly, not even answering Hu Ji's question. A shameless person dared to ask for his name? Damn, you're pretty arrogant, even daring to command me? Hugo asked angrily. 3 seconds, let her go, or else, face the consequences. Chen issued a final ultimatum. Damn, is this your first day at the Yaoji bar? Do you know who I am? Boom! Before Hugo could finish speaking, a big foot like a tornado rushed forward and kicked him out. With a bang, he landed on the ground, grimacing in pain. Who are you to me? Chen said coldly, extremely domineering. The whole bar was dumbfounded. Damn, who is this kid? So arrogant, actually kicking Hugo out with one kick. He must be tired of living. Are you okay? Chen asked. Gui shook her head in a daze. Let's go out first, Chen said. Even I dare to hit, there's nowhere you can go. Beat him for me. Hugo roared angrily. Suddenly, 5 or 6 young men rushed out from the crowd, each holding a beer bottle, and directly aimed at Chen's head. Overestimating yourselves. Chen's eyes turned cold, and his big hands swept out frantically. Bang! 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 5 or 6 lackeys were directly sent flying, unable to withstand a single blow. Hugo was instantly stunned, his eyes filled with fear. In the blink of an eye, he had sent his lackeys flying. Is this still a person? Do you still want to beat me? Chen stared at Hugo. If you dare to offend me, Tiger, you will definitely. Boom! Chen didn't give Hugo a chance to finish speaking. Since he didn't know any better, there was no need to be polite. His big foot came crashing down, instantly fracturing his ribs, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out wildly. Hu Ji's eyes widened, and he passed out on the spot. The onlookers were shocked and backed away. Let's go, Chen said. Gui didn't know who Chen was, but at this moment, 2 words couldn't help but pop into her mind. So handsome. Since things had already escalated to this point, she didn't dare to stay alone and obediently left with Chen. Wait! Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit suddenly walked out with a dozen lackeys. I am the manager of the Yaoji bar. You are causing trouble here and want to take away my people. You're not giving me any face, are you? The middle-aged man in the suit said in a cold tone, his face filled with anger. Since its opening, this was the first time someone dared to cause trouble here. It was too arrogant. Who do you think you are, to make me give you face? Chen said indifferently. The middle-aged man's face changed instantly. This kid was too arrogant, actually saying such things. Fine, if you won't give me face, then stay here and don't leave. As soon as he finished speaking, the dozen lackeys behind him all dispersed and surrounded Chen. Do you think you can stop me with just you guys? Chen sneered, suddenly lifting his big foot, his true energy running wild, and then fiercely stomping down. Crack! Crack! Before his foot even fully touched the ground, the unparalleled force directly shattered the floor tiles, and the astral winds raged. When his foot finally landed, boom! A deafening noise exploded, shaking the eardrums of everyone in the bar, almost tearing them apart, and the blood and energy in their bodies surged wildly, their faces turning deathly pale. The 10 lackeys couldn't stand steady and instantly fell to the ground, looking at Chen as if they had seen a ghost. Oh my god! The man in the suit trembled all over, his eyes fixed on the ground. Under Chen's foot, all the floor tiles had shattered, as if an earthquake had occurred. What kind of monster was this? Do you still want to stop me? Chen took a step forward. Thud! The young man in a suit trembled and collapsed on the ground. Just the unmatched momentum was something he couldn't contend with. The Yaoji bar belongs to Bei. You causing trouble here, Bei won't let you off. The young man in a suit said with all his courage. Are you talking about Zhao Bado? Chen asked. Yes. The man in the suit nodded, thinking that Chen was scared. But in the next second, Chen said directly, even better, Sanglong, make arrangements to flatten this place. After saying that, he stepped over the man in the suit. The middle-aged man was terrified. Not even afraid of Bei? And still want to flatten this place? What is this guy boasting about? Bei is the king of this area, with terrifying power. Who dares to oppose him? Threatening to flatten this place, he simply doesn't know the severity of the situation. After Chen left, the man in the suit immediately got up and called Bei. Bei, it's bad. Someone is causing trouble at the Yaoji bar and threatening to destroy it. Hurry and bring people here. Before the man in the suit finished speaking, he suddenly stared outside. A group of black-clothed figures appeared like ghosts, exuding a terrifying aura. Who are you? In the name of the Lord, we will flatten this place. The man in the suit gasped, his face turning pale. In that instant, an endless stream of black-clothed figures flooded into the bar. What awaited everyone was endless darkness. 10 minutes later, several cars quickly arrived at the Yaoji bar. Before the cars even stopped, Zhao Badu hurriedly got out. After seeing the scene in front of him, he felt a chill in his heart. It's gone. Everything is gone. The Yaoji bar, which he invested millions in, had become a ruin. He simply couldn't believe his eyes, rubbing them fiercely. After confirming that he wasn't mistaken, the Yaoji bar was really gone, and all his men were nowhere to be found. Who the hell did this? Zhao Badu roared furiously, his face turning ashen. In the evening, he learned that a few of his men had gone missing, and now, the bar had been flattened by someone. Find out for me immediately, at any cost, we must find the culprit. Zhao Badu went completely mad. He didn't dare to claim dominance over the entire Guangling, but in this area, he was undoubtedly the underground king. After 20 years of hard work, who didn't know his name, Zhao Badu? Anyone who opposed him had all met their end. Especially after aligning with the Chen family, he had found a powerful backer, becoming even more unbridled in this area, and no one dared to provoke him. But within a few hours, he had suffered 2 consecutive blows, as if someone had defecated on his head. He couldn't swallow this anger without finding the culprit and cutting them down. Near the university city, there is a square park. Chen brought Guiyi here directly. How did you end up working there? Chen asked. Of course, to make money, Guiyi said confidently. Don't you know there are many bad people there? Chen's tone was serious. It was my first time going there. How would I know I would encounter such a thing? Guiyi pouted. Don't go there again next time. Chen reminded. I'm very grateful for your help, but whether I go or not has nothing to do with you, Guiyi retorted. Of course, it does have something to do with me, because your grandfather entrusted me to look after you. Chen educated, surprised at how rebellious Guiyi was. My grandfather? Ha! Guiyi suddenly sneered. Whether I live or die has nothing to do with him. How can you say that? Chen frowned. If it weren't for him, my parents wouldn't have died, and I wouldn't have had to work in a bar to make money, almost being defiled by someone. Guiyi said with resentment. Your parents were killed because of the 7 great families. Your grandfather was also crippled by the 7 great families. You don't blame the 7 great families, but blame your grandfather? Chen asked coldly. How do you know all this? Who are you? Guiyi asked cautiously. Chen. Guiyi's eyes widened in an instant. You are the descendant of the Chen family that my grandfather saved at the cost of his life? Chen nodded. It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, my parents wouldn't have been implicated. Guiyi shouted angrily, hitting Chen with her hands. You must not be disrespectful to the Lord. Sun Long suddenly roared, grabbing Guiyi directly. Sun Lao, let her go. Chen said. Lord, are you letting her go because of Gubo's face? Otherwise tonight, let her go. Chen ordered. Sun Long could only relent, glaring fiercely at Guiyi. What's wrong? Feeling ashamed and angry. If you have the guts, kill me too. Guiyi stubbornly retorted, showing no fear of Chen. First of all, for your parents and Gubo's injuries, I didn't expect such a thing to happen, so I'm sorry. As for the 7 great families, I will make them pay for their blood debts. Chen said in a deep voice. Make them pay for their blood debts? Do you have the ability to make the 7 great families pay for their blood debts? Do you know how powerful their influence is? Also, tonight I am grateful to you, but because of you, I have offended Hu Yi in the Yaoji bar. You don't need to worry about these things, I will handle it. Chen said indifferently. You can't handle it at all. Not to mention Hugo, the behind-the-scenes boss of the Yaoji bar is Zhao Baiyi, a famous underground king in this area. He will definitely not let you off. You're on your own. After saying this, Guiyi forcefully slung her shoulder bag over her shoulder and walked away. Lord, this girl is completely unreasonable. Sun Long couldn't help but say. After all, she has lost her parents, so it's understandable. Chen looked at the angrily disappearing figure of Guiyi and said calmly. At that moment, Guiyi suddenly turned around. Baiyi lives nearby. If you don't want to die, leave here quickly. After speaking, she left without any mercy. This girl. Chen showed a faint smile, his heart not entirely unkind. You can't leave anywhere, stay here for me. A loud shout suddenly came, followed by several car lights sweeping over, and then several cars stopped around, blocking Chen and Guiyi directly in the square. Not good, run! Guiyi shouted loudly. Before she could run a few steps, a dozen people got out of the cars and directly blocked her. Turning her head, she saw Chen still standing there, unmoving. Are you stupid? Why don't you run? Chen just smiled and said nothing. Run? Where can you run to? A man got out of one of the big Mercedes, not very tall, about 1.7 meters, with a big belly and a fierce look on his face. The short and fat man came in front of Guiyi. Do you know who I am? Baiyi? Guiyi's voice was trembling. Zhao Baiyi's reputation was too big in this area. Everyone knew him. He was definitely a ruthless person. Do you know who I am, and still dare to cause trouble in my territory? Zhao Baiyi suddenly shouted. Guiyi's face turned pale with fear. I'm sorry, my bar has been razed to the ground, can an apology solve it? Zhao Baiyi asked sternly. Razed to the ground? Guiyi was stunned. When they left, the bar was fine, how could it have been razed to the ground? Suddenly, her gaze turned to Chen, thinking of what Chen had said to the person in charge of the bar before leaving. No, this couldn't be possible. Don't make things difficult for a young girl, your bar was destroyed by me, so come at me, Chen said indifferently. Hiss. Guiyi suddenly took a cold breath. It was really him, but wasn't Chen with her? How did he destroy the Yaoji bar? It was simply unimaginable. Zhao Baiyi's cold eyes instantly locked onto Chen. You're quite something, daring to smash even my Zhao Baiye's place. Are you planning to compensate with $1 billion? Or do you want to be thrown into the river to feed the fish? Good appetite. I want $1 billion directly. Shen's eyes suddenly sharpened. It seems like you've been doing a lot of these black-hearted things in the past, right? Cut the crap. 2 choices, pick one yourself. Zhao Bado said arrogantly, with the air of a big shot. Badu, you must have misunderstood. Let's discuss this properly. Gu Yi courageously spoke up. Shut up. Zhao Badu angrily rebuked. You're just a broken student. You have no right to speak. Perhaps there is another choice? Chen said. What? Zhao Badu asked. You can kneel down and apologize, and I can make your death quicker. Shen's voice was cold. Nonsense. Zhao Badu suddenly got angry. This kid dared to play him. If you don't want a way out and insist on seeking death, then I'll grant your wish. Break his legs for me. With a command, a dozen or so henchmen immediately charged towards Chen. Chen, have you gone mad? Apologize quickly. Gu Yi hurriedly shouted. Badu is not someone he can provoke. San Long. Chen spoke. Leave it to me. San Long excitedly said, rushing towards the dozen or so people like a fierce tiger, ferocious and unmatched. Rarely does the Lord not personally take action, so he can also practice. San Long's big hands were like tiger pincers, directly grabbing one person's hand and then twisting it violently. Crack! A crisp sound, the arm directly fractured. Get lost! A cold rebuke, the other person instantly flew out. Then he struck again, heading towards the others. Following that were waves of screams. As one of the 8 dragon kings of the demon god temple, San Long's strength was extremely powerful, just slightly weaker in comparison to Chen. Otherwise, in the entire Guangling, there might not be anyone who could match him. Bang! In just a short 3 minutes, all the dozen or so people were sent flying, writhing in pain on the ground. Either their hands were broken, or their legs were broken, all of them were disabled. Zhao Bado's face changed drastically. The group of henchmen he brought were easily disabled by the other party. It was too terrifying. Having been in society for half his life, fighting and killing all the way, he had never encountered such a fierce person. Who are you people? Zhao Bado asked in a low voice, his arrogance disappearing by half. It's too late to ask now. San Long, bring him to me. Chen ordered. Yes. San Long obeyed and immediately walked towards Zhao Bado. Zhao Bado's reaction was quick as well. Knowing there was danger, he immediately turned and ran, opening the trunk and pulling out a large machete. Damn you! He cursed, then turned and swung the machete towards San Long. Ah! Seeing this scene, Gu Yi immediately covered her mouth and screamed. Overestimating yourself. San Long coldly snorted, not panicking in the slightest. He dodged to the side, the machete missed, and he grabbed the other's arm with his other hand. Crack! With a sudden twist, the bone instantly fractured. The entire arm was twisted like a twist, blood gushing out. Bang! The machete also fell to the ground. Come with me. San Long pressed down on Zhao Bado, taking big steps to Chen's side. Kneel. With a kick, Zhao Bado's knees went weak, and he knelt in front of Chen with a thud. Damn it! Let me go. Your mouth is too foul, San Long. Help him clean up. Chen said. Okay. San Long nodded, and suddenly raised his hand. Smack! With a slap, teeth mixed with blood sprayed out. I am Zhao Bado. You dare to hit me, you're dead. Zhao Bado shouted with blood in his mouth. Not clean enough, do it again. San Long raised his hand. Smack! Another slap, like a big rock hitting his face. Several of Zhao Bado's teeth flew out. His nose bone was broken, and his face was covered in blood. Big brother, I was wrong. Please let me go. Zhao Bado finally cowered. If he hadn't, it would mean he hadn't been hit hard enough. Let's talk about business. Chen suddenly said. You said it. Zhao Bado nodded like a chicken. Forcing relocation, bullying Gu Bo, was that you? You mean Gu Hai? Chen nodded. Zhao Bado suddenly realized something. My subordinates, could it be? If you don't cooperate honestly, this will be your fate too, Chen said coldly. Boom! His heart trembled violently, and Zhao Bado broke out in a cold sweat. The young man in front of him suddenly seemed like a demon in his heart, terrifying to the extreme. You must cooperate. Zhao Bado was truly scared now, not because of being beaten, but because of Chen's words. Answer my first question. I sent someone to cause trouble for Gu Hai because the old man refused to move, delaying my project. Zhao Bado confessed honestly. The project you were working on belongs to the Chen family? Yes, it was invested by the Chen family, and I was only responsible for helping them solve the trouble. Zhao Bado suddenly found an opportunity to shift the blame onto the Chen family. Indeed it is the Chen family. It seems the information is correct, Chen said. Seeing Chen muttering to himself, Zhao Bado thought he was afraid of the Chen family, and a fierce light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Since you know about the Chen family, then let me go quickly. Once I am in danger, the Chen family will definitely come after you. They are one of the 7 major families in Guangling, not someone you can afford to offend. I remember you like to throw people into the river to feed the fish? Chen suddenly asked. Zhao Bado was stunned. What did he mean? Wasn't he afraid of the Chen family? San Long, fulfill his wish. Chen ordered. Okay. San Long nodded. Zhao Badu's face changed drastically. I have the Chen family behind me. For the sake of an old man and this girl, there's no need to kill me. Otherwise, the Chen family will definitely kill you. It's not because of these reasons that I want to kill you, but because the Chen family and I have deep enmity. Blame yourself for choosing the wrong backer, Chen said coldly. What? Zhao Badu's pupils suddenly contracted at his words. This person had deep enmity with the Chen family? Who are you exactly? Zhao Badu's voice echoed in the dark night. Unfortunately, he never got an answer until the moment of his death. Are you really going to kill Zhao Badu? Gu Yi finally came to her senses after a long time, her voice trembling. For her, all of this felt like a dream. The feared 8th master of this place was actually severely reprimanded by Chen. Even killed. It was completely unimaginable. It has nothing to do with you. It's late. Go back early. By the way, it's best to forget everything today. Pretend you never saw me, Chen said indifferently. Chen, you can't handle the Chen family. Leave Guangling quickly. Gu Yi shouted. Was this a kind gesture? Chen smiled faintly, said nothing, and left. He didn't need to. 10 minutes later, Sanglong returned and had already taken care of Zhao Badu. Master, what about Gu Yi? Let her go back. Chen replied. Master, what are you thinking? That girl is clearly unreasonable. Although Gu Bo saved you, her parents were killed, clearly by the 7 major families, taking the opportunity to retaliate against anyone related to the Chen family. How can this account be settled on your head? Sanglong was angry. Regardless, it's because of my Chen family. Gu Yi is still young and doesn't understand those past events. It's normal. I promised Gu Bo to take care of her, just protect her safety, Chen said calmly, then ordered some people to secretly protect Gu Yi. Although Sanglong was angry, he dared not say much against the master's orders. After 9 o'clock in the evening, when he returned to the hotel, Shen Yuchu was teaching Cici to read. Shun, Dad. Seeing Chen return, the mother and daughter both greeted him, looking happy. Why did you come back so late? Shen Yuchu looked worried. Met an old friend, Chen smiled. Shen Yuchu carefully looked Chen up and down, confirmed that he was not injured, and then felt relieved. True love for a person is reflected in every little detail. A concerned look made Chen feel very warm inside. Have you eaten? Shen Yuchu asked. Not yet, Chen smiled apologetically. Mom hasn't eaten either, but insisted on waiting for you to come back to eat together. Cici shouted. Silly girl, why didn't you eat first? Chen asked with concern. When you're not here, I can't eat. Shen Yuchu said shyly. Hurry up and eat. Chen shouted. Fortunately, there was a buffet in the hotel, and the family had a simple meal here. However, Shen Yuchu had no appetite and kept frowning. It wasn't until she put Cici to sleep at night that Shen Yuchu couldn't help but ask, Chen, any progress on that contract? Not yet, Chen replied truthfully. Shen Yuchu looked disappointed. She blamed herself for still holding on to a glimmer of hope, which was simply impossible. If it's not possible, let's forget about this contract. You're overthinking again. I promise you, it will be settled within 3 days, Chen said, embracing Shen Yuchu. As long as we're together, I don't care about anything else. Shen Yuchu knew this was definitely not possible, but seeing Chen's confident face, she didn't want to discourage him. In the middle of the night, at the Shen family villa, a subordinate hurriedly entered the courtyard. After a moment, a roar startled everyone. What did you say? Zhao Badu was killed? Inside the living room, a middle-aged man, the head of the Shen family, Shen Henian, asked coldly. Report to the head of the family, it's true. Zhao Badu's body was just pulled out of the river and he's already dead. Although Zhao Badu is not a big shot, he's still a tough guy in his own territory. Who dares to touch him? Shen Henian asked. We still don't know who the killer is. We only heard that Zhao Badu was beaten up at the University City Bar, and then he went to settle the score and ended up dead. Did anyone see what the killer looked like? Why did they target Zhao Badu's bar? Shen Henian inquired carefully. It's said that the killer is a young man who was drinking at the bar and happened to encounter a girl from the university dancing and having a dispute with the customers, so this young man took action. Flattening the entire bar for a girl, something's not right. Shen Henian frowned. Go, find out the identity of that girl. Yes, the subordinate nodded. Even if Zhao Badu was not a big shot, he's still a dog of our Shen family. It's not something anyone can just kill, Shen Henian said coldly. The subordinate acted quickly, and within about 10 minutes, brought back the news. Head of the family, the identity of that girl has been investigated. Her name is Gu Yi, a freshman in the art department of Guangling University, and she's the granddaughter of Gu Hai. Gu Hai's granddaughter? Shen Henian's gaze sharpened. 6 years ago, the 7 major families made a move, burning down the Chen family in one night. There shouldn't have been anyone left alive, but one person managed to escape. Young Master Chen. According to the investigation, Gu Hai may have been involved, but that old man never admitted it, even after having his legs broken and his eyes gouged out. This old man should be close to death by now, and now a young man has emerged, flattening a bar and killing Zhao Badu for his granddaughter. Could it be related to the descendants of the Chen family? Chen? A name surfaced in his mind. It shouldn't be. According to the investigation back then, Chen married into a wealthy family in Liang. We, the 7 major families, spent a lot of money to have the Jinan mansion take action. Considering the time, he's been dead for 4 years. Could his ghost have come back? What a joke! Shen Henian shook his head. The focus of the 7 major families was on Guangling, and they had no idea what had happened in Liang. The Jinan mansion's 9 halls had been wiped out, and the news had long been sealed off by the Jinan mansion, so they were equally unaware. Find him, search all of Guangling, and find the killer. Shen Henian ordered overnight. Tomorrow is the relocation ceremony at Suihu Square, and there must be no mistakes. On the same night, after Shen Yuchu fell asleep, Chen appeared on the rooftop of the hotel. Standing on the top floor of the 46-story building, he could overlook the entire night view of Guangling. The Chen family, with a history of several hundred years, accumulated a profound foundation to promote the development of this city and made great contributions. They were highly respected and admired by many. However, 6 years later, the Chen family no longer existed, leaving no trace in the city. Thinking of this, Chen's eyes grew colder. Master! Song Long appeared at some point and softly called out. Speak! Chen spoke, as if he had known Song Long had come. Song Long secretly marveled at the master's keen perception. The situation of the industries after the Chen family's destruction and the current business territory of the 7 major families have all been collected. Song Long finished speaking and handed over a stack of A4 paper. With each page Chen turned, the chill in the air grew stronger. By the time he finished reading, the entire rooftop was already filled with a chilling atmosphere, as if it had entered the depths of winter. As expected, after the Chen family was destroyed, all the industries were divided among the 7 major families. The territories that the ancestors had worked hard to build over hundreds of years had become someone else's property. Many industries were sold at low prices, including some of the most important assets of the Chen family, which were the things that Chen's father cared about the most. Especially some of the layouts and people's livelihood, although they had always been losing money, were of extraordinary significance. It was estimated that the 7 major families simply sold them because they were not profitable. But what they destroyed was the half a lifetime of hard work of Chen's father, Chen Tingshan. The same was true for Suihu Square. If it weren't for the ability to make some money, it would probably have ceased to exist long ago. But even so, 6 years later, it was facing complete destruction. And the people who had helped the Chen family manage these industries back then either surrendered to the 7 major families and became servants, or suffered various misfortunes and ended up in a miserable state. Gu Yi's parents also met with such a fate. Even if they didn't suspect Gu Bo, they couldn't escape death. The methods of the 7 major families were too ruthless. In contrast to the decline of the Chen family, the current businesses under the 7 major families' control could be said to have dominated the entire Guangling. Any profitable project had the shadow of the 7 major families. Even some well-known local listed companies, after peeling off a few layers, still showed the shadow of the 7 major families. They were no longer limited to ordinary business, but controlled large amounts of capital, evolving into a thorough capital force that could control the economic lifeline of the entire Guangling from behind the scenes. The capital kingdom built by the 7 major families had already permeated the entire eastern province. Chen finally understood why Gu Bo was so worried, and it was completely different from 6 years ago when he mentioned the 7 major families. The current 7 major families were truly like 7 great mountains, firmly occupying Guangling, and no one could move them. But it's a pity, you are facing me, Chen. Whether you are 7 great mountains or 7 clear skies, I will make you all collapse. Chen's whole body was filled with a fierce killing intent, surging through the 9 heavens. Master, tomorrow at 10 o'clock, the 7 major families will hold a press conference at Suihu Square to announce the construction of a hotel. Song Long said. Good, tomorrow you will accompany me to congratulate them. Chen decided. Congratulate them. Song Long's mouth twitched. The master really knew how to speak. This so-called congratulations was probably something the 7 major families couldn't bear. Oh, there's one more thing. Song Long remembered something. According to my investigation, after the destruction of the 9 halls, Jinan Mansion completely sealed off the news, and even the 7 major families don't know about your situation. Even better, after I show up tomorrow, I can give the 7 major families a good surprise. A wicked smile appeared on Chen's lips. Song Long shuddered. The master's smile was too chilling. He didn't know what the 7 major families would encounter, but he was certain. They were done for. There was no talk that night, and the killing of Zhao Badu caused quite a stir. The local people, besides being shocked, were all applauding. Zhao Badu was a belligerent man who oppressed the people of one side and did not know how many bad things he had done. Finally, someone took him in, and the heavens finally opened their eyes. However, the waves caused by Zhao Badu's death were far less than another matter, because just this morning, the 7 major families of Guangling will hold a press conference at Suihu Square, where they will announce the demolition of Suihu Square and the construction of a 7-star hotel. The influence of the 7 major families alone is enough to attract countless people's attention, especially with the connection to Suihu Square, because it is a very sensitive place, involving a major event that occurred in Guangling 6 years ago. At that time, there was a Chen family in Guangling, which, along with the other 7 major families, was known as the 8 great families of Guangling. In terms of strength, the Chen family could rank second among the 8 major families. But 6 years ago, on one evening, a fire broke out, and the entire Chen family perished. According to the official investigation, it was purely an accident. However, many people knew that the Chen family was deliberately wiped out, and Suihu Square was one of the most important properties of the Chen family at that time, which was later taken over by the 7 major families. Over the past 6 years, there have been many discussions, with many saying that the death of the Chen family was related to the 7 major families, and Suihu Square has become a special place. After 6 years of persistence, one of the most important properties of the Chen family at that time is also going to be demolished, attracting the attention of many people. The scene of the press conference was crowded with countless journalists and media, making it impossible to move. Since the extinction of the Chen family, Suihu Square has not been so lively for a long time. But the merchants living here are not happy at all. They were the first to settle in the square, making a living with a small shop. After the square was taken over by the 7 major families, the management became extremely poor, and the rent increased year by year. Many merchants have long been suffering. Now it's even worse, as Suihu Square is going to be demolished directly, and the rent paid before will not be refunded at all, and the compensation given is pitifully small. There is no one to appeal to, not even the person in charge of the 7 major families, and some have even been beaten and their homes smashed. Faced with threats, many people can only choose to remain silent. At the entrance of the square at this time, it was brightly lit, like an awards ceremony. 7 middle-aged and elderly men sat behind a red cloth-covered table, with a look of pride and laughter on their faces. They exuded an unparalleled dominance, as if they were the lords of the land. Beneath their smiling faces, their cold eyes looked down on the cheering crowd with disdain. These 7 men are the leaders of the 7 major families. The 7 major families of Guangling have long been like legends, becoming the 7 towering mountains in the eyes of countless people. They possess endless wealth and control the lifeline of the entire Guangling, truly deserving the title of the 7 overlords. In all of Guangling, the words of the mayor may not be effective, but the words of the leaders of the 7 major families will definitely shake the city. Countless onlookers below showed a fervent look. It was a great fortune to see the leaders of the 7 major families at this moment. Today, it is a great honor to meet the leaders of the 7 major families. Now, let's invite Mr. Chen to speak. A beautiful hostess said crisply on the stage, and then handed the microphone to a middle-aged man, who was none other than Chen Henian, the head of the Chen family. Hello, everyone, I am Chen Henian. The main purpose of today's press conference is to officially announce the demolition of Suihu Square and the construction of a 7-star hotel at the original address. So, compensation. Just at that moment, a roar suddenly came, and a group of people carrying banners rushed into the venue. The banners were printed with rows of blood-red characters. Unscrupulous bosses, withholding rent, forcing all merchants, homeless, seeking justice, being beaten when asking for it, poor people, just seeking justice. We have worked hard all our lives, only to be driven out today. We must demand justice. Someone took the lead, and a group of people behind them shouted, "We must demand justice." Shouts echoed through the destroyed square. These damn guys, how dare they come here and cause trouble? The 7 family heads' eyes were cold. Everything is being handled according to the regulations. We don't owe anyone any money. Get rid of these troublemakers. Chen Henian roared. Immediately, someone came out with a group of security guards and drove the troublemakers away. You're talking nonsense. We have evidence. Look. The leader took out a thick stack of papers from his bag, filled with various pieces of evidence. What nonsense evidence? Get out of here. The security guard snatched it and stomped on it. You've gone too far. An old man stomped his foot in anger. Back then, it was Chen Tingshan who invested billions to build this Suihu Square in our area to repay his hometown, providing thousands of jobs. My son and daughter-in-law used to work here, and Suihu Square supported our whole family. Since the Chen family was destroyed 6 years ago, you 7 families have completely ruined Suihu Square, constantly extorting rent from us. Now, you're demolishing it and still want to extort more money from us before leaving. It's outrageous. The old man became more and more agitated as he spoke, shaking all over. After the name Chen Tingshan was mentioned, everyone fell silent. The owner of this name was undoubtedly a great figure of his time. The 100-year-old Chen family flourished under his leadership, and he never forgot to show gratitude to his hometown, doing many good deeds. He was a respected entrepreneur, social activist, and philanthropist. Unfortunately, 6 years ago, the Chen family perished. Time passed, and even Suihu Square, a project developed by Chen Tingshan, was about to become history, leaving people feeling nostalgic. It's been rumored that the Chen family was destroyed by your 7 families, so you've ruined all of their assets. Chen Tingshan was also killed by you. Sooner or later, karma will catch up with you bastards. Boom! The old man's words made the 7 family heads' faces darken. Everyone present was shocked. They all knew that Suehu Square was a sensitive area because of its close connection to the Chen family. Not only did the old man mention the Chen family publicly, but he also shouted out the rumors, directly accusing the 7 families of destroying the Chen family. Nonsense! Get him out of here! Shen Henian shouted angrily. Old man, are you asking for trouble? A security guard kicked him, and the old man was knocked to the ground, then beaten with an electric baton. Ah! The old man cried out in pain, curling up into a ball. I've hit a nerve, haven't I? It was you who destroyed the Chen family. I've lived long enough, so I'm not afraid of death. The old man completely let go, shouting with all his might. Get him out of here. The 7 family heads' faces were terrifyingly dark. Several security guards grabbed the old man and threw him out. Others who tried to intervene were also thrown out. No photos allowed. It's all rumors. Anyone who dares to spread them will bear the consequences. Shen Henian shouted at the media reporters. They all nodded obediently, not daring to disobey. Boom! The security guards threw the old man onto the side of the road, nearly killing him. You will have a bad end. The old man spat blood, using his last bit of strength to shout. Keep talking nonsense, and I'll make sure you regret it. The security guard was furious and was about to beat him. At that moment, a car suddenly arrived and stopped abruptly. Bang! The door opened, and a young man quickly got out. Without a word, he reached out and grabbed the fist that the security guard swung at him. It was like a vice grip, holding it tightly. Who are you? Let go of me! The security guard roared. The other person didn't say a word, but with a slight force, the entire fist turned into a twisted mess, and the finger bones were all broken. Even the entire arm was distorted beyond recognition. Ah! A scream rang out suddenly. Even the elderly are being bullied. What kind of man are you? Get out of here! A roar followed, and the security guard was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. It was only then that he had the chance to look and see that the person who had acted was a young man in his 20s, with a handsome face and a black outfit exuding a sense of solemnity and killing intent. There was an unparalleled air about him, as if he were a god descended to earth. His unmatched momentum left the security guard speechless and unable to utter a word. Old man, are you okay? The young man helped the old man up, and at the same time, a gentle force flowed into the old man's body, soothing his injured muscles and bones. The old man regained some strength instantly. I'm fine, thank you, young man. It's just that these people are too lawless. Sigh. The old man was filled with grief and indignation. Don't worry, leave it to me, the young man said, patting the old man's shoulder before walking towards the press conference venue. Following behind him was a burly young man who also got out of the car. Young man, I haven't asked for your name yet. The old man called out urgently. Chen. Chen? The old man murmured, feeling a bit unfamiliar. The son of Chen Tingshan. Just then, another voice rang out. Boom! The old man's face changed drastically, his eyes widening. The son of Chen Tingshan. At that moment, every blood vessel in his body tensed up, and his hands and feet trembled. With the Chen family's heir, the heavens were on their side. No! He suddenly realized. Young Master Chen, you can't go. The 7 great families will kill you. Old man, don't worry. Look over there, Song Long pointed. The old man turned around and saw a dense crowd of people, marching towards them with a resounding momentum, as if they were a mighty army. For a moment, the old man felt as if he had stepped onto a battlefield, and his breath almost stopped. These are young Master Chen's men. Song Long chuckled and then followed Chen. At the same time, in Guangling, at the patrol office, an urgent order arrived at the senior management office. Patrol chief, something big has happened. A group of unidentified people in black suddenly appeared in Guangling. Don't make a fuss. What's so strange about a group of people in black? The patrol chief was dismissive. There are no less than 100,000 of them, all wearing the same uniform, and exuding a terrifying aura. What? The patrol chief was shocked, almost spitting out his water. Who are these people and where are they? Their identity is unknown, and they are at Suehu Square. The 7 great families were holding a press conference at Suehu Square today. Could something major be about to happen? The patrol chief immediately realized that something was amiss. Quickly find out who these people are. Just as the patrol office was taking action, a confidential message reached the headquarters of the Guangling garrison. The people of the Demon God Temple have appeared in Guangling. They are to be fully supported in their actions without any mistakes. This message came directly from the highest level, ignoring even the relationships within the eastern province. The commanding general of the Guangling garrison turned pale with fright. The name of the Demon God Temple was known to all in the world. It had conquered 10 countries in a day and gained worldwide fame. As a person of the Divine Dragon Kingdom, there was an utmost respect for the Demon God Temple. The Demon God army roared across the 4 seas, intimidating all nations. Within the military, it had an unparalleled reputation. As members of the military, who did not admire the Demon God Temple? Half a month ago, there were internal rumors that the Demon God Temple had suddenly taken action and come to the eastern province, attracting global attention. The high-level officials of the eastern province had already issued orders, stating that regardless of where the demon god temple conducted its business, full support was to be provided if needed. Unexpectedly, they had come to Guangling. The commanding general of the Guangling garrison, Shi Profeng, was not only shocked but also extremely excited. Guangling army, listen up. The demon god temple has come to Guangling. Everyone, cooperate fully. With just the 3 words demon god temple, the military was set abuzz. At this moment, in the Tsuehu Square, Chen's arrival did not initially attract much attention, but as he announced his identity, the whole place was shocked. The son of Chen Tingshan. These 5 words were enough to stir up a huge commotion. Like a thunderbolt, it shook the heavens and the earth. The Chen family has not perished, there are descendants in the world, and the only son of the family, named Chen. Swish, swish, swish. Countless gazes fell on Chen, and discussions broke out. The crowd automatically made way for him, as if welcoming a great hero. Chen didn't die. The 7 family heads were shaken. They knew that Chen had escaped at that time and was the only survivor of the Chen family. However, 4 years ago, they had paid a hefty sum to the Jinnan mansion to completely deal with Chen. How could he still be alive? What was going on? The Chen family is no more, no one is left. You are so bold to impersonate a descendant of the Chen family, arrest him. Shen Henian immediately ordered a group of security guards to rush towards Chen. Chen raised his foot and stomped on the ground. Crack, crack. The floor instantly shattered, and with a powerful momentum, all the security guards were knocked back and flew out. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, 20 or so security guards were all rolling on the ground in pain. After 6 years apart, the young man who had fled in a sorry state was now an unparalleled demon in the world. Who could stop him in Guangling? Old friends, 7 uncles, don't you recognize me? Chen spoke coldly as he continued to advance. With each step, a thunderous sound echoed, and his imposing manner shook people's hearts. How could the 7 family heads not recognize Chen? When the Chen family had not been destroyed, the members of the 8 major families often dined together. Even though 6 years had passed and Chen's temperament had changed significantly, they could still recognize him as the young master of the Chen Tingshan family. Because they had guilty consciences, fearing that Chen's appearance would cause trouble, they wanted to arrest him immediately. They didn't expect this kid to be so powerful, knocking down so many security guards in an instant. I heard that you have taken over the Tsuehu Square and are planning to officially announce the demolition of this place today to build a 7-star hotel? Chen continued to advance, the rumbling sound continuing. Quick, retreat! The people around were shocked, because wherever Chen walked, the floor cracked as if it had been run over by a tank. It was too terrifying. How could one person have such great strength? The 7 family heads suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure, even starting to swallow nervously, feeling uneasy. The figure walking towards them seemed not to be a human being, but a prehistoric giant beast. A modern aircraft carrier. What nonsense, Chen, there is no such person in the Chen family. Where is the on-site security? Quickly send more people to arrest him. A family head shouted. Fear? In the minds of the 7 family heads, there was no such word. Standing tall in Guangling, they were invincible overlords. Even the local authorities had to bow to them. Who were they afraid of? With just one kid, they wanted to defy the heavens? They would easily capture him first and then figure out how to kill him. Boom, boom, boom. A large number of security personnel rushed over, even with shields and full equipment. The entire security company's personnel, about 50 or 60 people, all came. Quick, catch him and take him to the patrol mansion. A family head shouted. Dozens of security personnel, holding shields and batons, directly charged towards Chen. Just these people? Chen sneered. He threw a punch, causing a burst of air, almost exploding the void. Bang! With a muffled sound, the person in front was directly blasted in the chest, all ribs broken, blood spraying everywhere. Along with more than 10 people behind him, they were all knocked back and fell to the ground. Boom! Another punch was thrown, unstoppable like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. A security guard quickly raised his shield, with the words "Certain Security" written on it. Bang! A huge muffled sound followed by a crack, as Chen's fist directly shattered the shield, sending fragments flying. Immediately, this punch landed on the person's chest behind, drawing a parabola and smashing onto the stage, knocking him out on the spot. Hiss! The 7 family heads gasped in shock, completely dumbfounded. They stood up from their chairs in disbelief, unable to believe what they were seeing. Is this still a human being? He's practically a monster. He couldn't even be stopped by a shield, it was directly shattered. Even a biohuman wouldn't be this powerful. Whoever can catch this troublemaker will be rewarded with 100,000. One of the family heads shouted loudly. Upon hearing the reward, the security personnel went crazy. Their annual salary wasn't even close to this amount, and they were suddenly filled with energy, continuing to charge towards Chen. Aiding the tyrant, you don't know any better. Chen coldly spat out, his true energy raging within him, making him seem like he was going berserk. Bang! 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 In just a minute, all the security personnel were lying on the ground, and not a single one had even touched Chen. A bunch of presumptuous fools, Sun Long snorted coldly. Not to mention dozens of people, even if it were hundreds, they wouldn't be able to handle the Lord. Those who don't want to die, get out of here. Sun Long roared loudly. The security personnel immediately fled, not daring to make a move even if they were offered $1 million. Bang! After dealing with everyone, Chen stepped forward to the stage, his cold gaze sweeping over each of the 7 family heads. Feng Chen Shui, Jiang Shenhan Yang. Aside from the Chen family, all 7 family heads were present. Chen remembered the appearance of each of them, the same people who had ruthlessly destroyed his Chen family at the family gathering. If it weren't for Gubo's intervention, the Chen family would have been completely wiped out. Over the past 6 years, only Chen knew how much he had suffered, and now he stood before the 7 of them once again, looking down on them with a scrutinizing gaze. Faced with Chen's gaze, the 7 family heads looked extremely unnatural, with a hint of fear in their pupils, still shaken by Chen's previous actions. Oh, I took a closer look, it really is Chen. I never thought you were still alive, it's a miracle. One of the family heads changed his tone and ran over eagerly. Chen sneered, his ability to adapt to the situation was truly remarkable. Chen, I'm your Uncle Yang, do you still recognize me? I used to carry you when you were a child. The head of the Yang family said cheerfully. Come, let Uncle Yang take a look at you, you've changed so much now. Chen was straightforward, raising his hand directly. Smack! A slap landed on the man's face, sending him flying and landing on the ground, several teeth knocked out and blood in his mouth. Uncle, are you worthy? Chen, what the hell do you mean? The head of the Yang family finally showed his true colors, speaking fiercely. I don't mean anything, just here to give you all a surprise, to let you know that I'm still alive, Chen said coldly. Being alive is a good thing, this way the Chen family will have a future, and we, your father's old friends, are also very pleased, said the head of the Jiang family. Since you're so pleased, why not come with me to hell to accompany my Chen family? Chen said coldly. The faces of the 7 family heads changed simultaneously, unable to bear it any longer. Chen, I see you're deliberately causing trouble. Even if we are your father's friends, we can't let you act recklessly. Leave here immediately, the head of the Feng family said sternly. In the past, the overall strength of the Feng family ranked first among the 8 major families, but now, Chen didn't even put them in his eyes. Song Long, a cold shout. Here! Song Long responded, jumping onto the stage and directly approaching the head of the Feng family. Smack! A slap landed on the man's face, causing him to spew blood from his mouth. Should I leave now? Chen asked coldly. You brat, you're too arrogant. Continue to gather people and arrest him. The head of the Feng family roared angrily. Boom! At that moment, a series of explosions rang out. Countless people looked up and saw a group of black-clothed figures rushing in, surrounding them from all sides. The strong and intense aura swept through the sky, causing everyone present to change their expressions. The 7 family leaders were shocked. This is another surprise I brought. Are you all satisfied? Chen asked coldly. Hiss. The 7 family leaders' faces turned pale, and they couldn't help but inhale sharply. The endless black-clothed figures were actually brought by Chen. It was terrifying. They could feel the chilling aura emanating from those people, and their hands must have been stained with blood. Chen, what exactly is your identity? The 7 family leaders were extremely curious. The young man who was a son-in-law in the Han family 4 years ago had not only become terrifying in strength, but also could command such a force. It was too frightening. For you, just remember one thing, my identity is Chen Tingshan's son, the only survivor of the Chen family. The resounding voice shook the entire venue, and the 7 leaders trembled in their hearts. Did they even have the qualification to know Chen's identity? With 100,000 troops pressing forward, the anger that the 7 family leaders had just risen was extinguished once again. Chen, no matter what, we and your father are old friends. You can't cause trouble like this. Old friends? Upon hearing this, Chen sneered and laughed. 6 years ago, you 7 families joined forces to destroy my Chen family. The century-old mansion turned to ashes overnight, and I was the only one who escaped in a sorry state. To investigate my whereabouts, you captured Gubo, crippled his legs, blinded his eyes, and killed his son and daughter-in-law. In these 6 years, the number of people you have harmed is far more than this. Anyone related to my Chen family has met a tragic end. Now, you have the nerve to claim that you and my father are old friends? Chen's words shocked everyone present. What was once just a rumor in the streets was now completely confirmed. I never expected that the Chen family was really destroyed by the 7 families, and so many innocent people were harmed. It's too ruthless. The scene was in an uproar, and emotions ran high. The 7 family leaders' faces changed rapidly. Chen, you're talking nonsense without evidence. Don't speak recklessly, or you will pay the price. I didn't come here today to discuss evidence with you. I'm just informing you that in these 6 years, the blood debts you have incurred, Chen, will make sure you repay them all. As for today, I'm not here to kill you, just to warn you that Suehu Square is the lifelong effort of my father, and no one can touch it. Chen said coldly. To openly warn the 7 family leaders in front of so many people was undoubtedly a crazy thing to do in many people's eyes. The 7 family leaders were also holding back their anger. When would it be the turn of a young man like him to teach them a lesson? Chen, since you are heartless, don't blame us for being ruthless. What qualifications do you have to confront us alone, relying on these black-clothed people of yours? Let me tell you, this is Guangling. It is now the world of our 7 families. I can call the patrol office with one phone call and have all of you arrested. Shenhenian threatened coldly. Arrest my people? Chen suddenly smiled. You might as well give it a try. Arrogant. Shenhenian immediately took out his phone. Is this the patrol office? This is Shenhenian. There's a disturbance at Suehu Square. Hurry and bring people over. Make sure to bring more people. Shenhenian emphasized, then hung up the phone. Humph, Shen, the patrol office's people will be here soon. Just you wait. Accusing our 7 families and causing trouble and violence here, with these charges alone, it's enough for you to pay a heavy price. You brat, how dare you slap me? Kneel down and apologize. The head of the Young family said fiercely, with some blood on the corner of his mouth. As one of the leaders of the 7 families, he was an undisputed overlord in Guangling. Throughout the entire eastern province, he was a well-known figure. Today, he was actually slapped in public. This was an insult he couldn't bear. Smack! As soon as Yang Jiazhu finished speaking, Sanglong stepped forward and slapped him, sending him flying. You're lucky I didn't make you kneel. How dare you make a scene here? Stay if you have the guts. Wait until the patrol office arrives, then we'll see. Yang Jiazhu roared. The other family heads also had cold expressions. This Chen was too arrogant. He would regret it soon. The scene was stunned, forcing the 7 family heads to call for the patrol, which was extremely rare. Young Master Chen, you should leave. Someone kindly shouted. When the patrol arrived, Chen would be finished. Even if he brought so many people, it would be useless against the patrol office. Don't worry, I'm here not only to settle scores with the 7 major families, but also to ensure justice for you all. Chen said loudly. This immediately earned thunderous applause and admiration from everyone. The 7 family heads were dark with anger, wishing to kill Chen immediately. 10 minutes later, several cars arrived quickly, flashing their lights. Seeing the endless black-clad figures, Kong, the patrol officer, was also shocked. After understanding the situation, he immediately ordered an investigation, but nothing was found. These people seemed to have appeared out of thin air, and there was no information about their identities. Regardless of who they were, this was Guangling. Kong took a deep breath and led the majority of the troops towards the scene. Make way, the patrol office has arrived. The 7 family heads were excited. What's going on, 7 leaders? Kong asked. You know, today our 7 major families were holding a press conference here, and this kid came and caused trouble, injuring many people. He's a dangerous criminal, and he even brought so many people to intimidate us. Quickly arrest him. The 7 family heads surrounded and accused Chen. Chen looked at them as if they were clowns. This is outrageous, causing trouble here. Handcuff him and take him to the office for investigation. Kong decisively ordered, and a group of patrol officers immediately approached Chen. All of you, back off. Sanglong shouted, do you know who this is? How dare you arrest him? I don't care who he is, as long as he causes trouble here, he's coming with me to the patrol office. Kong said coldly. You're ignorant. Sanglong snorted. Just as he was about to reveal his identity, several trucks suddenly arrived, filled with people. Seeing their attire, Kong was greatly surprised. These are soldiers from the Guangling military department. What were they here for? The 7 family heads were also stunned, then filled with gratitude. Kong, thank you so much for even notifying the military. Kong was embarrassed. He hadn't notified anyone. Had the situation here attracted attention from higher up? Thinking about this, he was shaken. The energy of the 7 major families was indeed powerful. Bang! The car door opened, and a burly figure with epaulets stepped out, striding forward. It was none other than the governor of the Guangling army, Shi Pufeng. At a glance, he saw the cold and ruthless figures, and flames of anger burst in his eyes. This was the legendary demon army, truly domineering. Without a word, he quickly led his men towards the press conference, looking anxious. If something happened here with the demon lord, his life would be over. Governor Shi, why are you here too? This is a small matter, you can leave it to us at the patrol office. Kong said politely. Leave it to you? Get lost. Shi Pufeng roared angrily. Kong was dumbfounded. What was going on? Everyone present was also shocked. Governor Shi had come with people, wasn't it for the 7 major families? Why did he come and scold Kong? May I ask who is the lord? Shi Pufeng asked cautiously. Finally, someone who knows what's good for them. Sanglong snorted, then looked at Chen. This is him. So young? Shi Pufeng was suddenly taken aback. There are countless legends about the Demon Temple Master in the outside world. He is believed to be able to command a 1,000,000-strong army and sweep across the world. It was expected that the Demon Temple Master would be a middle-aged person, but he turned out to be a handsome young man. This indicates that the Demon Temple Master is even more extraordinary. Without saying a word, he knelt down with a thud. Governor Shi Pufeng of Guangling Army pays respects to the master. Pays respects to the master. Everyone brought by Shi Pufeng stood up and shouted at this moment, shaking the sky. Each of them showed a look of respect on their faces. Regardless of rank or reputation, the demon temple is a mythical existence. The entire audience was stunned. First, the people from the patrol office came to arrest Chen, and then the Guangling army also came, leading a group of subordinates to meet Chen. What on earth is going on? The patrol office and the 7 major families were also dumbfounded. Governor Shi, are you mistaking the person? Kong, from the patrol office, asked nervously. Shut up, do you know who he is? Shi Pufeng asked angrily. He was furious that someone dared to show disrespect to the demon temple master. Who is he? Kong asked in a trembling voice, afraid that he might have offended someone important. He is. Shi Pufeng was about to speak, but Chen suddenly raised his hand. I have some personal matters to attend to, which have nothing to do with you. I understand. Shi Pufeng nodded vigorously. It was obvious that the other party did not want to reveal his identity, so he dared not say more and stood aside. Chen looked at the 7 major family heads and asked, do you have any other means? At this moment, the faces of the 7 major family heads turned pale. Even the governor came to pay respects to Chen in person, and the people from the patrol office dared not act, let alone them. If you have no other means, I will just say it directly. Chen gestured, and then Sun Long handed over a contract. I have here a contract for the Tsuehu Square project, a collaboration between your 7 major families and the Yi family. Within 2 days, I want you to settle the 5 billion payment and pay an additional tenfold interest, totaling 55 billion. The 7 major family heads were dumbfounded at the words. Settle 5 billion in payments and pay tenfold interest? It was simply an exorbitant demand. In addition, within 2 days, I want all the members of your 7 families to build a cemetery for the deceased of the Chen family and then invite all media reporters to the scene to kneel and repent for all their wrongdoings in front of the grave. After making this request, the faces of the 7 major family heads changed drastically once again, leading their clansmen to personally build a cemetery for the deceased of the Chen family and inviting all reporters to kneel and repent in front of the grave. This was to broadcast all the sins they had committed. If they really did this, the 7 major families would be completely finished. You can choose not to do it, but you will bear all the consequences. After saying this, Chen turned and left. In Chen's eyes, the 7 major families, the patrol office, and the Guangling army were like air. The 7 major family heads looked at each other, and at some point, their backs were all soaked with sweat. Master! Shi Pufeng hurriedly called out, wanting to say something but hesitating. Sun Long stopped him and whispered something in his ear. When the demon temple is handling matters, no one is allowed to interfere, otherwise. Sun Long moved his lips. Shi Pufeng's expression turned horrified. That lip movement was unmistakably death. In an instant, a chill ran down his spine. After Chen left, the 100,000-strong demon army also withdrew like a tide, displaying exceptional composure. The people brought by Shi Pufeng were dumbfounded. They were truly the awe-inspiring demon army that was beyond their comparison. Governor Shi, who exactly is he? Kong from the patrol office asked unwillingly. His identity is top secret, not something you can ask about. Focus on your own duties. I advise you not to get involved in the mess of the 7 major families, or else. Shi Pufeng didn't finish his sentence and immediately led his subordinates away. Take care of yourselves. Kong shook his head at the 7 major family heads. The 7 major family heads were all unwilling. Kong, what kind of person is that kid that makes all of you so wary? I'm not qualified to know, but even Governor Lin came to pay his respects. The identity of that person is probably extraordinary. If you've done anything dirty, don't come looking for me in the future. Kong Xuanxi said and then left, afraid of being implicated. The 7 family heads looked embarrassed. How high must the status be to reach the heavens? In just a few years, has Chen defied the heavens? I can't believe it. A scion of the Chen family has really become untouchable. Today, we have brought shame to our 7 families and we must not let him get away with it. A family head angrily declared. Then what about the Tsuehu Square? Continue the demolition, otherwise won't it be a laughingstock? However, just as the 7 families were preparing to continue their actions, the Tsuehu Square project was directly halted from above. It was only then that they realized that Chen's identity might really be extraordinary. After the failed press conference, the 7 families directly ordered that no media reporters were allowed to report. It was a matter of reputation and must not be spread. But even so, it was still spread privately. There was still one person from the Chen family who hadn't died, the son of Chen Tingshan, who appeared at the press conference and publicly intimidated the 7 family heads, confirming in person that the Chen family had been destroyed by the 7 families, and even revealed a lot of the bad things the 7 families had done, even alarming the Xuanxi mansion and the military department. Those who heard this news were all shocked. 6 years ago, the truth about the destruction of the Chen family finally began to surface. For a moment, various past events were brought up again and caused a fierce public opinion in the community. After Chen returned to the hotel, Shen Yuchu was browsing the internet on her phone. What are you looking at so intently? Chen asked. Shen, you came back just in time. Something big happened in Guangling. What big thing? Chen already guessed a few things. It turns out that there are 8 major families in Guangling. After the Chen family was destroyed 6 years ago, there were only 7 major families left. Wasn't the Tsuehu Square originally owned by the Chen family? Today, when the 7 major families held a press conference there, the only descendant of the Chen family appeared and publicly confirmed that the Chen family was destroyed by the 7 major families, and also said that they had done many bad things, and even the people from the Xuanxi mansion and the military department were alarmed. Shen Yuchu said with a gossipy look on her face. Ah, the Chen family is really pitiful. I didn't expect the 7 major families to be so bad, actually doing so many bad things. Fortunately, the Chen family still has a descendant. It's also considered a blessing from heaven. As she spoke, Shen Yuchu suddenly stared at Chen. Why are you looking at me like that? Chen felt uneasy. Chen, you're not a descendant of the Chen family, are you? Shen Yuchu asked in shock. Chen was suddenly stunned. What do you think? It's impossible, otherwise my husband could still be a young master of the Chen family? Then I'm too lucky. Shen Yuchu laughed heartily. Hearing this, Chen smiled slightly. This silly girl. Chen, do you think that descendant of the Chen family might be in danger? After all, Guangling is now under the control of the 7 major families, and their power is too strong. No. Chen said confidently. How can you be so sure? Shen Yuchu asked. The people from the Xuanxi mansion and the military department have stepped in, isn't that different? Chen asked in return. It seems so. Shen Yuchu nodded silently. I heard that the people from the military department met the descendant of the Chen family and seemed very respectful, and even warned the 7 major families. I really hope that the bad guys get their comeuppance. At this point, Shen Yuchu suddenly became excited, startling Chen. Chen, if the 7 major families really get their comeuppance, can we get back the 500 million? We should be able to. Chen breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Yuchu had discovered some clues again. That's great, Chen, you really are my lucky star. Shen Yuchu happily hugged Chen and said excitedly. When we get back so much money, we can settle in Guangling, and Cici can go to school here. Shen Yuchu began to daydream. Watching Shen Yuchu's innocent look, Chen also smiled. At this moment, in the Feng family villa, all 7 family heads were present. A secret meeting was urgently being convened. I've tried every means to investigate, but there's no trace of Chen's disappearance for 4 years, as if he appeared out of thin air. Shen Henian said. I've also inquired with various departments, either they are unaware or tight-lipped, and even advised us to quickly find Chen and make amends. The head of the young family said. What a joke, finding Chen to make amends, isn't that humiliating ourselves? The family heads angrily exclaimed. I sent someone to Liyang and got some information, the head of the Zhang family said. What information? Everyone asked. About 10 days ago, Han's young master married Miss Shen, and Chen suddenly appeared. The head of the Zhang family revealed everything he had learned. Han's family was actually wiped out? After hearing this, everyone showed surprise in their eyes. Although Han's family couldn't compare with the 7 major families, it was still the top family in Liyang with considerable strength. Similarly, the Qilin Hall was also wiped out. This was one of the 9 major halls under the Jinnan prefecture. Did Chen have such great ability? And, I also heard that the #1 expert in Liyang, Chapter Taishan, ranked 8th on the Eastern martial arts list, was also killed a few days ago. What? Upon hearing this news, everyone was shocked. Chapter Taishan's reputation was not only in Liyang, but also throughout the entire eastern region, because he ranked 8th on the Eastern martial arts list. This list specifically gathers formidable figures from the entire eastern region, and anyone who can enter the top 10 is truly a martial arts master. Like Gu Hai, who was famous in Guangling, but couldn't even enter the top 20 on the Eastern martial arts list, ranking around 30. Those who could enter the top 10 were all extraordinary individuals. The Qilin Hall was wiped out, Chapter Taishan was killed. What does this have to do with our investigation of Chen? Shen Henian asked. Han's second in command is the Vice Hall Master of the Qilin Hall, and the Hall Master of the Qilin Hall, Xing Ao, was also a disciple of Chapter Taishan. Do you understand what that means? The head of the Zhang family said with a solemn tone. Hiss. Everyone gasped in shock. If Han's family was destroyed by Chen, then as the implicated party, both the Qilin Hall and Chapter Taishan were resolved by Chen alone. It's all speculation, don't scare yourselves. I don't believe Chen has that kind of strength, Feng Zhenxiao, the head of the Feng family, said. As the leader of the 7 major families, the Feng family's strength was the strongest, and Feng Zhenxiao had dominated the scene for 60 years, making him the most prestigious among all the family heads. Anyway, Chen is not dead, it's the fault of the Jinnan prefecture. Has the Jinnan prefecture's master, Morong Yi, been notified? Feng Zhenxiao asked. I just notified him, Morong Yi said. It's not convenient to come, Shen Henian said. Nonsense about it not being convenient, all the blame falls on the Jinnan prefecture. I'll make a call. Feng Zhenxiao said coldly, immediately picking up his phone to make the call. Beep, the call was immediately connected. Morong Yi, What do you mean? We collectively raised 50 million to have your Jinan prefecture deal with Chen, but that kid didn't die at all. I asked you to come, and you actually say it's not convenient. Give an explanation quickly. Feng family head, I also don't know how Chen didn't die. Anyway, I can't come over now. It's not that it's not convenient, it's that I dare not. Morong Yi angrily said over the phone. Dare not come over? The 7 family heads were dumbfounded. This was Morong Yi, the master of the Jinan prefecture, the helm of the #1 power in the eastern region, and he actually didn't dare to step out of his door? I think it's because your Jinan prefecture failed to complete the task and is afraid of us demanding compensation. That's why you dare not come over, right? Feng Jinxiao said coldly. Feng Jinxiao, I'll tell you the truth, that bit of compensation is nothing at all. I dare not go because all 9 major halls under my Jinan prefecture have been flattened, and even my son, Shalei, has been killed. Morong Ye's roar came through the phone, causing the faces of the 7 family heads present to change drastically. All 9 major halls were flattened. His son was also killed. It was simply unbelievable. Morong Yi, what the hell are you joking about? Feng Jinxiao didn't believe it at all. I don't have time to joke with you. My son died at the hands of Chen, including all 12 shadow guards of my Jinan mansion. The 9 halls were destroyed, and I suspect it was also Chen's doing, just without evidence. It's all because of you. If you hadn't come to me back then, none of this would have happened. I could have ignored you, but you still had the nerve to come to me. I heard that Chen has already arrived in Guangling. You're on your own. I still want to live. Don't drag me into this. Beep beep, Morong Yi roared and hung up the phone directly. The Feng family's living room fell silent, everyone's mouths wide open, a chill running down their throats. Morong Ye's raging words continued to linger in their ears, making their hearts pound wildly. The 9 halls, the 12 shadow guards, his own son, all wiped out. Morong Yi was too scared to leave the house. Which of these incidents is not shocking? And all of this is related to Chen. How can it not be shocking? It wasn't until a while later that everyone took a deep breath, feeling their throats dry, and picked up their water glasses to drink frantically, finally suppressing the overwhelming fear. Feng, what should we do now? The tone of the crowd was already filled with fear, and Morong Yi didn't seem like he was lying. It may not be Chen's doing, but this kid is probably not that simple. We've already wiped out the Chen family, there's no turning back on this, we can only deal with Chen. Feng Jinxiao took a puff of his cigar and said, then send someone to take care of Chen directly. Someone suggested. No. Feng Jinxiao denied. You saw it today, that kid Chen's strength is simply abnormal, ordinary people can't handle him, and it might backfire. I have a way. Shen Henian suddenly said, I have a subordinate named Zhao Badu, who was most likely taken care of by Chen, just because he offended Gu Hai's granddaughter. Since he cares so much about Gu Hai's family, why not? After hearing the plan, Feng Jinxiao made a decision. Then let's act quickly and send the kid to hell to reunite with his Chen family. After returning from the press conference, Chen had been with Yu Chu and CC in the hotel. It wasn't until 8 o'clock in the evening that Song Long suddenly brought a piece of news. Master, the Shen family has started to move and taken Gu Yi away. Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on her? Chen's tone turned cold. Master, calm down, I did keep an eye on her. The Shen family's every move is under control. Gu Yi won't be in danger. As long as you give the order, we can rescue her. Song Long hurriedly said. Chen suddenly realized something. You did this on purpose? Gu Yi disrespected the master, without reason. Let her know about the darkness of the 7 great families in a non-dangerous situation. It's good for her to remember, so that we don't have to help her directly, and she won't be ungrateful to the master again. You! Chen didn't know if Song Long was naive or foolish. Master, calm down, I guarantee Gu Yi won't be in danger. Many brothers of the Demon God Temple are secretly watching over her, ready to act at any time. Song Long hurriedly knelt down to apologize. This is not a matter of danger or not. Old man Gu saved my life back then. His son and daughter-in-law died tragically at the hands of the 7 great families, leaving only Gu Yi as a granddaughter. Since he asked me to take care of her, I should treat her as my own sister. If he finds out about what you did, how can I face him? Chen said coldly. It's my fault, I didn't think it through. Song Long said in shame. Where is she? I'll go there myself. Chen said decisively. It's not that he doubted the ability of the brothers of the Demon God Temple, but if Gu Yi was taken away, how could old man Gu trust him, Chen, in the future? At this time, in a basement of the Shen family villa, Gu Yi was tied to a chair, unable to move. At that moment, Shen Henian walked in and pulled off the headscarf on Gu Yi's face. TSK, I didn't expect Gu Hai's granddaughter to be so beautiful. Shen Henian's eyes sparkled. Who are you, and why are you grabbing me? Gu Yi exclaimed in fear. I am Shen Henian, the head of the Shen family, one of the 7 major families. The 7 major families. Gu Yi was shocked. You may not know me, but you definitely know one thing. What thing? Your parents' death is related to the 7 major families, right? In fact, it was me who took action and sent your parents away, Shen Henian suddenly said with a dark smile. Gu Yi's face suddenly darkened, staring at Shen Henian with anger in her eyes. You heartless beast! You are looking for Chen. Why did you kill my parents? You are such a naive child, Shenhenian sneered. Even if your grandfather didn't help Chen, your parents would still die because they once helped the Chen family. My parents ran a small company and had little to do with the Chen family. Why are you so ruthless? But that small company had many orders from the Chen family. After the Chen family was destroyed, anyone involved with the Chen family had to die. Blame them for their own actions, Shenhenian said ruthlessly. So that's it. Gu Yi's head suddenly shook. Now she understood everything. Her parents were killed not because of Chen, but because they had business dealings with the Chen family and were killed by Shenhenian. It's simply insane. You villains, I will never let you off. Gu Yi shouted angrily. Just you? Shenhenian suddenly reached out and lifted Gu Yi's chin. You look really good. How about considering being my little lover? Pa! Gu Yi spat in Shenhenian's face. Shameless person, even if I die, I won't let you benefit. Ignorant! Shenhenian suddenly raised his hand and slapped Gu Yi directly. Smack! If you have the guts, kill me! Gu Yi roared. I grabbed you to lure Chen. If I killed you, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? Shenhenian said coldly. You grabbed me to lure Chen? Gu Yi's face changed drastically. You are despicable. Despicable? Shenhenian snorted disdainfully. To become a generation of heroes, what's wrong with using some means? As long as Chen is killed, the Chen family will be completely wiped out, and there will be no worries in the future. Guangling will belong to the 7 major families. Ha ha! Shenhenian laughed loudly, as if he could already see the near future. The Shen family will stand proudly in Guangling, proudly in the eastern province. How glorious would that be? Chen is very powerful. Your scheme will definitely not succeed. Gu Yi thought of Chen's skills displayed in the bar. Just a bastard of the Chen family, killing him is as easy as turning over my hand. I just don't want to take the risk. I have already set up a trap here. Once Chen comes, he will have no place to bury himself, Shenhenian said confidently. Gu Yi's face suddenly showed a worried expression. Indeed, this is the Chen family, one of the 7 major families, with unimaginable power. Even if Chen has some skills, how can you resist alone? And this is a trap. Shenhenian has arranged everything. Once Chen comes, he will be doomed. No, Chen can't come. Gu Yi shook her head frantically. I am not familiar with Chen. He won't come. What you are doing is useless. I have a subordinate named Zhao Badu, who was killed by Chen, right? Shenhenian suddenly asked. Gu Yi's face changed, then she shook her head directly. I don't know. He. Shenhenian sneered. As an old river and lake, with just one look from Gu Yi, he could tell if she was lying. Don't think I don't know anything. Chen flattened the bar for you and sent Zhao Badu to his death. Obviously, he sees you as particularly important in order to repay the favor of your grandfather saving his life. For your sake, he will definitely come. Shenhenian stared at Gu Yi with an extremely deep tone. Gu Yi's heart was in chaos. Shenhenian was too terrifying, and even lying was useless. Chen, oh Chen, you must not come. Think about how I have been unreasonable towards you. Don't come to save me. Gu Yi was not unreasonable, but she couldn't get over that hurdle in her heart, blaming everything on Chen. Now, after understanding everything from Shenhenian, she felt extremely guilty for what she said that night, and now she only hoped that Chen would not come. It would be better for her to die than to involve another life. Keep an eye on this girl. When Chen arrives and takes care of that kid, I will definitely celebrate with this girl, Shenhenian said evilly. Yes, master. His subordinates nodded in unison. Gu Yi was suddenly in a panic, cursing wildly. Shenhenian just laughed heartily, paying no attention at all, and reached for the iron door, preparing to leave. Boom! Suddenly, a violent explosion rang out, and then the entire iron door, as if struck by a rhinoceros, exploded into countless pieces right in front of Shenhenian's eyes, sending him flying out and landing on the ground. This sudden scene stunned everyone in the secret room. Gu Yi also widened her eyes, a shocking thought emerging in her mind. Master, it's not good. Chen is coming to kill us. A shout came from outside the main gate, like a thunderbolt piercing through the area. It's really Chen. Gu Yi's heart was pounding. Chen? Hearing this name, Shenhenian's face changed drastically. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the secret room, like an invincible god of slaughter, with a domineering aura that shook the entire place. Shenhenian, upon seeing the other's face, was filled with fear. Chen! It really was him. Immediately, a look of fanaticism appeared on his face. You little brat, you've come just in time. I was afraid you wouldn't come. All personnel, follow my orders and kill him. Bang! Just then, one of Shen's men was kicked in front of Shenhenian. Song Long appeared next to Chen. No need to shout. Your ambush has been completely taken care of. What did you say? Shenhenian's face turned pale. He had no idea that as soon as Chen arrived here, he immediately had the demon army, which had been waiting for a long time, take action and directly expose all the hidden people. In front of the demon army, there was no resistance at all, and they were all wiped out. Master, our arranged personnel were all eliminated by a group of black-clothed people. The subordinate lying on the ground, with blood foaming at his mouth, said with difficulty. Boom! This statement directly shattered the last defense line in Shen Henian's heart. The trap he had carefully set up had been completely useless, and was directly destroyed by Chen Chen's men. He hadn't even been able to send out a message in advance, and by the time he saw Chen Chen, the other had already arrived here. Swish! Shen Henian reacted quickly and rushed towards Gu Yi. You dare to touch the person I'm protecting? Chen Chen kicked up a piece of iron from the ground. Sheila like a hidden weapon, it instantly cut through the air. Puqiat struck Shen Henian's back, cutting directly into his flesh, almost completely penetrating. Ah! Shen Henian immediately howled, plop and fell to the ground, grimacing in pain. Boom! Before Shen Henian could get up, a big foot directly stepped on his chest. Crack! Ah! The iron piece in his back was pressed, completely piercing through the flesh, from the chest through to the back, bringing out a large amount of blood. Shen Henian's face turned pale with pain, cold sweat streaming down, almost passing out. Master! Master Chen, spare me! I gave you a chance, but you didn't do anything, and you still dared to touch the person I want to protect. Chen Chen said coldly, his eyes extremely icy. At the press conference, not killing the 7 major families on the spot, is to let them make up for everything themselves. Only by completely doing so, can they have a chance to live a little longer. I didn't expect them to have no reflection at all, and dare to take the initiative, simply seeking death. Give me a chance, I will settle the payment for you immediately, even if my Chen family repays 55 billion, and I will immediately order to build a tomb for the deceased of your Chen family, just hoping that Chen Xiao will spare me. Shen Henian was extremely fearful, begging frantically. It's too late. Chen Chen's voice fell, and he suddenly exerted force, and Shen Henian directly passed away. Gu Yi's heart trembled suddenly, unable to help but close her eyes. When she opened them again, Shen Henian lay coldly on the ground, leaving this world like that. One of the leaders of the 7 major families, the extremely famous Hegemon of Guangling, was actually easily dealt with by Chen Chen. She was really frightened and couldn't come to her senses for a long time. San Long! Chen Chen shouted. San Long immediately understood and quickly went to help Gu Yi untie the rope. It's all my carelessness that made you frightened, San Long said apologetically. Gu Yi was puzzled. It's because Shen Henian is too bad. What does it have to do with you? Then can you forgive me? San Long quickly asked. Since it has nothing to do with you, I will definitely forgive you, Gu Yi said inexplicably. San Long turned to Chen Chen and smiled. Master, Yi has forgiven me. Can you spare me for now? Go back and write as self-criticism. Chen Chen said sternly. Okay. San Long immediately said, looking like he was trying to please. At this moment, Chen Chen suddenly discovered something, and bent down to take out a small gadget from Shen Henian's body. Remote communicator. Does Shen Henian still have a backup plan? At the same time, San Long received a message from his subordinate. Master, the Yang family is also taking action, planning to deal with Gu Bo. I have already ordered the brothers to take action. There should be no problem. Chen Chen's face turned cold. The 7 major families are indeed ruthless enough. On one hand, they let the Shen family capture Gu Yi and lure me out. On the other hand, the Yang family sent people to capture Gu Bo. They actually made a double preparation. But it's a pity, it's all useless. Even if he didn't personally take action, with the demon army, Shen Henian would not have succeeded, and Gu Yi would have been fine. It was because he couldn't let go that he came. The same goes for Gu Bo. With the demon army secretly protecting him, even if a few more families take action, Gu Bo would not be in danger. This was Chen Chen's confidence in the demon temple. Is my grandfather in danger? Gu Yi asked worriedly. Don't worry, your grandfather will be fine. I have already sent someone to protect him, Chen Chen said calmly, while looking strangely at Gu Yi. Did this girl start to worry about Gu Bo now? I want to go back immediately. Gu Yi said. Come with me, Chen Chen said. Then, a group of people left the Shen family. Just as they left, the Shen family was directly razed to the ground, becoming history in Guangling from then on. At this time, in the old and dilapidated courtyard outside the city, Gu Bo had not yet rested. Since Chen Chen came to see him, he had been absent-minded for the past 2 days, and many past events had come to mind. At the same time, he was also worried about Chen Chen's safety, afraid that he would really go to seek revenge from the 7 major families. With his strength alone, it was tantamount to seeking death. Lao Zhou, nothing has happened these past 2 days, right? Lao Zhou hesitated and said, Gu Lao, everything has been very calm. He didn't dare to mention Chen Chen going to the press conference to find the 7 major families, for fear that Gu Lao would worry even more. Sigh, I hope Xiaofan doesn't act impulsively, otherwise I would feel guilty towards his parents, and towards the entire Chen family. If it weren't for the Chen family's help back then, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. Gu Lao began to ramble. Gu Lao, I always have a feeling that young Master Chen is very powerful now. Extraordinary, Lao Zhou said thoughtfully. Why do you say that? Gu Lao asked. First of all, look, the few people who caused trouble last time were all driven away by Master Chen, indicating that he is very strong. Then he treated you, and now you are much better. Maybe he is a master of medicine. I didn't see how he fought, but after Xiaofan treated me, my body improved a lot, Gu Bo exclaimed. And, I sensed a special aura from Master Chen, Lao Zhou continued. What kind of aura? A kind of unparalleled, invincible aura, as if in his eyes, the 7 major families could be destroyed with a snap of his fingers, Lao Zhou said seriously. Thinking back to the terrifying momentum that erupted from Chen when he recounted the past, Gu Hai still felt lingering fear. Gu Hai was shocked. Unparalleled, invincible. The always simple and honest Lao Zhou actually used these 8 words to describe Chen. It's a pity that I can't see, otherwise I really want to see Xiaofan's appearance. I believe Master Chen can cure you, Lao Zhou hoped. While the two were chatting, several cars arrived outside the dark gate. They were all people sent by the Yang family, and they immediately began to act upon receiving orders. However, just as they were about to enter the compound, numerous dark figures suddenly appeared in the shadows, moving like ghosts among the crowd. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, a dense muffled sound rang out. When these dark figures stopped, the subordinates sent by the Yang family all fell to the ground, each with a bloodstain on their necks. One strike, one kill. They didn't even have time to scream. A few minutes later, there was no trace left at the scene, as if nothing had happened. After a while, a car arrived at the scene, and several people got out. It was Chen and his group. A person in black immediately appeared and knelt down, saying solemnly, I have seen the Lord, I have seen the King of the Azure Dragon. Those people have been taken care of, and Gu Lao is safe. Okay, I got it. Continue to keep watch. Chen nodded. Yes. The person in black instantly disappeared into the void. Gu Yi looked stunned. Who were these people? They seemed very powerful. Chen checked the time and decided to visit, as it was not yet 9 o'clock and he didn't want to disturb Gu Bo. Gu Yi entered the compound first. Has a guest arrived, Lao Zhou? Gu Hai asked. Yi has returned, Lao Zhou replied. Yi has returned? Gu Hai was very excited, as he hadn't seen her for a while. Grandpa, are you okay? Gu Yi asked eagerly. I'm fine, everything is good, Gu Hai said happily. It's all my fault for not coming back to see you often. Gu Yi hugged Gu Hai's arm, feeling guilty. Grandpa knows that you were angry with me because of those things, so I don't blame you, Gu Hai said affectionately. Grandpa, I'm not angry with you anymore. It's all my fault for not understanding the truth before, but now I know everything, Gu Yi explained. You? Gu Hai was a bit surprised. Speaking of which, I have to thank Chen. Brother Chen, Gu Yi changed her address and a hint of blush flashed across her face. Xiaofan? He's here too? Gu Hai asked. Gu Bo, I'm here, Chen smiled. You kid, you came and didn't even say hello, Gu Bo complained. I was afraid of disturbing you and chatting, Chen said with a smile. Even an old man like me was fooled. When did you go to find Yi? I didn't even know, Gu Hai asked. So Chen briefly explained the matter of finding Yi. Gu Yi looked nervous, afraid that Chen would mention her part-time job at the bar. Fortunately, Chen didn't mention it at all. Gu Yi breathed a sigh of relief and looked grateful to Chen. Grandpa, you don't know, Chen is very powerful. I told Yi everything about the bad things done by the 7 major families, Chen interrupted, signaling to Gu Yi not to mention the matter of the Shen family. Yes, it was only after hearing from Brother Chen that I understood everything. The 7 great families not only wiped out the Chen family, but also retaliated against many people related to the Chen family, including my parents. They have done so many bad things, the 7 great families will definitely not have a good ending. Gu Yi said angrily. I'm glad you understand this, but you must not act impulsively. The 7 great families are too powerful, no one can deal with them, Chen said. Chen. Gu Yi almost said something about Brother Chen, but immediately changed her tone. Anyway, someone will definitely wipe out the 7 great families. Definitely, she said firmly. And Xiaofan, I am most worried about you. Please be careful, I'm afraid they will find out that you are in Guangling. Uncle Gu, don't worry, I will be careful, Chen reassured. They chatted a lot together, feeling like a big family, and the atmosphere was very warm. Before leaving, Chen showed Uncle Gu again. After the last treatment with the Giguxian needle, he had improved a lot. After solving the 7 great families, he could try to help Uncle Gu's eyes recover, and then gradually restore him to his peak state with traditional Chinese medicine. When he told Uncle Gu about this, Uncle Gu was shocked. Recover to the peak state? Is that really possible? He couldn't help but start to look forward to it. When I am in good health, I will definitely fight to the death with the 7 great families, Gu Hai said angrily. I'm afraid you won't live to see that, Chen said with a smile. Ha! Gu Hai was taken aback, then sighed. You're right, I might not even live to that time. Sigh. After bidding farewell to Uncle Gu, it was already late, and Chen planned to take Gu Yi back to the campus first, and then return to the hotel. There were few cars on the road, and in less than half an hour, they arrived at the entrance of Guangling University. Gu Yi hesitated for a moment, then gathered her courage. Brother Chen, I was wrong before, I'm sorry. For last time, and for today, thank you. It seems that the things done by Xanglong were somewhat effective? Chen smiled to himself. Just call me Chen, Brother Chen. Sounds a bit strange. Then can I call you, Young Master Chen? Gu Yi asked tentatively. Fine, just call me Brother Chen, Chen said helplessly. Hee hee, Gu Yi chuckled mischievously. Brother Chen, why don't you let me tell Grandpa about tonight's events? Your grandpa is not in good health. Before we solve the 7 great families, don't let him worry, Chen said. Are you really planning to wipe out the 7 great families? Gu Yi still felt shocked. That is my primary goal in coming to Guangling, Chen said firmly. I believe in your strength, Gu Yi said seriously. Go in quickly, Chen urged. Okay, Gu Yi nodded obediently. After walking inside the gate, she waved to Chen and sweetly said, Good night, Brother Chen. Chen nodded, watched Gu Yi leave, and finally felt at ease. Master, this girl is reflecting pretty quickly, and she's quite beautiful, Sanglong said with a silly smile, winking. What's wrong? Do you have a crush on her? Not really, but she's different after all, Sanglong said with a strong desire to survive. Wait, you're a blockhead. Since when did you start studying women? Chen teased. I didn't, I just said it casually, Sanglong blushed. Is that so? You seem a bit off today, why don't we talk about it? Chen smirked. Master, spare me, I really just said it casually, Sanglong said, almost in tears. Hurry back and write me a self-criticism. Chen kicked Sanglong in the butt. Okay. Sanglong agreed and quickly got into the car. Gu Yi was indeed very beautiful, slender, with regular features, and fair skin. In addition, she was an art student, with a warm and dynamic temperament, at the age of 18, full of vitality, every frown and smile was very captivating. However, Chen only treated her as a younger sister. In his heart, there was only Shin Yuchu. No matter how beautiful the woman was, she could not compare to Shin Yuchu, not just in appearance, but also in many irreplaceable ways. After Chen returned to the hotel, the head of the Young family was still waiting for news from his subordinates. Upon learning of the failure of the Shin family's plan, he promptly ordered his men to capture Gu Hai. This was the plan decided at a secret meeting. According to their speculation, once Shin Henian captured Gu Yi, they could kill him as soon as Chen showed up. This second insurance was optional, but for safety's sake, they still did it. Unexpectedly, the Shin family's plan failed, and the second plan had to be activated immediately. But after waiting for what seemed like a long time, there was no response from his subordinates, and he couldn't reach them either. Suddenly, he had a bad feeling. Could the second plan have also failed? Just as he was feeling anxious, there was a loud bang. The gates of the Young family exploded into pieces. Looking over, he saw a group of black-clothed people gathering at the entrance of the Young family in the night, standing like ancient gods, with a cold and stern expression. Several of the Young family's men lay motionless at their feet. Who are you? The head of the Young family asked in shock. By the order of the Lord, we will crush the Young family, the leader declared, as if pronouncing a death sentence. Countless black-clothed people, at that moment, crazily rushed into the Young family. Quick, stop them, the head of the Young family hurriedly shouted. However, even with the entire family's efforts, they couldn't stop the other side. In just a few minutes, the Young family was silent, with only the smell of blood in the air, reminding them of the brutal massacre that had just taken place. The head of the Young family knelt in the courtyard. Inside and outside the Young family, he was the only one left. Witnessing the slaughter, his face had turned pale with fear. Please spare me, I'll agree to any request. But you are the only one who didn't agree to our Lord's request, so now you must die. The leader said coldly. Who is your Lord? Chen. Hiss. The head of the Young family suddenly took a cold breath. Puff. In the next second, a sharp blade flew, and the head of the Young family fell to the ground. Following that, the entire Yang family was wiped out, no longer existing. Another family had been destroyed. In just one night, 2 families had been successively wiped out, undoubtedly a terrifying event that shook people's hearts. It was fortunate that it happened at night, otherwise the entire city would have been in an uproar. The leaders of the other 5 major families had already gone to rest early. With the double insurance, they were confident in dealing with Chen. If they had been a little more cautious, just the Shin family capturing Gu Yi would have been enough to force Chen to submit. Even if something unexpected had happened, the Young family's actions on Gu Hai's side would have been successful. In the end, Chen was doomed, so the leaders of the 5 major families could rest assured. Until the next morning, the leaders of the 5 major families all received a mysterious package. When they opened it and saw what was inside, they were all shocked and collapsed in fear. Inside the package were corpses. Head of the family, something terrible has happened. Someone has sent us bodies. The same cry was heard in all the major families at the same time, and the leaders of the 5 major families were immediately awakened. After seeing these corpses, their eyes narrowed. The heads of the Shin and Yang families had been dismembered. In an instant, a great chill swept over them. What on earth has happened? Why have the heads of the Shin and Yang families met such a tragic end? Could it be Chen's doing? This thought emerged, and the remaining 5 family heads couldn't help but shiver. Quick, go to the Shin and Yang families and see what has happened. The leaders of the 5 major families ordered simultaneously. They couldn't believe that Chen could have wiped out the 2 major families. Half an hour later, when the people of the 5 major families arrived at the gates of the Shin and Yang families, they were stunned by the scene before them. It was all in ruins, completely destroyed. The 2 major families were completely finished. Not a single person was left alive. For several minutes, these people were stunned before they picked up the phone and called back to the family. Reporting to the family head, the Chen and Yang families have been completely wiped out, not a single survivor, and even the villa no longer exists. Boom! After hearing this news, the 5 family heads were all stunned at the same time. A cold wind blew through, chilling to the bone. Overnight, the Chen and Yang families were wiped out, not a single survivor left. What kind of terrifying thing is this? Family head, there's a message. Just then, while his men were handling the bodies of the Chen and Yang, they found a note in the package. There were only 4 words written on it. 1 day left. Seeing these 4 words, the hearts of the 5 family heads suddenly tightened. Chen. The one who wiped out the 2 major families must be Chen. At the press conference, he gave the 7 major families 2 days to fulfill his 2 demands. One was about the funds for the Tsuehu Square, including principal and interest, totaling 55 billion. The other demand was for all members of the 7 major families to personally build a cemetery to bury the deceased of the Chen family. And 2 days have already passed, leaving only 1 day. If they don't complete it, the 5 family heads thought of the consequences of the Chen and Yang families and panicked. They couldn't delay any longer. Otherwise, what awaited the 5 major families would be their complete destruction. So the 5 family heads quickly called a meeting to discuss a solution. Overnight, the Chen and Yang families were successively wiped out, and the news spread throughout the entire Guangling, shocking countless people. The 7 major families were the supreme overlords, possessing astonishing wealth and formidable power, like 7 great mountains firmly standing in Guangling. They had immense influence throughout the entire eastern province. And now, someone dared to take action against the 7 major families, wiping out 2 of them in one go, which was truly terrifying. While being shocked, countless people were speculating who could have done it. Someone with such great ability, could it be Chen? Someone suddenly guessed. 2 days ago, the only descendant of the Chen family appeared at the Tsuehu Square press conference, confronting the 7 major families in public, causing a huge uproar. Just 2 days later, the Chen and Yang families were wiped out, and the most likely culprit was Chen. It's possible that he has started to retaliate. Especially, some people began to mention that on the day of the press conference, when Chen intimidated the 7 major families, even the patrol and military departments were mobilized, and in the end, Chen came out unscathed. There were even rumors that when the military officials arrived, they publicly paid their respects to Chen and held him in high regard. After these rumors spread, everyone had a feeling that Chen had come prepared, and the 7 major families might be completely wiped out this time. Chen, have you seen the news? Early in the morning, Shen Yuchu shouted loudly, holding her phone in her hands, looking shocked. Chen, who was awakened by the commotion, rubbed his sleepy eyes. What's the big deal? Last night, the Chen and Yang families of the 7 major families were directly wiped out by someone. It's likely that it was the young master of the Chen family who did it. The internet is exploding, and some of my friends and classmates are discussing this matter, Shen Yuchu said in surprise. The fact that such a behemoth as the 7 major families could be wiped out in just 1 day was truly unbelievable. This young master of the Chen family is so powerful. After his entire family was wiped out by the 7 major families, leaving only him alive, 6 years later, he returned to Guangling alone and began to retaliate against the 7 major families. It's so legendary. Shen Yuchu admired. Look at you, so admiring. Should I introduce you to him? Chen smiled. You're just bragging. The young master of the Chen family, who is so powerful, doesn't even know you. Shen Yuchu rolled her eyes. I have a good relationship with him. As long as I say a word, I can have him invite you to dinner, Chen said. Chen. Shen Yuchu's tone became more serious, with a stern look on her face. Okay, I'm just bragging. Forget I said anything. Chen shrugged. Shen Yuchu had only taken a few days off and planned to return to work after seeing her grandfather. But because of Chen's actions against the 7 major families, she saw some hope. In order to get the accounts back, she took a few days off. Xiao Huadong was particularly attentive, directly telling Shen Yuchu that she could take as many days off as she wanted, without having to tell him. This moved Shen Yuchu, praising Boss Xiao as really good. Chen secretly laughed in her heart. How could he not be good? He directly invested 10 billion, and Xiao Huadong would probably be happy to call Shen Yuchu mom. At this time, inside the Feng family villa, a secret meeting was being held in tension. Unlike the last meeting, 2 people were missing from this meeting, and the faces of the 5 family heads were very solemn. Snap! Jiang, the head of the Jiang family, slammed the table. Chen is too arrogant. His family was wiped out by us 6 years ago, and only this stinky kid managed to escape. Yet today, 6 years later, he dares to seek revenge on us. He really deserves to die. Our 7 major families have long controlled the entire Guangling. In the entire eastern province, no one dares to oppose us. Where does Chen get the ability? The head of the Wei family also said coldly. Now, countless people in Guangling are discussing that our 7 major families are finished. We have never been so aggrieved. If we don't tear this kid to pieces, our remaining 5 major families will have no future. The head of the Chu family also looked resentful. Let's calm down first and figure out what to do now, Feng Zhenxiao said coldly. For a moment, the eyes of the four family heads all turned to him. Feng, do you have a solution? If I had a solution, I wouldn't have called you all here. Feng Jinxiao snorted coldly. Even the military has given Chen such a big face, indicating that this kid's identity is really terrifying. And he was able to wipe out the Shin and Yang families overnight, without any news leaking out, proving that this kid's power exceeds our imagination. To deal with him, we can't use conventional methods. Then, the four family heads asked eagerly, hire the strong in the eastern province to kill him. Feng Jinxiao decided, if even Zhang Taishan was killed by him, is there anyone in the eastern province who can deal with Chen? The four family heads were full of doubts. Zhang Taishan is only ranked 8th in our eastern province, and there are 7 others stronger than him. Feng, which one of these 7 do you want to find? Zhuge Yun. Feng Jinxiao clenched his fist tightly and said in a stern voice, hiss. Upon hearing this name, the 4 major families were shocked and full of amazement. The number 1 expert in the eastern province, Zhuge Yun, ranked first in the martial arts list. No one has surpassed him in 20 years. His swordsmanship is exquisite, and he is also known as the number 1 swordsman in the eastern province. For the martial arts world of the eastern province, Zhuge Yun is a living legend. The key is that we don't know Zhuge Yun, and a high-level expert like him certainly doesn't lack money. Will he be willing to take action? The 4 family heads became worried. We don't know him, but Jinnan Mansion does. He may not lack money, but that doesn't mean he doesn't want more. Feng Jinxiao said fiercely. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 4 family heads changed slightly. Yes, Jinnan Mansion is the number 1 power in the eastern province. How could they not know the number 1 expert in the eastern province, Zhuge Yun? As long as they establish this connection, 1 billion, Zhuge Yun won't be interested. What about 10 billion? Or 100 billion? He will definitely be tempted. If that doesn't work, we can say that there are things we didn't get from the Chen family, and they are now on Chen. Will Zhuge Yun still not be tempted? Feng Jinxiao suddenly said again. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 4 family heads showed a look of shock and contemplation. If this matter is brought to Zhuge Yun, even if he is abroad, he will rush back by helicopter. No one would not be tempted by this thing. If it weren't for that thing, the 7 major families wouldn't have taken action against the Chen family in the first place. Then it's settled. I'll go to Jinnan Mansion. Feng Jinxiao decisively decided. At this time, Jinnan Mansion was still under lockdown, and no one dared to step out of their homes, living in fear. Especially today, when they suddenly heard that the Shin and Yang families were wiped out overnight, Morongyi was even more terrified. He almost believed that the 9 halls were definitely wiped out by Chen. Otherwise, how could he have the ability to conquer 2 major families in one night? No one is allowed to go out. Be on high alert. Morongyi gave the order. At that moment, one of his men hurriedly ran over and said, Master, he's here. He's here. Morongyi tensed up, his face turning pale. Chen is here? No, it's Feng. Feng Jinxiao. The man gasped. You idiot. Morongyi was furious and slapped his subordinate, sending him flying. He was scared, thinking it was Chen who had arrived. A few minutes later, in the tea house of Jinnan Mansion, Morongyi received Feng Jinxiao. I know why you're here. I know what happened last night. To be honest, Chen is different now. I can't guarantee my own safety. Even if you give me more money, I can't kill him. Morongyi said directly. I'm not here to ask you to send someone, I'm here to ask for your help. Feng Jinxiao explained his intention. To find Zhuge Yun to kill Chen? Morongyi was surprised. Feng Jinxiao nodded. Regardless of whether Zhuge Yun will help, I don't want to get involved in this mess. He directly refused. Lord Morong, don't forget, it was you who accepted the money to kill Chen back then. Chen has already wiped out all 10 of your subordinates. He will definitely not spare Jinnan Mansion. Now that he's in Guangling, after dealing with our 7 major families, the next target will definitely be you. You can't just sit and wait for death. Are you willing to bet that Chen won't make a move? Feng Jinxiao stared at Morongyi. Morongyi fell silent. He dared not bet that Chen wouldn't make a move. If he failed, the entire Jinnan Mansion would fall. Instead of waiting to die, it's better to take the initiative. Only by killing Chen can the crisis be resolved. Feng Jinxiao continued. Alright, I will contact Zhuge Yun. But let's make it clear beforehand, I will only be the middleman. As for how you cooperate, I will not be involved. Morongyi left a hand. Agreed. Feng Jinxiao nodded. As long as Zhuge Yun is willing to take action, there will be no other accidents. Chen is destined to die, and Morongyi's caution is meaningless. The number 1 master of the Eastern Zhou dynasty, can he not suppress Chen? That is absolutely impossible. Asking Zhuge Yun to take action is not something that can be done in an instant. Feng Jinxiao left first and went back to wait for the news. During the day, Chen took Yuchu and Cici to play in some places in Guangling. It was very boring to stay in the hotel every day. In secret, Chen instructed Sanglong to keep an eye on the movements of the 5 major families, including their meetings and Feng Jinxiao's visit to Jinnan Mansion, all of which were under his control. Until the afternoon, a phone call came to Feng Jinxiao. It's done. Zhuge Yun is about to take a special plane and will arrive in Guangling before 5 o'clock. Click. Feng Zhenxiao hung up the phone and slammed it on the table, his eyes filled with excitement. Chen, you're doomed. Someone, send the invitation. At this time, Chen was with Yuchu and Cici at an amusement park. Just then, Sanglong brought a red invitation. Yuchu, I'm going to the restroom. Chen made an excuse and left, going outside the amusement park with Sanglong. Who sent the invitation? It was jointly sent by the 5 major families, Sanglong said. The 5 major families? Chen narrowed his eyes and then opened the invitation. The 5 major families, feeling guilty for the past, invite Master Chen to Luyuxian to apologize in person. At the bottom, there were the personal signatures of the 5 family heads. Just as he finished reading, Sanglong said, last night, the Shen and Yang families were wiped out. The remaining 5 major families must be afraid, so they invited the master to the banquet. Do you really think they're afraid? Chen asked. Aren't they? Sanglong suddenly hesitated. The 5 major families still have the courage to plot against the master? We'll know when we get there. Chen didn't say much. If the 5 major families really wanted to apologize, they would have come earlier. Why bother holding a meeting and going to Jinnan Mansion again? This feast is definitely not simple. If the 5 major families dare to play any tricks, they are truly seeking death. Sanglong said angrily. Whether it's the press conference or the destruction of the Shen and Yang families, it's a clear warning. If they can't see this and still dare to challenge the Lord, it's simply overestimating their abilities. The banquet is at 6 o'clock. Accompanying Yuchu, Cici played until 5 o'clock, then they found a nearby restaurant to have dinner, and Chen found an excuse to leave. After getting into the car driven by Sanglong, they headed straight to Luyuxian. Just half an hour before Chen left, a helicopter flew through the air above Guangling and came directly to Luyuxian. All 5 family heads looked up as the helicopter stirred up a fierce wind, making them struggle to keep their eyes open. Suddenly, the cabin door opened, and a figure plummeted from dozens of meters high in the sky. Too crazy. Is he trying to get himself killed? The 5 family heads were shocked and quickly moved out of the way. In an instant, with a loud bang, the figure landed in the courtyard of Luyuxian. The entire stone floor trembled at that moment, as if a small earthquake had occurred. Everyone present was stunned. The person landed from a height of dozens of meters without any harm, standing steadily. With hands behind his back, he appeared calm and composed, like a transcendent being. So strong. The 5 family heads were greatly shocked as they carefully examined the newcomer. Around 60 years old, with silver hair, a slender figure, wearing a gray robe, black cloth shoes, and a goatee, he looked like a Taoist monk. The silver-haired old man looked around with sharp, piercing eyes. Where are the 5 family heads? Here. Feng Zhenxiao quickly led the way to greet him. I am Feng Zhenxiao. The 5 family heads introduced themselves one after another. May I ask your name? After the introductions, they cautiously inquired. Zhuge Yun. The silver-haired old man said coldly. We have met Zhuge Sr. The 4 family heads gasped and quickly paid their respects, their faces filled with excitement. Finally, they had managed to invite Zhuge Yun. Just based on his feat of jumping from dozens of meters high in the sky without any harm, it was enough to prove his formidable strength. He could definitely crush Chen. No need to flatter me. I am here for the money. We agreed on 50 billion, not a penny less. Zhuge Yun said coldly. Rest assured, not a penny less. Feng Zhenxiao said. If they chose to submit, just the funds involved in the Tsuehu Square would require them to pay Chen 55 billion, so it was better to use it to invite Zhuge Yun and save 5 billion. Moreover, as long as they could protect the assets of the 5 major families, it would not be just tens of billions, but tens of billions. It was really cost-effective to spend just 50 billion to deal with Chen. The 7 major families are already dominant in Guangling, and even have a certain reputation in the entire eastern continent. Yet, they can't handle a mere boy on their own territory? Zhuge Yun's tone carried a hint of disdain. Master Zhuge, you don't understand Chen. This boy has already flattened the 10 halls under the Jinnan Mansion, scaring everyone in the Jinnan Mansion to stay indoors. Even the military personnel on this side of Guangling are very respectful to him. It's said that he has an extraordinary identity, and it's difficult to deal with him. Otherwise, we wouldn't have invited you, sir. Feng Zhenxiao explained. There is only one person in the eastern continent who has an extraordinary identity, and that is me, Zhuge Yun. In front of me, that brat is nothing. Zhuge Yun said arrogantly. Yes, Master Zhuge, we have seen your strength and are sure that you can crush Chen. Feng Zhenxiao flattered. Why not just go directly to him instead of having this banquet here? Zhuge Yun asked coldly. Mainly because we are afraid that Chen will run away. Feng Zhenxiao explained. It's unnecessary. Once I decide to deal with someone, they can't escape the eastern continent. Zhuge Yun was very confident. How can we trouble Master Zhuge to personally go find him? We should let him come on his own. Feng Zhenxiao said enthusiastically. Well, that makes sense. Zhuge Yun was very pleased. Just then, a sedan stopped at the entrance of Luyue Pavilion. Sanglong got out of the car, opened the back door, and Chen walked out. At the moment he appeared, it was as if a scorching sun had risen, and passers-by all cast their eyes on him. Countless girls' eyes lit up at the sight of Chen's handsome figure and boundless charm, enough to captivate countless women. Even the fashionable and usually aloof urban white-collar workers at this time let go of their pride and walked towards Chen. Pretending that their high heels were twisted, they squatted in front of Chen. "Ouch, it hurts," the white-collar worker said weakly, her bent snow-white thighs tightly wrapped by her short skirt, displaying her enchanting side to the fullest. Even if any man saw this, wouldn't he be unable to resist showing concern? This is how you captivate them. Even so, Chen didn't even look at her, and walked past her, leaving in large strides. The white-collar beauty was dumbfounded. "Hey, you're a man, and you're so heartless. I have something to do." Chen replied coldly. "Is there anything more important than caring for a girl? Murder." "What?" The white-collar beauty was instantly dumbfounded. At this moment, Chen had already arrived at the entrance of Lu Yue Pavilion, exuding a domineering and crazy aura, directly pushing open the door. Chen stood at the entrance like a god, sweeping his gaze over the entire courtyard, his terrifying momentum overwhelming the whole scene. "Chen, come to the banquet." Everyone in the courtyard felt immense pressure at that moment, looking up and focusing their gaze on Chen. "He's finally here." The 5 family heads' faces changed drastically, both excited and a little nervous. "Please come over, young Master Chen," Feng Zhenxiao shouted. A waiter reacted and was about to step forward. "No need." Chen spoke, taking steps towards them, neither fast nor slow, but with boundless momentum, overwhelming and pressing down like a landslide. "Too strong. I feel like I can't breathe," someone said on the scene, their face pale. Everyone stared at Chen, especially the 5 family heads, who were even more frightened. This time, the Chen they saw was different from the one they saw at the press conference last time, with a sense of determination, as if he were a messenger from hell, coming only to reap lives. Boom! Until Chen took his final step and stood in front of the 5 family heads, his surging momentum had reached its peak, causing the 5 family heads to break out in a cold sweat, their hands trembling uncontrollably. "Young Master Chen, thank you for coming to the banquet. I, Feng Zhenxiao, will toast to you first, as an apology." Feng Zhenxiao held the wine glass with both hands, trembling so much that the wine inside was rippling wildly. Chen stared at Feng Zhenxiao with eyes like a wild wolf, putting immense psychological pressure on him. He had never seen such a terrifying look in his life, as if he wanted to devour him. It was too terrifying. "I, Feng Zhenxiao, toast to young Master Chen." Feng Zhenxiao tried to steady his emotions and said with a forced tone. Boom! Suddenly, the momentum bursting from Chen's body, like an invisible palm, directly shattered the wine glass in Feng Zhenxiao's hand. The glass instantly shattered, and the wine splashed all over the floor. Swish! The other family heads all stood up. The people brought by the 5 major families also quickly stood up at that moment. The atmosphere changed suddenly. Chen, what do you mean?" Feng Zhenxiao asked angrily, his face full of rage. "Nothing, I'm here today to send you all on your way." Chen's tone was calm, but the words that came out of his mouth were like a thunderbolt, directly shocking the whole scene. "Sending everyone on their way? Such audacity. Chen, we set up this banquet here to apologize to you. How dare you not show any respect?" Master Jiang said angrily. 6 years ago, you destroyed my Chen family, and since then, you have occupied the century-old foundation of my Chen family, and even eradicated all those related to the Chen family. Do you think an apology can erase these deep-seated grudges? Chen said coldly. "What do you want?" Feng Zhenxiao asked arrogantly, with great confidence. "You invited me here, didn't you make a good choice?" Chen suddenly sneered. "Let the people hiding around come out directly." Feng Zhenxiao's face changed drastically. Chen knew there was an ambush here. "Since we've been discovered, there's no need to continue hiding. Come out!" Feng Zhenxiao shouted. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, hundreds of people came out from all directions, all holding weapons, and many even had firearms aimed at Chen. Seeing this scene, Sun Long's eyes suddenly turned cold. Bastards. These stubborn people actually planned to kill the Lord, seeking death. He thought it was the 5 major family heads who were afraid, but he didn't expect them to be so bold. Chen, let's be honest. Today, it's not to invite you for a meal, but to send you to hell. The 5 major family heads, at this moment, no longer hid, showing fierce expressions, staring at Chen. "Just with these people, are you sure you can send me to hell?" Chen asked contemptuously. "You're so arrogant. Can't you see? There are hundreds of people here, and even firearms. With just one command, bang, and you, Chen, will be gone. Chen, you're powerful. You can even wipe out the Xin and Yang families, and even the military department gives you face. But, sorry, we don't know your identity. As long as we get rid of you, no matter the consequences, we can handle it. Only your Chen family is left. Today, let your whole family reunite." The heads of the major families successively spoke, with an arrogant attitude, as if they were the overlords of the world, controlling all living beings, as if Chen was doomed today. "Kneel down quickly and apologize to us first," Feng Zhenxiao ordered. "Ridiculous." Sun Long took a bold step and went directly to Feng Zhenxiao. With a slap, he sent Feng Zhenxiao flying. You don't know your place. How dare you make the Lord kneel down for you? Even if your ancestor Feng Zhenxiao came, he wouldn't have the qualifications. Do you dare to hit me? Feng Zhenxiao was immediately furious. Shoot him dead for me. Click, click. The sound of machine guns being loaded crazily echoed. Chen and Song Long remained calm, showing no fear. Wait. Just at that moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. A silver-haired old man not far away slowly stood up. A powerful aura, like a volcanic eruption, spread wildly. When Chen arrived, he noticed this person, and at a glance could tell that this was a master, but he didn't pay much attention to him. Feng Zhenxiao quickly stopped his men and looked at Zhuge Yun with fear in his eyes. Master Zhuge, what are your orders? If you can easily kill him, why did you call me here? Zhuge Yun said coldly, looking at Chen. I heard that you wiped out the 10 halls of Jinnan Mansion? Even Zhang Taishan died at your hands? What's it to you? Chen said coldly. Nonsense. Feng Zhenxiao cursed angrily. Do you know who this is? This is the #1 master in the eastern province, Zhuge Yun, Master Zhuge. He's here today specifically to kill you. Zhuge Yun? Chen had some impression. At the time of cutting down Zhang Taishan, the other party had mentioned that only Zhuge Yun could match him in the entire eastern province. The #1 swordsman in the eastern province? Some people praise me, but for me, it's all just empty words. Zhuge Yun was not at all modest. Chen, you know Master Zhuge's reputation. Why don't you kneel down and pay your respects? Zhang, the head of the Zhang family, shouted. Swish! Chen moved directly to the front of the head of the Zhang family. Then, in the other party's terrified eyes, his big hand flew out like lightning and instantly grabbed the man's neck. Crack! With a sudden force, the neck bone suddenly broke, and as he withdrew his hand, the head of the Zhang family's body fell to the ground with a thud. Too much talk. I'll take my leave first. Hiss! Everyone present felt a tingling sensation, and their hearts were about to jump out. Chen wiped out the Shen and Yang families, and no one noticed. Today I saw him personally take care of the Zhang family head. It was terrifying. The other 4 major family heads were so scared that they didn't dare to say a word. They all stepped back, almost falling to the ground. Master Zhuge, please make your move and kill this kid. Everyone shouted in fear. Daring to kill in front of me, such audacity. Master Zhuge, with a single step, sent the chair in front of him flying towards Chen. Chen's momentum shook violently. Bang! The wooden chair exploded just 1 meter in front of him, with chips flying everywhere, not even touching his body. You have some skills, no wonder Zhang Taishan is not your match. Zhuge Yun said unexpectedly. Master, let me handle this, Sanglong volunteered. No need, Chen said. It's not worth wasting time. Hearing this, Zhuge Yun couldn't believe it. Facing him, the other party actually said it's not worth wasting time, it's too arrogant. Go to hell. With a roar, Zhuge Yun's old body erupted with fierce momentum, flipping all the surrounding tables, a terrifying scene. Swish! In an instant, he was like a tornado, rushing madly towards Chen, his palm wildly surging with true energy. Just a peak innate expert, only at the 6th stage of martial arts, not even reaching the king's realm. I thought you were more powerful. Chen said coldly, facing the approaching palm. He raised his fist and smashed it. Just a peak innate expert? Hearing this, Zhuge Yun's eyes showed anger. 9th stage of martial arts. The first 3 stages are for postnatal experts. The 4th, 5th, and 6th stages are for innate experts. Stepping into the 7th stage is the king's realm. Dominating the world, unstoppable. Being able to reach the realm of an innate expert is already very powerful. You brat, I see you know nothing about cultivation. After the peak innate stage, it's the king's realm. What qualifications do you have to look down on me? 9th stage of martial arts, the king's realm is nothing, let alone you as an innate martial artist? Chen said coldly. The king's realm is nothing? Zhuge Yun snorted, this brat really knows nothing. Boom! In an instant, a loud explosion suddenly spread. Immediately after, there was a cracking sound, as if bones were breaking. Ah! Zhuge Yun suddenly screamed, his body crazily retreating, only stopping after retreating 7 or 8 meters. His hand couldn't be lifted anymore, his tiger's mouth was broken, blood flowing. Just 1 punch and he was in such a state, truly shocking. You are a king's realm expert? He exclaimed in shock. What? A king's realm expert? The remaining 4 major family heads' faces changed drastically. It is said that after reaching the 9th stage of martial arts, stepping into the realm of the innate after the 3rd stage, one can already sweep a city. The king's realm, that kind of level, is unimaginable. Is Chen really that powerful? It seems I underestimated you, Zhuge Yun said coldly, putting away his disdain. No wonder Jinan Mansion was too scared to go out. This guy is indeed powerful. Clang! Zhuge Yun suddenly picked up a long sword from the table, the sword light bursting. In terms of strength, I am not as good as you, but in terms of swordsmanship, not only am I the strongest in the East, but there are few people in the entire God-Dragon country who can compare to me. Perfect. I am also a swordsman. After Chen finished speaking, he shouted, Sanglong. Sanglong walked over, holding a long sword in his hands. Chen urged his true energy, and the long sword suddenly trembled, as if it had a life of its own, and instantly fell into Chen's hands. The blade was cold, with 2 words engraved on it. Greedy Wolf. This is to commemorate the former Greedy Wolf army. It was with this Greedy Wolf sword that Chen conquered the countries and avenged the 10,000 brothers. With the Greedy Wolf sword out, the strong bloodthirsty aura and unmatched killing intent swept the entire scene. Zhuge Yun's heart trembled, actually feeling a sense of death. This is sword intent. It is the realm he has been dreaming of reaching. How could such a young person like Chen possibly reach that level? No, it's impossible. I am the #1 swordsman in the East, defeating all the experts in the region. Flowing cloud swordsmanship, Zhuge Yun roared, wielding a sharp sword, and charged madly towards Chen. Greedy Wolf. Chen shouted, only 2 words. In the name of the Greedy Wolf, he would slay all his enemies. Swish. In an instant, the long sword clashed with Zhuge Yun's sword. The 4 clan leaders stared intently, hoping that Zhuge Yun's swordsmanship would defeat Chen. But the expected clash did not occur. With a muffled sound, everyone's gaze turned to Zhuge Yun. He stood motionless, his eyes filled with horror. The opponent's sword did not clash with his, but with astonishing speed, it struck his neck first. God! Realm! Zhuge Yun's face showed shock as he fell to the ground. At the moment of his last breath, he couldn't understand why there was such a young expert in the God realm. Bang! Zhuge Yun's sword fell to the ground as well. Chen sheathed his sword and turned away, his expression indifferent. After Zhuge Yun revealed his true strength, he had already lost. The 4 clan leaders were all shocked. Zhuge Yun had died, defeated by his own best swordsmanship. This was too terrifying. What kind of realm was the God realm that Zhuge Yun mentioned before his death? Was it more powerful than the king's realm? Why had they never heard of it before? The only one who wasn't surprised was Sun Long. The former peak powerhouse had already submitted to the Lord of the Palace, so a top expert from the eastern province was nothing. If he could rank among the top in the entire empire, he might still have the strength to fight. Do you have any other means? Chen looked at the 4 clan leaders. The 4 clan leaders were horrified, feeling as if they were being stared at by venomous snakes. Quick! Shoot him! Kill him! Feng Zhenxiao decisively shouted. His stunned subordinates immediately reacted and pulled the trigger. Swish, swish, swish. Bullets pierced through the air, fiercely aiming at Chen. I don't believe you can withstand the bullets, Feng Zhenxiao said fiercely. However, in the next second, he was dumbfounded. All the bullets suddenly stopped in front of Chen. The space around him seemed to have abnormal gravity, and the bullets were all suspended. It was visible to the naked eye that the air was rapidly rubbing against each other, turning into a mesh. The bullets couldn't break through at all. If Zhuge Yun hadn't died, he would have been even more shocked to see this scene. This was caused by the release of true energy, and Chen used his abundant true energy to resist the bullets. Who can explain to me what the hell is going on here? The 4 clan leaders were about to go crazy. The bullets couldn't harm Chen at all, so what was the point of shooting? If they had known how terrifying Chen was, they wouldn't have gone to find Zhuge Yun, they would have just begged for mercy at his door. Chen swept his long sword. Bang, bang, bang. All the bullets returned to their original paths. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, the people who had fired the guns were hit, and they all fell to the ground. The remaining subordinates were so frightened that they all wet themselves. Go, quickly go. The 4 clan leaders shouted. No one dared to move. If they couldn't even kill Chen with their guns, the knives and sticks in their hands were useless. 1 billion for whoever kills him. Feng Zhenxiao encouraged. Clatter! Everyone dropped their weapons and scattered. Even 100 billion wouldn't work, let alone 1 billion. All they could think about was staying alive. A bunch of incompetent fools. Chen didn't let Sun Long chase after them, but turned to stare at the 4 clan leaders. Hiss! The 4 clan leaders were immediately terrified. Feng Zhenxiao bent his legs and knelt on the ground with a plop. Young Master Chen, I was wrong. Please spare me. Damn it! The remaining 3 clan leaders cursed inwardly. Fortunately, the Feng family was the head of the 7 clans, and Feng Zhenxiao was the most prestigious person. Everyone called him Feng Lauda, but now he was the first to admit defeat. Plop! 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 The 3 clan leaders also quickly knelt on the ground. Master Chen, it's all our fault for being confused. Please give us another chance. As long as you let us go, all the assets will be yours. One by one, they begged for their lives, knocking their heads loudly. Who could have imagined that the giants who dominated Guangling were now kneeling in front of Chen, begging for mercy? Your regret has come too late. I said today I would send all of you on your way. Chen's tone was indifferent, unmoved. When they wiped out the Chen family and all those related to the Chen family, did they show any mercy? After hearing this, the 4 family heads turned pale, their foreheads bruised, just wanting to survive. Chen looked at his watch. It's now 6:30 in the evening, 5.5 hours left until midnight. These 5.5 hours will determine your fate. The 4 family heads were overjoyed. Master Chen, thank you so much. You are like a father to me. In these 5.5 hours, we will fulfill all your requests. Chen ignored them and left the place. Quick! The 5 family heads dared not delay. As soon as they got up from the ground, they immediately contacted all the members of their families. Take all the tools and go build a cemetery. In addition, gather all the media reporters, don't delay at all. The people of the 4 major families were all shocked. Did the family heads compromise? Without asking too much, after the notice was issued, even the young masters and misses of the families, who were used to a life of luxury, all mobilized. The 4 major families, totaling hundreds of people, went to the best feng shui site in Guangling and built the cemetery overnight. The 4 family heads had never thought that their carefully developed families, wielding immense power, had not shown it when dealing with Chen, but had used all their resources to build the cemetery. While the people of the 4 major families were frantically working, a group of people quickly drove to the Chen family. At this time, inside the Chen family mansion, Chen Xiao and his family were discussing their property. Big brother, why hasn't the old man died yet? He's been holding on for so long. Xin Jing cracked melon seeds while complaining. He might leave at any time. Anyway, the property has been divided, no need to worry so much. Xin Xiao said coldly. That's true, we're only after the property. The Xin Mingyu family is clueless. They probably don't know that the assets left by the old man amount to over 10 billion, all of which have been divided between our 2 families. If they found out, they'd probably be furious. Xin Jing said with a smile on her face. Heh, it's not our fault. After all, he was kicked out of the house by the old man long ago. I even gave him a contract worth 5 billion out of consideration for my own brother. Xin Xiao said slyly. A 5 billion contract, haha. Xin Jing couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even if it's 100 billion, it's useless if he can't get it back. I'm really worried that the son-in-law of the Chen family will be killed by the 7 major families. Mr. Chen, there's someone outside looking for you. At that moment, the maid suddenly reported. Xin Xiao and Xin Jing exchanged a glance, showing a knowing smile. Perhaps the Xin Yuchu family had come to ask for their help. However, when they received the visitors, they were extremely shocked. It was a delegation from the 4 major families, who respectfully presented a bank card. The funds for the Emerald Lake Plaza project are in here. Upon hearing this, Xin Xiao and Xin Jing were even more dumbfounded. The people from the 4 major families had actually come to settle their debts. Is there 5 billion in here? Xin Jing asked in shock, her heart pounding, her eyes filled with anticipation. The other party shook their head. It's not 5 billion, it's 55 billion, including interest. How much? Xin Jing exclaimed, jumping in place in shock. Xin Xiao was also taken aback, his eyes wide open. 55 billion in this card? The other party nodded solemnly. Oh my god. Xin Jing swallowed hard in disbelief. 55 billion, including interest. What kind of interest was that high? The principal was only 500 million. Not only was it fully repaid, but also 10 times the interest, a full 50 billion. Too terrifying. Xin Jing and Xin Xiao immediately went to check with their cards. The balance displayed was indeed 55 billion. The 2 of them suddenly gasped for air, their fingers trembling. 55 billion, more than the assets accumulated by several generations of the Chen family, and it's all in cash. We're rich, we're really rich now. Xin Xiao laughed heartily. Could it be that Xin Yuchu's husband is coming back? Xin Jing asked. Who cares, these accounts belong to our Chen family. What does it have to do with an outsider like him? Xin Xiao said coldly. Right, it has nothing to do with him. This money is sent to our Chen family. It's definitely not Xin Yuchu's husband coming back. Even if he knows, we won't give him a penny. Xin Jing said ruthlessly. I just don't understand. The Chen family, the Yang family suddenly got wiped out. Aren't there still 5 major families? How come there are only 4 left? Could it be that the Zheng family has also been wiped out? Xin Xiao said in shock. Young Master Chen from the Chen family, is that powerful? Xin Jing was also very surprised. Just then, a breaking news bulletin suddenly appeared on the TV in the living room. The Feng, Chu, Wei, and Han, the 4 major families, are leading their entire clan members to rush to build a mausoleum in a certain place in Guangling. The camera swept over, a group of people working hard, with dozens of excavators alone. What are they doing? Xin Xiao and Xin Jing were both stunned. The same live footage not only appeared on TV, but also on the internet. All the media reporters in Guangling, as if they had received some news, all went to broadcast it live. After witnessing the live footage, the entire city's residents were shocked. The people of the 4 major families, not sleeping late at night, went to work at the construction site. Is this madness? In the hotel, Xin Yuchu, like everyone else, was watching this matter with great interest. She didn't notice at all that in a corner of the construction site, a person was standing silently, with a cold look in his eyes. This person is her husband, Chen. In the dark behind Chen, Sanglong also stood there, accompanying him, staring at the people of the 4 major families, working hard. It wasn't until close to midnight, after more than 5 hours of effort, that the scene was finally completed. It wasn't until this moment that everyone saw that the people of the 4 major families were building a mausoleum for the Chen family, a total of 48 graves, representing the 48 people killed in the Chen family. After all the tombstones were erected, the people of the 4 major families all knelt in front of the graves and apologized. Countless cameras swept over, and a large group of onlookers were all filming. 6 years ago, the 7 major families took action, wiping out the Chen family, killing 48 people. Such actions are intolerable. Today, our remaining 4 major families, on behalf of all the people of the 7 major families, apologize and ask for forgiveness from the deceased of the Chen family in heaven. The 4 major family heads not only explained the evil deeds of wiping out the Chen family, but also revealed all the bad things they had done over the past 6 years, including imprisoning Du Hai, eliminating all people related to the Chen family, and spending a lot of money to hire the Jinnan mansion to kill Chen and Liu Yang. One evil deed after another, one bloody massacre after another, all revealed to the world by the 4 major family heads. It was like a thunderbolt, shaking the entire Guangling, and even causing a sensation throughout the entire eastern province. Countless people cursed loudly in front of the TV, and countless people were shocked by the actions of the 4 major family heads. Everyone knelt until the moment of midnight. Just as the newly repaired Chen family mausoleum was completed, a group of mysterious people suddenly arrived to clear the scene, and the live broadcast ended. No one knew what was happening at the Chen family mausoleum now. After everyone left, a person in black slowly appeared in the night. It was Chen. "Young Master Chen, we have done as you requested. Are you satisfied?" Chen did not speak. He came to the graves of his parents and bowed solemnly. The 4 masters saw the situation and looked anxious, but dared not ask too much, for fear of upsetting Chen. After paying respects to his parents, Chen came to a nearby grave. The tombstone bore a name, Chen Xiaoyu. Just seeing the name brought to Chen's mind a lively and lovely little girl, causing a pang of pain in his heart. "Little sister, I'm sorry, I couldn't protect you at that time." After speaking, Chen closed his eyes slightly, a sense of sadness spreading around him, along with a strong burning anger. "Dad, Mom, little sister, and all the deceased of the Chen family, I, Chen, am watching you." "Mr. Chen, may we leave now?" Feng Zhenxiao couldn't help but ask. "You cannot leave. I want you to accompany all the members of the Chen family in burial," Chen said coldly. "What did you say?" Feng Zhenxiao and the others' faces changed drastically, filled with panic. "I only said you have the last 5.5 hours to complete all this, not that I would let you go," Chen said coldly. "Chen, you're not keeping your word. Let's fight him." The people of the 4 major families immediately started to clamor. "Songlong, send them on their way." With Chen's command, numerous people in black instantly entered the cemetery. After a moment, countless people fell to the ground. When the blade finally landed on Feng Zhenxiao's neck, he shouted frantically, "Please don't kill me. We, the 7 major families, are acting on orders and are also being forced." "Wait!" Chen stopped Songlong and then stared at Feng Zhenxiao. "You said the 7 major families are acting on orders? Whose orders?" "A very terrifying foreign woman who claims to come from the land of the gods," Feng Zhenxiao confessed fearfully. "The land of the gods?" Chen's face changed slightly. He was not unfamiliar with this place at all. One of the 3 major forbidden areas in the world, it was also a very mysterious force. When he was on missions in the past, he had encountered the land of the gods several times, but had never had a direct conflict. In a certain sense, the 3 major forbidden areas in the world did not belong to secular forces. If the whole world were likened to a mirror, they lived on the dark side, with their own rules and ways of doing things. Therefore, even though the temple of the demon god had firmly established itself as the world's #1 force, it did not interfere with the 3 major forbidden areas. However, Chen had to admit that because the temple of the demon god and the 3 major forbidden areas had never had a direct confrontation, he could not say for sure that the overall power was definitely above the 3 major forbidden areas. Previously, Feng Wu had reported to him that the land of the gods knew he had left Xilang and was becoming restless. At that time, Chen did not understand, thinking that his emergence had made some forces unable to sit still. But now, hearing what Feng Zhenxiao said, he realized that the situation might be very complicated. "Why did the land of the gods order you to destroy the Chen family?" Chen asked. "They said the Chen family has a jade pendant that is related to a top-secret plan," Feng Zhenxiao said. "A jade pendant?" Chen's face changed, suddenly remembering something. When he was still a little kid, he had seen his father open a password box by chance. Chen's memory of that time was very deep, because the box itself was very old, with cracks on the surface, and it was locked with a very complex password. Moreover, there were some very exquisite patterns carved on the surface of the box, like works of art. He had asked curiously at that time. His father opened the box and took out a jade pendant, telling him it was left by his grandfather. At that time, Chen's attention was all on the jade pendant, completely ignoring his father's sad expression. The jade pendant was different from the common ones, resembling the shape of some kind of animal, with a dark green color all over, so bright that it almost glowed in the room, giving off a very mysterious feeling. Unfortunately, Chen was still young at that time, and seeing that there was nothing interesting in the box, he didn't show much interest. Now, he could only remember this much, mostly because of the mysterious aura of the jade pendant and the beautiful patterns on the wooden box, which left a deep impression on him, otherwise he would have long forgotten it. Looking back now, his grandfather had long passed away, and he didn't know if it had anything to do with that jade pendant. But that wasn't what Chen cared about now. He immediately asked Feng Zhenxiao about the characteristics of the jade pendant. To be honest, I don't know what kind of jade pendant that woman wants. She just told us that after completing the task, Guangling will be ours in the future. If we don't follow her orders, she said that none of the 7 major families will have a good time, so we had no choice but to take action. But after we destroyed the Chen family, we didn't see any jade pendant, and we don't know if that woman has already obtained it, Feng Zhenxiao confessed honestly. That woman is so powerful, yet she didn't personally take action and instead had your 7 major families come forward? Chen's eyes sharpened. Feng Zhenxiao was frightened and quickly explained, Young Master Chen, I swear every word is true. I dare not deceive you. That woman didn't directly take action, and I suspect it's because she's afraid. Afraid? Chen frowned. People from the land of gods were so timid? After we destroyed the Chen family, another group of people came to Guangling, and they seemed very difficult to deal with. They inquired about the Chen family, and in their presence, the leaders of our 7 major families could feel the breath of death. Finally, that foreign woman came forward and had a secret conversation with these people. I don't know what they talked about, but they didn't trouble us afterward, just gave us a warning. So, after you knew about my whereabouts, you didn't dare to take action and went to find the reason for the Jinan mansion? Yes. Feng Zhenxiao nodded, confirming, those people are too terrifying, and their background is definitely extraordinary. Although the leaders of the 7 major families were not insignificant, they were still local overlords who had seen great storms, yet they were frightened like this. Who were those people, and why did they want to help the Chen family? Chen was puzzled. According to what Feng Zhenxiao said, those people dared to negotiate with the people from the land of gods. At the very least, they were on the same level as the land of gods. There were not many people with such power and influence in the world. Chen wanted to inquire more, but unfortunately, Feng Zhenxiao only knew this much. Young Master Chen, I have told you everything. I don't care even if that foreign woman threatens me not to speak to anyone. Please spare my life. What you've said should be enough for you to live a few more minutes, right? As Chen's voice fell, he twisted Feng Zhenxiao's neck, and with a crack, Feng Zhenxiao met his end and fell to the ground. With this, the last 4 major families were completely wiped out. The 7 major families of Guangling had come to an end. Master, the people from the land of gods have always stayed out of external affairs. Even when the 10 Nations Alliance was destroyed years ago, they didn't come out. They dared to reach out to Guangling now. They are too audacious, aren't they? Song Long was also surprised and said angrily, Don't forget, 6 years ago, there was no temple of the demon god, and when the 10 Nations Alliance was destroyed, they didn't come forward. It may not be because they were afraid of our temple of the demon god, but perhaps they hadn't reached a certain level of benefit yet, Chen said calmly. Song Long suddenly realized, so, 6 years ago, they reached out to Guangling because that jade pendant was related to huge benefits? Chen nodded. For the land of gods to go to such lengths for a jade pendant that even you, master, are not clear about, is it possible that Feng Zhenxiao was lying? Song Long found it hard to believe. He wouldn't dare. Chen shook his head. What I'm mainly curious about now is whether the jade pendant that the land of gods is after is the same one from my memory, and what exactly is the secret plan it's related to, and whether they have obtained it. It's been 6 years. If they have obtained the jade pendant and have plans, they have probably succeeded by now, Song Long said. Not necessarily. According to the information provided by the Xianing sect, after I left Xilang, the land of gods began to take action. Perhaps they are already on their way to Guangling, Chen analyzed. In front of our demon god temple, the land of the gods is nothing. How dare they order the 7 clans to destroy the main hall of your family? We must not let them go. If they dare to step into the God-Dragon Empire, they will have no way back, Song Long said in a stern voice. Since the people from the land of the gods are involved, we must hold them accountable, Chen said with a cold gaze. He couldn't guarantee that the demon god temple was more powerful than the land of the gods, but he had never feared the land of the gods. I will take people to destroy the land of the gods now, Song Long said angrily. This matter is not urgent. Let's wait for the people from the land of the gods to come. I am curious now, what was the identity of those who warned the 7 clans on behalf of the Chen family back then? No matter what their identity is, they must be friends of the Chen family. We shouldn't worry, right? Song Long said. No. Chen suddenly shook his head. Song Long, you are thinking too naively. If these people are friends of the Chen family, I would have known. In addition, after the Chen family was destroyed, they appeared, and not only did they not destroy the 7 clans, they may have also had dealings with the foreign woman sent by the land of the gods. It is not ruled out that it was also for certain benefits, such as that mysterious jade pendant. Song Long's expression became serious, a possibility he had not considered, showing the strength of the main hall. Song Long, you don't need to worry about the land of the gods for now. I will have the people from the Xianing Gate keep an eye on them. You go investigate the origins of those people from back then. In addition, the power of the 7 major families is deeply rooted. If we are to destroy them, we must do it thoroughly, and then control their vast industries to prevent anyone from causing trouble. Chen ordered. Yes. Song Long nodded and immediately left. It was not difficult to destroy the 7 major families, and Chen didn't pay much attention to it. However, after solving the 7 major families, the problem of how to deal with their vast industries would be troublesome. If handled improperly, it could cause serious economic problems. Let Yu Chu manage it? This thought crossed Chen's mind. If I tell Yu Chu to take over billions of dollars worth of industries, I don't know what his reaction would be. He would probably send me straight to the mental hospital. Chen suddenly laughed twice. On this night, a major cleansing operation was rapidly unfolding in Guangling. The foundations left by the 7 major families were completely eradicated. Until the next morning, when the first rays of sunlight shone on Guangling, a piece of news shocked the entire Guangling. The 4 major families that had built the mausoleum for the Chen family last night were all destroyed. From now on, the 7 major families in Guangling became history. There was no need to ask, everyone knew who did it. The descendants of the Chen family, Chen. Since appearing at the press conference held by the 7 major families 2 days ago, everyone had been paying attention to the follow-up. Many people were even worried about Chen. The Chen family had been destroyed, and he came back alone. The 7 major families would never let him go. But just 2 days later, the 7 major families no longer existed. It must have been Chen's doing, which was truly terrifying. Those were 7 great mountains, and even one falling would have been a big deal. But within 2 days, all 7 mountains collapsed one after another, truly shocking the world. However, unlike 6 years ago when the Chen family was destroyed, countless people lamented and mourned, and countless citizens went to the site of the Chen family to offer flowers and candles. Even though the Chen family no longer existed, their reputation still lived on. But today, when the 7 major families were destroyed, countless people clapped and cheered, and some even bought firecrackers to celebrate, even if they were fined. The 7 major families had done too many bad things. Previously, there were speculations in the market that it was Chen who destroyed them, but at the press conference, Chen personally accused them of their crimes. Yesterday, at the mausoleum, in front of countless media reporters, the 4 family heads admitted everything. They not only destroyed the Chen family, but also took care of everyone related to the Chen family. It was a series of bloody incidents that were horrifying. So the destruction of the 7 major families was considered to have rid Guangling of a great evil. Early in the morning, Chen was still resting when Yu Chu directly pulled him up. Chen, the 7 major families have been destroyed. Young Master Chen is too powerful. You're excited, but why are you pulling me? Chen was helpless. Let's go to the Chen family cemetery and pay our respects. Yu Chu decided. Chen was speechless for a while, but he didn't want to spoil the mood. After tidying up, the family set out for the Chen family cemetery. When they arrived, they were stunned. The cemetery, which had just been repaired last night, was already packed with people, and the cars were lined up for miles. Dozens of personnel from the patrol mansion were on security duty at the cemetery gate. There were also a large number of traffic department personnel directing traffic on the streets. Seeing this scene, Chen was first shocked, then trembling all over. Mom, Dad, little sister, all the Chen family members, can you see this? So many people have come to visit you. Everything the Chen family has done for this city is worth it. The Chen family is truly worthy of their ancestors. It's only 7 o'clock, and there are already so many people, Yu Chu exclaimed, thinking she had come early, but it seemed that many others had the same idea as her. There are too many people, let's come another day, Chen said, intending to take Yu Chu away. But Yu Chu was determined to pay her respects today. Chen didn't say anything and could only accompany her. Young Master Chen, you're here. At this moment, a voice came. Chen looked at the person and thought to himself that he was in trouble now. There was no way to avoid it, so he pretended to ask, who are you? Young Master Chen, I am the Chief Patrol Officer of the Patrol Mansion. My name is Kong Zhengping. We met last time, you may have forgotten. Kong Zhengping accompanied with a smile, trying to please. If there weren't so many people, he would have wanted to apologize publicly. Last time at the press conference, for the 7 major families, he almost arrested Chen, but fortunately Governor Shipafeng brought people. As a result, 2 days later, all 7 major families were wiped out, and the person who took action was the present Chen. How amazing is that? Chen not only had an extraordinary status, but also an extraordinary strength. Faced with such a big figure, he, as the Chief Patrol Officer, had to be very careful. Yu Chu was shocked. The Chief Patrol Officer of the Patrol Mansion even knew her husband? Chief Kong, are you mistaken? No, I saw young Master Chen at the press conference of the 7 major families in Suihu Square last time. Kong Zhengping said confidently. Now I don't need to explain, someone else has explained for me, will Yu Chu believe it now? Chen smiled helplessly. Yu Chu suddenly giggled, Chief Kong, you really made a mistake, this is my husband, and the young master of the Chen family is just a namesake. Chen was astonished, this girl, he had overestimated Yu Chu's intelligence. Seeing Kong Zhengping about to argue, Chen gave him a look. Chief Kong, my wife has said that you made a mistake. Kong Zhengping, who could rise to this position, couldn't fail to understand even this hint. After a moment of hesitation, he immediately changed his words, I may have made a mistake, I'm sorry. After speaking, he left. Husband, it seems that you and that young master of the Chen family not only have the same name, but also look alike. Even the people from the patrol mansion can't tell the difference, Shin Yuchu said playfully. Chen didn't know what to say. This girl was sometimes quite clever, sometimes her intelligence was simply. He couldn't help but pat her head, hoping that she would be like him. If there's a chance, I'd like to see what the young master of the Chen family looks like, but unfortunately I can't find a single photo online, Shin Yuchu said regretfully. The young master of the Chen family was right beside her, and she was still curious? Chen inwardly complained, but said, I said I'm very familiar with him. If you want to meet him, you can do it anytime. Chen, are you uncomfortable not bragging? Do you want me to give you a massage? Shin Yuchu pouted and pinched Chen's arm. Chen remained expressionless. You've already had breakfast, haven't you? Then why don't I feel any pain? Ah, Shin Yuchu finally realized, you stinky Chen. I didn't want to hurt you, and you still think I pinched lightly. Watch me beat you. After waiting in line for nearly half an hour, we finally entered the cemetery. It was a bit different from last night, with local officials busy at work. After all, the construction was rushed last night, and many facilities were still incomplete. The Chen family has been wiped out by the 7 major families for 6 years, and now the bad deeds have been resolved. The local authorities are really embarrassed and are trying to make up for it. Mom, Dad, can you see her? This is your daughter-in-law. Her name is Shin Yuchu. She is a gentle and kind girl. She saved my life back then, otherwise your son would not be in this world anymore. And this little one, her name is Cici, she is our child. Yes, you are grandparents now, Chen said with a heavy heart, trying hard not to shed tears. And Xiaoyu, your brother is married and has a child now. Unfortunately, you can't see it, and your brother can't attend your wedding. I'm sorry. Thinking back to the past, his little sister used to run after him every day, sticking to him. Chen's nose tingled, and he couldn't help but shed tears. Dad, why are you crying? Cici hugged Chen's leg, raising her little head, her big eyes showing a look of concern. It's okay, Dad just feels that the Chen family has had a hard time. Chen showed a gentle smile. Yes, the Chen family has had a hard time, but there are still descendants in the world. It won't be long before the Chen family is revived and prospered. Shin Yuchu walked over, linking arms with Chen. It will definitely happen. Chen nodded, showing a determined look in his eyes. After leaving the cemetery, Shin Yuchu muttered to herself, the 7 major families have been wiped out, but the outstanding construction funds have not been paid. I wonder if the person in charge of their company will acknowledge it. Hearing this, Chen immediately stared at Shin Yuchu. You didn't receive the money last night? What money? Shin Yuchu asked in confusion. Chen immediately contacted Sunlong and learned the truth. The people from the 4 major families had mistakenly sent the money to the Shin family. These idiots. Chen couldn't help but complain. But he couldn't blame the 4 major families. They didn't know that the contract was in Yuchu's hands. They probably just wanted to quickly deliver the money and secure their chance of survival. Yuchu, we need to go to the Shin family. What's wrong? Shin Yuchu asked. The construction funds for Tsuehu Square were given last night, but the 4 major families made a mistake and sent it to the Shin family. Chen explained hastily. Shin Yuchu was extremely shocked. The 5 billion funds were given? It's not 5 billion. Chen shook his head. Even a little bit is good, at least there is hope. Shin Yuchu was not at all disappointed. It's a total of 55 billion, including the principal and interest. Chen confirmed. What? 55 billion? Shin Yuchu was instantly astonished. Chen, what are you saying? 55 billion? Shin Yuchu suspected she had misheard. Yes, 5 billion in principal, 10 times the interest, totaling 55 billion. Chen affirmed. Wow! Shin Yuchu was dumbfounded, finding it hard to believe. Before she could come to her senses, she was already being pulled by Chen, heading straight to the Shin family. At this moment, the Shin family, Shin Xiao, and Shin Jing were still immersed in the huge surprise. Even when the 7 major families were wiped out and the whole city was in an uproar, their attention was focused on the money. 55 billion, it was simply a windfall that left them stunned. Previously, the Shin family, with the tens of billions accumulated by Shin Wuchuan over a lifetime, was considered a wealthy family in Guangling. But now, with the appearance of 55 billion in cash, the Shin family could easily enter the upper class, and in the entire eastern province, they would be considered wealthy. The 7 major families have died so well. Otherwise, I would have been worried about taking this 55 billion. Shin Xiao sighed. We really have to thank that young master of the Chen family. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to get this money back. Shin Jing said thankfully. It must be the 7 major families trying to make amends for their past wrongdoings in order to survive. That's the only way this money could have a chance of reaching us. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so generous. If we have the opportunity, we must pay a visit to the young master of the Chen family, Shin Xiao analyzed. Yes, not only should we visit the young master of the Chen family, but we should also flatter him. After the 7 major families are destroyed, the assets left behind amount to billions. Without a doubt, they will all belong to the young master of the Chen family. If we flatter him, we'll have more than enough to benefit from. Shin Jingmei calculated, her eyes filled with ambition alongside Shin Xiao. It was as if they could already see the rise of the Shin family in Guangling after the disappearance of the 7 major families. Mr. Shun, Miss Shin Yuchu's family is here, a servant came in and said. Shin Yuchu's family? Shin Xiao frowned. They must be here for money. Shin Jingmei said disdainfully. They can ask for money all they want, but they won't get a single penny. Tell them we're not home and send them away. Shin Xiao waved his hand. Okay. The servant nodded and left. Just a moment later, a scream suddenly came from outside. The subordinate who had just gone out smashed the front door and fell to the ground, writhing in pain. Bring the Shin family out to see me. A furious roar suddenly spread, shaking the entire Shin family mansion. He dared to barge in like this kid is too arrogant. Shin Xiao's eyes revealed a murderous intent as he quickly gathered his men to go out. In the courtyard of the Shin family, Shin Yuchu looked nervous. Since they're not here, let's come back another day, she said. Who do you think you are? You dare to barge